Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the, man, you guys totally butchered that, but okay. Where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. To add on top of that, if you're using the YouTube app on iPhone or other Apple product to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200 multiplied by 0.7, multiplied again by 0.7, that leaves 98 of the original 200 if you super chatted 200. So 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and the Apple. So streamlabs.com/whatever, link is in the description. Streamlabs messages get priority over YouTube super chats. To read a message is $100 and up. We're going to read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation in hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We do have a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS, so just be aware of that. You can mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. You can pop a ball of Cristal, which we have there. It's about a $500 ball of champagne. You can do a 20-minute voice call in. There's some other crypto options too. You can see the description for all details. And if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo. And then also we have Cash App, whatever pod on both. Link for those are in the description. And I'll give you guys a shout out too. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Wow, and none of them are loading. Good job. Refresh that page. There's no way that's accurate. Hit F5 on the keyboard. That will refresh it. There it is. By the way, we're selling the 90s cup. Got limited supply. They don't even make these things anymore. Solo, the company, Dart Solo, discontinued this in 2022. You can't buy these anymore. We have a limited supply. I've got like 1 or 2 sleeves left. So if you want, shop.whatever.com, and I'll also have, maybe we'll sign it too. Who knows? Okay. Oh, and if you buy something during the show, Streamlabs is going to show it, and we'll give you a shout out. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Women who want to be on the show, DM us at whatever. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter, Brian Atlas X. I changed it. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Absolute tragedy. Nobody else besides me is advocating for this. I'm a real
feminist, one might say.
I'm a radical feminist, and I'm a trailblazer. I'm the vanguard of this movement. Anyways, if you can't catch the full shows, we have clips channels. Link is in the description. discord.gg/whatever. Post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
I'm Hyacinth. I'm 28, and I'm from Ohio, and I'm a painter. I'm an artist.
Painter, okay. And any education, college, anything like that?
No, I did graduate early, but...
From high school?
Yeah, I took the time off.
And you said you paint?
Yeah.
You're a painter?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Pastel? What's your
No, I do
medium or
oil-based.
whatever it's called?
Oil-based paint.
Oil-based?
Yeah.
Dope. Have you ever done any sort of, do you do like content creation or anything like that?
Sometimes. I'm not really on social media that hard when it comes to that. I do like murals, and I get like casted, for that.
So like, you said you're a painter? Mm-hmm. As your occupation or just a hobby?
It started because I wanted to do tattoo art, and then I kind of didn't want to sit there for 8 hours, and you can't erase it. So at least this way you can kind of paint over it, you know?
And is that how you make money? Mm-hmm. That's like your full-time career.
I model sometimes, but just like avant-garde modeling. So like I don't know, nothing specific, no brands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you live where?
I live in LA.
You live in LA? Mm-hmm. And do you survive off of painting?
I do. I sell like, I can do one for like $1,200.
All right.
Yeah.
So you sell drugs? Is that you're a drug dealer?
No.
Okay. So you don't have any other income stream?
I was in a relationship for a long time, so.
Okay. Oh, did you just recently break up? Or wait, is that somebody who?
8 months ago.
Oh, that's you. Okay, sorry. Somebody else just like broke up a week ago. So, okay. All right. So you were like living with him and he was
Yeah, I was.
sugar daddy?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
My bad.
I've
Okay.
worked on like Melrose before and stuff, and I'm.
And
like,
how long has painting been your full-time career or job?
Seriously, over the last 2 years, but other than that, it was just kind of a hobby. It's still a hobby. that
Okay.
pays.
All right. What about you?
Yeah, my name is Kyla Turner. You can find me online at Not So Erudite everywhere. I'm 31. My job is this. I do content creation full time, and by content creation, I realize the space that I'm in, I mean like political commentary and kind of socio-political commentary. I am from, where am I from? I live in Tampa area now, but I'm originally from Canada. And my education, I've got a honors undergrad in psychology and a degree in psychometrics, a graduate diploma.
All right. And you said you're from Canada originally?
Originally, yeah.
Okay, got it. And
Moved this year.
now you're living in Florida? Mm-hmm. All right, cool. What about you?
My name is Lexi. I'm 21, about to be 22. I live in Westminster, California, and I work in a baking studio.
All right. Any college or anything like that?
No, just high school.
Just high school. Okay. And you work in a baking studio, you
Yeah.
said? Okay, gotcha. All right, welcome. What about you?
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm 24. I do social media and OnlyFans mostly, and I live in LA, but originally from Washington State.
All right.
And I also graduated high school early, no college.
No college. And how long have you been in Los Angeles?
Since January, so 4 or 5 months.
And when did you start your OF?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay, gotcha. Did you move to Los Angeles to kind of for professional or career purposes? Like it's a better spot to be than
I was
Washington?
in San Diego.
Oh, you're in San Diego before
I'm from
that.
Washington State.
Okay,
After high school, I went to Hawaii, then San Diego. Now I'm in LA.
got it.
I was
Okay.
driving back and forth between San Diego and LA constantly, so I moved up here.
All right, cool. What about you?
I'm Charlie Campbell. I'm from Los Angeles. I have a degree in anthropology from the University of Central Florida. I'm 25, and for a living, I'm an EMT and a little bit of an actress.
Okay.
Traditional acting, not adult content.
Got it. Okay, 25. And are you in the, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Are you in the military or
I am, yes.
what branch of the military?
U.S. Army,
U.S. Army. Okay.
National Guard.
Are you enlisted or
I'm enlisted.
officer?
I'm enlisted.
Okay.
And I work in field artillery.
Field artillery. And I might have missed this. Any college or no?
Yeah, I majored in my bachelor's in anthropology with a minor in linguistics.
Bachelor of Arts?
Yeah.
With a, okay,
Minor
got
in
it.
linguistics.
Got it. Okay. All right. And what rank are you in the U.S. Army?
Oh, geez.
What's your rank?
Dang, you want my whole life story.
I guess.
I'm an E5.
E5. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Cool. What about you?
Hi, my name is Kelly Vargas. I'm originally from Long Island, New York. Currently live in LA. I'm 28 years old and I'm a singer-songwriter. I went to Berklee College of Music for a bachelor's in music.
Gotcha. And you said you're a singer?
Singer-songwriter.
Singer-songwriter. Can we get a little a cappella or?
Crazy.
I mean, anything or?
You said you do your own, like you write your own music?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, give us one of your originals, I guess. Maybe like not the whole thing, like
Sure.
30 seconds or.
From time to time, something that's always just crossing my mind. We can deny energies that's always feeling aligned. I can't break free, won't you let me drown in my own desire? Won't you just let it be between you and me? Only getting us tighter, it just makes me wonder why. I'm a devil in disguise and you don't mind.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Whatever now owns that.
Wait, so for in education, you said you went to Berklee School of Music?
In Boston, yeah.
Into the mic if you can.
In Boston.
Okay. Just keep an eye on mics for me because I can't really, if somebody just shouted out for me. Go ahead.
My name's Jimbob. I'm a political cartoonist. You can find my comics at Made by Jimbob on Instagram. I'm also a live streamer at Made by Jimbob at YouTube.
Age? Did you say age?
44.
44. All right. Welcome, welcome. Jay, what about you?
Yeah, Jay Dyer. I do comedy. I do media. I do geopolitical analysis. Host the Alex Jones Show for the last 5 years. Write for the Sam Hyde Show. And I'm a YouTuber. And I'm 46.
46. All right. And then education?
I did undergrad in philosophy in Kentucky. And then my grad work is psychological warfare and literature.
Was that at a university?
Yeah, Murray State.
Got it. Okay.
Is that English? I didn't.
Is what English?
Is that was your Master's of Arts in English?
It's English and philosophy degree.
Gotcha.
Philosophy cognate.
What you said? The psychological warfare?
Yeah, my focus in grad work was on psychological warfare and media.
What? And so, are you an expert in psychological warfare?
I don't know about expert,
But you've studied it.
At a grad
You've
level,
studied
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'm published on that. So,
Okay.
yeah, in peer review.
Tell us, how do you do psychological warfare? Can you tell us that?
Well, I studied.
How do you do it?
I studied the way that James Bond was used in the Cold War as a symbol for Western, like, geopolitics, Western liberal economic theory. So you can use fictional characters as a way to do culture war.
Okay, got it. So like psychological warfare through media?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Fiction, movies, etc.
Okay, got it.
Got 3 books on Hollywood.
Do you think like Titanic was psychological warfare?
Sometimes the blockbusters are, but I don't think Titanic.
What about Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift. Twilight.
Well, NATO said they wanted to use Taylor Swift for psyops, so maybe.
What about Top Gun?
Top Gun actually was.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was money. Reagan put money into military recruitment using Top Gun. So yes, correct.
There you go. Rock and roll. What's like the number one film? If you had to, maybe not the number one, if you had to point to a film that was used as psychological warfare, what do you think it would be?
Probably the best example, what I focused on, was the James Bond franchise
Bond,
as a whole. It's like the best example, and it was explicitly done for that purpose.
Got it. Okay, cool. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. So what's everybody's current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I've been single since December, and the longest relationship that I've been in is a 1.5 years.
All right, so you've been single for about 6 months.
Yeah.
Longest 1.5 years. Was that the one that ended 6 months ago?
Yes.
Okay, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
You broke up with him,
Yeah.
all right. And then has there been a rebound?
No.
No rebound?
No.
You've been just totally
just-
single
yeah.
for 6 months? Okay. And, all right. What about you?
Married for 7 years, dated for 1.5 years before that. He's my guy.
So together, total like 8.5
Yep.
years. All right. Longest relationship prior to him?
I mean, we got married when I was like 24, so him. Yeah, he's.
Have you had other relationships? Or
Yeah, but I don't think any of them were
not
over
like
a year.
serious? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you guys meet?
It's very cringily wholesome. We both worked at a nonprofit high-risk kids youth camp.
Okay. All right. Rock and roll. What about you?
I'm single. As of, I guess, timeline's a little confusing. I'd say like February, probably.
What do you mean it's confusing? Like, were you
I mean,
on
I don't want
drugs,
to
or-
go. No.
like you don't
Yeah, I
remember
wanna
it? Or?
Go all into it now. I can save time
Sure.
for it. But we both entered the relationship as like spiritual, and then he is in a Muslim family. I'm in a Christian family. We both went back to our religions, and
Okay.
it's about like 1.5 years in. He just wanted to be Muslim again, and then we kind of had a companionship for like 1.5 years, and it was really confusing. So we've like still been in contact with each other, but we're not really romantically involved. It's really.
When's
weird
the last
one.
time you spoke to him?
Like recently, like probably like a week ago, but it was just over some things we have to figure out still. So not
when's the last time you saw him in person?
It's probably been like a month, I would say. But it was just, again, trying to figure
what
like things,
out?
loose ends. We were like living
ends.
together and stuff like that. So just
like
kind of like
financial stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
It's really confusing.
So you guys split up in February, so about 4 months ago.
Yeah, I had someone come move in with me temporarily, so he left, and then we kind of just.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you, ever since the, I guess the breakup 4 months or in February, there's not been any.
I've been talking to people. I went on dating apps. That's it.
No, but like with him.
Yeah.
I
With
mean,
him. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Has there been carnal knowledge?
No. There
carnal
wasn't
knowledge.
for a year. The last year and a half was kind of what I'm
it was
getting at. Like
dead
we were
bedroom.
not
Okay.
romantically involved. It was like a companionship. It was very strange.
And how long were you guys together?
3 years.
3 years. So this is
count
longest relationship?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So when you first met, you guys were spiritual, then you got more in touch with your Christianity. He got more in touch with Islam.
Did you try to convert each other?
So we were really respectful of each other's religions, but I think the hope was maybe one of us would eventually.
Well, that's a dating show. Try to convert each other.
Oh yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
It's a rough one. But yeah, it didn't work. So yeah. So now we just let it be what it is. Yeah.
And you said, though, since you guys have broken up, you have been dating other people?
Yeah, I've gone on some dates and talked to a few people.
Okay.
Yeah.
When's the last time you went on a date?
It was a week ago.
All right. Was it a first date, second date, third date?
First date.
First date. All right. And so do you have a roster currently?
I do not. No. I haven't liked any of them. They're all really weird.
They're all weird?
So weird.
Are you weird?
Maybe. I think I'm attracting weird people.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And what makes them weird, I guess?
Well, it's kind of, a lot of them have been kind of like, almost meeting a lot of men who are like, kind of want to be like passenger princess. Like they're kind of almost feminine, and it's kind of, it's strange. And so they've also, like 2 of them were like shorter than I thought they would be. And I'm talking like an inch shorter than me, and I didn't expect that.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
Okay.
And I'm okay with like my height, but it was like shorter than me, and I didn't know that, and it was just really weird and awkward. So yeah, I don't know.
How were you meeting these guys? Dating apps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So they were relying on their dating profile?
Yeah, or they just didn't put it. Yeah.
Or they didn't show it. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just have you scoot your microphone that way? Or, sorry, that way. Yep. All right. What about you?
Recently single.
Recently single. Okay. Like a week ago?
I'm talking a week ago.
1 week. Okay.
It's fresh.
How long were you dating the guy?
4 months, like basically since I moved to LA.
All right. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Why?
Over a lot of things, we tend to argue a little bit, but we just didn't have the same preferences, meaning sexual preferences.
Oh, was he?
It just wasn't
Was
aligned.
he gay? He was gay.
No, I think I just wanted more than what I was receiving.
Oh, so you had a high sex drive and he had a low sex drive?
No, sex drive was fine. I think preferences wise, like
You wanted to peg him?
no, I think I really like it like rough, like beat the shit out of me rough. Like it's like, and he just wasn't comfortable with that, and I don't think it was.
Wait, there's different levels of rough. You're saying there's rough, then there's beat the shit out of you rough.
I'm talking
there's
like
catch a case rough.
I'm talking like a cute little black guy rough. Like
Wait, sorry, repeat that. Wait, what? Wait, cute?
I'm sweating.
Is that a reference? I don't know the reference.
Guy rough?
Cute little black.
Black guy.
Oh, I thought you said black guy.
Oh.
No,
Everyone heard cute little black guy.
I was
We're all
like, I guess they could be a little.
Okay.
okay.
No.
little
Cute little black eye, like
Okay.
a little, like a little choke, like lots of choking, a little slap, and maybe like leave a mark here and there.
Wait,
Okay.
is that what you wanted to do to him?
No, I wanted that done to me,
Oh, I
and
see.
he wasn't comfortable. Which, hey, I totally get it. Like that can turn into other things, but
Yes.
that's what I like. I don't know. So
Okay.
it just wasn't mixing. I mean, you can't live your life forever not doing what you want to do.
Yeah. So essentially, he just wasn't willing to do that.
Enough. Yeah.
And okay, all right. Was he otherwise great?
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
Oh, okay. He was okay. So it just wasn't hurting you enough, and so that was the.
Just wasn't a criminal.
Just wasn't willing to.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Look, I guess people have their, maybe we'll. You know what? I want to get into that a little bit. Not once.
into it.
Not into that, but I mean, I want to discuss it. Let's. So, are you? Is this like a BDSM thing, or you just enjoy rough?
Yeah, I
Yes,
wouldn't
I
say I
guess.
put like a BDSM label on it. I guess it's just what I prefer. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's the corn I watch. I don't know. Maybe I'm ruined.
Okay. And this was your longest, or no? What was your longest relationship?
A year and a half.
Year and a half. Okay. Got it. Who broke up with you in that relationship?
I left him.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
I'm currently engaged, and it's long distance, and we've been together for about 2 years now, and I don't know.
Okay. Has it always been long distance?
Not entirely. When we first met, I was actually working at a prison in Florida, and she was working at an Air Force base in also Florida, and that's when we started talking and dating.
Are you a lesbian?
I'm bisexual.
Bisexual. Okay. So okay, engaged and you've been seeing each other for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little over 2 years, but yeah, she currently lives in Washington, D.C., and I live in L.A.
Okay.
I know, but like, no, we fly out and see each other like every month. So it's like, if it's long distance, but like honestly, not really, since we see each other for like 6 or 7 days a month out of the month. So it's like,
All right. Cool.
my
and
life's complicated.
Is this your longest relationship?
It is, and it's also my healthiest.
All right. You said 2 years together?
Yes.
All right. Cool. What about you?
I'm currently single and not counting situationships. It's been about like 6 years, I think, since I've been in a committed relationship.
Okay. There have been some situationships. The longest relationship?
About a year.
All right. 1 year. How many, in the past 6 years that you've been single, how many situationships have you had?
A lot.
Define what's a lot.
More than enough, I would say. Too many people that just.
Oh my God.
I mean, I would say maybe like over 10, if you
Okay.
want a number.
Over 10, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And how long do they typically last?
Short term, like 3 months max.
Couple months, okay.
4.
Are you currently in a situationship?
No, I just got out of one a couple months ago.
Couple months ago, okay. Are there any guys in the picture currently?
No.
No guys?
Nope.
Are you on dating apps?
I am on and off. I have like a hate relationship with it. Love hate.
Love, hate, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So no guys in the picture though?
No.
Not even texting, you don't have a sneaky link, nothing?
No, I mean, I am like going on dates, first dates. They're just not sticking on both ends.
Not sticking, okay, all right, got it. Jimbob, what about you?
9 years with my wife. Happy Mother's Day, Megan. Let's get some W's for all the mothers in the chat.
Happy Mother's Day, W's.
And definitely the longest relationship.
All right. Jay, what about you?
Married for 5 years, and we dated for about 4 before that. So I've been with Jamie for the past 9 years.
9 years total.
And yeah,
Do you have any kids, Jay?
we do not have kids now.
And Jimbob, do you have
3.
kids? Anybody kids? Kids? Okay. Are you gonna have?
Could you imagine if I announced my pregnancy like right now? I'm not pregnant, but
You should.
I'm not pregnant.
Oh, okay.
I could lie for you. Pregnant.
Yeah.
One on the way.
Give us the exclusive when you are pregnant, I guess.
We'll see. We'll negotiate a price.
Love it. All right, that's everybody's relationship status. Really quickly, I'm just going to pull up. We have a chat coming through. We have ID Bro. This is related to the debate from yesterday. Erudite is wrong. Flowers were, Jews were patrilineal until around 29 to 4 BCE. The change was made by Hillel and the Sanhedrin. Did I say that right? Due to the issue of Jewish identity of Roman
Love babies.
love babies, political issues with Herod's kids.
So
Okay.
he's basically saying there was a time when Jewish people were patrilineal, and then like basically for the rest of their history they've been matrilineal. So I'm not really sure why that's a correction, but thanks, buddy. That's like more nuance. Appreciate it.
Rock and roll.
If
And
he's
then-
right, I don't know.
Yo, Thomas, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. If you guys want to support, you can do so. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. We get 100% of the contribution, whereas YouTube takes 30, Apple takes 30, Streamlabs takes 3 to 4%. If you want to get a message in, it's going to be $100. TTS is going to be $200. And yeah, so we're going to just jump. Actually, before we jump into the show notes, I wanted to touch back on that thing really quick. Is it, so Jay, are you, you're an Orthodox Christian? Is it okay to do that shit if you're a Christian, or especially an Orthodox Christian? Jimbob, Jay, can you do
I mean, I think there's
that?
levity, there's room for, things between a husband and a wife. So there are some lines. I don't know that there's an easy, hard set line as to what that is that maybe a husband and wife have to determine. But I do think that there might be a danger in this. I'm not saying this about you, but like there could be a situation where like, if you requested that, like that could put the dude in a legal situation. You know what I mean? Like, not that you would necessarily do that, but you might say, oh, look, if you guys have a fight, right? Like, well, look what he did to me. So it's just like, I think there's a lot of reasons and ways why it's just not safe for a dude necessarily to get into that. And I would say that, yeah, like from a religious perspective, it's odd. I don't know.
I would add that if that type of thing continued, let's say you got married and you had children, it would certainly be confusing for the child if they were to find out the way daddy loves mommy actually is harmful. It might actually produce a scenario where the children end up seeking people to hurt them because they think that's love.
Well, I'm so sorry to interject. I feel like there's a way to work around that, as in maybe have like a boundary, and that's something you probably discuss with your partners, like, hey, as long as it's in an area that's concealable, like under the collarbones, it's fair game. But like your face, something that you have to use and see every single day, maybe that can be spoken about. It doesn't necessarily mean like punch me in my face, I don't know.
I mean, then I would say that that's actually then practicing sort of some level of deception and withhold, which is another practice that might be into question.
Like not telling your kids your kinks is the deception?
Well, I mean, if you're, it doesn't change the fact that your husband or your father is harming, what's definitionally harming your mother.
Would you though, like for other kinks, because this is obviously like a pretty extreme kink, what kinks are allowed in Eastern Orthodox? I actually don't know.
I wouldn't know what's considered a kink and what's considered just like
anything that's like
creative
not vanilla sex is going to be like a kink. So like, can you piss on each other in Eastern Orthodox?
I'm just gonna guess no. I would say
like
that would be a
anal
perversion.
sex or-
That's a perversion.
What about oral sex?
I'm not sure what a priest. I've never had that conversation.
Do you have to tell your kids about it, or are you being deceptive to your kids if you don't tell them about your kink practice with your?
Well, I mean, you don't have to be explicit with what's considered sexuality, but what's considered sexuality would still have a standard underneath a Christian view. Mm-hmm. And then what's considered a perversion would also have that. But outside of Christianity, there's no such thing as perversion.
Outside of, so non-Christians can't do perverse things, or?
Well, they can do it, but they don't have, I'm saying their worldview, they can't tell you what's perverse, what's proper, what's normal. Gotcha. It's all just kind of like preference. If you feel something from something and you feel good from someone doing something otherwise, let's say perverse in another paradigm, you can't really say it's wrong or right or good or bad. It's just
you're saying secular people can't like weigh in on whether.
Yeah, they can't really, there's no standard there.
Gotcha.
I guess I'm not really thinking about children when I'm doing this. I don't really have like a future of having children. So I guess I never thought of it in that way. Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Yeah.
I think maybe if I did mature a little, grow up a little, maybe it wouldn't be a thing, but I have no way of foreseeing the future.
Do you think you'll want kids when you get older?
Maybe. I feel like I'm 24 now. That's still very young, but women only have a period of time where they can really decide and actually do it. And as for now, my answer's no.
who's going to take care of you later on in life?
I don't know.
I
I don't
feel
really
like-
think about the future that way, I guess.
I feel like that's kind of like, I'm trying to find the words. I feel like that's a burden that the children didn't ask for. You know, you shouldn't have kids just because you want somebody to take care of you in your old age.
Well, I didn't say that that's the only reason.
Well, no, I know. And I'm not implying that. I'm just saying that in general, I think there should be, that shouldn't even be an expectation. Is it nice to have kids that take care of you when you're old? Absolutely, that'd be nice, but that's not an expectation that should be set forth.
I don't think.
I think it is.
Well, yeah,
It's a duty.
Yeah, it is a duty, and also I don't think the reasoning, using the reason, I don't think that's a burden a kid asked for. Well, from that logic, a kid didn't ask to be born or to have the burden of learning a language properly, schooling, everything else you could put under that umbrella of burdenship. I don't think people actually have a say in a lot of times of what their burden is.
Right. And just to respond to that is, for example, I do plan on taking care of my mother, and I'm an EMT. I drop off old people, to their facilities all the time. And sometimes I look at their ages and I'm like, wow, my mom's only like 6 years younger than that. And these people are like completely bedridden. And so I do think like I am going to take care of my mom, but just sometimes shit hits the fan and you don't have that great relationship with your parents, or maybe they're crappy parents and you feel like you owe them nothing. And I know that can lead into like, well, they gave you life, they raised you, they fed you, they clothed you, but a lot of times that's not even the case.
Yeah, it's not a universal rule. Like there could be
Yeah.
exceptions, but you wouldn't make the exceptions the universal rule because there are exceptions. So I think most people's parents do provide for them, and the expectation is that you would then return the favor when they get older.
For sure.
But there could be toxic people who are completely, dangerous or something.
No, for sure. And you mentioned like duty. A duty according to whom, I guess. Like for me, it's like I would do it because growing up, this is like my life story. Growing up, my mom was a janitor for 3 different things. Single mom, mostly. I saw my dad like every 3rd weekend, but my mom worked basically on top of child support, worked 3 jobs as a janitor for a college, a school, and a church. And she put a lot of expectation for me to go to school. And that's why, like, for example, I joined the military so that I can get my school paid for, because I didn't want to burden my mom with probably having to pick a 4th or 5th job just to pay my way through. And so to me, it's like genuine, like, okay, I will take care of you because you've raised me into the person that I am today. And so I guess to circle back, long story short, Cake, I guess what do you define as like duty? Like a duty according to whom?
Well, I mean, I get my duties from an Orthodox Christian paradigm.
Okay.
I would say that absent that, just like other standards, I don't think anyone has a duty outside of that worldview.
Okay. And for you?
I mean, I have a similar take as Jimbob. I mean, there are duties that would be informed by the worldview that you have, by your upbringing, by your parents. And I mean, again, I think even if you have bad parents, you still probably want to return the favor to some degree. I mean, I was raised by a single mom. I had absentee dad, but I would still take care of my dad. He's in bad health right now, so we try to help him out as best we can. But I mean, I think this is just an expectation that most civilizations, most cultures had until we got to modernity, where you can kind of be this individual with no ties, no boundaries, no expectations, no duties. So we're living this weird experiment that it's ahistorical, it's weird. So
even the current family structure, usually it's at least Jay and I share a worldview where you kind of defend the family in a nuclear sense, but then you go, wait a second, even that is individualistic if you really think about it comparatively to other cultures or historically, where there was like a big generational family, and now you have this unit, and now inside the unit, now you have even more individual units. And I think when he says modernity, like individualism, materialism, pursuing wants and desires above all things, go live your life, do what you want to do, people are kind of drawn into a mindset, basically inherit a mindset that that justifies just their own personal pursuits. And this is where you get into these issues of like, well, is there any obligation to the collective at all? At this point, it's actually hard to see for a lot of people that there's something beyond their own life and what they want. Is there anything? Is there anything else?
That's really interesting. Are you guys then pretty opposed to capitalism?
No. I mean,
As like an economic system.
To a degree.
Like, is there, what economic system do you guys prefer? Like communism, like high regulation of markets?
I think capitalism, it can be kind of like a tool.
Yeah,
It's like asking like if a hammer is wrong. I think capitalism itself, and what it produces without any sort of ethical paradigm that's guiding it, is horrific.
Sure. So, like, the reason I'm asking is you talked about like individualism and whatnot, which is very, in many ways, what drives a lot of capitalism, right? Is like individual want and whims, and materialism is pretty central to, especially our modern day capitalism. So you're pretty opposed to capitalism.
It's not the opposition to capitalism itself. Like I said, you can oppose a number of things if it doesn't have a guiding ethical principle. So, for instance, I'm not opposed to people using their God-given gifts in exchange for money or other things. That's just that's like an exchange of your will and your labor. If that's inside of a system you call capitalistic, then fine. But I think Jay will add that the complexity and the implications of capitalism at a larger scale is beyond what most people consider favorable. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
So
it
you
gets
would-
to some limit.
Yeah. So you guys would be for like a decent amount of government regulation to ensure like some level of ethical principle maintained by the capitalist structure. So you guys kind of want that government oversight. Obviously, you might not want this government.
That,
but-
right? Because I mean, you have tariffs. Tariffs are a way to protect the nation state and the people that work in that nation state.
It's one purpose of
So to
tariffs.
get rid of, I didn't say it was the only purpose. I said it's a purpose.
I know.
So you don't have to correct that
I was just
because
letting
it
you know.
was just a sentence.
I know.
You don't have to let me know because I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You ask me a question, I'm going to finish it. Okay.
Go for it.
So tariffs protect the workers of that nation, and monarchies, which were patriarchy,
They can be, yeah.
the ones in Western civilization.
Well, there's
were
lots of things
patriarchal.
that could be
They were
patriarchies.
in Western civilization, just like ancient Israel. They were patriarchal.
Mm-hmm.
Those protected the workers. So there has to be some degree of structure and limitation to the economy. So yes, a limited economic control.
And guilds were kind of cool, no?
That's where
Yeah.
that's
the
the purpose
same-
of
yeah.
guilds and tariffs is similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a union.
I guess similar.
The original purpose of unions was, yes, to guard against monopoly capitalism. So to answer your question, monopoly capitalism, yes, is a problem. But the basic principles of like Austrian economics, free market, I have a Bitcoin shirt, no, it's not bad.
Okay, all right.
This all came from rough sex.
Interesting how conversations will meander their way to different things. Getting into the pre-show notes, why don't we start with, we'll start with Sophia. So you said your ex-boyfriend, is this the one you just broke up with or a different one? Okay, ex-boyfriend scammed you in many ways. He made fake stalking emails to get you to move to San Diego with him. Then he got you into OnlyFans and ultimately pimped you out on OnlyFans and took almost all of your money. He put an Amex card under your name. He stole your social security number, spent over $20,000, left you in debt, hacked all your socials and OnlyFans, and continues to do it to every other girl he deals with. I guess what's the story there?
That's like a long story. But yeah, I mean, just from the beginning, the whole stalking emails, I was living in Hawaii on my own, met him on Hinge when he was visiting Hawaii. We did long distance for maybe like a month or two. I was 19 at the time, or 20, 19 or 20 at the time. Very dumb, very delusional. And yeah, he sent me a bunch of emails basically saying like, I know where you live. You just walked in with your groceries. I'm going to come up and, essay you, all the things, very scary, and it was him the whole time. And I knew because after I moved in with him into San Diego and all of that stuff, I went through his computer and saw all of the emails from different fake emails of him emailing me from a number of emails. But that ultimately got me to move from Hawaii to San Diego out of fear, basically.
Okay.
But yeah, the whole getting me to do OnlyFans thing, he just said that he knew how to do it. He knew how he was going to get me to make money. And I mean, I was down. I'm not saying he forced me to do it, but I am saying that he got me to do a lot of things that I wouldn't have done at the age that I was at or where I was at the time.
Wait, wouldn't have done absent what? Like if you say, there's a bunch of things I did at the time that I otherwise wouldn't have done.
I wouldn't have put my entire body on the internet and done the things that he had me do on video.
If not, what is it? Persuasion?
Yeah,
is it
basically.
persuasion?
Yeah, it was that, and I'm not, like I said, like I know there'll be a huge argument over forced and persuasion, and you have a choice and whatnot. Like I said, I was delusional and I was very young, and I wasn't sticking up for myself.
Seeing as how you're not with him now, and this is like an honest question that comes from like I want to know. There's no like loaded meaning. Do you choose to plan on stopping at any point?
No, like this is my life now, honestly. Like it is what it is. Okay. But I'm a whole different person now because of it. So like I said, I wouldn't have done those things when I was 19 and 20, but I did it, and now I'm full blown doing it. Like I didn't stop doing OnlyFans when I left him because, like, to be fair, like the money's very good. I like working from home. I like doing what I do now, and I am doing it to my extent now. I'm doing it to my comfortability now. I'm in charge.
Like on your own terms, basically.
Yeah, I wasn't in charge in any way. Like he had my passwords, he had my everything. He sent me things to do. He made I say he made me get on OnlyFans Live because he did. Like he put me in the room, he shut the door, he turned the camera, like he made me go live, and if I didn't, it would have been a fight, more or less.
You said the money is really good. Are you able to share like how much you make on average, or?
I'm making around like $25K a month.
Okay. And what's the highest you've ever made in a month? Have you ever
40,000.
40K. Okay. Cool. And then you also, in your notes here, you said you wanted to speak on leaving toxic men and how to know you're dating a con artist.
Because he was a con artist.
That was the guy,
He was
okay.
38, I think, 37 when I met him. His Hinge profile said 30. He said he was 6 foot.
He lied about his age?
Can't say he was pushing.
His height?
He was maybe 5'6".
And he said he was 6 foot?
When I met him.
Oh, man, you got conned.
Yeah.
You did get conned. Shit.
Why did
okay.
you stay with him for the length that you did? Like, what do you think kept you?
I don't know,
Was he rough?
honestly.
And I'm
Was it
not
the rough
asking that in like a I'm not asking in a judgy way. I'm genuinely curious. Like, what he wasn't the height you wanted. He wasn't the age you wanted. So like a lot of people
I didn't
hear
want
that.
anything. I didn't want a certain age. I didn't want a certain height. I'm just saying he lied.
Yeah.
I'm saying he lies about everything. He lives a lie. I think he had said, I mean, even like, I probably, like, this kind of messed up, but like his teeth and his jaw, like he had the worst underbite, he had the worst mouth, the worst breath, the worst everything. But he told me that he got into a surfing accident the first day I met him, and that's why his entire mouth was messed up. Later finding out that was never a truthful thing.
What was it really? What was the actual?
Born that way.
Oh, just born that way.
Just
okay.
born with horrendous teeth. I mean,
Is anybody else?
The breath is your fault, but
That's fucking disgusting.
yeah, exactly.
Is anybody else at the table born this way? Or wait, what? How did you say it? Born that way?
I don't remember.
There's like
what
a
I said.
disorder that some people will be born with, where like their jaw is super receded. There's like a
Oh,
condition.
yeah. I mean, well, there's like cleft lip or
Yeah,
cleft
I'm talking
palate.
like
there's one that,
bulldog underbite.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean
had a
just
friend
if
that had
anybody else at the table was born
dysgenic.
that way. I don't know. Never mind.
I was born without a jaw. So this is actually
That's a fake jaw.
a fake jaw.
Wait, really? No, I wasn't even talking about Jaws, just like anything, whatever. Okay, cool. We're
born
going to
a
go
con
to,
artist.
remind me how to pronounce your name. It's
Hyacinth?
Hyacinth. Okay, Hyacinth. I noticed on your Instagram there's a tattoo that you have.
Yes.
It's on your leg. It says, well-behaved women rarely make history. Two questions. Are you well-behaved?
I am. I'm a poser.
And then secondly, have you made history?
No, I haven't. So
Well,
I guess
fuck.
I'm doing it all wrong.
Your tattoo is very contradictory.
It was
Like,
my
how do
very
you?
first one, and I really liked Marilyn Monroe. So cliche, Pinterest,
Okay.
one thing led to another.
I wonder if a woman's actually ever in the history quoted that or has like that tattoo and actually made history. Like it's kind of this justification women will use who will never make history to act like either degenerates or assholes.
Grandiose.
I actually think it's totally opposite. Like, just to tilt the term "make history." Across time, it's actually well-behaved women who make societies work, and they actually are the ones who make history.
Yeah. I
What
admit that.
defines well behaved to you?
Just generally submissive to the men.
Who's on board? Oh, go ahead.
Well, you're in the military, like you understand submission, right? Just in the structure.
No,
of the military.
I do. I'm just saying that, like, I'm thinking we're going to talk about this later down the line. That's why I was just like, okay. Like, we'll let you
Okay.
think that for a while.
Wait, what do you mean? Let us
Like,
think.
I'll like, I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, oh, we'll discuss it in a bit. So I'm like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So I'm just like,
So how did you get the all-seeing eye tattoo? What's the purpose of that on your hand?
Do you want to show it to the camera?
Yeah. I was
Illuminati.
dating a guy at the time,
Right here.
and I was doing like henna,
Yeah, you're
and
good.
I didn't have any tattoos, and he was like, "You should
Give
just
us-
get
give
a
us the
tattoo."
knuckles.
Oh, it did not age well.
Oh,
Can I see
Wait,
it?
no, go like this, into this camera, face this camera. Stay. What? Woke.
Woke.
Wait.
Stay
Stay
woke.
woke.
I'm
Stay
not a
woke.
liberal either. I
Oh,
have
that's-
a political stance.
She just be getting tattoos.
Yes,
Okay,
I
stay
did.
woke.
I really did.
Go,
Yeah.
you should go on the other one. It should be go broke. I don't know. Okay.
Stay broke.
Okay. Well, did anybody, to Jimbob's point here, you were saying how women should be submissive, basically? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, it's a larger statement than just the cliche of like, follow me, woman. Society is structured, like Jay was pointing to, the military is structured, and so societies are structured hierarchically, and they're structured patriarchically. Even if you pretend they aren't, they are functionally. And so if you follow an ordered system called a society, you actually are submissive, just definitionally.
By that, like, what when you're saying submissive, do you mean like at a system level? Like, are you talking about like women having
Let's-
rights to land ownership?
Let's
or do you
just say,
mean, like, listening to their
let's just say
husband?
following laws. That's submissive.
But then we probably want men to be submissive too. So that's
Yeah.
not how we would delineate women.
Yeah, men, actually, from a Christian paradigm, women, if a man is not submissive to a higher order, Christianity, God, if he's not within that paradigm, the woman can't really see reflectively why she should be submissive.
Yeah, but when you say women be submissive, I think we're assuming that you mean something separate from men, right? So I don't think like not murdering is what you mean when you say women should be submissive. I'm just trying to detail, like, when you say women be submissive, what's unique for women? Because I'm sure you have things, right?
Unique to women? Well, I would
That
say...
men don't need to do.
Yeah, I would say duties would be like submissive to your duties in a sense, that there's a way the system's ordered. Women have duties and then men have duties. And so men are, because of their duties, because of their biology, because of their nature, they assume these duties are actually informed by their nature, and the women's duties are informed by their nature. It's actually the best way to optimize both natures of the man and women.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get the specifics. Like, when you say a
Raising
woman
children?
should be submissive.
Yeah, I would say for a society, it's better for a society largely for the women to submit to the roles as child bearers and mothers, maybe even in work, to move toward the kinds of work that is aligned with their nature, which they already do, administrative, caretakers, teachers. And so I would say that from a larger view, that's a form of submission. An act of rebellion is arguing basically what feminism ends up being is an argument against reality as it is and saying we got to revolutionize this. And yet the irony is they can't do a revolution because they need men, which goes back to exactly my point descriptively.
Yeah, so one thing I was asking, like, should women be able to own land, like private ownership of land? Is that submissive or not submissive?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't really thought about whether they should own land. My immediate response to that is they can own land, but is anyone else obligated for her to protect the land aside from her?
I'm assuming
From
she'd
intruders?
probably call the police, have like security
Are they obligated
systems.
to show up and protect your land?
If somebody trespasses
No,
you, yeah,
they're not.
obligated to arrest
They're lawfully not in our society.
Police officers don't have to arrest trespassers?
No, that's responding to a violation. They have a duty to respond to violations. They have no duty to protect your property or your body.
Yeah, she could probably get a gun and a dog and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
if she gets a gun and a dog and we wish her the best with that, she can try to do that. I'm just saying, ultimately, for the most part, women are not going to be able to defend their body, their land, their house.
Sure,
and
but you're
their own
fine with
children.
them owning the land.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a big...
So you at least align with first wave feminism. You're like, yeah, they should probably.
No, not really. No, the philosophy is different than a particular.
Sure, but at least
You
with
can't say like
particular policy.
you can't say like you think women should own land, therefore you agree with feminism, right? No.
Well, but you agree with that element of feminism, right?
That wouldn't be feminism
No.
because that existed prior to feminism. I know we had this conversation yesterday. Had a really hard time with it
advocated
yesterday.
for that, right? They wanted women
But
to
the
be able to
things
own land
that,
regardless
like,
of
like
things
women
like
having a
inheritance.
right to life, that existed prior to feminism.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not feminism in ancient cultures.
Right.
Sure, but women
Sure,
couldn't.
but that was contrary to what you argued yesterday.
I can answer if you
so
want
does
to.
that mean that you
If
were
you're
wrong
just gonna
yesterday?
keep interrupting
Does
me, I
that mean
can't
you were wrong
respond to you.
yesterday?
Answer his
Do you want me
question,
to
though.
respond
Does
to
that
you?
mean you were wrong yesterday if you say sure, but?
No. So the
No.
important
Okay.
thing that we delineated yesterday is that women could own land, but it was specifically if they were widows who inherited it through some like patrilineal inheritance. So if her father willed her land, she could own it, or if her husband died, she could own it. But the idea that women
I
could just
never
go
said
out
that.
individually and purchase land didn't really exist until after the suffragette movement, right? That was part of what the suffragettes were advocating
Maybe in
for.
modernity, but again,
Yeah,
I
suffragettes.
reference to you Proverbs 31, which has women also engaging in commerce and even owning their own business. So to own a business, you would also potentially have to own land.
Yeah,
So
the
no,
Jews were
I
a lot
didn't
more matrilineal. They were very much more
You're
okay
confused
with like,
as to
women
what
doing
you don't even know
things.
what matrilineal. I mean, that's the descent in terms of how you determine who your people group is. That has nothing to do with the social organization of the society, which you admitted was patriarchal.
Well, economically,
so that's because you're silly.
economically in Jewish systems, they would often hand down things through the mother as well, right? That was like part of the way to guarantee that the baby was a Jew and that the baby who was inheriting it
like
was
the
a Jew.
Levirate law.
Well,
You
if the
know,
woman
she's been letting you finish. She has. Like, I just was paying attention to that, like,
Okay.
spat right now.
Thank you
I
for
just
being the referee.
appreciate it. So, like in the Jewish thing, part of why the matrilineal thing emerged is because, like I said, if a Jewish woman is raped by a Roman officer, the only way to guarantee that that baby has some Jewish line,
Wrong word.
essayed by a Roman officer, then the only way to guarantee that that line is Jewish is to know that it came out of her birth canal. Whereas for the fathers, a really big issue that lots of men have today is guarantee that the woman who is his partner is actually having his child versus somebody else. This is why, like, oftentimes inheritance was through mothers.
You know what the Levirate law is?
The Levirate law, broadly, but I'm sure there's something specific you want to talk about.
What is it broadly? Since you know Jewish law.
The Levirate law was like the rabbinic law that Jews operated off of. So the Levirate law was like kind of one of the highest laws of inheritance.
It has to do with if I die, my brother marries my wife.
Right, yes, how you have to
yes,
impregnate
right.
the wife. Yep, that's okay.
Does that sound like a matrilineal matriarchal society?
I didn't say that it was a matriarchal society.
Right. So it's patriarchal.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
And in a society where women own land legally, because that's a legal term, right? Is that a matriarchal or a patriarchal?
It can be both, right? The thing that we were talking about, the point that I was making is that if you're for women owning land, regardless of their relationship to men, I can just go out and buy land by myself. I don't need my dad or my husband to say yes.
Is that illegal?
That's a suffragette position.
Hold on a second.
Which is fine for you to decide with. That
Hold on.
doesn't mean you agree with all of
I asked you a
feminism.
question. When you own something, whether it's property, land, a house, an object, is that a legal term?
Yep.
Ownership? And legality assumes what?
Are you going down the enforcement arm? Yeah, it assumes that the authority is being protected by the government that you
In the case that the property is violated, even if the woman's capable of holding a heavy gun and shooting it accurately, it still goes to a system that decides whether she was just in shooting the man, right?
Yeah, men are stronger, if that's where you're wanting to go.
It's not just men are stronger. It's that any argument for legal ownership of property, whether it's a house or land or anything else, assumes an enforcement arm that has to be mostly men.
Sure, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you think women should be able to own private land.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's not a point in favor of feminism because it still relies on a patriarchy.
Well, it is because the suffragettes were the one that asserted it, and that was part of the feminist movement. So they get the point for it because they're the ones that helped it get legalized.
Any instance that you think is a feminist movement forward, do you agree that anything you could list actually requires a patriarchy to uphold?
Sort of in the way that you're now defining patriarchy as like enforcement arm, sure. It's just that's not how anyone engages
I'm just
with
saying
patriarchy.
the patriarchy would be men in power.
Yeah, but you're talking about men in power in the enforcement arm, not the government system. And these are two different things.
What's the government system without power?
Banking.
What's banking without power?
Oh, okay. Do you want to go into the history of banking?
What's banking, the exchange of banking, fair exchange of monetary notes and shit, without an enforcement, a threat of force?
That's true. Threat of force is the fundamental
Can I make
element.
up money? Can I make up any money?
Sure, but this is going back to Donald Trump obviously has more power than like an E5 soldier.
Can I make up any money? Can
guns.
I make up money? Can I just make it up? Is it legal?
I mean, for the government, yeah, kind of.
No, not for the government. Can I, as an individual in a society, just make up money?
No.
Okay. And if I do that, what happens?
You would go to jail.
And how do I go to jail mechanically?
The police will arrest you.
And are they strong men?
Often, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, not all the time. There are very capable female police officers.
They're not as capable, but they're lowering the standards.
I just don't know what this has to do with can women own private property. Like, I understand that for
they can.
you,
We already answered that.
Well, hold on. I understand that for you, like going back to the enforcement arm dialogue tree is like your strongest position. But I'm actually trying to flesh out your ideas about other things because I'm genuinely
I understand,
curious.
but you got to understand when we said, yeah, you can own land, you can own stuff, you can participate in the society, in the economics, right? You said you basically said, so you agree with feminism? No, I'm saying that
position of the
I'm saying that very clearly that any expression of feminism that you present is actually wholly reliant on something that's not feminist.
Sure, that just doesn't
Sure,
invalidate
that's all I needed
the
to hear.
feminist.
Sure.
Yeah, but that doesn't
It's not
invalidate the
feminist.
suffragettes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So are you saying that the suffragettes didn't get women's ability to acquire land?
Men did that for them too.
The suffragettes had nothing to do with it.
No, that's just influence. I'm not denying people have influence on things. Ultimately, what you're asking is the strong person to say it so, right?
So
that's
you
what
agree,
a protest is, right?
That's fair, but you agree with that, at least that suffragette push.
Yeah, it's an
that women
appeal
should own
to
land.
the enforcement arm.
As a strong man, you're okay with women owning land, and you would protect that right.
Yeah, if women own land, if my wife owns some.
Hold on. One sec, guys.
No worries.
Okay. Go to sources, hit the I in StreamYard. Okay, hold on. Continue the conversation.
Yeah, I would say even myself, if my wife owned land, or we co-own land, or she already had land or something like this, what I'm pointing to is that ultimately the ownership of that, we're both gonna rely on an enforcement arm. That's not gonna be feminist.
Yeah, sure, that just has nothing to do with what I was asking you. But I understand, like you want to go back to the enforcement arm. You really like that argument.
But
That's fine.
what's the further logical line that you're asking when you
All
ask
I'm
about
asking
property?
you is if you think women should have the right to own land. That's all I'm
Because you
asking
thought that would back up feminism, right?
Nope, because
You
I'm
did.
genuinely curious if you guys think women should own land.
Do you think that women should be able to open a credit card in their name?
I think that was a bad idea. I think that would have happened in 1970.
Roughly.
Yeah, I think the consequences of that being that women now hold 75% of consumer debt, and I don't think debt is pretty good for people. I don't think it's a thing that they should be okay with. I think people should generally work against debt, whether they're a man or a woman, maybe lower their debt. I think the burden of debt adds to some stress. I think it could actually add to some instability and things like that.
So, and let's say hypothetically, women weren't allowed to get a credit card.
Most of history.
No, for sure. I'm just saying that, well, credit's relatively new, but that's a whole different conversation that we can be having. you're basically saying that, I'm trying to think, sorry. I'm trying to like phrase the words.
It's just debt. How is credit new?
No, it's what if a woman like in her own time, like this isn't like a requirement that it should be so. I'm saying on her own time, she did her research and she got a financial literacy class. You're basically saying, well, you can't have it anyway, even if you're more financially literate than other men or than men, because you're a woman, is basically where you're going at. Because what if she is financially literate? Because you're making a broad statement saying women shouldn't have it because they're not
the
financially
exception should
literate.
make
What
the
if they
rule.
are?
So once again, this is like the third time you've argued that the exceptions should make the rule.
This wouldn't really be an exception.
Well,
this
based
is about
on
like
what
line
statistics-
Her
history,
exception
right?
was a woman who went and studied and
It's
got
not
a
an
degree.
exception, though, right? It's reasonable
Women who
to
study
presume.
economics
She's
better
ask-
than men is an exception.
She's asking the line of credulity.
It's an exception.
She's asking
Her
the-
example is an exception.
It is. Just accept it.
It's
It's an
not an
exception.
exception.
You are.
It's okay. I
You know
can
what an
answer
exception
you.
is?
I do.
Do you know
Do
what it is?
Do you want me to answer
How many
you?
women go and
Jay,
get economics
if you want to talk to me,
degrees?
you have to
How
allow me to
many women
talk.
get-
If you're just going to
There's
interrupt
nobody
me,
up here. You're looking over
I've
here.
already talked
We're
about
over
you.
here.
I know you think this
We're
is
over
a sick
here.
dunk.
Hey, we're over here.
I often look up when I think. That's fine.
Apparently,
So,
right.
do you want me to answer you?
Is that an exception?
It's not an exception.
Why?
Because it's completely normative to assume that multiple women can go and get financial
Most.
literacy.
Well, you know, if you're
most.
wanting her to stare you in the eyes while arguing, why don't you take your shades off?
Because I am so much on drugs right now.
Fair.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's
In fairness, he has eye floaters. I will give him that points. He's got like eye floaters. Although
I
it would
just
be
met
better
you.
if you took them off
Why?
so that
You can stare
there's
into
no
his-
glare,
So you
so that
can
people
stare
know
into
where
the
you're
abyss. You
looking.
wanna look in the abyss?
dazzling
You wanna look in
You've
the
got
abyss?
incredible blue eyes. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Isn't an exception something that's paired up against most?
Yeah, but again, you're,
So
you're
what
at-
do most?
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, but in this
Thank
case,
you.
well, hold on.
Why,
hold on.
why are you making this so complicated?
Because you're being false analogous right now,
What do you-
right?
what's the false analogy?
The false analogy
She's
is to
repeating what I
imply.
said yesterday.
Don't. Well, you used it incorrectly last time.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No.
In fact, it's
Where's the analogy anyway?
the analogy here now is between men and women and a comparison line on financial literacy. And so you're saying, well, most women aren't financially literate.
No,
well,
she
most
said
men
who
are
went and
also.
studied
Hold
it.
on, you gotta
She
let
said
me
better
finish.
than men.
You got to finish. Yep. So most men are also not financially
That has
literate.
nothing to do with her example.
I will get there if you
We
just
don't need you to
breathe.
filibuster
Jay,
the whole
if you
podcast.
If you don't want to listen and just interrupt me, that's fine. But then we can't talk.
It's a dumb, false
You got to let me
analogy.
finish my statement.
You're making the
You
false
got to let me finish
analogy.
my statement, Jay.
Let her
It's
finish
not
the
relevant
false
to the
my
statement.
exception. Yes,
You got to
please.
let him finish my statement.
Yes, sink yourself
Once
again.
you're
Go
done,
ahead.
once you're done, I'll go back.
Hang yourself again.
Okay, so the issue that you're having is that when you're talking about how most women are not financially literate, men are also not mostly
No,
financially
it's-
literate. So
it's
you
not relevant
you
to
need
what she
you need to
said.
create a line of credulity beyond financial literacy that makes women exceptionally incapable of having a credit card that men don't have.
Did you not
if your
hear what she
exceptional
said?
line,
Can
if
you
your
not
line of
hear?
credulity, you got to let me finish.
She said
I'm
a
gonna
woman
keep,
who
I'm
goes.
just going to keep talking until you let me finish. You got to let me finish talking. You got to let me finish talking.
Studies
I'm just going to keep talking over you, and I'm going to pick up exactly where I was until you're done interrupting me. I'm going to keep going until you let me pick up exactly where I was. So the line
you
of
can't filibuster.
This is all you
can
do.
interrupt me
This
the
is
entire
why you're the
time.
worst debater
Last
on the
time I just
internet.
let
Give
you
yourself
keep
like
talking
30
over you.
seconds.
I'm just going to wait until
You
you actually
are
let
the
me finish
female
an
Destiny,
argument.
but you're the crappy version. And
He's one of the
Destiny
greatest
sucks.
debaters on the
No, he's
planet,
not.
so that's totally
the fact
okay
that you
with
think
me.
that
Boy.
shows
Yep,
that you're
I
the
know,
dumbest
I
out
know.
here.
Once you're done, I'm going to go back. So the line of
Destiny's
credulity.
the worst person on the
Are
internet,
you ready?
and you're the
okay,
worst
I'll
version of
just
the
say
worst.
it again until you
so
let
what does that
me.
tell
You
you?
can interrupt me if you want me to talk. Okay, so the line of credulity. Good one.
It's just a machine gun.
The line
diarrhea.
of credulity.
That's all it is.
The line of credulity that you have to establish at some point is why men are exceptional in the case of credit cards that women are not, and the
You
line
didn't even
can't
hear
be
her
financial
example. You're
literacy.
talking to yourself in
Her
your
example
head.
was
You didn't
financial
hear her.
literacy, and there's no
No,
reason
it
that
wasn't.
women
It
cannot
wasn't.
be
No, it
financially
wasn't.
literate.
You
Was
didn't even
financial
hear it.
literacy the
No.
line that
I
you were
do
establishing?
agree with that part, though. Is
Yeah,
that there's
because
no
it helps
reason,
what you said.
No,
Right.
there's no reason a woman can't be financially literate.
That's
So
not
you
what
shouldn't just have a
said.
blanket.
You said a woman who goes and studies beyond what most men
She was
do and
asking for a
study.
line of credulity. So she says,
That's an
okay, if your
exception.
bar of the issue is
Her
financial
exception
literacy,
to the rule.
why can women who become financially literate not apply for a
You're-
credit card? Now
again,
you have
it's
to establish
talking
the
to a
reason why a
child.
woman who is financially literate can't apply for a credit card. Go
I
ahead,
never
Jay.
said that they couldn't.
Oh, so you're fine with
attributing-
women that are financially
you're
literate getting a
attributing
credit
positions
card.
that are not relevant to what she argued.
So are you okay with women who are financially literate getting a
I'm
credit card?
responding to her critique.
I can let her ask you the same
Her
question.
exceptions don't make the rule.
Are you fine with women who are
Her
financially
exceptions
literate?
don't
Are
make
you
the
fine with
rule.
women who are financially literate getting a credit
It's
card?
like talking to a 13-year-old child.
Do you want to answer?
Her exceptions don't
don't make
This
the
isn't
rule.
an exception at all.
Financial
she
literacy
said
is not
a
exceptional.
woman who studies it more than the average man.
She gave
That
you a
was
case
one
study.
example.
That doesn't
That's
mean
an
that it's
exception. Thank you.
That was no.
Thank you.
That was
It's a case.
one
It's a case study to
example.
test
That's
the
an
extent.
example. That's an exception
It's
to the rule.
It's not an exception to the rule. It's a case study to test your logic. That's what she
How
was
is it a
doing.
case study? She just said an example.
Because she was giving one person.
That's not a
who was
case study, you
yes,
idiot.
it is. It's focusing in.
An example is a case study?
Yeah, in this case, it's a focus
Who
in.
did the study? What case?
Nobody here is.
Thank you. So it's not a case study.
No, you're
Thank
just
you.
equivocating now, where you're acting like when I say
You're
case
using
study.
the words that I used yesterday
No.
because you're a gaslighter, and you can't actually
Wow.
debate.
Okay.
You gaslight from everything that I said yesterday.
I know you're really
Do you wanna
mad,
Do you
Jay.
want to list all the fallacies
I'll
so you
just
can
wait.
repeat them?
I'll just wait for you to be done.
Do you want to say Texas sharpshooter fallacy? Because I know you looked it up last night. Do you want to do that one now?
I didn't actually look it up.
You're belaboring something that you should just concede to.
I don't need to concede
She
to
gave
this.
an
This
exception.
isn't an exception to the
You're
rule.
talking over me. She
Sorry,
gave
you're
an
right.
exception. That she listed an exception. It is a very specific exception, right? She described it. Jay responded to the exception.
Not an exception.
It is. How can you not see that? This
Okay,
is so silly.
I can explain to you again. The reason that it's not an exception is that she wasn't saying in this one unique case where this woman is exceptional.
She gave
was
an example of a woman who did
Jay,
it.
Breathe. You have
That's
to. Jay,
an exception.
Jay, you have to let me
idiot.
finish talking, or again, the
But
audience
when
just
you
never
talk,
gets anything.
it is so dumb.
That's fine.
Everyone's IQ literally
That's
starts
fine.
going
In free
down
sp-
points.
Yeah, good one, Jay.
Like we're
It
getting to
doesn't-
the 80 IQ level
again,
every time
once
you
you're
talk.
once you're done, all of your sick debate
My IQ
tactics, I'm
points
going
are
to pick
going
up
to
where I
zero.
was.
Please,
Good.
God, please help me. They're almost zero from you talking.
In fairness, Brian, if you want me to engage with this, I can. We can also move on. But if he's going to interrupt
Okay,
me the entire time, there's
what
nothing that I can
determines
do.
if something's an exception? What's the criteria?
Something that is so like atypical would be like less than like I don't know, like 5%. It has to be something that is.
Oh, you
Less than 5%.
Yeah, it has to be. So
that's
arbitrary.
Hold on.
That's abnormal.
So, for example, a way that you could apply this fallacy correctly, if you want me to talk you through it, is say we're talking about body count, and then we find this one case of a woman that has 100 body count, and it turns out that after she does that, she has a really long, successful marriage and life. And if I use that to prove C, body count doesn't matter. You would say, well, that's a bit of an exception to the rule. That doesn't make that the rule that generally that the higher the body count is, that they're less likely to be
Are you
consistent.
just going to yell the whole time? Are you done? Come on. Good
Jay,
grief.
your friend asked me a question. I need to answer it.
You don't answer. You literally just machine gun vomit out of your mouth for like minutes on end.
And all you do is interrupt
what?
constantly, make loud, annoying
You
noises.
start arguments over the dumbest shit that's not even relevant to the exception.
I'm
You want to
allowed-
argue over words.
I'm allowed
you
to be
spent
here.
2 hours
Was invited
yesterday
to be
arguing
here.
over words.
In fact,
in your own
you-
stupid definition of feminism.
I'm pretty sure you asked me to debate you. So if this is a problem for you, that's fine. But you agreed to these engagements. If you don't want to debate me in the future, you don't have to. But
You don't debate.
asked me.
You don't
You reached
debate.
out to me.
You don't
Then why
debate.
did you reach out in the first place? Why did you ask for Brian to host us?
Why does it matter if I reached out to you?
Because
if you're
clearly,
going to debate, you have an
clearly you wanted
expectation.
to debate me, which means that you've agreed to
Yeah, I
some
thought
level
you might debate.
of engagement. Well,
But you don't.
the
You're the
issue-
exception.
The issue is that, again, if you
When
interrupt
most
me the
people that I
entire
ask,
time,
they debate.
You know,
The
one thing that's
exception.
pretty telling is that she hasn't insulted you at all once, and you've said
What's wrong with
idiot like 4
insults?
times. Well, I'm just saying you're talking.
we
to your-
had insults
No, you're
yesterday.
talking about yourself like you're like this master debater, like a masturbator, so to speak.
Well, that was a clever turn of
That was a
phrase.
good one.
What, can you explain it? What does that mean? I don't get
So
it.
what I'm trying to say is that like you're acting like you're like this exalted like debater in comparison to her, that you're the grown man and she's the child.
That's because it's true.
It's not true. She's over 18.
Really?
So
No,
long
I'm saying that
story
I'm the
short-
master debater.
Jay, you
But
have
you're
to
not.
let other people speak.
Well, she
but you're
said I
not.
wasn't
But
the
then
master
you're
I don't know,
saying,
like-
but then you're calling her an idiot.
Because she
she's not an
objectively is.
idiot. She's
She
not
is.
an idiot.
No,
She,
she
it
is.
doesn't make sense to you.
No. It
makes sense
It doesn't
to me.
make sense.
It makes
well,
sense, I'm sure, to her, but
yesterday,
not to you.
Well, yesterday it makes sense to about 100,000
I'm pretty sure
people,
after
so-
the
I mean,
show-
who cares? She's not talking to them. She's talking to you.
No, we are talking to that many
After the
people
show,
right
Brian
now.
explicitly asked you to do a lot less of this behavior. He explicitly asked you to do this because
Oh
it
my
was
gosh.
taking
Are
away
you
from the quality
tattletelling
of
on me now?
content.
Are you
But
gonna
this is just a
tattletale?
conversation that we
Taking
all
away
had.
from what?
The
It wasn't
quality of the
explicit.
content.
It was like a
Brian.
It was a look. No, here's what I said to Jay. I said, look, tomorrow you're a debater, right? You're a debater. We're bringing on a panel of guests who are not debaters, and I was like, they don't know how. They're not debaters. They're just here to have conversation. And I was letting Jay know, maybe we don't do certain, debate stuff to the
Like
non-debaters
That's
because
interrupting all the time.
Not to you.
But you're the debater.
You're the debater.
You did not make an exceptional rule that they could be just as obnoxious like this with me, but not with everyone else. And you and I both know that, Brian.
You don't think you're obnoxious?
I didn't say that I'm
You're
not obnoxious. I
extremely
said
obnoxious.
you guys are being obnoxious with me.
As the host, as the moderator, I would personally, although I find it a bit amusing, you know, the insults and whatnot, and it'd be nice if you guys didn't insult each other. You know what, Jay? Can you say one nice thing about Kyla? And then Kyla, say one nice thing about Jay, you know, maybe?
We're not acting like this is an equal engagement of problems.
Okay, then Jay, do you want to say something nice?
I also think that you think she's obnoxious because she's not submitting to you.
No, we had a whole debate yesterday.
He was mad because after the debate, we were like having a good
Is that
conversation,
what
and I told him I was disappointed.
Kyla's not submitting to you.
I think he's mad because yesterday after the debate, I told him I
I'm
was
not mad.
you wanna
This is
say
literally
something
how
nice?
You've been like subtweeting and retweeting me all day. I know that you're
Can you tilt
big
your
mad.
mic down a little bit?
You mean
Boosted
yesterday,
Coyote.
one time
think
when I
it's-
said a diarrhea
one
joke?
time.
Leave it up.
No, one
No,
time,
that was
a
funny. That was
diarrhea
before the
joke.
debate.
Right,
I mean,
made
after
a
the debate.
diarrhea joke.
Yeah, that was good. I bantered with you on that. It
I
was
made
after
a
the
joke
debate.
about your relativism. That's it. The other clips are clips. They're not you. Sorry.
Okay.
Boosted Coyote. To mute a microphone is $500 through streamlabs.com/whatever. If you want to mute a microphone, just throwing it out there. All right. Here, while we moved on, and if time permitting, we can come back to the conversation a little bit later. There are, we'll wait to get to the chats here in just a bit. I want to get through some more of the show notes here. Moving on to Hyacinth. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
I said it right. Okay, good. In your show notes, you write, hold on, where is it? Okay. The craziest dating experience you've had with a guy was when you went out with a guy and you offered to pay your own tab, and he was offended by the offer, even when you mentioned you weren't there for his money and you're only there for his time and appreciation, like reciprocity. But he felt that if he paid completely, you owed him part of you. That's your craziest dating experience?
I haven't been out on a lot of dates.
You haven't been out?
I'm a quiet girl. I paint. All of my time is in the house.
Okay, all right. You said that maybe the adverse effects.
There has been times where I've taken men out on full-on dates and spent over $1,000 on them, and they still seem to want to tell me what to do, or I don't know. It could be a little oppressive sometimes, dating. I don't.
What do you mean oppressive?
There's always an expectation that even if you put in your part or a little bit more, then you still have to be submissive to a guy, even if it's a 50-50 relationship.
In a dating relationship?
Yeah.
I think if the woman is paying 100%, she should still be submissive.
I agree.
Even then.
But at the same time, do I owe my body for that?
Oh, could you tilt your mic up just a little bit? We did some adjustments
Do
there.
I owe somebody my body for it?
I don't think you owe your body to anybody, really, but...
Yeah.
So wait, the question is, do you owe...
So even if I do pay 100% and I still want to be submissive, why does it come down to it's sharing, they want to take a piece of me?
Well, I mean, you should only engage in a sexual relationship if you want to engage in it.
That's why I don't have a lot of bodies.
What's that?
That's why I don't have a lot of bodies.
You don't have a lot of bodies.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Well, Brian, I'm just gonna a little bit.
What does that mean?
Just
Okay.
let me hijack it. So for a sec, honestly, any woman that spends maybe $1,000 on a man, basically pays 100% for the date, is not dating a traditional man. No traditional man would ever allow a woman to spend that much on him. So why submit to a traditional man? Traditional men say they want a traditional woman, but refuse to be traditional men. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So I'm saying, why submit to a man who doesn't even seem like he plays by the rules that he set forth?
Oh,
so to
sure.
speak.
I'm bantering a little bit as it comes to the woman should pay 100%, but I mean,
sorry, you're playing devil. I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, I actually probably don't disagree with you necessarily. If a guy is desirous of a traditional dynamic, he should probably take on the traditional expectations on his own end. So
I agree.
Don't totally disagree there. But moving on to the notes here, let's see. You said someone who only sees you as an object. You don't ask this out of spite or malice. You generally would like to know the point of view on the subject. So do you experience that a lot, that men see you as an object?
Every day.
Every day.
My appearance is a completely different outlook on who I am on the inside. I'm a soft girl. I'm a very soft girl.
Soft? What does that mean? What does soft girl mean?
I'm a romantic type. Like, I like run around and I'm like, oh my God, look at the butterflies and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very, yeah.
Do you objectify yourself?
I try not to.
Why
I know
did you
my
look down at
tattoos
your-
give I know, because that's like,
Do you have any plastic surgery?
I do.
What do you have?
I just have this.
Just the
Yeah.
no BBL or anything like
No.
that? And what about like Botox or filler? You have lip filler?
You can see it.
What the lips though? You got lip filler, right?
No, I don't. Actually, I went in to go get lip fillers, and the girl was like, have you done it before? And I was like, no. And she like grabbed
Wait,
my
can you-
lip super hard.
Can you turn your head that way?
I just have good genes.
Wait.
You could touch them if you want.
I don't want to touch them, but wait, just turn your head. You sure you don't have lip filler?
I promise you. Well, that's very nice, though. Thank
Panel,
you.
what's the verdict?
Never asked me that, Brian.
If you have lip filler?
No, I've.
Do you have? Wait, what?
No.
You have perfectly balanced lips for your face.
liar! You're a fucking liar!
Oh, sorry. Okay. Anybody else have any plastic surgery at the table? Oh, what do you have?
I got boobs and lips,
You got?
like titties.
They're fake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Anything?
No. I have Botox.
And fake.
This is just a push-up bra.
Okay.
I swear. They
No,
watch
no
my
plastic surgery.
Watch my videos. They bounce.
I'm serious, no. I'm not lying, I swear. I don't have money like that.
Wait.
I'm a brokey.
People can
I'm
have
an
nice
EMT.
titties without paying for it. I'm done.
But also, I'm an EMT, like with what money?
Your boobs are real?
Yes. I'm a brokey. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Moving forward.
why do you not believe her?
Can you play the Pink Panther
Like, do you think her
theme?
tits are just too good to be real?
You know, the thing is,
It's a compliment at that point.
Well, thank you.
I think you can. I have fake titty radar. I can tell.
But you were surprised by me.
Well, you
So your radar
cover
is
up.
off.
You cover up a little bit, okay?
You bulked up. Remember,
I'm wearing
you said
a
you
plunge
bulked up.
V-neck.
Bulked up? Is
You
that
said
what
you
you meant?
bulked up yesterday.
Wait, when did you get the fake titties?
Like a year ago, before my
it,
bulk.
Was it after your last appearance?
Oh, God.
So you were on in like
It was in June that I got them, like a year ago. It's been
June,
like a
June
full year.
2024?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was after your
It
last
must have been,
appearance.
yeah.
See, so you must I got bamboozled a little bit.
Well, when
because
I'm on
I
birth
got the
control,
old
they're about the same
birth-
size.
birth-
Yeah, I don't take birth control anymore because
Okay.
it fucks with my health, like in every way.
So you're saying your boob size is the same?
It's about the same, which is
Sort
maybe
of.
why you didn't notice the difference.
Yeah. Also, I try to look people in the eyes. I try to
That's
avoid.
true. You're a respectful lad, Brian.
I try not to look at the titties, even if they're gigantic. I'm a gentleman, so.
Appreciate that, Brian.
Really though, they're.
I'm being serious.
And by serious, you mean you're lying?
I'm a certified brokey. I'm an EMT. That's like asking, like, it's like if I was a teacher. Like, teachers are underpaid, is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay. Anyways, any plastic surgery?
No.
All right. Good talk. I don't know how we got there. What were? Objectification.
Yeah.
Who of the women here at the table feel like they are or have been objectified? And the men can also raise their hands.
I
even
think it's
though
good. I don't care.
You're in favor of objectification.
We always objectify.
I've
one
been
another.
objectified.
Yeah, everyone objectifies others
get
all the time.
objectified.
It's just when you remove.
I'm
the
sure
subject.
Jay here
Probably
he gets it all the
He's a
time.
handsome guy. He's got a good head of hair, especially for 40. That's incredible.
You said something nice.
I said something nice about you yesterday. I'm not interested in being like nasty all the time.
Okay. Jimbob, do you get objectified? You're a handsome
I just
fella.
no. I mean, isn't making fun of people objectifying them? Even
Is
like
it?
because people think objectify, they look at it and it's like I want that. Usually, it's always a good thing. But are you being objectified if you make fun of someone's body?
Kind.
Yeah. So yeah, people make fun of me.
Oh,
So
your wife
I thought it was
objectifies
funny.
you.
It was a joke, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good times. Okay. So let me get into the rest of the notes then. We have, I think that's it for, it's Hyacinth? Okay, just want to make sure I got it right. Okay. Let's get to Kelly Vargas. Kelly here. Kelly, You have your pronouns in your bio. You go, you're a she, her.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
Okay. You're at a music festival at the Rose Bowl with this new guy you were seeing in Los Angeles. He was a total blast, great energy, and you were definitely feeling it. On something fun. Can take that. Oh, okay. You guys were dancing fully in the moment, and suddenly you hear a name. You turn around, and no joke, it's your ex from New York, who you hadn't seen in years. He walks up and stands right next to your current date, and they looked very similar, like it was actually trippy. Apparently, I really do have a type. What's your type?
That's a great question. I would say usually tall, tan, Italian looking, physical,
okay.
and then personality wise, like a hot mess.
Italian. Wait, personality hot mess,
Yeah.
but Italian looking.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jimbob's Italian. Is he? But
I'm
he's
a hot
married.
mess.
He's
Am I a
married.
hot mess?
Is he your type? If he was single.
Respectfully, no.
I'm sorry, Jimbob. I'm sorry. Okay. So Italian and just a fucked up personality or a mess.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. So what does that mean? Like
Thank
you date like criminals or what do we?
No. I don't think that far. I think more of like they just are very type B, similar to how I am.
Okay.
Disorganized. Maybe they make like awful decisions, but not like to the point of like criminal. Like no.
I see. Okay, cool. You said the other time you were in Costa Rica, excuse me. You solo traveled there for New Year's Eve. You matched with a local surfer on Tinder. Was it this her ex-boyfriend? I don't know.
That could have been really,
been.
really, really possible. He cheated on me in Costa Rica.
And he claimed to be a surfer, right? So it turned into a movie, you say. You guys swam, partied, you rode his motorcycle through the jungle roads, and you basically fell into a 3-day whirlwind romance, pure passion, no plans, and 0 regrets.
Did you have a giant underbite?
No.
I was genuinely thinking it
wouldn't be
could be
into
It
that.
could have been him. It might have been him, yeah. And so, okay, that was your Costa Rica thing. That's cool. Was there any like specific thing with him that you wanted to share on, or just
No,
that
I
it was
just think it was it kind
amazing?
of alludes to the idea of like I don't really am so pressured with society, like in the idea of like having to have a long-term relationship, feel like I have to submit to a man constantly. Like I kind of just go with the flow. I'm very free-spirited. If I like somebody, I like them. If I don't, I don't. Same with them. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's kind of weird if you're not like in a long-term relationship and you're just like in like, you know, little flings here and there. But I think that's the fun part of being like living, is just to be in the moment. And if it comes with a fling, why not?
And do you travel a lot?
Yeah, I do.
And when you travel, do you find yourself in these temporary romances or whatever?
I don't look for it like per se, like that's my top priority, but if it happens, it happens.
Okay, got it. You wanted to talk about baby mama and baby daddy culture, but you don't have kids, right?
No, I do not.
Okay.
No.
Do you? What specifically did you want to talk about? On
I
that?
just feel like, personally, in my opinion, it's really shoved down in the pop culture. Like it's very normalized to have a child without being in marriage. So I would say like I am more traditional in the sense of like I think if you're gonna raise a family, I would want you to be, or myself to be in a committed marriage. Like why would I want to have children with just anybody and not be in a marriage? That I definitely feel like I'm more traditional, I would say. And I guess also that comes to the idea of like I'm very liberal. Like I said, I'm like free spirited, but there are certain aspects to myself that I do think in traditionalism is important.
Wait, just some points of clarification here. You just said you're liberal?
I would say like there's a lot of liberal ideas that I have, but I definitely lean more towards the middle left.
Okay, middle left. But you said, and in your notes here, you also wrote you're very old school and traditional.
When it comes to that.
Comes to
Baby mama.
Dating?
Just having children outside of marriage. I don't understand.
Oh, okay. Just having kids out of marriage. When it comes to you, and this is what you wrote, you said you're very old school and traditional. Can you be, I guess, specific and give detail? How are you old school and traditional?
When it comes to marriage, I think if you want to be married, like that's, to me, marriage is traditional. Like you want to have children, you want to build a family. To me, that just seems reasonable. That seems like the best way to raise a family. To have children outside of a marriage, I think it's like so shoved down our pop culture ideas that like we should have. Women should be able to do whatever they want. They can have kids outside of marriage. It's fine. I don't think that, to me personally, that's just not really in my vocabulary.
So that's your view when it comes to having children outside of marriage, your desire. I assume you want to get married?
Yes, but that's not my priority.
What's your priority?
My career.
Okay, gotcha. And remind me, you're 28?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
How could you expect the traditional element if you're not preparing yourself to be in that situation?
I don't think I'm ready to be a mother or a wife quite yet. I haven't found the right person, and the last thing I would want to do is get into an awful, unrealistic marriage that leads to divorce and to have children just because I felt pressured to have children.
But if you're not preparing yourself for that type of a lifestyle, do you think that you'll just suddenly turn traditional when you're ready to get married?
No, I think there's a lot of healing that I need to do within myself. I would want to raise a great family. I want to have kids, like maybe in the future, but I don't, in a good mindset and a healthy lifestyle. And I am still traditional. I'm not just talking about myself. I think women should and men should be in committed relationships to have children, not just talking about myself. I'm just talking about in general.
When you said, I haven't found the right person, doesn't that imply that the right person is already traditional?
I wouldn't say so. I'm sorry, can you clarify
So
that?
you're like, I don't want to get married yet. I don't think I found the right person. Just that part of it. Wouldn't the right person assume that he's already traditional and wants to have kids?
I hope so. I would also love if they didn't feel pressured to have a family. And maybe if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It shouldn't be like a pressure of like, I want kids and you need to provide me kids. But if it happens, that's an amazing life.
The reason I ask that is because, like, I don't understand this. Like, women, they want to find the right guy, right? Like a high value man, they call it, fits all these criterias. When you find that man, why are you what do you do with that man, right? If your current view of dating is simply just to like have fun, it's like I always ask these people, same thing, it goes back on the men too. They want to find the right woman, and I always ask why. Then what do you do? Because the only answer to me that makes any sense is to marry and potentially have a family, to build something. So I'm wondering what all of this dating is, if ultimately both the men and the women are looking for the right man, right? But for what? Or the man is looking for the right woman. For what? Like, if it's not for marriage, I'm not sure. What is it, like a temporary like chapter in life, you know?
I think people come and go in your life. In my honest opinion, I'm very spiritual. I think people don't just come to your life for no reason. There's always something that they provide for you. So even if they're not in a marriage or end up in a long-term relationship, I learned something from them. I'm not always out here like, he's the one. Is he gonna be the one? No, I mean, if it is, that's great. I take a lot of accountability that I am a hot mess myself when it comes to dating, which is why I don't attract the best kind of individuals when I date, but
that's what I like to, back to what Jay said, and this is pretty much for everyone, is that if in the future you see, especially as a women, because you guys have a time constraint, if you see in the future that you'll probably want to be married, you actually have to start that traditional practice of being that woman before you actually find the husband. That's why I asked, wouldn't the future husband already have the mindset of being traditional, like finding you and be like, cool, let's do this? But if you're not already living that, that's why Jay asked, what do you suddenly wake up when you find the right man and suddenly you're traditional? Like,
no, I can see what you're saying.
What I mean?
No, definitely having direction. I see what you're saying. I think, yes, the person that I would want to end up should be looking for marriage. I just don't like being pressured into things. So if I'm in a first date and he's like, I want to get married, that'd freak me out. I'd be like, I don't even know who you are. This is a first date. I would rather talk about this later on in life.
I think we're not saying you should rush into marriage, but rather that when you're married, it's a different lifestyle, and it doesn't change when you're married. Like, you have to be prepared for marriage.
Yeah.
So you have to begin preparing before, not that you have to rush into marriage, is what I'm saying. So in other words, you need to give up the liberal centrism if you want a traditional guy. No traditional guy wants a liberal girl. Because let me give you an example. I had a friend who dated a liberal girl back when we were in our 20s, and he wanted to marry her. I said it's not a good idea. He got her pregnant. She aborted the baby and then took off. And I think because he saw that because she had this attitude of not being traditional, that she was not going to make a good wife. She ran off, did not what he wanted, right? So if you want to, like, what you put out is what you attract, is what I'm trying to say.
Can you be more specific in like the liberal definition?
Well, I mean,
for
you describe yourself as a left of center, I think is what you said, something like that. Yeah. But I mean, like, if I'm a guy and I'm out there and let's say for the sake of argument, I'm a high value male, maybe I'm not, but let's say that if I am, like, if I was a traditional minded guy and I wanted a wife, like, I'm going to be looking for the qualities already there, not like, can I make her into a traditional woman when we get married? I'm going to look for the qualities already being there.
Isn't that a lot of pressure for someone, though? Don't you think, like, everyone's in their own journey in creating the best version of themselves? Not everyone's going to be perfect and ready for anything in life.
What do you mean by traditional man? Like, when you describe a traditional man, what are you looking for? Because you got to make sure that the net, like, I think what they're saying is, if you want to attract a certain type of fish, you got to use the right type of lure, right? And so when you say, what's the fish you're trying to attract?
Somebody, for me, there's traditionalism, but also open-mindedness, like being able to, marriage is great, that's traditional, yes, but being able to also have different ideas of pathways in life and not being so, so single-minded and thinking like this is the only path in life, like this.
Well, hold on. That's like traditional pluralism, though. So, like, is there any tradition you can point to that has survived the test of time that didn't hold to a fairly narrow approach to what it is? Sounds like you're saying traditionalism kind of looks a certain way, like the structure looks a certain way, but ultimately, what's the tradition that's being carried through? Or is there any structure of the family, or does it just look like a family on TV? You know what I mean? Like, a tradition itself, in every sense of the word, comes from a long lineage of people that hold it together and keep it, safeguard it, protect it, keep it rigorous. So it sounds like what Kyla's asking is like, well, what is that? It sounds like it's like an image of it, but it's not the practice of it.
Do you want him to be the breadwinner? Do you want him to make more income than you?
I think that's a great question. I think if they are the breadwinner, that's great. They don't have to be. Like, I would love to make my own income as well.
Should he pay for dates? Should he be the one paying for dates?
Hopefully, yes. But
would it be an ick? Be honest. Would it be an ick if he didn't?
I would say yes.
Okay, so you want a guy who's paying for the date. You're open to economically being on the same level. So if you were dating somebody for a while and he was making like $30K less a year than you for a while, would that be okay with you? Like, is that, say he's going to school, is that okay with you if you're the one making the money at the time and he's going to school?
I don't think currently where I'm at right now that it's not a priority, but I think it would definitely be something that would make me want not to be with them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So like you're kind of wanting some traditional gender roles, like he's being at least the breadwinner mostly throughout the relationship, or at least on parity. You want him to pay for that and stuff like that. Okay. Gotcha. I just wanted to understand what you were saying.
What if he fits all of the checks for traditionalism that you are looking for, and the only thing he's looking for is you, in addition to your, compatibility, but the most important thing on his list is that you mother his children. That's the only thing in return he's expecting. Is the expectation that Kyla just asked of you, like you have an expectation, right?
Okay.
But if his expectation is that an equal exchange?
I don't think so. Having a kid is so like life altering to your body, physical, mental, to a woman. That just seems to me, in like the most simplest terms, I'm giving away my life, to be honest. So a lot of the times it has to be the right person, and it has to be like when I feel like it's right. And right now I don't.
The question wasn't like when it. Of course, there's a when. Sometimes you don't know when.
Okay.
Sometimes you think it's not the right time, and it actually is.
Okay.
But I'm pointing to more like if you have a set of standards for the man.
Okay.
And let's say it is, from every perspective looking at it, he matches all of the criteria. Yeah. His criteria for you is to mother the child. I'm wondering, how do you know when you're at an equal exchange? Because now you just said, well, I want the man to be traditional. I want him to pay for things. I want him to lead the way. I want him to lead the family, protect me, whatever else you add in there. But it sounds like one of the most important things for that traditional man is going to be the thing that you're actually like, whoa.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's not a equal exchange, because what is it thereafter ultimately, aside from that?
You don't think it's fair to say to have a child is like not I wouldn't compare it to me saying like provide for a date to be able to pay a bill. Like, I don't think that's the same as having a
Oh, no, I agree. I'm not talking about the single instance. We're looking at sort of obligation from his perspective. That's the kind of man he is. So that'll follow through with protecting you, providing the home, making the home, like protecting the home, everything. Fulfill. It sounds like your liberalism still kicking in, and you're like, well, I want to fly to Tahiti, right? And you're going to live your life, and that's why Jay was asking, well, what is it you're grabbing from the traditional bin, from the man, and what are you providing from the traditional bin from his perspective? If it's not children, what is it? I mean, what else could it be? Like,
Are you wanting to homemake a lot for him? Like, when you say providing children, do you just mean you don't want to give up your career for children?
Yeah, I feel like having kids, like, it's selfish to not center your life around them. Like, that's a huge life decision. And right now, I have so much on my plate, career, financial, just everything, that I don't think it would be fair to have a kid right now, or probably in a while.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think one of the things that I think when I look at relationships, there's like these different categories and boxes of percentages that we give, right? So there's like domestic, there's income, there's emotional, and then there's also like child rearing, parenting, right? And so like in my mind, these things don't have to be 50% the whole way across, right? But they need to be exchangeable in a way where both partners look at them. So say, for example, if the husband is expected to give like 70% of the income and you work like part-time or 3/4 of the time, I'm not sure what your workload is, or maybe you give 60% of the income. That means other areas have to flex to kind of accommodate that, right? And so I think the important question that men have to ask when they're going into a relationship is going like, well, what am I offering, and what are the type of women that I'm interested in looking for? And as a woman, you have to go, well, what am I willing to offer? And which men are interested in looking for those things, right? Because I would agree most like more conservative, super trad men, they're not as interested in like the woman's income. Most trad men are pretty open to being like 60 to 70% of the income. But what they look for in exchange would be like higher domestic labor. So like they do the income labor, the woman does maybe higher domestic labor. If she's still working, it has to be back and forth.
I don't even think liberal men care about women's income.
Well, I would just disagree in the economy. Like the reality is very few men can provide for a family on one economy. Some men are like super blessed.
What
but
I'm
most
saying
are
is
not.
though, I understand the arguments of like, okay, economically speaking, you need a 2-income household. That's just the economic reality for most couples. What I'm saying is that men, it's not going to make men more attracted to women. They'll do it out of economic necessity, but not like, oh, she's a high earner, I'm more attracted to her.
I agree.
It could be like a nice positive, for example, for a liberal guy, but I don't even think liberal men are going to be like, oh, she's more attractive because she's a high earner.
I agree. What I'm talking about is once you're in the relationship, these exchanges are going on. I think it's a disservice. So what happens when I listen to feminists and like man spheres fight with each other is women really ignore the income labor that men often do. They're just kind of like, it's like a self-assumed thing that men are bringing to the table. And then men will often ignore as well the economic labor that women are bringing in. And which is why I've listed multiple facets, because I agree, men aren't like looking at women who are making like $100,000 and being like, ooh, baby, right? They're being like, damn, she's hot. Right? And like she makes me feel good when I'm with her. That's more or less what most people are doing. But once you get into the relationship, part of the exchange, if we're all being honest with each other, has to be like, who's bringing the income, where and how much, and how do we balance out the other areas? And most people say the man should be bringing in higher income. And typically one of the partners is also doing higher emotional labor to like make the relationship work. So then the domestic.
What is emotional labor?
It depends on the couple,
What
right?
is that?
So say, for example, you've got one partner that comes in with like a lot of emotional baggage.
Sure.
So I'm going to use a man I'll use a woman for an example first, because I think people would find them more appealing, and then I can use a man. For a woman, maybe she like had a messy childhood. So she's a little bit anxious. She's more depressed. So she needs to be comforted more often. She
Or you
needs to
could
be
just not
encouraged.
date her. That's also not.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking. We're talking about like what would
That's
be
fair.
the emotional
I'm just
labor.
being
In the
annoying.
case
Okay,
of
go ahead.
a man having lots of baggage, he might have lots of anger issues.
Yeah.
He might kind of stonewall and not communicate, right? So then the woman might have higher emotional labor to make the relationship work, because you have to be able to talk to each other and emotionally relate to one another.
Jay, it sounds like you maybe wanted
Do
to
you
comment
do
on
the
some
emotional
stuff.
baggage in y'all's relationship? I'm just curious. Like,
Like,
are
are
you
you
the one
asking-
that covers the emotional baggage?
I would say my husband is much more emotionally like solid than I am. I definitely like have a lot more baggage from my childhood.
I'm curious. I want to ask, if you don't mind, like, would you rather be in a situation where if you had an option of a dude who you liked and he made a lot of money, would you choose that if you had to be a homemaker versus your own career and out there like having to do your own thing and all that? Which would you prefer?
Naturally, I am very submissive, and I already do those things for fun. I like have fun cleaning and cooking, so it's something that but I don't look traditional, so it's.
But if you had a choice, which one would you prefer?
I would go with letting the man lead me and with the money, you know,
Right.
and I would take on the responsibility of cleaning and cooking for the home and having the baby.
So that would be a better life for you than like
Yeah.
trying to fend for yourself
I
in
have to
LA.
admit it.
Okay. What
Yeah.
about you? Would you prefer that or not?
What, being like barefoot and pregnant and taken care of?
If the option of a guy who has a lot of money that you like, you genuinely are like, he's not a butthole, right? Or like you're a career woman doing your own thing and you have like a person that meets you halfway, which would you prefer?
Can I just use my relationship? Because that's obviously who I picked. When I got into the relationship, my husband hadn't graduated high school, didn't have a job. I was already high income earning and had the greatest income prospects. But for me, I learned pretty early to really deprioritize like surface stuff. I really wanted a man of character. Like that was the most important thing to me, is a man of high integrity and character, which I would say I got. Like Nick's genuinely amazing person. So for me, but I'm not saying that that's the typical woman experience. Like I recognize that I was very career motivated. And so in my mind, I did a mental calculus of going, that means I need to scale back the money expectations, because he's got to make a lot of trade-offs that aren't traditional for me. So I can't ask for the same traditional exchange. I did that when I was like 22. I just made that mental swap. But most women probably don't want to do that.
I
which is
wanted to ask, go back to you for a second.
Yeah.
You lean more traditional, more submissive, but your appearances might throw people off. So when it is when you are searching for a man, what else are you going to have to do you think to attract? Because you might attract not that, right? I mean, is it
Yeah.
fair to say you might attract not that?
Yes, it is fair to say that, but when I date, I kind of go off of the first approach, like how they treat me, and I don't really have a specific thing that I look for. I mean, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
It was like you lean more into traditionalism, submissive, so that it might be the case that the man you're actually looking for is actually traditional, but if your appearance
I have
can
standards.
throw people off, I was wondering, what do you do to find the traditional if the appearance might throw them off?
But I don't necessarily look for what a man can offer me. It's compatibility, like how does he make me feel? If he has all of that stuff, that's great, that's fine. But if it's a struggle together, that's what we have to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What would you choose?
Oh, like the barefoot and pregnant or
Well, it's not just barefoot and pregnant. It's
Yeah.
also the guy that you like who has stable income, good money, right? Versus like you're on your own trying to fend for yourself, and then you find a guy that meets you halfway or something like that.
Yeah, no, like 100%. I would rather be at home taking care of kids, doing my thing there. I do not want to work at all. That's not my thing.
What about you?
No, I like working for myself.
Okay.
I'd like us to have like both our separate careers, honestly. I don't know. I love my career so much, I would never give it up. So
Okay. Wait, you never give up your career? Question, but so going back to this, you said you're old school, you're traditional. Would you be submissive to your husband?
What's submission to you?
Bowing. Oh, by the way, Brian, sorry to interrupt. When I went home last week, my entire family bowed to me when I walked in the door.
Even the wife?
Everybody. Yeah.
Did you like it? Or?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, see, it's good. Basically,
I think that's a joke, right?
No, it's an actual. Yeah, they did it. Well, it's like a meme. They did it as a meme, but it was just funny.
Mormons have an oath of perfect obedience. So
I'm just curious though, because I know it's different for everyone. Submission, you know.
Yeah, willful cooperation.
I was making a Mormon.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, basically just deferring to his leadership, willful cooperation. So yeah, deferring to his leadership. Now, for example, like I don't think submission is this. Your husband says jump off a bridge, and then you jump off a bridge. You would not be in contravention of being submissive if you're like, no, I'm not going to jump off a bridge. Or if your husband said, okay, sell these drugs or be a prostitute.
I would never be around someone like that.
What's that?
I would never be around someone like that. So.
But let me ask you this. Your husband says, well, let's say it's your boyfriend. Your boyfriend says, when we get married, you're taking my last name. Well, first off, let me ask, would you take your husband's last name?
No.
What about?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So you wouldn't take his last name?
No.
Just to be clear, you want to get married though, right?
Eventually, yes.
Question for you. If it's the perfect guy, he's the perfect guy. Most of us won't get the perfect partner ever. Would you take his last name then?
I still think that's a no.
So, question for you: would you hyphenate? Are you going to hyphenate, or are you going to keep your last name?
I'd be open to it. That sounds like a compromise.
What if he's a billionaire?
No.
But he can help your career.
What if bro? Would you take? You wouldn't take any man's name?
I just said I would be open to hyphenating.
Can I ask you?
What about your father's last name?
Well, that was by.
Let me ask you a question on a couple questions on this. So you said you're old school and traditional.
In certain aspects, not all.
Okay, so you're picking and choosing. It's like it's a buffet. You get to pick and choose. Oh, I like this. Don't like that. Well, okay, there's some criticisms there, but so okay, you're picking and choosing. So, what do you consider traditional or modern? Hyphenation, or like how do you categorize these? Hyphenation,
yeah, that definitely.
Or what's traditional?
That would be definitely like if I was to not take his last name, that's not traditional. I can agree with that.
Okay, cool. How about this? I'm trying to think of another example here.
Would it be icky if he demanded to take your last name? He just demanded it.
I would say yeah, because that's just why do I have to do something out of demanding? Like
quite a couple questions for you. Do you want guys to pay for? I might have been gone when you guys talked about this. You want a guy to pay for first dates?
They don't have to, but if they do, that's a great look.
It's a plus. Do you want a guy who's a protector?
Yeah.
You want a guy who's a provider?
Yes, if you can.
You want a guy who's a leader?
Yes.
Okay. When it comes to the protection component, would you have an expectation, even on the first date or deeper into the relationship, that if you guys are walking along the sidewalk, that the guy is walking closer to the road where the cars are?
That's being a protector.
Protector. And would you expect this on the first date?
I would notice if he doesn't. So
okay,
yes.
But it would be something you'd want in a relationship.
Yeah, of course.
And then you'd want him to protect you in other circumstances.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, you want old school. Do you want the guy to be old school and traditional in all the ways that men are typically old school and traditional?
I guess so.
Well, in the way that benefits
total double
her.
standard.
In the ways that benefits her. Right. And so just to be clear though, so you want a guy to essentially be willing to die for you, but you won't take his last name?
I think die for me, that's like, I never said that.
But
I
isn't
said
that
he's protecting you?
Isn't that the even the walking closer to where the cars are in the road? Isn't that an entailment of that very thing? Is he's willing to essentially put his life at risk to the point of death to protect you?
That's a valid question. I see your point of view, but I think at the end of the day, I would want to be with someone who would, if I said no to them and then I explained why, they would be understanding.
So you want to have the conversation. Like you want to have a conversation with the guy.
Yeah.
You want to explain to him why, despite him being traditional and old school, why he needs to accept your modernity.
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
cool. So what if he wants to start having conversations with you about his traditional gender expectations? For example, babe, I want to have a conversation about who's going to pay. And
Yes.
it sounds like you're okay with that one. So, but he wants to have a conversation of, I'd actually prefer if you walked closer to the road. So that you could conceivably get run over by a car.
Because he's modern.
He's a modern guy.
I would not.
You wouldn't like
No.
that. Okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay. And,
So you want an Italian hot mess that doesn't want you to take his last name, but is traditional in all the ways that you want.
okay. So what does the traditional old school guy get?
What do you mean get?
Well, so if we're going to lay out some of the
You
things
get access
that,
to a pop star.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there
Rising,
you go.
right?
Pop star.
Access to a rising pop star is what
So if we lay out the things that you want, so you want a old school traditional guy, so the entailment there is going to be protecting and providing you. I think being willing to and potentially dying for somebody, that
what
seems
do they
like a
get in
pretty...
return, is what you're saying?
What's
like,
that?
What do they get in return?
Yeah, what do they get that specifically you would be bringing?
Okay. I provide, I guess, the term submission. Like, I do love to be feminine. I do love to take care of people.
Okay, nurturing, sure.
Yeah, nurturing. I would say I love to cook. I'm a cooker. So,
Cooking,
yeah, I would
cleaning.
provide that. Being able to
So if
organize.
he told you to make a sandwich, you would do it?
Oh, that's so rude. Like in a rude way. Like, you
No,
know?
it was the most polite, charitable way one
So I
could
feel like
say,
people,
make a sandwich.
men who are like against feminism would always say like,
Are
go
you-
make me
are you
a
a
sandwich in the
feminist?
kitchen. Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And,
I would cook for the man, but if he's like immediately going into the relationship expecting me to cook for him,
Yeah, he
and
expected
being
it.
like, well, you have to build trust. You can't just come into a relationship.
Wait. Build trust. On the first date, he's supposed to risk his life walking you on the sidewalk.
He doesn't have to risk his life. It's nice if he would.
It's nice if you made a sandwich.
nice if you die.
Well, if he's saying to me, "Hey, go in the kitchen and make me a sandwich," that's like rude. I feel like that's what men
Okay,
say.
what if he was like,
I think it's rude that he has to ask.
I
What-
mean, in
Why?
this exchange, right, like it would be rude if she said, walk on the sidewalk side for me, right? Like everyone would agree, like, damn, that's like fucking bitchy, right? I think we would all agree that would be like a pretty bitch
Right,
move.
well-
It'd also be really socially weird on a first date.
I don't
to be
know,
like,
actually.
Go make me a sandwich.
Actually-
I'd be like, you have no social skills. I don't know about this
I
one,
actually
Chief.
disagree with that. I think if a man was like not aware of it and the woman was like, "What are you doing? Like, protect me." Like, I think a man would actually be responsive to that.
Yeah, maybe, but in general, I think
mean-
men are a lot better at rolling with like criticism than women often
yeah,
are.
I'll engage with that. So, I mean, okay, so you're saying the guy should just do it. Okay, so the woman should
I don't,
just make
to
the
be clear.
sandwich.
Just to be clear, I don't give a
We
fuck.
shouldn't have
about
to
men
tell her
walking
to
on
make the
side.
sandwich. She should just preemptively know to make the sandwich.
Well, here's where I would argue with the feminists.
She's nodding.
Here's where I'd argue with the feminist
You're in
side.
favor of the sandwich making.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I would say if you have certain like traditional chivalrous expectations that would be an immediate ick if like not foreseen, and you don't give any grace in between,
Mm-hmm.
but you expect high levels of grace in return, you're creating a very losing situation for all men, which is shitty to do. It's a shitty thing to do. However, if you have mutual grace and discuss these things, so for example, there's lots of things that my husband will ask me to do all the time, and I'm happy to do it, right? He might just be like sitting down watching TV and be like, hey, can you go get me a drink? Yeah, of course I can, right?
Mm-hmm.
But part of the exchange is that when he's up, I can also ask him to do the same. But that's something that we've also
Did
spoken
you take
about.
his last name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to point out that even the way in which we're discussing this is in a very particular way. It's purely individualistic. Whereas if we're really talking about tradition, it used to be the case that women and men were actually raised that this is just what you do. So you actually just do this sandwich making, and you actually want to do it, right? Because it's part of a larger structure that's more valuable than your own individual preferences. Even as we discuss this, it's like, well, what's the contract? I think the important thing is to sit down and make a contract. And this is all modernity playing out. When we're talking about traditionalism, it's kind of a joke to ask anyone, no offense, but asking you about traditionalism, you're just like, you're taking it like it's like you're at a salad bar and you're like, here's some cucumbers. And what the traditional perspective is that the tradition is the entire room. It's not the salad. It's not the salad bar. And you're
But the
able to
room's
pick.
changed. I think the issue that we have with modernity dating is that the room is changed, right? The problem with the banquet table is that now for the man to even be able to go to the table, this is going to break down immediately. I'll just say this. In the past, men could just work and make enough money for both of them and run the household. for most
But then
men,
feminism happened.
Well,
And then all the women went into the work and then lowered the dollar.
War happened, and but if we didn't have women go into the workplace, our GDP would have never competed,
poor
and if we didn't
GDP.
shift
It's
away
only
from the
thing that
gold
matters.
backing,
It's the
we
Only
would
thing
have.
that matters, the GDP.
The GDP is so fundamental for everything when it comes to a nation state, because if you don't have a competitive GDP,
And you
your
have
enemies
no-
are able to stomp you.
What is your
That's super
nation if
important.
it's not bound in something bigger than the GDP?
But it's usually bound in some level of civic nationality, which is going to be the bigger thing. But
You mean duties?
no, more like patriotism, love for country, not duties.
Yeah, but what's the identity of the country? GDP up?
No, it's American.
Why don't we swap
I'm an American.
Why don't we swap the flag with GDP up? With the thumbs up
I know
sign.
that you think this is good because it's one of your memes, but it's nobody thinks this. GDP is important, if you don't understand, for being able to be competitive with your enemies so that they don't destroy you. When it comes to a relationship and what we're talking about, we have this issue where the economy is so different now that men can't bring to the table sole providership by and large. Some can, and those ones I think do get to make different concessions and negotiations on the relationship. But by and large, men have to say, I need you to come to the table for economic income too. And that necessarily means that women get to have more negotiation power for what the relationship looks like and what they want in return. And the problem with a lot of modern men in dating is that all they feel like they can bring is money, because unfortunately our society has attached a male's value to their dollar, their wallet, which I think is a tragedy. And I think it's bad when women do that to men, and I think it's bad when
That's not
men do
new.
that
But
to
you
men.
just said the GDP is the key thing.
Yeah, GDP is really important, but that doesn't mean that
But then it's a
value-
tragedy that men's wallet matters.
It's a
so much in
contradiction.
relationship.
It's not a contradiction at all to say that
It's
at
just
a
that your
nation
view's not
state
very
level,
thought out
GDP
is
is
the problem.
important to be competitive and not get destroyed by your enemies. But at an individual
Why is
level,
it sad?
it's a tragedy.
Why is it a tragedy
that
at the
men's
individual?
only value in a relationship is the dollars that they
Look, let me
bring.
make it clear.
But it should be more value the character that they have.
It's your value
Kyla.
scale is arbitrary. Is the
It's
point.
not arbitrary.
It's also
is.
it's
not
worse.
arbitrary.
It's actually pretty bad. Is that at the individual level it's a tragedy, but at the nation level it's the ultimate value.
Yes.
It's
Your
not the
scale is
ultimate
arbitrary.
value.
You just
and when
said-
you argued it
No.
with me, you said it was subjective and relative, and what you believe is right. And
Relative
arbitrary.
doesn't mean arbitrary. These are not the same thing.
It
These are
me-
not the same
If you
words.
argue that it's
can
relative
be
and then you
coherently
make an
attached to.
argument, it's arbitrary.
That's not true at all.
It is.
You're,
it is.
No.
You don't know basic philosophy.
Okay,
this
we can
was
go
our
back
2-hour
to this.
debate.
Presuppositionalism is
That has nothing to do
okay,
with
if you
whether
wanna go back there,
relativism is a
we can answer the
contradiction.
question
It has nothing
before.
to do
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
I'm so tired.
You don't understand the
Presuppositionalism
topics.
doesn't solve
You
Agrippa's
don't know
dilemma
anything
any
about
better
these
than
topics.
foundationalism.
You've never had a philosophy class to even speak on these topics.
I know you're saying this.
No, but you
at this
demonstrated
point,
that you
after
can't.
watching your debate, I don't think you have a degree in philosophy,
You
because
don't
you would
debate.
know that
Relativism
presuppositionalism
is
does not solve
subjectivism.
Agrippa's dilemma.
That's
it relies on
irrelevant to
dogmatism.
my position.
Unfortunately,
You don't
you offered
understand the terms that you
coherentism as
use.
the solution to Agrippa's trilemma,
Right,
but you
which is-
know, or you're not educated in it, you know that Agrippa's trilemma is not solved by presuppositionalism. It's not solved by anything.
It is solved.
It is not.
because it's a
Coherentism
specific
does not solve
system.
dogmatism.
You don't even know. You didn't know what coherentism
You
was
don't-
until yesterday. You just
That's
learned
fine.
it yesterday.
I don't have to know every single philosophical
If you're
word
gonna
to
come
be
to
able
a
to
debate,
engage.
yeah, you should know
then
it
you
the day
should probably
before,
know what
right?
equivocating means when you
Which
cited
you
it
didn't,
incorrectly.
because you used feminism two different
You
ways?
cited it incorrectly. You said that it's
No,
making two
it's-
things the same.
no, it's
when
not.
you use the
It's
same
using the
word,
word
in a
in
different
different
way.
ways.
Then why did you cite it incorrectly
I
against
clipped
me?
you lying,
used
dummy,
tu quo
yesterday.
pro
I
to
clipped
try
you
to claim
lying
something against
yesterday.
me, but it's an ad hominem from hypocrisy,
I
which you
clipped
cited
you lying
incorrectly too.
yesterday.
When I was looking for
You got clipped
confirmation
lying.
bias, you
100,000
cited
people saw
Gambler's
you lie
dilemma.
yesterday.
Gambler's
My
dilemma has
clips.
nothing to do with confirmation bias. It wasn't what I was looking for. Gambler's dilemma
You mean
has
when I
everything to do
literally
from using
cited-
past post
when
hoc
I cited
information
your
to make
example?
predictions of the future,
When
which
I
has
cited
nothing to
your
do with
example?
confirmation bias. So you,
I
what you
gave
do
your
in
very
debates
example, you
is you
idiot.
cite a bunch of
The very thing you
philosophically
said was
sounding
what I
words
said.
to feel impressive.
You're
and
not talking to
unfortunately,
anybody but
you
yourself.
don't know
You're talking
what
to
you're
the
talking about,
hamster
and
that's
you
running in
rely
your
on
head on a wheel in your
presuppositionalism
head. There's
to
a hamster
stump
going.
people who don't have like
There's a hamster
philosophical
going,
systems in the
and it's
background.
spitting
but
the
you
little
still,
doo-doo balls out of your
to
mouth
this day,
like a hamster
haven't
will.
solved Agrippa's trilemma, and you're
You
stuck.
don't even know
and you
what
know
that is. It has to do with epistemology. I asked you what epistemology was. You didn't even know.
I said Agrippa's-
what's justified true belief? Oh, tell me.
You don't
Agrippa's
know
trilemma,
anything about these
I can
topics.
define it for you. It's infinite regression.
I know
it's
that's not
dogmatism,
anything
and it's
to do
circular
with what we're
reasoning.
debating.
It has everything to do with it because
I
you're
don't
saying
believe
that
in
relativism is
foundationalism.
arbitrary, but relativism
It
has
is.
never been viewed as arbitrary ever. It's a
It
philosophical
wouldn't matter if
system
everybody.
based out of
That's an appeal to
foundationalism.
authority, you idiot.
It's not
The
appeal
fact
to
that
authority
everybody-
at all in
If the
any way,
fact
shape,
that
or
nobody
form.
believed that is an appeal to authority because
Moral
it's a vox
relativism
populi.
is a
That's an appeal to
foundationalism
the,
belief.
It's an appeal to the masses,
the reason
you idiot.
why it's not solving Agrippa's trilemma is the same reason
You don't even
presuppositionalism doesn't solve
understand
Agrippa's trilemma.
You don't understand
I
infinite
do
regress.
all the time.
You don't know what
it's the idea
foundationalism
that you
is.
fundamentally cannot
I asked
justify
you
any
what-
axiom
I
at
asked
the end
you
of the
what
day because
justified
that
true
everything
belief
must be
is.
circular,
That
including
doesn't mean you understand it.
presuppositionalism.
You're repeating what you read already, you
Presuppositionalism
idiot.
tries to solve Agrippa's trilemma by
repeating memes that you
presupposing
read.
something,
You're
but it
repeating
relies on
memes that you read.
dogmatism.
This only fools idiots who follow destiny when
That-
you just yap because you think you're destiny.
Take a bet
and
on
you're
the
garbage
IQ average
destiny.
between
You're
Destiny's
garbage
audience
destiny.
and your audience. Take
Are
a
you
bet on it.
serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The garbage person that you tried to,
I would
you
bet
tried to
that the
dissociate yourself
education
with?
level between my audience and yours
Wait,
is
education?
vastly
Your
disparity.
education- that's
Yeah,
an-
it maps onto IQ pretty well.
Oh, really?
Yep, it does.
What, like in the Canadian system that you were educated in?
He's significantly better
That you didn't know what
education system
justified
in
your belief?
America.
Says who?
You ain't got the answers, man. You
Says
ain't
who?
got the answers.
Aren't you guys trying to like
Global
destroy the Department of
standards.
You ain't
Education?
got the answers, Sway.
What?
Aren't you guys trying to destroy the Department of Education? So obviously the system sucks.
Milkshake.
If the system was working, then you wouldn't want to destroy it.
I ain't drinking up.
I don't believe the state
fuck you saying to
education
me, you
system is
little
good.
shit?
No.
I wanted to ask you, Kyla.
How are you not in fucking school?
What's the
Well, no, 1 second. Brian's got to get through his sounds.
Oh, he hit all of them.
It's called you kiss your mother with that fucking mouth? Huh?
What's the meaningful?
Wait, I'm sorry. This is so distracting.
Because the fucking youth of society. You shut up when I'm talking to you. You shut your mouth.
Is it stuck?
Yeah, it's done.
That is so long.
What's the
Sorry.
meaningful symmetry breaker between the tragedy of a man, his whole value being essentially the GDP of the house, and the country having that it's a good thing, it's not a tragedy that the GDP of the country is good. That's a good thing. But at the house level, which is a small country,
Yeah.
it's a tragedy. What's a symmetry breaker that makes one
An
good and one
ecological
tragedy?
fallacy, right? What's good
What?
at like?
What are you saying?
You don't know what an ecological fallacy
Look,
is?
I asked you the symmetry breaker. You
Yeah,
saying
I'm
fallacy.
No, I'm answering with ecological fallacy. If you don't know what it is, that's okay. I can explain it to you.
Oh, you're so condescending.
I'm
answer
being
the question.
Genuine. You don't have to know all words. I actually don't think it's bad if you don't know what it is. But my answer to your question is ecological fallacy. If you want me to explain ecological fallacy, I'm willing to do so.
Cool. Can you do that after you answer my question?
My answer to your question is an ecological fallacy.
So you can't answer
She
it.
can't answer
So you won't answer it because it's.
You
the
don't know
question-
what that word means, do
Is
you?
a question a fallacy? How's a question a fallacy?
And so the question is an ecological fallacy. Yes, questions can be fallacious.
So asking for a symmetry breaker, I want to know the meaningful distinction between
The
something
symmetry
being
breaker is
good-
found in the ecological fallacy. Again, I can define it for you, or you can define it here. But if you want the answer,
Agrippa's
Trilemma.
What is that? What is Agrippa's?
It's something that she heard Destiny talk about that she
Never heard
repeats
Destiny talk about
and
it.
has nothing to do with the thing that we're debating, but it's a way for her to deflect away when she gets cornered, and she does it in multiple debates. She did it in their first debate too.
Okay.
But it doesn't fool anybody else in the audience.
Do you want to
That's
answer
why
his
you
question?
can't tell me what subjectivism and relativism are and how your position justifies
I can
itself.
answer both of those things. You're
go.
the one who thought absolutism and objectivism are the same thing when they're not
The
synonymous.
words can mean the same thing in the
They
context.
don't mean
you
the
idiot.
same thing in
You're so
philosophy at
stupid.
all.
Yes, they do. This
Do you
is
want to
so
answer
dumb.
his question on Agrippa's trilemma?
Tell me how your position
I
is
don't think so.
true if it's arbitrary and if it's
It's
subjective.
not arbitrary.
How is subjectivism not arbitrary?
I don't use subjectivism.
It's-
You were talking about relativism.
is the same thing.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is.
No, it's
You're
not.
so stupid. It's the same thing.
Okay, do you want me to
Tell me
define
how
it
it's
for you?
different.
Relativism is looking at the scale at like a group of things and finding things relative to certain points. So, for example, relativism would answer the simple philosophical question: if a man steals bread, is it bad? Relativism would go, why is he stealing bread? If you find out that he's in like a super tyrannical country and he can't feed his children, most people
It's
would
called
agree.
moral relativism.
There you go.
And it's purely
Moral
what?
subjectivism would say, what I like to do is what is right. It is fully centered on I and the individual. Relativism looks at like the outer situation and
If
like
I say,
utilitarianism is a
listen,
great example
this is
of
so
relativism.
silly. This
It's
is
not
grammar. You don't
subjectivism.
understand grammar. If I say I'm a moral relativist,
That's a subjectivist position.
It's not. I'll
You're
draw
so
it for
stupid.
you. Here, I can draw it for you so you
I
guys
said
understand.
I am.
She's gonna-
So,
you understand grammar?
For those of you who are not familiar with philosophy, I guess I'll explain it to the ladies.
Listen to me. You're
there's
talking
an
to the ceiling.
X-axis and there's a Y-axis.
If I say
on the
I-
X-axis would be absolutism.
If
and
I
then it
say
would be
I am a,
relativism.
this is like talking to, she doesn't talk.
So absolutism is like, do you guys know Kant? You guys ever heard of Kant?
Hey, don't call people that.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's
so
so rude.
Kant had this idea of absolutism, which is that when we come to universal laws, we should apply them to everyone equally in all ways. And the problem with absolutism is that it falls apart really quickly. And the only law that he could find that worked really well
That's
for
not
absolutism in its
composition.
old
That's
way is that
Kant's a
nobody should lie.
deontologist.
That's a threshold.
Kant's a
Because he would-
deontologist. It's not what you're talking about.
Deontology can be absolutist. So when we're looking at the spectrum of absolutism to relativism, relativism would say stealing is bad, but it kind of depends on the situation
if
that's
I said
happening.
I'm
so that's
a
how we
moral
gauge it.
relativist-
So an example of relativism
Hey,
would be
I'm
like
talking to you.
utilitarianism.
If I say I'm a moral relativist, is that my subjective state?
Your statement?
Is it my subjective state? I am a moral relativist.
I don't even know what you're trying to ask here.
It's a simple question.
Well, the issue is that you're equivocating.
I am a
again.
moral relativist.
You're equivocating because
No,
you're using
I'm
the
not.
word
You don't know
subjective,
what
and in the next question you're going to use subjective for a different purpose.
You're so stupid
So
that you
subjective
think
could
that a
mean
word-
in this
do you know what a-
situation
do you know what a
your
word
personal
concept
state.
fallacy is?
But then when I answer that question, what you'll do is you'll see subjectivism is a moral system, but this is very different from one another.
No,
Do you want to
the
go into
basis-
objectivism versus
no, the
subjectivism? Because we can
basis
do
of
that next.
subjectivism is
Objectivism is like
relative.
Platonic forms. Have you guys ever heard of Plato? Okay, Plato had this idea that essentially there was ideas that were true. So if we talk about
This
justice,
is like blippy philosophy.
you guys need it too, apparently. So when we talk about like justice,
Is that
Plato,
subjective or
do you want to
objective?
interrupt me or do you want
Is
to
that
keep
what
going?
you're saying right now? Is that subjective or objective?
Plato's Platonic
Yeah.
forms.
No, your account
He
of
used
it.
objectivism for his Platonic
No, what you're
forms.
saying
your
is it
account
true?
subjective?
Is your account of Plato, is it subjective or objective?
Again, you're just doing an equivocation.
You
This
can't
isn't
answer
like
the
a crazy
question.
That's not
gotcha.
equivocation.
There's no answer to your
That's
question.
not an
'cause All you're doing
equivocation.
is being bad faith.
If
You're
I say-
pretending
Listen,
to ask
do you want
me
me
a
to fix
question
it
that's
for you?
looking to adhere to actual
Listen,
response.
I
But what you're actually doing is to
subjectively-
equivocate the
So
word
she's not gonna
afterwards so you
answer
can
any
trick me.
questions.
Do you want me to finish going through
No,
the
you
y-axis?
don't. No.
You don't know what
Do we
you're
want to
talking
answer
about.
his question on
Nobody
Agrippa's
wants you to keep
trilemma?
talking. Nobody.
Interesting.
Nobody.
Interesting.
Let-
Philosophy King's over here. by the
Nobody
way.
wants you to keep talking.
We'll come right back to the conversation, but there's a bunch of chats that we have to get to. We've kind of been stalling on them. So Alpha Pig, thank you. Coming.
Alpha Pig donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Society has lost the
Appreciate
entire
it.
point of humanity,
Oh, Ogle
which
with
is
the big
procreation
gifted.
and advancing itself. Ladies, do you disagree with that statement? If so, what is the point of humanity?
It's a good question. It's subjective.
You guys wanna answer it?
No, the answer would
I
be
do
subjective.
agree. I agree.
They all agree. They totally understand the message that just, okay. All right. Yo, Ogle, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships on YouTube. Thank you so much, man. We also have a TTS coming in from Ogle. Let's see, wait. Society has lost the entire point of humanity, which is procreation advancing itself. Ladies, do you... Here, I'm going to get the rest of them to answer that one, though.
Glue.net donated $200. Sorry dude, but relativism is not subjectivism per se. A mouse is very small relative to an elephant, but large
I
relative
said I am a relativist. If I say I am a relativist, and that's my subjective state, could you name one Kant book? Can you name one book by Kant?
Can you define
name one
Agrippa's
book by
trilemma
Kant?
yet?
Can
or are you
you
going to
name
keep running away from
You're a
that?
Kantian.
I'm not a Kantian,
Okay,
no.
can you name one book by Kant?
Don't need to. It's
So you don't know anything about Kant. You've never
You
read
don't
Kant.
know a
Can
book. You don't know nothing.
Can you
Define
name a
Agrippa's
single
trilemma.
book by Kant?
Not off the top of my head.
Because you
no.
haven't read Kant.
You don't know
So you're
things.
so-
You
why is she
don't
acting like
read
a
book.
retard?
I've read 3 books by Kant. I don't remember the names of them.
You haven't read 3 books by Kant.
I
You
haven't
can't
taken
name one of
multiple
them.
philosophy
Name one
classes.
of them. Name one of them.
I don't need to. Citing books
Because
is
you
a
haven't.
proof
Because
of
you
knowledge.
lied.
Citing
You
books is
haven't
not
read
proof of
Kant.
knowledge.
Don't you think people who study at a graduate level can pick out when somebody thinks they know a topic,
Don't you
and then
think
they start
somebody who
talking
studies
about
philosophy
it,
at apparently a
and then they
master's
don't
level
know a
could
single
answer
book?
things like the difference
I don't-
between objectivism
because you're too
and
dumb to
and
you're too dumb to
relativism?
answer. You think a word has one meaning.
Yeah, you think objectivism
You think
and
that you don't know what
absolutism is the same, bro. It's
because
okay.
the sense
Don't
of the
try so
word
hard.
in the context determines how I'm meaning it. It's called intentionality.
Yeah.
In linguistic philosophy, it's intentionality. Okay, the intentionality behind when I say I'm in a subjective relativism, my position, that would be my state.
That's my subjective state.
Cool. That's not what we're talking about, though.
It's
right?
what I'm giving an example that
We're trying to
refutes
define
your-
the difference between
Could
absolutism.
you name one
and
philosophy book that you've
objectivism.
read?
The five dialogues by Aristotle, Plato, Republic.
There's no book. The 5 dialogues by Aristotle, Plato, Republic.
Those are 2 books that I've read. So the
The
five
5
dialogues.
Which one? Because Plato wrote a bunch of dialogues. Name one.
The,
One of the 5.
I'm not sure. Plato's Republic.
You don't know any of them. That's not a dialogue. Well, it's a long
Again,
dialogue.
I know you think that's.
What's one of the 5
fallacy
dialogues?
Is this where you
What's
go?
one
If
of
you
the-
can't name
because
book,
you're
can't
pretend-
know thing.
Because like Destiny,
wouldn't
you come
appeal
to
to this.
debates acting like
If-
you know
if
what
I
you're
did the
talking
same
about.
thing to you-
Name 5.
Does
name one of the
Jimbob
5.
not know anything about the
Name one-
government because he couldn't name the 3
one
branches of the
5.
government yesterday?
Name one of. You said you read this though.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I memorized the name of the book.
You could name one of the 5, surely.
Nope.
Because you haven't read it.
Yeah, I have.
So you lied.
I don't know why you think this is such
You
a
read
dunk.
5 of
You're
Plato's
dunking
dialogues.
on your friend right now.
You're deflecting because you're looking like an idiot. You read 5 of Plato's dialogues, supposedly, and you haven't remembered one of them.
What's a book that you read on absolutism?
What's one of them?
What's your favorite book?
Name
on
one of them.
absolutism?
So that's a 2 quote.
I've already said that I don't know the name of the books, but this is not the
You
dunk
said
that
you read
did.
it, and I think you're lying.
Okay, I think you're lying about your entire
We'll get right
philosophy.
back to
Right,
it. You guys can
right.
ask each other about books in just a moment. But
I don't want to ask about books.
I don't want
Right, because you just got exposed as a
One
fake.
sec.
You haven't read any of this
Jimbob
stuff.
doesn't.
What does Jimbob have to do with
He
it?
couldn't name the 3 branches of the government.
Guys, there's a chat
You're
coming
a
through.
fake.
Interesting.
You're a sued. You haven't read any of this stuff.
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
Do you
just a minute.
disagree with that statement?
So I pulled this one back up
What
because
is
I
the point
don't
of
want to screw this guy over because he sent in a $200 TTS. If you guys can answer the question, do you disagree with the statement? Society has lost the entire point of humanity, which is procreation and advance. So do you guys agree that the entire point of humanity is procreation and advancing its society, advancing itself?
In like an animalistic way, like yes, like that's like every species is continue procreating to keep it going. That's like yes, that's to me that's like not debatable. But because we're not what you think of when you think of animals, because we're sentient, I would say that like sometimes that's just not every single person's goal. Some people aren't meant to be mothers. Some people aren't meant to be fathers. Some people would be a shitty mother or father. And frankly, we don't really need them in the gene pool, so to speak. So like, if they don't want to procreate, then like, don't.
Sure.
Like,
Do you
they
want to
don't
weigh
have
in?
to.
Do you want to weigh in?
I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know. What do I know?
Sure. I don't really even understand the question, to be honest.
It's too Alpha Pig, you're too smart. You're way too smart, Alpha
too
Pig.
good at this.
You got to change it. Here, let me read. There's about 5 other chats we have to get through. This is ID Bro. He says, the reason why it's relevant is you were trying to say that Hebes of the OT are the same as now, which is a blatant lie. You said King David is the same type of Hebe as Jewish people nowadays. Absolute airhead.
What does that mean?
This is like way back. This is like from.
This has got to be
at
from
the start.
yesterday?
Yeah.
No, this is from the start of the conversation because he sent in another one. He said they were Jewish people were patrilineal. So
Oh, this guy.
He's following up on that statement.
Gotcha. I wasn't denying that they were patrilineal for those like 30 years that he listed. The issue is that then they were matrilineal after that. Like I don't know. It doesn't mean that they were matriarchy. They were
All right.
matrilineal.
We have BP here. He says, I'm so glad the sun dying isn't inevitable because it didn't happen by ancient Roman times. And this came in about over an hour ago, so this is probably related to a different conversation we're having. I don't know what this is in reference to. Or
Sorry, BP.
It's yesterday's her argument that was so stupid about inevitability of feminism, and I gave examples of history where societies didn't have it, thus showing that it wasn't necessary and inevitable, which you didn't understand.
Oh, you're so smart, Jay. My God. I'm so blessed to be in space with you.
Do you understand why that's the case?
is somebody tapping the
Typing.
That was
tap? Oh, okay. All good. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All good. Okay, we have Jason Cassell. Chair 4, do you know how ridiculous you sound? So you had no agency, made to do something you never would have done on your own, but now you are on your own. You do that very thing. This is when you're saying your ex-boyfriend, he got you into, you said he was PIMPing you to do OF, basically.
I said that word because he was taking all my money.
Okay.
He was exploiting my body. I was too, but he was exploiting my body and taking the money from me. So
Right.
yeah, that is a very.
But he's saying now that you're on your own, you still do the thing that you feel, I guess, bad about, is what he's trying to say?
I never said I felt bad about
Oh,
it. I
okay.
said that I did things when I was 19 and 20 that I would not have chose to do on my own.
Aren't you exploiting the viewers and taking their money?
No, because they will.
I'm asking her.
Oh,
You don't
sorry.
need
No,
to-
you're right. You're right.
I wouldn't say I'm exploiting anybody. People have a choice. You put your bank
So
card
you had a
in.
choice in doing what you're doing, so you can't blame it on the guy then.
I literally from the beginning said I had a choice. No one forced me. I said I was delusional and dumb.
I do
Okay,
have to
fair.
move it on. We have Sandbox Explorer. Looks like bought a, this is shop.whatever.com. Bought a piece of merch. Looks like he bought a hoodie. Thank you so much. Going to get a large. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have Renzo here. He writes, I've been counting Jay's and Kayla's interruptions for each other. Jay 32, Kayla 7. This is from an hour ago, so it's probably outdated. When a person is confident in their position, they're open to hearing the opponent's argument. TLDR, too long, didn't read. Jay, shut the... Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, no, it's...
I'll give you $100 if you can name one of the 5 dialogues that you claim you've read.
I'll give you $200 if you can name
So
a
you
purpose
can't.
trilemma.
You can't.
I've literally said 6 times that I can't name any of the books. That
But
doesn't
you've
mean
read
that
them?
I haven't read them. Yeah.
Could you name one of Kant's for $200?
Again, I've already answered
$200
this question. I know you think this is a crazy
So you
dunk,
can't-
but again, if this is
So-
true for me,
So you don't? Do you remember what
so
you?
Jimbob
do you remember
can't
what you
talk
read? What
about
does Jimbob have
voting
to do with
because
it?
he couldn't.
What does he
No,
have to do with it?
I never
the three
claimed to know
branches.
anything about the government.
But you're
though.
debating about voting and about rights
I
and
can
about
know about
branches of
force.
government.
So you want to
and
change the
yet
subject?
You don't know the 3 branches.
So
I'm,
you've
I'm
not read
pointing out
these?
the
No.
fallacious
Would
point,
you admit
right?
that you've not-
Nobody
would
would
you admit that
agree
you've
that
not
because I
read these
can't
things?
name books
Would you
that I don't
admit-
know what I'm talking
Usually
about.
people who've read the book remember titles.
Just let the
Usually
merit-
titles come to mind if you've read a book.
Just let the merit of the
Like,
argument exist.
this-
If you can't refute them
Just
without
like-
falling back to like
so
how
you
many
can't.
books,
So your response
I
is,
guess you're getting a W.
so you
refute
didn't read
my points.
So you didn't read the books.
I did read the book.
You're a Sued who lies about what she's read and studied, and when you get called out,
Better than lying about my
You're
degree
shut.
when I can't define the difference between
so
absolutism and objectivism, which
so
might
we're
be more
deflecting
important.
because you can't.
Yeah, I didn't get tested
you
on
didn't
the
read
name
those
of the
books.
book. I got tested on
No, you
understanding
didn't read
what
them.
the differences between
You didn't
these
read the
concepts.
books. You actually didn't.
It's okay. You don't know the
So
concepts.
that's okay.
Yeah.
So you admitted you didn't.
No, I read the books. But I don't
But you
remember
don't know
the
any of the
names.
titles. Do you remember any book titles you read?
The recent one, oh God. I'm reading The Wandering Inn. I think it's called
that
Hell's
book?
Wanderer?
So you do remember book titles.
Well, I'm reading it like right now.
Right.
So that wasn't exactly the best showing for a book I'm reading right now. Yeah, book titles don't mean that you know things. Nobody would ever
but
cite
it
this
means
as
that
evidence.
you've read the book or
it's
you-
just
or not.
this is unironically fallacious thinking. It's funny.
No,
it's
it's
cute.
just showing that you're goofy.
Yeah, you're gonna use it
which
as
is
a
what
sick dunk
you're a
later.
goofus. You're getting mad because you know you're on the spot and
Just
you're shown
engage
to
with
be
the
a Sued.
ideas.
You're
Jay,
a
if you're
Sued.
so smart.
Just like Destiny, you're a Sued.
Jay, if you're so smart, engage with my ideas.
You're a Sued.
You could cite your books too.
But if I thought that you knew what you were talking about, I would engage the ideas.
Oh, so you're
But
going
you
to
don't.
pretend you're performing as though you're
No.
actually trying to
The
engage.
whole
but you're
thing with you
actually
has
being
been a
bad
joke.
faith. Interesting.
No, it's
That's
just
fine.
a joke.
Okay.
It's not bad faith. It's a joke.
Shocked.
At what?
Oh no, he did like an animation that like a missile like destroyed the screen, and I was like, and he was like, you literally triggered the army chick, and then I was like, I'm shell shocked.
Okay, here we got some chats coming through. Bales, thank you for the gifted. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on. Is this coming in? One sec. Bales, thank you for the gifted 20 subs over there. Is it not working? I don't know. Appreciate it. We have some super chats we have to read. We got Sean Brewers. Why do all the ortho bros have amazing hair? Consider me converted. Thank you, Sean Brewers. By the way, Sean, really quick, and this is for other people who send in super chats. You notice how it says 99 cents there at the end? That almost always means you've sent it in through YouTube app on an iPhone, iPad, other Apple device, tablet, whatever. What this means is Apple takes 30% of your super chat, and then YouTube takes 30% of what's left. Meaning you're giving away 100 plus of this $200 super chat to YouTube and to Apple. So that leaves us with a paltry $98. You're giving away more than half to the woke megacorps. If you look, Sean, I'm still appreciative, of course, but if you want the majority of your patronage to go towards the show, so we can actually make the show happen, because we don't have sponsors, we don't do any of that shit. do it through Streamlabs. Streamlabs.com/whatever or Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Thank you, Sean, though. Appreciate it. Lucas writes, you do realize that affluent traditional men are very discerning and exacting when it comes selecting for background, values, gender roles, worldview, etc. In other words, they're not selecting for a liberal woman with pronouns in her bio. Why would you fit the bill? This is directed at you if you want to give a response.
No, I see where you're coming from. I do struggle with, I guess, kind of going back to you, how like the tattoos could attract, a certain kind of person. I am a musician, free-spirited. That's going to definitely attract very interesting people. So I see where you're coming from. I don't really think in black and white so much. And a lot of the conversation that's been going on right now is so black and white. It's like, it's either this or it's that. I don't think that way.
Okay. Really quick, Lucas has some more follow-ups, but I have a couple follow-ups of my own on this really quick. Of all the men you've dated, do you prefer if they make the first move?
I would like so, but it's not always that way.
It's not always that, but like you said you've been in like 10 situationships or something, maybe a dozen or whatever it was, the past 6 years you've been single. Who typically initiates when it comes to any of the romantic prospects that you have?
Usually the guy.
Usually the guy? Have you ever asked a guy out?
I don't know.
Yeah. And of all the first dates you've been on, say in the past 6 years, who I understand that you're willing to pay for first dates, but who actually ends up paying for the first date typically?
A man, but I've paid for myself before.
On
a first date.
You've done it before, but of all the first dates you've been on, what percentage would you assign to it?
Almost, yeah, like
99%?
Yeah, probably
okay,
like 99, yeah.
Okay, so even though you're kind of, okay. And then what's the other thing? Oh, you do want to get married though, you said. Do you want the guy to propose, I'm assuming?
Yes.
You want him to get a ring?
Yes.
And would you be upset if the ring was like a cubic zirconia off of Amazon? Or would you want him to spend like a decent amount on the ring?
Decent amount.
Like a nice ring, right?
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
And then would you want him to get down on one knee to propose to you?
Yes.
Hold on a second here. So just to be clear, so you want a guy to get down on one knee and then propose to you and then spend the money on the ring, give it, et cetera, et cetera. And would you want it to be kind of the proposal to be romantic?
Yeah.
Like you don't want him to just, where's the fucking ring? Hold on.
Oh, he has a ring.
Where's the fucking ring? Here's a fucking ring.
Of course not, no.
You don't want the guy to just be like, there's the ring. There you go, babe. Put it on. We're married now, or we're engaged now. No, right? You'd want, okay. Why the fuck should a guy do that? Like, why? You won't take his last name.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I said I was willing to do the hyphen.
No. He insists. He's like, babe, I'm a traditional old school guy, and my old school traditional beliefs dictate that you need to take my last name.
So I think that's not a. I wouldn't say yes.
Just so you.
Wait.
I'm sorry. I think at that point, we wouldn't get to that point. We're not compatible. We're not. It's not going to.
What do you mean? Everything else. Let's just grant that everything else besides that you're compatible on, and this is the perfect dude. And
but
he's got like
a deal breaker.
He's got a fucking hammer in the pants. He's a billionaire, and he's really good looking, and he's also like going to put your music career to the moon. You won't take his last name? I'll compromise on some of my shit for the perfect woman. I'll compromise on my shit because, bro, the perfect woman is rare. So you won't even do the traditional thing that like billions of people have already done.
Right.
You won't do the thing. I'll compromise.
I still feel like personally, I would want to keep my last name, regardless of the situation.
But wait. You would hyphenate the last name.
I'd be open to compromise. Yes.
Why can't he hyphenate the diamond and get you a pseudo diamond? That's just a hyphenated real diamond.
It's crazy, bruv. It's crazy, man.
Like, why does he have to get anything that's legit and real or do anything that's traditional if, like, everything from your view is, like, half in, half out? It's just an uneven, right? Would you at least concede that? It's just a uneven exchange?
I think what I'm kind of confused on is the importance behind taking a last name. Why is it so important?
It's old school and traditional.
What about it is demeaning to you to take the name? Like, what do you not like about that?
She's a feminist. She can't do it.
I never said.
It
I didn't say
hurts.
it's because of feminism. I'm sure there's feminists that would take the last name.
Probably, sure.
Yeah.
But what if like the last name's like really shitty?
Yeah.
What if the last name's like
It
super
doesn't
shitty?
matter.
Like
Like
Gilbert.
shitty?
Like
If
I
you're,
don't- yeah.
it doesn't matter. If you're
Like,
if you're a,
Gilbert shitty?
I'll answer your question. If you're a trad woman and you want a trad guy and he's got the dumbest fucking last name ever, it's I don't know, it's fucking Dingleberry. You're taking his last name.
Well, I'm just.
I don't give a fuck. You're taking that
Look,
name.
I'm just saying, like, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. If I
Be
was,
real.
if I
Tell
was
us
being,
about-
if I was engaged with a guy and we got to that point and he's perfect, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm taking his last name.
Wow, you
but
got-
if his last name,
What a sacrifice! You
but
guys are
his,
so.
well,
oh,
I'm
you'll
not
do the
saying it like
thing
it's a
that-
sacrifice. I'm just saying that I would. Like it wouldn't be hard. But if it
I don't
like
even get
fucking
that shit,
sucks,
bro.
if literally
sense.
his last name fucking sucks, I don't know. Like, let's say this was a last name, a Gilbert. Like I would never be with
Gilbert?
a guy named Gilbert, specifically Gilbert.
You seem like a girl who would date a Gilbert.
I would not date a fucking Gilbert.
give
You will
me-
never.
I
think you attract Gilbert.
You give me-
You will never catch me getting fucked by a guy and yelling Gilbert. I'm sorry.
I could see that happening, actually.
Gilbert!
You give me kind of I date dudes named Gilbert or Bartholomew vibes.
I mean, Bartholomew's kind of dope,
You would
but
definitely-
Gilbert,
okay.
no. Like, I'm sorry.
But so hold on. Going back to this, right? So, okay. The guy's a trillion. The guy's the most handsome Italian ever. He's a trillionaire. Trillion. There's no trillion. Well, maybe there's
You just
trillionaires.
really want me
but
to say yes.
He
Don't
makes bad
But
choices.
trillionaire, dude.
really
I'll
want me
do
to say
some
yes.
borderline weird shit for if I can marry a woman who's a trillionaire. I would do some borderline weird shit to make that happen. Okay, you wouldn't change your last name for a trillionaire? Hello.
You just really want me to say yes.
No, look, if it's a genuine, not even for a trillionaire, not even like 1,000-year dynasty fucking money, you won't look if the answer is genuinely nah, I'm gonna keep my last name. Say it.
If it doesn't affect my career, what I've built so far,
You're dating a trillionaire, dog. Your career is over, son. You don't need to work. You got like a staff, son. You got a staff
But
of
I
like
want to.
hundreds of people.
I want to continue.
Wait, but
what I
okay,
do is a
here's
passion.
wait. Here's the condition. Here's another condition. Well, I'm adding. Okay, the sole condition is you got to change your last name, but you get a trillionaire, and he's like a great guy and Italian or whatever the fuck. Do you do it? Bro, you're. I'm sorry, you're cooked. I'm sorry, you're cooked. But hold on.
I'm thinking.
Let me ask another. Oh, okay. Keep thinking. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Would you, if you're...
Wait. Let's let her. We gotta let her think, Jimbob. Let her think. Go ahead. Whenever
You're
you're
bringing
ready.
up good points. I would say if all of the points you mentioned, I would be open to it.
Oh, it's
I just,
open.
but
Oh my
open
God,
to it,
bro.
yes. But I wouldn't be jumping the gun for it.
Bro, if somebody comes up to me, like, Brian, she's beautiful and perfect and blah 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 blah, and she's a trillionaire. Wait, what would the reverse be? I have to fuck it, I'll hyphenate. Fuck it, why not? It's instant. But I'm just asking you to do the traditional thing. Who thinks about this shit? Who thinks about it? What's there to think about?
Because I think the reason why I'm hesitant is because I feel like you're wanting me to say something. You're making a lot of exceptions.
Here, let me ask you a question.
It's not always
if I could hand you a billion...
Am I going to meet like a trillionaire like every other like guy? Like that's a very small percentage
It doesn't
of
exist.
ever happening. You
doesn't
know?
even
like,
exist. As far as I mean, maybe there's like some people who aren't on the books or whatever.
Like I doubt that the situation, that specific situation you're talking about,
No, it's
is
a
ever gonna-
hypothetical.
No, okay.
So I'm in the hypothetical. You get the perfect trillionaire guy, but you have to change your last name. Do you do it?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Would you,
Don't even-
I wanted to ask you, would you, if your father asked you to change your last name to your mother's maiden name, would you do that?
Why would that? Why would that happen?
No,
That's
it's not. The
common.
question isn't why would it happen, but if for some weird reason he just wished it, he was like, "I want you to change your last name to your mother's last name." Would you like hold on to the tradition of carrying your father's last name?
I think, yeah, of course. 28 years of my identity is behind Vargas. Like, why would I just completely change it over to my mom's maiden name?
Well, that's interesting. So, like, you're holding on to something that's actually traditional. The very thing that you're defending would be the thing that that the future husband is actually asking you to do. So, like, you're saying like the tradition of man's name. I'm going to hold, like, I love that tradition, but part of the tradition of the man's name is that it actually changes the daughter's name in the future. So your future kids. Imagine a future you going, I'm so glad mommy took daddy's last name. Right?
I see what you're saying.
I got a question. For you. So, okay, let's make it about your career. You get the perfect guy. He'll never cheat on you. He'll never leave you. Trillionaire. But he asks, I don't want you to do your career. And that's the condition for you being with him. You have to give up your career. You can still privately... You can't do anything public facing with music, but privately, if it's a passion of yours, you can like make dope beats in your bedroom or like multiple bedrooms because you're a trillionaire now. Would you be willing to give up your career ambitions for a perfect trillionaire?
Absolutely not.
But wait.
No.
A couple follow-up questions here.
That's like a no with a period.
Your career, to what end is the purpose of your career?
To connect, to have a message and connect with others. Music is healing, and I put that into my music all the time, and I connect through. Is all music healing? No,
like,
no.
You know, Kanye
music
West,
is everything. Music is anger, happiness, joy, sadness, but to me it's healing.
I'm going to assume something right now. I could be wrong. I think you want credit, because here's the thing. Let's say Brian's hypothetical. You have a mansion, he builds you a studio, and you create all this music. It's just that people don't know who you are, but they love your music. It's changing people. Everything you imagine from your music is happening, but they just don't know your face, your name. You don't want that because you want the credit.
That was I want Jimbob. That was a really good question. Can you just state it once more?
So the question is, if the man gives her a mansion and a sick ass basement studio, she pumps out the music she loves because now she has the time to do it. She doesn't have to worry about anything else, right? It's funded.
But she uses like a pseudonym.
A pseudonym, a moniker. Okay. She's wildly successful for the music you do. Your voice is heard. Your lyrics are heard.
So what you're saying is she has the impact that she wants to have, but nobody knows it's her.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I think it's a pride thing, like an ego thing, and not an actual, like, you're like, I want to change people. Well, if you did that without the credit, there are many people who change people, philanthropists, they never say who they are. But your image of your success is really wholly dependent on the credit. And people, you're basically a pick-me girl, sorry.
No, I would say I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well, maybe I'm using that too loosely. I apologize.
Pick me more like men, I'm pick me.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry, I apologize.
Wait, but even in Jim Bob's question is really interesting though, because it's not necessary. Like you would still achieve all the things, but it would be anonymous. So ultimately, you want like the validation and the credit for doing so. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong for wanting credit for like achievement.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong inherently, but in this scenario where you're being presented on a silver platter, the perfect man, not just the perfect man, but he's also a trillionaire, which essentially would like your 1,000-year dynasty is secured like forever. You're the richest woman to have ever lived. And I mean, that in and of itself would be kind of like some sort of social status or something, but okay. I'm trying to think about my fault. Oh, okay. No, I asked it. So you wouldn't give up your career for the perfect guy who's a trillionaire?
No, I wouldn't.
So you're not you wouldn't be submissive then?
Pretty much.
Why would a man that I would ever be around want for me to give up the biggest thing of my life?
Well,
for children.
Yeah, he wants you to focus on the
because if your career, let's say you make it, Isn't it the case that like a traditional man wouldn't want the mother of his children flying to city doing performances at massive stadiums and that kind of life? Like,
But again, that's like the black and white mentality that
That's
we're
pretty
talking
black and
about.
white.
Yeah,
That's
like you
incompatible.
could still be like traditional, ask for marriage and kids, and be okay with a woman traveling and touring
and not being a mother.
No, and you
What
can
is
be a
the
mother and
tradition
still
of
tour.
not being a mother? Which tradition is that? Not being home and being a mother. What tradition is that?
You gotta pick.
I mean,
you gotta pick one.
I think her answer to here is fundamentally she wouldn't pick those men. Like probably the worst thing that's happening here is she's saying that she wants a traditional man, when really she kind of wants like a modern man who's like more masculine than he is feminine, so that she still like finds him attractive. That's like probably the reality. It's probably like a misnomer. I could be wrong, but like what you're describing to me is like what you really want is like a more modern guy in most ways. You just want him to not be soy as fuck. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we're disputing that like there are guys who exist who date like hyper successful women. For example, like famous female musicians, they are in relationships with men, and these men tolerate to some degree their boss babe career, whatever. I don't think we're disputing that. I think we're more so, for example, a woman could be like the most modern, promiscuous, like 1,000 body count, whatever, all these like negative characteristics that you wouldn't typically associate with a traditional woman. And she could still like have a standard and want men to pay for first dates, which is like a traditional dynamic. And she can very well get it. I don't think anybody here disputes like, okay, you could be like the most degenerate modern woman ever and still get guys to pay for dates for you. That's not a dispute at all. We're having like sort of a bird's eye conversation about that. Well, is that a fair shake? Is that fair for the man?
Yeah,
or
I think
for the men?
I think a lot of modern dating standards that are erected are essentially unfair for men. I think a lot of times there very much is this energy of like having your cake and eating it too in the reverse situation, and I think that comes from this idea of like some level of a gender opportunism where you kind of want all the things that traditionalism benefits the woman, but you don't want any of the cons that come with it. And I think when you're doing that cost analysis, then you need to like actually and look at these traditional structures and go, what value does it add to me? Why do I want this thing? And then decide if it actually means anything. Because otherwise you're kind of putting things on other people that you're not willing to.
I want to add to that there are men out there, not to like put all the sort of red pillars in one basket here, but just to generalize, is there's this trend of men who are pushing for this like traditional expectation, and they're catching the chicks in this contradiction. Oh, double standard. I would argue that a lot of those men aren't themselves submissive to something bigger, and so they're actually not consistent either. So they're expecting these women to fall in line and submit to them, and there's no paradigm that they're using.
And they're not respect worthy a lot of the time either.
Well, yeah, there's nothing. It's like this sort of like, I'm a man, demand it, but there's nothing that's informing them. And I can't say it enough that if you're a man out there and you kind of have this like sentiment of traditionalism, and you want the woman to submit to you, if she doesn't see you submit to something higher, there's no reflection that she can see of why she ought to submit to you. All she sees is a man saying, submit, because a man, right? And that's kind of the rhetoric we hear. That's why I advocate for Christianity, because that will make all of that make sense. You'll understand a proper system of submission through Christianity, and without that, I don't think it exists. It's literally like what's the alternative? It's like just a militant structure. You know, it's just like it's like working for a company where you're just like, you work for my company now. It's like, that's not enough for women to submit. So any of you men are confused. Why aren't they submitting? They're not understanding the lens through which submission is a virtue.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think if you're in a secular lens, if I like apply to a secular lens, I think for a lot of men, like the reason that I submit to my husband isn't just because I feel like that's spiritually meaningful for me, right? It's an important thing in my faith to do, but I do it because Nick is the most respect-worthy person I know in my life. Like, I delight to listen to him because I trust him. That's why I picked him. That's why I hope picked me, is because I respect him, and there's that mutual love and respect. And so I think for a lot of men, even if you're not religious and they're expecting the submission from women, it's like, what is there to respect here? Like, do you have any higher values that you're submitting to? Do you have any like quality of character that you're trying to submit to yourself? Like, is there any ethics or like moral character that you are putting yourself to, that essentially you're submitting to, whether it's like ideally God or not God? Just for the viewers.
Word. Wait, one final question on this and I'll move it on. So I guess we'll start with you. I'll ask everyone on the panel. Would you rather have a high status career but make no money, or a low status career but make, say, $100,000 a year?
Low status.
Okay, so you'd go with 100. Okay. What about you?
Uh,
So let's say it could be like lawyer versus like
Can I just pick like
janitor.
my ideal? Is the question like, what's my ideal job versus?
Sure, yeah. Your idea of like a high status job.
Yeah, I would take like a high status job with zero pay over the low status job.
100,000. Okay, what about you?
Low status.
Low.
Can you say the question again?
Yeah, so high status job, but you make no money.
Can you give an example of a high status job?
Yeah, like lawyer.
Well, like no money, like zero. Like,
Yeah, you're a
like
lawyer.
slavery.
Yeah, you make no money, but you're like a
More
lawyer.
like
or something.
volunteer.
sorry, I'm
More
not
like
gonna-
volunteer work, okay?
I'm actually confused. What is the high status aspect to, if it's not money? Like, what's a high status job that doesn't pay money? If it's not money, what is the status? Is it like visibility, or like you're on a reality show? Like you're everyone knows you, you're famous, but you have no money.
So, for example, I could see like a plumber and a lawyer, both of those jobs making the same amount of money, but I think most people's like assessment of that would be like the lawyer's more prestigious than like a plumber.
All right,
you know, if that kind of makes sense.
That makes more sense.
Well,
Even if they make the same amount.
Yeah.
I guess just for the sake of, hey, I got to put, I have a roof. I need to pay for a roof over my head. I would pick the low status job that actually pays versus having like this giant sphere of influence, but like I can't get money.
What about you?
But you just said they're making the same amount of money. It's just
No,
low
I was
versus.
I was explaining the status component, like how there could be a differential of status between two jobs who do make the same amount of money.
Okay, so then I would. agree
Into the
with her.
mic.
I would agree with her. I would do low status.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was just curious about it. That's interesting.
I mean, it's something to add, like when I say high status, I'm just picturing like my dream role that I'm occupying. Like my dream is like running a treatment center, right? So it's like, if that's what you mean, but I'm making no money, and I'm assuming in this world I'm magically also like covering my bills, I would love to do that. If you're saying I can't do that and cover my bills, then I guess, we're a little bit tied to money, aren't we?
Can someone explain, like, what does orbs mean? Like, it keeps saying, like, orb, like what?
Orb? It's from my audience. So it's an inside joke from my audience because I had a drama with a dude who believes that orbs like show up on his live streams, and we had this big fallout. So now all my audience makes fun of him. We're talking about orbs.
Like paranormal orbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Now we have Lucas here with his follow-up. As a follow-on, I think it's fair to say that traditional men capable of fully providing for a household are not looking for a hot mess project. Rather, they're looking for a wife already inculcated with and fully aligned with the family dynamic outlined by Ephesians 5:22. And we have Lucas following up again. Yikes, not taking your husband's last name. Well, maybe it's a Greek cultural thing, but that would be akin to my wife slinging a pot of turds at my entire family. Much like not naming my son after my dad. Chair 6. Good luck finding that traditional masculine feminist man. Oh, that's you, Chair 6. Okay.
So what if he said he'll take your name?
Be icky, right?
That wouldn't happen. I would.
Why? What if
'Cause
you
that's
found
not- Does that
a
like
wild guy?
actually happen? No.
Yeah, it actually.
For
I
the
have a
sake of
friend.
argument.
Yeah, I have a friend who took his wife's.
Sometimes guys take girl names.
I didn't know that. I would, if he really wants to. Why not?
Okay, important
if
question.
her last name's better. I mean, if his last name is like Gaylord and like
I
her
was gonna
last
say,
name's like
what
Megatron,
if your last name's
I'm gonna pick
Epstein?
Megatron.
Are you taking a new last name? Like if you have an opportunity to like flee the Epstein name.
That would
Are
be
you
the
doing
man's
it?
determination.
Or any
Yeah, of course. But I'm asking, like, would you guys be like, if you were last named Epstein and you had an opportunity, like, would you change your name?
Are you saying like not within the context of marriage? Just like, would you change your last name? If you had,
Sure.
like,
I'm mostly making a meme, but yeah.
I
it's
don't,
not a
if
serious
a guy
question.
wanted to change his last name for whatever, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's
So
not. I was
is she
making a
just
joke.
like supposed to change her name to Epstein?
If she's in a relationship with him and that's his given last name, and he desires to keep it, and he's a traditional guy, and his traditional expectation is you're going to take my last name, then yeah, she's going to change it.
And
to that.
name the son Jeffrey too. You gotta go with it.
You're tweaking.
We have some chats here. We have Belial. He just says hey to Hyacinth.
Oh, hi.
Is this your homie?
Yeah. Aw.
Thank you, Belial. Thank you, appreciate it. Then we have Sean coming in here. It's going to take a moment to pull up. Agrippa's trilemma posits that any attempt to justify belief leads to infinite regress, dogmatism, or circularity. Coherentism is an epistemological theory that can attempt to solve this.
But it doesn't.
Well, you say that, but you have evidence that you're not aware of the basics. So we're not going to listen to anything you say about philosophy when you can't name
still
one
can't
book.
separate absolutism
Can
from
you name
objectivism.
one
which is
book
much
from
more important.
Plato
Oh,
that you've
good
read?
one. Oh,
You can't.
good one.
Because you haven't read it.
You
Just
got
admit
me.
that you haven't read it.
I have read it. I
But
don't
you don't know
remember
any
the title.
titles of the
if
most
you
famous
would like to engage
the most
with my
famous
ideas, you're welcome
philosophical texts
to.
in
If
history?
you just want to fall back on this, you can.
You're sued.
I'm not a sued. I've read
But
them.
you can't name one of them.
No, but do you want to engage with my ideas?
Because you haven't read them.
Again, this is
But
not the dunk.
Your ideas are not worthwhile because you're a sued. Fraud.
At least I'm not lying about having a degree in philosophy, I guess. Because if you did, you could definitely tell us the difference between absolutism and objectivism.
I gave you the explanation.
You
of the
didn't. You
difference.
said they're synonymous.
In the context, in terms of intentionality, how I'm using it, they can be synonymous. Do you know that words can be the
what
word?
a weasel answer. That's crazy.
The word kid, can it mean two different things?
So your answer to what's the difference between
Can the word
absolutism
kid-
and objectivism is equivocating. That's amazing.
Can
Honestly,
the word kid mean two different things?
power level. You have
Can the word
highest
kid
power
mean two
level.
different things?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so words are dependent on their context.
Yeah, so you're answering
So the
the
word
definitional
subjectivism-
question here by equivocating.
The word
Gotcha.
subjective, you don't know what equivocation
just
is.
so you guys know, is when you
That's
take
the
a word with
false
multiple
meaning of the
meanings
words.
and you use them differently within the same premise so that you can muddy the conversation and
You
make it
don't-
hard. So he's acting like absolutism when we're talking about it as a definition is just his personal definition that he's thinking of in the moment. When I'm
I said
obviously asking about the
subjectivism.
school of absolutism versus the
Subjectivism.
school of objectivism. Obviously.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your
That's what I am
argument.
asking you about.
But I
That's
don't
what I'm
care
asking
because
you
I was
about.
critiquing your argument.
Good one, Jay.
Yeah. So all the yapping wasn't addressing the critique.
Again, if you just want to
Again,
deal with the terms, I'm
but you've
asking
never
you
read
to
Plato,
define the
even though you
difference
claimed you've read
between
all Plato.
absolutism and
5 Plato
objectivism.
books you said you've read, and you can't name one.
Nope.
Because you lied.
In my head.
So
at
you
least I know the
lied?
difference between these two concepts.
So you lied. You're admitting you lied.
Nope.
You didn't lie.
Nope.
But you can't name one of the 5.
Nope.
The most famous philosophical text in history, Plato's Dialogues,
And when I read through it in school, it comes in the 5 dialogues. So I didn't memorize the specific books within each of
and
them.
you can't name one of them.
Of the 5 dialogues? Nope. But can you
Right. Because
define
you
the
didn't
difference
read them.
between
And you don't
absolutism and
understand the
objectivism?
topics that you're talking
I don't
about.
think you can.
Because you can't, you don't understand
no
what
idea.
you're talking about. You're a
Plato, Kant, you don't see the difference there?
Name
There's
one.
No difference.
Name one book of Kant. Do you want me to help you? It starts with a C. One of the Kant books that's famous starts with a C.
Same way that
I don't know it.
Right, because you haven't read it. You said I read
have.
3 Kant books.
Mm-hmm.
describe stuff.
Because you haven't read it.
I'm
Just
sorry.
admit you haven't read it.
I
Just
have
be honest.
read them.
The whole internet, you haven't.
I don't-
Because they're famous.
Okay, are we just gonna
and
circle this
anybody in
forever?
this domain would know.
Do you
admitted
wanna
that
engage with my
you
ideas,
remember
or do
the
I wanna keep
book
citing
that you remember
book
the
titles I
book that
don't-
you read
that I haven't
recently
memorized?
and its title.
Eventually I did,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, but you can't remember the most famous
Yeah, I
text
don't
in
go around
philosophy.
memorizing book names. You're right. In future debates, I'll do my best to memorize book names. Do you want to deal with my ideas yet, or do you just want to
Could you
keep
name
on being
one
bad
philosophy
faith
book?
to try to get optic
One
ducks?
philosophy book from any of the philosophers.
One philosophy book,
Mm-hmm.
Plato's Republic.
Okay. Did you read that?
No, I actually didn't.
Okay. Can you name one you've read?
Off the top of my dome, not right now.
Because you haven't read the subject
Okay.
matter, and you came to debate.
Again, Nietzsche's. What's
Do you
it called?
Nietzsche's, what's it called?
I'm trying to remember. The God is dead. He goes through the structures. I mean, if I can list, do you want me to list what's within the books? Okay, the Nietzsche book where he talks about structures and inheritance, Übermensch, Undermensch, and he talks about this.
I'm going to help you.
That's not the book that I read. That's not the one I'm citing. Thus spoke Zarathustra is not the book that I'm talking about.
I'm giving you the first words of Nietzsche books. The anti...
I don't know why you think this is a dunk.
Because you don't know any of the subjects that you're trying to debate.
Do you want to engage with the ideas?
You said that I don't know philosophy. You called into question my degree, and you can't name a single philosophy book. You're a fraud.
I'm not claiming to have a degree in philosophy.
No, you said I was a fraud.
I think you're a fraud because you don't know the difference between absolute and objectivism, which you absolutely
name
learned
one
in
philosophical book, you idiot.
I already did.
You lied.
I already did.
No, you didn't. You can't name one. Name one.
I just did.
You've read. None.
I've read
Zero.
parts of Thus Speaks Zarathustra. Does that count for you?
Because I helped you with the title. Yeah.
Again, I can go through like the book that I'm thinking of Nietzsche and like what it is. This just isn't the dunk.
And what's the philosophy that he outlined?
As a pro-debater, Jay, you should be able to engage with ideas and not have to hide behind
titles. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, what's he lay out?
I can't remember all of it. I already said that I'd only read parts of it.
What view of history?
What?
What view of history does he lay out?
Like I said, I only read parts of it.
Because you haven't read it. You're a liar.
I said I read
because you're a liar.
Bro, you're so horny.
You don't know
for
the
this.
basics of the book?
You're so horny for this.
You don't know the basics.
Why are you so mad? Again, I don't remember the titles of any of these books that I've read. If you'd like to engage with the ideas that we're talking about, I would love to do that. Can you define yet the difference between absolutism and objectivism?
One thing that Thus Spoke Zarathustra
This is just like not the optic dunk you think it is. Again, I have read the books.
You have no knowledge of philosophy at all.
I don't remember what they're called.
You don't know any of them because you didn't read them.
Brian, how long do you
are failing because you lied.
I'm not failing.
You're a
and
liar.
You're really mad because I think
lied.
This time, like compared to last
you said
night,
that I'm a fraud,
sleep, and you're so mad.
Oh, now it's the sleep. I didn't get sleep. I can't remember.
Yeah,
things.
I flew back from Israel, was up for 30 hours straight, got 3 hours of sleep, and then flew here.
Book I read. I don't know what book.
No, these aren't
But you're going to call me out as a fraud.
Well, you don't know the difference between absolutism and objectivism.
You're going to call me out as a fraud,
pretty basic
and
things
you have
in
zero knowledge of the subject.
And I would hope that you would know it.
You failed.
Citing books doesn't mean that you're educated in philosophy.
It means that you don't know anything about it.
There's lots of people
You've not
who
read
read
one
books
book.
and memorize names that are fucking retards in philosophy. This is obviously true.
You lied.
I don't know how long we want to keep
for admitting that you lied.
No, I did not admit that. I have not lied.
You couldn't name one book or the subject matter of the books.
I've already said I've named one book that's a fucking
What's it about?
philosophy book.
After I helped you.
I already said that I didn't read in Plato's Republic.
What is Thus Spake there?
I already said I don't remember the part specifically. I remember cracking the book and reading a bit of it.
Thank you for admitting you have no knowledge of philosophy.
That's not true at all. I don't know why you need to straw
I don't need to read any philosophy books.
God,
I have knowledge of the
I keep losing this debate to this stupid woman that I keep interrupting.
I want to debate. I don't
know.
Knowledge.
I'll list book titles. That'll get her.
She's sparking out.
How old are you again? Like 40 something?
I have no knowledge of the subject matter.
Aren't you like 40?
Yeah.
That's again.
Oh, so gonna go ad hominem now?
And you've been waiting for crazy.
Okay, I have to interject. Okay, hold on, y'all, shut up. You've been literally insulting her the entire time.
I don't care what you think. I don't care.
You've been insulting her the entire time. You've been calling her an idiot. Look, I'm not saying. Look, I'm gonna be real. Listen,
I'm gonna come and debate you, but I'm gonna question your military history.
No, okay,
first of all,
sure.
can I do that?
No, yeah. Hold on. Yes.
You're not in the military.
Yes, I am. 1,000%.
Right.
Sergeant. Yep.
See.
No, but hold on.
That's what she did.
What I'm trying to say.
Bro, why did you?
Oh, I thought. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my fucking point.
Don't pass out the. Okay, no, go ahead.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me finish my point.
Are you sure you don't have fake titties, bro?
Wow.
I'm just.
Let me answer the fucking question. Can I say my point for once? For once in my life, can I speak?
Go ahead.
All right.
So imagine if I had.
Oh my
knowledge.
God!
Listen, I'm gonna give an example of something. Remember
can I
examples?
please just? I just want to say one thing. You guys can go back to whatever the fuck you're doing.
I would love to stop.
One thing.
She's a fraud.
One thing.
But I want to ask you a question.
Can I just say one thing?
Okay.
I already forgot what I was going to say. Give me a second. Give me a fucking second. Okay. I said. Exactly. No, that's literally.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you've been calling her an idiot the entire time.
She is. She
okay,
lied.
but that's
she got
an ad
caught lying.
hominem. Stop. Okay.
She got caught lying.
No, that's an insult. That's not an ad hominem.
Listen.
Okay, thank you. Well, you're insulting her, and now you're talking about
because she lied. So if I hold on, so it's okay to lie.
No, it's not okay to lie, but I'm saying like, damn, you're
I
acting
didn't lie.
like
I said
acting
I
like
don't think
You
she had a
haven't read these
philosophy degree.
subjects.
she
You're
threw
a liar.
one punch at you.
You haven't read the
One.
books. Huh?
She threw one punch at you, and now you're like,
No.
why are you hitting
No.
me? Why are you hitting me? It's like, bro, you've been hitting her like 50 times in a row.
No, that's not what happened. So
Okay.
imagine if I come to you and I say, I don't know anything about the military, but you're not in the military. You're a fraud. What would you say?
I would say,
Whoa.
you can question my experience where I went to basic, my MOS,
okay, I
where
don't-
I've been in the world, and I can answer it off the fly. I don't have to make shit up.
Exactly.
That's not a point to me at all. If you have this
You
background
said that
in
I don't know
Jay,
these
you
things.
gotta pause.
You
You gotta
couldn't
breathe
name
and
a
let me
book.
speak, or I'm
You
just gonna
couldn't name
keep
a book.
talking over you at this point because you
You
will
couldn't name a
not stop
book.
interrupting. You wouldn't even
failed.
let this woman speak.
You failed.
Breathe.
You failed.
Jay, breathe.
You're a
this
fraud.
Is not
You got
making
caught
win.
lying.
This doesn't make
Your
you look
debate
good.
career is over.
Again.
Like, you fraud. You've lost every debate.
Brian, I will call you out for things we talked about yesterday. If you go there, don't do it.
I'm bantering.
Don't do it.
I'm bantering.
Okay,
How
I
dare
haven't
you
read these books.
Fine, you're both
That's
frauds.
what
How
you
about
want to
that?
hear, but that's just not true. I have
But
read
you
the
couldn't-
books,
and
but
you
I
have no
can't
knowledge
cite
of
the
them?
titles.
Or
However,
what's in them?
if you
Or
have
what's
a
in them?
degree in philosophy,
Or what's in them?
Actually, I went through the Nietzsche book and
And you
cited a
couldn't tell
number
me what's
of
in it.
things.
What's
No,
in
I
it?
can't remember
What's
the
in? What's in? Thus spake there. What's in it?
I already Jesus.
So you
fucking
don't know.
Christ.
Yeah, now you're cussing and melting down because you don't know.
First
you
of
lied.
all,
You got caught
calling me
lying.
melting down is crazy
No,
right
you're
now.
melting down.
Second of all,
You do your fake giggle when you're melting
I've already
down.
acknowledged all of your questions. I've answered them honestly. I don't remember the titles. I
So
have
you
read
lied
them.
because
And
you said you've read those
still
things.
won't answer
You
what the difference
lied.
is between absolutism and objectivism.
Did you lie?
Objectivism
Did
is
you lie?
because you know how
Did
silly
you
it
lie?
makes you look.
Did you
And
lie?
if you have a Phil degree,
I
you
don't
should-
owe you
this
an
would be
answer
like me,
when you're
so
not.
I have a psych degree.
You're not competent.
And say you're calling
now
me
you're
on
citing your
psych-
degrees. No one cares. That doesn't give you
This is
philosophy
insane.
knowledge.
I would love to
You're
move
not
on,
competent in this.
Or
You're
to say
incompetent.
my piece. It's either
I don't
it's
owe you
all-
a
at this-
debate on that subject. when
You
you're competent.
invited me here. You fucking retard.
You
If
accepted
you didn't
it.
Want
You're
to
the
talk to
retard
me,
because you accepted it.
No, not at all. I'm not the one getting mad at you and saying like, I won't engage with you.
Hey, let's
I
not
You
won't
say
engage
the R
with
accepted
word.
a
Don't say
debate
the R
and
word.
lost. You're the retard.
Sorry, is the R word off the
Restarted.
So
Say
we're-
restarted.
are we on or in?
Just to make sure, is the R word
I
off the
think we
word?
should. I think we try to avoid it, but sometimes the R word is warranted. So I'll give the R word pass for now. As I'll give a pass for that. But
Gotcha. Okay. So the issue is that if we were talking about, say, psychology, I have a degree in psychology, and you thought that I was incorrect
That's
about something.
nothing to do
say,
with this.
I'm giving
It's
an
irrelevant.
analogy. You can
It's
follow,
irrelevant.
Jay. You can follow along. It's okay. Breathe.
We don't care about
just let me
psychology
speak.
degrees.
If you're such a great debater, you can handle a question.
It's not
back.
relevant. You just want to yap
Okay, I'll
because
just
you want to try
keep
to
talking.
save. You dug a hole.
Okay, there
You
are
wanna
two
dig yourself
options for this
out.
panel at this point. I can continue my talking point. You
Or you
can
could
breathe
leave.
and you can let me speak, or we move on to something different so that the
I agree.
audience
Let's move
and
on to
everyone at the
something
table
different.
can have something.
I
different.
love that.
Thank
You are 200 IQ, Kyla. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank
We're going
you.
to move it on. We're moving it on. Good suggestion. We have Lucas here with the chat. Oh, God.
No.
Lucas, you're killing me. Since you claim to have read Plato's Republic,
didn't
can you
claim
tell
that.
me what
She said
Plato
she didn't
described
read
as
it.
the
I said
noble
that I
lie?
did not read
This is
it.
basic stuff. Okay, she
I
didn't read
didn't
it.
read it.
Thank you,
So,
Lucas,
yeah.
for the message.
Lies.
Thank you, Lucas, for the message.
No, lies about knowing. Lies about philosophy.
You're lying when you said that
So,
you didn't read it. You
guys,
actually did, and you have to now define it all.
philosophy.
Okay.
So anyways, we have Stifler here. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you. Into the mic.
I think that's the most superficial question to ever ask. Do I need to answer?
It's yes. Go ahead.
I'll do 7 because I can't pick.
What you
They
can't?
can't pick 7.
You're not going to pick 10?
Oh,
Just give them 1. It makes them really
Hey,
mad.
Kyla. Not going to pick 10?
I'm gonna pick 1.
Imagine if every girl
no,
said
give
one
it,
at this table.
give us the real answer though.
What do you? Why would that? Not
Okay,
be?
so just to be clear, so if you say 1, for example, like so, if the scale is like 1 is like the most ugliest person ever, and 10 is like, like super beautiful, prettiest woman you've ever seen, where do you put yourself on the scale?
One eternity later.
6.
Okay, what about you?
I don't know, like an 8. I don't know.
Okay, what about you?
6.
With makeup a 6, without a 5.
Answer. With makeup, an 8. Without makeup, like a 5 as well.
A 6.
Okay, Jimbob?
6.9 every time.
Jay, scale of 1 to 10 on looks.
11.
Jay, you got to give up. Come on, Jay.
I'm just joking. Give us
into the mic if you can.
Just looks.
Yes.
8.
I give myself a 5. I give myself a 5. Okay, that's cool. Hold on. Jimbob, can you ask a question really quick? I need to just get up for a moment.
What?
I need to get up for a moment. Can you
Oh, well,
just take over?
it's going to come up? Oh, just ask any question?
Yeah, just ask a question.
Well, I hate to bring it back to this, but...
You should probably ask the panel.
I wanted to go back to something about the GDP just briefly.
Oh, you're killing us, Jimbob.
If it's the case that the GDP of a nation is the product of many individual households and their productivity.
Yeah.
Each individual household and their productivity, like if they are seeing that as the value, if it's all tragic, okay, if each individual their drive to produce is tragic, but it actually produces a high GDP, aren't you arguing for a tragic society of individuals?
Nope. Okay, so GDP is not really tied to like the productivity of a household. It's essentially all the goods that are finalized within a country. So it's not really about a household because, for example, if you're a factory worker, you're not like contributing to the calculated GDP in like a super direct way. So it's not like a total one-to-one. I understand your point though, so I'll grant where you're kind of going with this. The answer was an ecological fallacy, which I can just explain now. It's this idea where you take like a normative claim for a group and then you apply it to an individual. So the normative claim that like GDP is broadly good for a nation, that's my normative broad claim. And what you're doing is you're being like, isn't that good for the individual? You're engaging in an ecological fallacy because at an individual level, right, what I'm talking about when I'm saying it's a tragedy is this like sad thing to me where genuinely most of the moral value that we put on men is the money that they produce. This happens a lot in dating, and I think that that's something that's unfair to do to men, particularly in an economy where every single person has to be working anyways, and we don't attach the same level of moral value to women based on the money that they're making. So I think it's a tragedy in that way. I don't think it's bad to like pursue commerce or try to make money or anything like that. That's not the tragedy. It's when I look at a man and I determine his value based on the size of his wallet. I think that's not a good thing. But that doesn't mean GDP is not good.
Wait, so you think it's a tragedy to expect men to be providers? Is that follow?
Nope. I think it's a tragedy to attach the only value of a man to the money that he makes. I think men bring more than money.
Okay, only,
right?
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think men bring character, they're people, they have personalities, right? They're interesting.
Do you think it's a tragedy for a woman to look first for money?
I think what it does
Top of the list, I mean?
Yeah, I actually think it leads women to bad relationships a lot and dissatisfied relationships, but it's a very much like, again, it's kind of gender opportunism where they're like, man, I really hate traditionalism except for when it benefits me. So I generally would advise women to like value that less. You should look for more like upward mobility. Like if money is about how hard you work, you should look for how hard you work and upward mobility, not your set income.
I love that for you.
Thanks.
I love that. I don't know. All right.
I know why you're flirting with me. Oh my goodness, Brian.
I'm not sure if that's what just happened there, but I'll accept it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we did this. Finishing up on this, though, we have a follow-up question. What do you... do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking in 10 years' time. So yeah, you're 28. Will you be better looking at 38?
No.
Okay. And then you're 28 now. Do you think you're better looking now, or were you better looking at 18?
I'm better looking now.
Better looking now. Okay. Kyla, you're 31. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 41?
No.
Okay. And then were you better looking at 21 versus now at 31?
I had my glow up at like 23. So yeah.
So better looking at 21? Mm-hmm. Okay. You're 21?
No, better looking at 31.
Oh, better looking now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're 21, better looking in 10 years' time at 31?
No.
Okay. You're 24, better looking in 10 years' time at 34?
Not without surgery.
Not without surgery. Okay.
Not without lots of stuff.
You're 25, better looking in 10 years' time at 35?
Yes.
20 years' time, 45?
Oh, shit, it's still me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I thought you like Yes.
You,
Yes.
wait, what?
Yes. 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 Yes to both. Yes,
Yes to both.
Yes.
Okay. 30 years time, 55. Will you be better looking?
Yes.
40 years time, 65.
Yes.
50 years time, 75.
Yes.
60. My math is 60 years time, 85.
Yes.
Are these like genuine answers, or are you just kind of trolling?
These are genuine answers.
Okay, so just okay. I'll just max it out then. Will you be better looking at 105 versus now at 25?
Probably not.
Okay, so where's your peak then?
85.
Your peak is 85. Okay.
is.
Got
And no,
it.
I'm not trolling. I just.
So just to be clear, you genuinely think that you'll be better looking in 60 years time at 85?
I'm just built different.
Are you saying you're transgender?
No, I'm literally saying I'm built different. Like I'm just made out of a different material.
Are you saying you're trans?
No, what? I said a different material.
Oh, okay, so you're not trans then?
No.
Okay, I don't know. And okay, you said you were built different. You're clearly trolling though. I mean, come on, 85. That's going to be your
Okay,
peak.
maybe like 45.
Okay, whatever.
Well, what am I supposed to say? I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Given using
If
your
I'll keep
eyeballs,
working,
I
I'll
guess.
keep working out. I mean, I work out. I eat healthy. I assume I'll keep looking better. I mean, looks fade, but I don't know.
Okay, you're 28. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 38?
I'm gonna say yes because I'm probably gonna get a lot of surgery and work out a lot more than I am right now.
Okay, and will you be better looking 48, 20 years' time?
Depends on the upkeep. If I'm following through, eating healthy, working out.
Let's assume the upkeep is good, I guess, absent plastic surgery. Will you be better looking at 48 versus 28?
I think there's definitely going to be a different, like, I would rather be 28 than 48, even with plastic surgery. So I guess a no, but I would say yes for 10 years plus. So 38, yes. 48, no.
Okay, and then are you better looking now at 28 than you were at 18?
Yes.
Okay. Jimbob, you're 44, better looking in 10 years' time at 51.
Yeah, I'm going to be super
Mary,
ripped.
can you start pulling up the Discord? Have you been doing it? Okay, it's the Discord, the research tab. Start pulling up the age advance and the gender swaps.
I'm going to be ripped in 10 years.
Okay. Actually, you typically don't ask this question to the men because they don't give like R-slurred answers. But Jay Dyer, would you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time, 20 years' time?
Ponytail.
We age pretty well, so I would say I'll probably look about the same.
There you go. All right. Okay. Do you have those pulled up? So what we've...
We'll see about that.
JJ, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it. I'll do a couple quick shouts. Guys, Venmo, Cash App. If you want 100% of your contribution to go towards the podcast, that's whatever podcast. Lindsay, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Really appreciate it. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. TTS is 200. Read is 100. That's through streamlabs.com/whatever. Also, if you're, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Also, join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. And then shop.whatever.com if you want to get yourself some merch. Also, big labia matter. That's important, I guess. Okay, I'm just waiting on the age advancements. We'll actually just wait until I'll wait a little bit until we have everybody back at the table.
Well, is big labia like an actual thing? Like, what do you, like, I have no, like, I don't know. Like, what is it? Educate me while, no one's here.
Sure. So I guess there's innies and howdies, and there's middies. There's all kinds of variation in between. And this is like an old school feminist talking point, although I don't really hear it that much anymore with the increase in like pro-surgery feminism, which is kind of interesting. But essentially there's this talking point that depictions in like pornographic material, it always have these like perfectly manicured vaginas, basically, which is just not how. I think it's like 50% of women have outies, so to speak. And I don't think people should be shamed for their genitalia and whether you're a man or a woman, but specifically when it comes to women on this topic, like they're shamed. You know, you'll hear terms like beef curtains, wizard sleeve, Arby's, meat used quite a bit. So I'm against it. And yeah,
I guess when you phrase it like that, big labias matter.
Big labias do matter. So it's, yeah. You know what? The thing is, though, all labias can't matter until big labias matter, excuse me. So there is that. Okay. We're still waiting for her to come back, so I'll just get into the notes. We have some notes from you, Charlie. You said you were on a date with a guy who was an influencer. He took you out on a date, and he was live streaming your date twice, or wait, our date? So you went on 2 dates with him.
So he asked me out on a date, and I said, yeah, sure. This was like when me and my fiance, we weren't like together because we didn't want to make LDR work yet at this point. But long story short is he hits me up and he's like, hey, let's go on a date. So I was like, yeah, sure. So he sets up a day, sets up the time, sets up when he's going to pick me up. It's all great. And background, he's like a super big influencer. He picks me up, we go to the location, and while he's driving, he's like saying like doing Twitch stuff, like the stuff like Twitch people do, like, I don't know, Twitch, like give me like $20 or something and I'll say this to her or something like that. And so it's just like obviously not real or whatever. And we're together at the table and we start talking, and now it's becoming like an actual date, but it's still being live streamed, but it's a genuine date, it feels like. And then I just asked him, I said, do you ever do things for fun? That's what I said to him. Like, do you ever genuinely do things not for the views, not for the subs, not for the money, but do you just do things for fun, to be present in the moment and not feel like you have to put up a front for people? And he didn't give me a really good answer. It was like, I don't remember the answer. It was like a wishy-washy answer. And so I got up, I paid for my drink and my meal, and I left.
How did you garnish a date with the big influencer? How did that all unfold?
To be honest, I didn't know he was an influencer until he followed me, and I followed him back, and I saw that he had actually a really big following.
Why did he follow you?
Because we met on we started chatting on a dating app.
Oh, it was an
yeah,
app.
no, like we met on an app. Okay. It was just his first name. It was just personal pictures of him. I started low-key recognizing him from like the old like Vine era. And then
who was
Will
it?
Sasso?
I can't. I'm not going to say. I don't do that. I don't kiss and tell.
So, but you asked if he does anything for fun. He had no answer. And then you walked out after paying for your drink. I'm curious though, is there anything wrong with not doing anything for fun? Like maybe you're just working so hard that one day you can support a family.
No, not even. Like honestly, if like my real answer is like, no, there's nothing wrong. Some people just, like for me, for example, I'm an EMT. Like I'm gonna be real with you, we don't get paid shit. I do auditions when I have time, and I try to, write my own scripts and produce them. But like at the end of the day, I end up having to pull 5 to 6 day work weeks just to survive, just have a roof over my head. So I sympathize with people that they can't do anything fun because it's either too expensive or just they have to work so much to make ends meet. I get that. But when you're somebody like him, who I get it, influencing's like his job, but can you maybe put the phone down for just an hour and just be present for once and just show me your authentic self?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I don't have anything against fun or anything, but maybe some men just operate from a paradigm of self-sacrifice, and part of that self-sacrifice
he was not a traditional man. He was definitely very modern, as very modern in the sense that you guys have described.
Okay. Here we're going to so here's what we're going to do. We have put every single person here on the panel through an AI, and we've aged advanced all of you. Some of you said you're going to be better looking in 10, 20, 30 years time, et cetera, et cetera. So we've put you through AI, and we're going to see if it's true. Go ahead, pull it up.
Oh my goodness. Oh God.
Oh, you're so cute.
Try these cookies.
Yeah, that's going to be the grandma I'm going to be.
All right. Wow. Okay. Nice.
Where'd you get this photo?
Yeah, that's
it's always the same old lady though, creeping in on the last image every time.
Where did these photos come from?
I think you're pretty cute. You're pretty cute, Granny.
Okay. Let's go next.
There's no way that's just 10 years. That is not just a 10-year
I could be. I
aggression.
mean, if you drink and smoke heavily, then maybe.
That's true. After my severe crack addiction in the next 10 years, that will be
It
me.
could. It might happen.
Severe.
All right, next.
Oh, that's hard to look at. I don't want to look
So,
at
how do you feel about that?
Disgusted.
Disgusted?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You ready? All right.
Aw, that's not bad.
I look cute.
Yeah.
Hair is luscious.
Yeah.
Chick's a MILF.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Next.
I look fucking cool. I don't care what anybody says. I look real.
Okay. All right. Let's do. Oh.
Oh, Lord.
What do you think? Yeah.
She looks cute.
No surgery.
Into the mic if you can, please.
No surgery done.
No surgery done.
Next.
That was the same lady, though.
Oh.
Every time.
Jimbob.
Yeah, it's just a curmudgeon. Get off my lawn. Get off my couch.
Yeah, angry.
All right, next. I think was that your wife that just laughed at that?
I think she is.
I think she just chuckled a little bit.
It's your future.
Is that?
Why
it
do you
is.
That's with,
extend
like-
the pink down your
That's
forehead?
with like cigarettes and
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Next. Oh, okay. All right.
Time. Every
Felicity
time.
back there. Oof. Next.
What the
Okay.
fuck is it?
Oh, I see.
That's just like a headshot.
Make it smaller. Oh wait, I know where. Okay, so this is actually this is like from 10 plus years ago. I was in Amsterdam doing a promo for Bad Grandpa. The Jackass presents Bad Grandpa with Johnny Knoxville, and they put like they turned me into an old man.
Oh, that's actually prosthetic and makeup?
Prosthetic,
That's
and
real
makeup.
deal?
It
Wow.
wasn't, they didn't put like those, it was like a 30-minute makeup job, so it's not like the crazy, like full-on prosthetics, but yeah, they did that. So
Middle one's-
Is there next, or is that it?
Middle one kind of looks like an arrest photo, like Kevin Spacey did something terrible.
Damn.
You know?
That's actually the age one, though. That middle one's pretty, that's crazy. That's young. That's a 10-year-old photo, though. 10-plus-year-old. Damn. Shit.
Back when you were youthful.
When I was
Wow.
actually not a tub of lard. All right. Next. Do we have the gender swaps? All right. Keep an eye on those.
Brian, were you popular in high school, like when you were younger? Like, what was your archetype?
popular?
Yeah,
My high school
Your
archetype?
Yeah, what were you?
I was a Sigma.
Were you were an athlete?
Straight up a loner.
Were you a nerd or like were you an athlete?
She loves that. Was it? No. Sigma male grind set, yo. What was my archetype? Shit. I mean, I wasn't like a jock.
Yeah.
I think I was like a normal.
You're just the normie.
I was like a normal kid. Maybe like a little, just doing my own thing though.
Okay.
I didn't have like a
So you were a
giant
Sigma.
femme group.
Right.
I guess I kind of was a Sigma actually. But I was just doing my own thing. I was over high school though by junior year.
What about you, Jay? Were you a skater boy?
Dude, he was a
No, I was the wittiest. I was popular.
he was a,
popular, yeah.
he was a legend in high school.
Legend.
Yeah.
I actually, when I was in high school, I heard about him.
Did you
Yeah.
actually?
No. That's how much of a legend Jay was. Where did you go to high school?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay, we heard about you.
I heard about him in
You heard
Alberta.
about him in
Yeah,
California?
he was a big deal.
His reputation precedes
Yeah,
him.
through the biggest ragers.
Yeah. Anyways, we're still waiting on the gender swaps. Did those come through? Okay, you got all of them, or you still need to? Okay, perfect. So, guys, for this next segment, we've swapped your gender. All of y'all are men. Well, you guys are women now.
Right, well,
you
yeah.
guys have changed to women.
Clearly.
And the question is, would you date the male version of you?
Oh, no.
Or do you find them attractive or whatever? Go ahead.
Am I still
It's like one of the Bee Gees.
I know. Whoa.
if you still have...
Were they the falsetto guys?
Yeah.
I started a joke.
Would you date the male version of you?
He looks nice.
Hyacinth.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a little too nice, though.
Yeah, like
You know what I mean?
Be nice.
Yeah. Like he's like,
hey girl, read my
Wait, what
feminist
is
essay.
Yeah.
Do you want to study gender studies together?
What's that thing from Zoolander? The blue steel? Is that what you're doing there?
Oh, am I?
You're kind of doing blue steel. Here, do it to the camera right now. The blue steel.
How do you do it?
Yeah, there it is. All right. So would you no? Is that a no or yes?
He seems like he'd be a good friend.
Yeah, friend zone. Friend zone.
Friend zoned.
He's a brave and decent man. He's a pioneer.
All right. Next. Whoa.
That looks.
Ben Affleck?
That looks like my brother. I generally don't date white men, actually. So not super my preference.
You generally, before your husband, did you?
My husband's not white.
No, but you dated.
I dated one like.
You like Asian guys or?
Yeah, just usually not white. Also, that looks like my brother.
That's your.
That would
bro.
make me really uncomfortable just dating.
So
my
wouldn't
brother.
date him if you were single. And...
I mean, he's cute. He's a good-looking guy. The scruff looks great. I just see my wonderful raging gay brother, so it just it feels a little weird.
Hi.
Next. Wait, did we skip one? I think we skipped one. You might have. Here,
I don't
pull
know,
up
but
the-
ew.
Ooh, did you say ew?
What a dork you are.
Like
Oh, okay, here, go, fix it. You wouldn't do it?
Can I see it again?
What if he, wait, question for you.
I mean, no, but
question.
I want to see it again.
Question though. He is the roughest ever. Like
Then
he'll
sign
put
me up.
But he's just so weak he can't leave a bruise.
Damn.
But he's trying.
Okay.
Then he's not the roughest. I don't know.
He's the roughest. Do you have it?
The gingham, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
What the?
Wow.
Would you date the male version of you?
No, so bad.
You wouldn't do it?
No, I wouldn't do it.
If you had to pick between one of them?
What
He
if
looks like he's on something on the
Looks
side.
like he
he
kind of
looks like
he
He's
would.
like full on crackhead.
He looks like a Titan from
Looks like
Attack
he
on
just-
Titan.
yeah.
Dude, that's so bad.
Looks like he just glides up to you. You're like, how did you get here so quickly?
On wheelies.
Sneaks up on you a bit.
All right. Next. Oh, we did. Leave it here for a sec.
He looks like the guy from iCarly. Who's the guy in iCarly?
Why'd you look at me? I have no idea.
I wonder.
He looks like Freddy.
I wonder if what we have to do for these, because it keeps the same jaw structure typically, is we have to masculinize the face a little bit on these. So it's kind of a little
Wider
more
jaw, right?
So it's a little more fair, because if you just take a woman's like facial structure and you just, I don't know. Maybe it needs more masculizing it. No, whatever that word is. Okay. Next.
Ugh.
Wow.
You know, I
just lost some of your head. Your whole skull's gone.
Would you date the male version of you?
He needs your
He's
help.
really smart though. Don't worry.
Probably, I don't know, but he looks like he'd be like my DoorDasher.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow, that was kind
Diss.
of racist.
No, that's not racist.
Honestly.
I'm
Why?
just saying he looks like he'd
Does
be.
he look a little Mexican? Is that? Are you trying to say that?
I am Mexican.
I know
No, he does look like a DoorDasher.
but your implication seems a little.
I don't even know what to say to
racist
that.
me.
But why did
No.
you immediately go to Mexican?
Huh?
Why did you?
Yeah.
Why did you? Why did you? Why did you go to Mexican? Why'd you go to Mexican?
Am I the? Am I
Are all Mexicans working DoorDash?
Why would you assume it's a DoorDasher who's Mexican?
No,
She's like,
literally.
I just said DoorDasher. You added the Mexican.
Yeah.
I mean,
Honestly, yeah, I did just say DoorDasher. So explain your psyche.
Yeah, I would love to
well,
know.
it just seems kind of like you see a brown person and you just.
I am a brown person.
I know. I know, but that's crazy.
Yeah.
He's on the defensive.
No, he's asking why you
Yikes.
generalized a Mexican.
That was probably
She said
a little racist on my
DoorDasher.
part.
She didn't say Mexican.
It was a little.
What?
Do you think most
Not
DoorDashers are
intentional.
Mexican? Is there
It was
any?
an accidental
No, okay.
racism.
No, just most of them in LA have a beard and have like slick back hair. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's because they're Mexican. And if it did, I am Mexican. I'm half Mexican. So it's like.
Okay. All right.
So you guessed right, but like you guessed right that I was Mexican.
So it does look like a DoorDasher.
Yeah, looks like somebody I'd see like door dashing. But he seems like
Dashing
a nice guy.
He does seem like a really nice guy.
I don't
Too
know.
nice.
Very
I just
nice
don't
guy.
know if I.
All right. Next. Oh. Wait, we missed. Well,
Honestly, he looks really good.
I don't trust that woman though. That's a succubus. That's like.
Why the red lipstick?
that's crazy.
She looks
That
really
is
good.
wild.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think that was probably the best one.
Janina.
Very handsome woman there.
Get ready for Janina.
Jemima.
Oh, they didn't send it, that's why.
Okay, maybe we're waiting. We definitely need the gender swap. For the
Jaina.
time being, though, let's do the rest. Give us. Oops. Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Wait. F11 it.
I look like my
What the
dad a little bit.
frick?
That looks like the most believable, though.
You kind of look like Jim from American Pie. A little bit.
I don't know who that is.
Just a teeny bit. I don't know. All right. Would you date him?
No.
No? He looks Italian.
Latino.
What if he was like, oh my God, your singing career is so important?
Then I'd be like, thank you. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of
What
you.
if he said that shit?
No, thank you.
No?
I said that was so sweet of you.
What if
but
he
no,
was
thank
an
you.
old school, traditional guy, and he looked as like that, and he was like he wanted to marry you and have kids, but he was like, oh my God, I'm so happy for your singing career. And he said it just like that too.
What if he's like, your voice is the world. Your voice is my world. Would you then marry him?
No.
What? So tough.
Wait, can you here think of a male celebrity that you're like, that's my level?
What do you mean? That's my level.
Yeah, like Jake Gyllenhaal
Like
or
Weird celebrity
Al. Who's like an
crush or
Italian-
celebrity-
like Leonardo DiCaprio. He's Italian.
Can you
Would you-
say it again? The question, like celebrity
Get-
crush
like
or
a
somebody that
guy-
I would want
that you feel would be like a
the same caliber as me,
league, same league,
or
celebrity, like looks wise. It doesn't have to.
I'm horrible with names.
Vin Diesel. That's who you're thinking of.
Vin Diesel.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby. I'm good.
Wait, is this hypothetical? She's already made it. She's already doing it, and then
Doing
I think it was a question
She's
for me,
famous?
not for you two.
She's famous.
No, it's just
Sorry.
right now. Right now.
Well, you need a little more guidance in answering questions. Typically.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're helping you out here. A lot of help.
Again, I off the top of my head, I don't
Bill
know.
Cosby, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
I answered it.
Oh, off the top of your head?
Yeah, I don't. I'm
No.
horrible with the names. So,
Maybe I can think of some. Brad Pitt when he was younger.
I think he still looks good now.
No, he's still a good-looking guy. Oh, she would if she got Brad Pitt now. Count your
Not
blessings.
very
but-
Italian looking though.
Yeah.
I pull up a picture.
Little girly.
Danny DeVito, Italian.
Pull up a picture. I don't know who that is.
You don't have Danny DeVito?
I'm Latina.
P Diddy. What the fuck?
Lil Wayne.
No.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Is he
I think that's
Italian?
a type. It's
He's-
not
Ooh,
Italian,
yes.
I think
Portuguese,
he's
but
Portuguese.
that's it.
But I say like at the league, he looks like so perfect, like the Squidward perfect. Like that's
Too
not.
much?
Yeah, that's
Too
too
pretty.
much.
You're more
Yeah.
of a messy girl.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
But when I say messy,
Like more not
Lionel, not messy.
Disheveled man.
not
No, no,
perfect
no,
like the
looking.
soccer
Like,
Oh,
Soccer
messy.
player.
Tiny,
Messy.
a little messy. No.
oh, messy.
Messy.
Sure. Actually, yes, that's a great. I
He's
would say
like,
messy.
He's like 4'11".
No shot.
I think he pretty much is somewhere
No
around there.
shot.
He's
Is he
a tiny
teeny?
man. He's a tiny little guy.
He's a shorter guy, I think, but he makes up for it with
With
his
his left. Yeah, the kick.
his exceptional that thing. Okay, all right. Do we have the rest? Yeah. All right, let's pull
Jelena.
them up. There's Jimbob next. Whoa!
Wow.
You became
wild.
Wait, you became mixed race.
Yeah, a little bit.
I became a total crack,
Schizo.
like a
Schizo.
meth head. I look
Would you
like a
guys
meth
date?
chick.
Would you guys date them?
No, I would get away from her. She looks like a meth head.
Run.
Next.
Run.
Oh, what the fuck? That's the worst one of you, Felicity, I've ever seen. That's some like murder status.
Yeah, that guy's.
God damn.
That guy's very.
We lost it. We don't know where the good one is.
It's like, where were you?
Next.
Where were you?
Okay. Make it bigger. I look like Marilyn Manson on the far right.
You're a golf
The left one's really cute.
You
though.
look really
She's
good.
super cute.
Honestly.
I look bad?
No, you look really good.
You date women, so I mean, would you smash?
I would, yeah.
Okay, nice.
sure.
There you go.
The left one?
I feel so good
Oh,
now.
I was saying Brian's gender bent version.
No, I know the left
He had
version.
two,
The,
though.
the
or
nice
the right
one?
version.
The van soccer mom or the. The one that's a little, maybe didn't make that many good choices.
I would agree. She's a band soccer mom who probably at one point was goth.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes. Very girl next door. Yes. I like that.
I agree with your assessment. Okay, so going back to you, Charlie, your show notes here, you wrote body counts and how men are praised for high ones and women are shamed for high ones.
I mean,
so you think it's like a double standard kind of?
I do. I see that as a double. I personally don't think I have a high body count, if you want me to be completely honest with you. But
what is that?
Like, okay, but what counts, I guess, is like, are we talking like sex, or are we talking about like any sexual interaction I've ever had?
P in the V or
okay,
V on V?
Okay.
I guess.
Like 13 in my entire life, 13.
Well, 13 guys? Because you're bi, so.
What'd you say?
You're bi, so.
Okay.
Are you breaking it down by gender? Or?
I think 6 women, like maybe women. 7 guys. I think
7 guys.
Yeah.
What is the threshold for 2 women having sex? Is it scissoring? Is that the threshold?
Maybe.
Or is it oral sex? I don't know what the threshold would be.
Sex. Close off, I guess.
But what is sex between 2 women?
Someone coming.
But you could come like through oral sex, right?
Yes.
Or like digital.
I think I was thinking more like, when I answered that question, I was thinking more of the guys, I guess.
Yeah.
Because like, I don't know, sometimes in the past I'd make out with a guy and like that's it. And I'd leave it at that. I don't know. But what does constitute sex long story short,
2 women? I'm genuinely curious. I
think an orgasm.
Yeah.
And that can be oral, that can be fingers, that can be scissoring, that could be anything.
Wait, but question, wait, hold on. Have both people then had sex if only like one person is fingering the other woman? So like only she comes and only she's been fingered.
Well, that's not normally the case. Usually both of them come in this case.
Right, but I'm just exploring it, I guess. So yeah, sure, you could both be like mutual masturbation.
Well, I guess my long story short is that I've noticed that a lot of men that, like in their male spaces, when it comes to like quote unquote, like, locker room talk, they'll like high five each other and be like, yo, you've took high body count. I've had sex with like 20 girls, 30 girls. It's like different. But then like women seem to be like shamed for their high body counts. I think I was watching something that made me think of this though is that I was watching an old episode of whatever, and there was this one guy. He said something along the lines of he's a born again Christian. His body count was about 25 to 30, born again Christian, and then asked if he would be with a woman who's a born again Christian, and her body count was about the same. Mm-hmm. And he was basically no. Was long story short, no.
Sure.
And so that makes me think that like, wow, so if he's born again and deserves I'm not religious, but if he's born again by his metrics and he's getting a second chance that now he can live this life, why couldn't she, I guess is what I'm saying, is like, and genuinely like both of them, and so that's kind of like, why is she permanently spoiled and then he changes his ways and he's like reborn again, so to speak?
Sure. I can answer this a couple different ways. I would say first off, you have people's individual preferences. So, but when it comes to like a woman who's previously promiscuous or whatever, even a Christian man who he himself was previously promiscuous, former promiscuous people can be saved by Christ. Christian men do not need to then disregard the accompanying baggage that might come with somebody's past, even if they've been saved by Christ. I think these are completely compatible. Granted, I'm not taking that position in terms, like, I'm not Christian.
No, I know.
But I'm just saying my understanding is, like, just because you're a Christian man, that does not mean you're compelled to date somebody who's like a former prostitute.
I can agree with that.
There's another element, though, too, is that women are the gatekeepers of sex and men aren't. So because they're the gatekeepers of sex, the value placed on when they open the gates is seen as more valuable than when men open the gates. For instance, it's really easy for women to just go out and have sex with someone. It's harder for men to get that, right? The women get to decide, like, oh, I'll sleep with you, I'll sleep with you. So in a sense, like, it's almost like that's a woman's leverage, and it points to, wow, if that's your leverage, I would argue that's a really good reason to preserve it and to use that leverage appropriately. And I think the best way to use it appropriately is to reserve your virtue, as hard as it might be today, in exchange for a man that deserves it. And I think that's a good it's basically like a cost analysis in a sense, whereas the man, if he's promiscuous, the woman is not judging that as the virtue. They're judging their ability to lead, maybe even their aggression, their ability to provide and protect. And in a weird way, I don't condone promiscuity with men, but in an interesting way, their promiscuity might even be aligned with their male aggression in pursuit. It might actually be seen as like an attraction in some weird way, whereas it's not flipped the same way with women. To say it's unfair, I actually don't think it's unfair. I think it's completely consistent with the nature of men and the nature of women.
The way you're describing it, though, where it's like, oh, men can be given this little bit of leeway, that's kind of, you're explaining literally a double standard. Like,
it's not the same standard. A double standard would assume that it should be an equal standard, but I'm saying it's a double standard that women are the gatekeepers of sex.
So
that's not an equal standard with men either, right?
Going back to what I was trying to say is that it's kind of like sort of a double standard. Being in like the military and stuff, I've heard, and like obviously like men, they say crazy things in the military. I mean, everyone has thick skin, but I've always heard the old adage when you see like guys talking in the military, they say like, oh, a key that can pick open many locks is like a really good key, but a lock that opens the many keys is a really shitty lock. But I would like to flip that back and say, well, if a toothbrush washes many mouths, isn't that a shitty fucking toothbrush?
Yeah, I actually agree with you. There's a bunch of analogies that you could point towards men. Like I've heard the pencil sharpener one, for example. How does the pencil sharpener one go? A really good pencil sharpener can sharpen many pencils, but like a pencil that is, how does it go? That goes
getting sharper the same idea.
I don't know, just whatever, the reverse. Like, so I don't think that analogy is like the key and lock analogy. I mean, it's helpful in a way, but like women can, people who are debating against that position can just like forward analogies that are like, oh, okay, men who are promiscuous, like they're bad
I guess I'm talking more, I'm referencing more like the average everyday Joe. Like you seem to have more sound reasoning, like you're able to like actually explain these things, and I'm like actually listening, and I'm able to actually take away things that you're saying. But a lot of men, it just ends there. Like that's it. Like it's just a guy who can sleep with a lot of girls.
Why.
Yeah, they don't know why. It's just the way it is. That a guy can sleep with a lot of women, and he's like a champion. Like, bro, you got game. Yeah. But a woman who sleeps with a bunch of men is just a slut.
I'd like to answer that in a couple ways. So to the I think the point that you just made as to the optics of it, how it's viewed. So I mean, it's actually just factually true that in order for a man to be able to sleep with a bunch of women, that actually takes some degree of skill. Any woman, and we can prove this, any woman, if she was so inclined, could be a slut. Could be a massive slut. Could fuck 3 new guys a day. Any woman has that ability. Of course, most women absolutely don't want to do that at all. But any single woman, if she was so inclined, without really having to do anything, could just fuck 3 guys, just go on a dating app. I really can't make that same claim towards men. Like, even if a guy wanted desperately to be a slut and fuck 3 different women a day,
unless they were like super high status.
Yes, if it was like a top tier, really top tier guy, they can make. Even then, it's like
a Hugh Hefner. Sort of.
So,
you're gonna have to be like really, 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 really good looking, or have some sort of status, musician, athlete, actor, for example. An average woman, though, if we compare like for like, an average woman could fuck 10 guys in a day, easy. If she I don't know if it would be easy, but she could do it, right? An average guy cannot fuck 10 women in a day.
I mean,
he's lucky to get like.
That's kind of like a blanket statement, though. Because
you disagree?
I do disagree because.
So you think, generally speaking, there's maybe like certain outliers there, but generally speaking, you think like average guys have access to hookup culture the same way that average women have
Oh, no.
access to hookup
I do
culture?
agree with you. I do agree with you there. I'm just
Okay.
saying that, like,
Where's
if
the
a man
disagreement?
does prepare just a little bit, I've seen men have rosters where they can fuck like 3 girls in one day. Like, three is a number I threw out. I'm just
Sure,
saying
I'm not
can fuck
disputing
more.
that there are men who have rosters and maybe they're not like 10 out of 10 supermodels, but generally speaking, I think if we just pull the average guy, like for example, if you had to bet your life on like, okay, you're going to send out either an average woman or an average man onto the street and your life depends on it, and they have to like try to fuck 3 different people that day, who are you going to like pick to save your life?
No, and I'll backpedal and I'll say that I do agree with you. You're right. It is easier as a woman to get a hookup more than
Sure.
like if a guy was out to go out to do the same
Right.
thing. I've seen this a lot because, I have a lot of friends in different places, military people, EMT people, acting community. Like, I just have a lot of friends. I'm specifically thinking of a couple who decided to open up their marriage, and the guy made a Hinge or whatever, and he made a Bumble, and she made a Hinge and she made a Bumble, and they're both very average looking people. And she was getting a lot of clicks, she was getting a lot of swipes, she was getting a lot of interactions, and he was getting none. And so I guess my point is that, and it was his idea to open up the marriage.
Wait, so wouldn't this be further proof of our position?
No, I'm agreeing. I'm saying
okay.
yes. Like,
And
yes, I do agree.
anecdotally, yeah.
I agree, yes, because I've seen this actually
Sure.
happen in real life.
Yeah.
So I'm saying yes, I agree. And this is why. And like, she's actually like, and then he wanted to close the marriage back. And it's kind of like a Pandora's box where like you open it and
he
it can't be
fucked up.
closed again, because now she's realizing that she actually has a lot of leverage and he doesn't.
Did she smash a bunch of dudes or?
To be honest, no, she didn't. She
Oh,
did
but
let
she
them,
was-
she did
she
let
could
them
have, though.
close back the marriage, and they were done. And like that was it. Like they
Are they
never
still together?
They are actually.
Oh, okay. But when it comes to the double standard, I think the other thing I just wanted to bring up is that even so, there's the component of like, okay, it's easier for women to get laid, so that's why like there's some degree of skill involved when it comes to men being able to procure sex. I think the other thing though is women's own preferences when it comes to, like, women are a little more lenient when it comes to promiscuity in men, insofar as if a man has a high body count, but he's otherwise going to be a good partner, like men are going to overlook that a little more than I think, women are going to overlook that more than men are. Men seem to weigh promiscuity or past promiscuity or body count more than women. So, for example, what's an example I could give? Let's say you have a 35-year-old successful man who's slept with 30 women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then this gets into age, so I don't know if this is a perfect example, but like a 35-year-old woman is going to look at him and be like, oh, okay, that's fine. You have a 35-year-old guy who's looking at a 35-year-old woman who's great at whatever, but she has a body count of 30. He's typically, well, then this gets into like other components here, so I don't think this is a fair example, but most guys are going to pick like the younger, more attractive woman who has a lower body count than the older, more successful woman who has a higher body count.
While that's true, like you're absolutely right that I've seen this happen time and time again to where I can say this is anecdotally true. I will say that there's a caveat as to why men pick younger women. And I would say that a lot of men pick younger women because they're a lot more, in their eyes, pliable, able to be molded into the perfect woman that they want. And they play these manipulation games that a lot of women their own age would see right through. I've done it
Not
before.
necessarily, but
well,
okay.
I'll say that like there have been times where like I was like 22 and I'd be dating a guy that's like 35, and I've matured a lot in those last few years, and now I'm 25. As much as someone can mature in those 3 years in the lines of work that I've done, to where nowadays I see right through it. But when I was 22, I didn't. And then I think,
Right.
imagine if I was 35 and I saw this 35-year-old man, doing his thing, I would see right through it. So I guess that's just what I'm trying
Well, there's
to say.
also just like just the physicality, like fertility, youth, obviously, that would play into why men gravitate toward youthful.
Wait, I mean, I have a question, though, just to address your specific point of you were saying, okay, men go for younger women because they're more pliable. So essentially you're saying they're more agreeable.
Not necessarily. Yeah, yesn't. Like,
Okay,
like
so do you think,
yesn't.
generally speaking, men prefer more agreeable women?
I think anybody would choose a more agreeable partner. Like I'm not going to pick a guy who's a stick in the mud. I'm not going to pick, I'm bisexual, so I'm not going to pick a girl or a guy who's a stick in the mud.
Are you just trying to argue though, like, oh, men are manipulative and they're trying to take advantage of
No, not at
younger
all.
women?
I've dated like really good men who are genuinely really high quality men, and for some reason or another, it didn't work out. Not at all. I'm not like a man hater or like a misandrist at all.
What do you think that in some cases it's actually the best thing for a man to form a malleable a woman into a better woman?
I think a man shouldn't only specifically go for younger women if his reason is to form her and shape her. He should probably like see a woman maybe like, I mean, people have their preferences.
But
honestly,
are
people
you-
have their preferences, but I'm saying that I think if you're only pursuing younger women because they're more malleable, they're pliable, they can be molded like clay into the perfect woman for you, I think that's a little manipulative.
But would you say that that's like the primary reason men date younger women?
Yeah, I mean, no. There's sometimes there's just that connection. Like, I mean, there have been times where I dated older men and there's just connections right there. Like, I can tell it's not because I'm a younger woman that he wants to like
What if
date me.
they're just hot?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They're just
like,
hot. That's it.
I mean,
It's not some like manipulation. And then there could be a counter argument here. Like, so I think, for example, if I wanted to get something out of a woman, I could probably pretty easily manipulate a woman who's like 35 and doesn't have kids. And she's like really like, she's like, okay, here's my last go to get a relationship. I could just say, well, I could really easily manipulate this like woman who's like really desperate for a relationship. Whereas like an 18-year-old woman or 19, 20, 21-year-old woman who's like exceptionally attractive and she has like a plethora of options that she probably won't have when she's 35, because I think optionality tends to give you like you're much more what's the correct word, when you have a bunch of options, you're much more I think you're more discerning when it comes to which option you're going to pick. So, and also I think as a guy, for you to get with a younger woman, you gotta bring quite a bit more to the table, I think. But in any case, I think a woman who's like 35 and doesn't have kids and is like, fuck, I need to have kids, she's a mark for manipulation.
I will say I agree with you absolutely 1,000% on that, because again, I have real life examples in my life. I used to be roommates with a woman. She's amazing, by the way, but she's super liberal, LGBTQ pro activist. Like, she's a really kind human being. And she's currently dating a guy who, he kind of sprung it up on her, but like he presented himself as like a politically moderate human. And then maybe 3 months in, he's like, I'm a Trump supporter. And honestly, the guy's hot. He's a hot guy. But it's kind of like, she's kind of like, well, I'm 37 and I feel like I have to settle. Like, so I'm saying that I agree with you. I've seen it happen. So where it's like her morals is like, I'm a super liberal woman, but because I'm aging, I'm going to probably settle with someone whose ideas and whose values don't necessarily coincide with mine. Which, if you ask me, that's a recipe for disaster, but I'm not going to judge her.
Yeah, and just final thing on the point I was just making now about like how younger women have far more optionality. I also think just because of like life stage, at least if it's a more like modern, like woman who's not, there's like traditional women who are like 20 who are like really pressed to get married and start a family young. Although I'd say the majority of young women today aren't operating in that paradigm and that dynamic. So like a young woman who's not really pressed to like start a family or have kids, and she's got a bunch of optionality. She's got a bunch of men her own age who want to sleep with her. She's got a bunch of men who are older who are like want her to take her on trips and do all this stuff. I actually think she's far harder to lock down than like the 35-year-old woman whose optionality is dwindling and she's like pressed to have a family and kids. So when it comes to manipulation, I just make the argument that she's actually easier to manipulate. Because like if I'm doing some bullshit with a 20-year-old who's got like every dude wants to fuck her and she's really good looking and she's not like super pressed to be in like some super serious long-term relationship, she can just dump me and move on with it and not really give a fuck.
I want to just add something interesting there, is that your roommate situation is that there was something she saw as a future, and she had to make a choice, kind of a binary, one way or the other. Now, I guess the question is, if a woman is looking to settle down and ultimately they're looking for stability, how many times do you think they would choose the conservative traditional man over the liberal man?
For me, it depends. I've met a lot of conservative men who are politically conservative, but they could not be any farther from being traditional. You know what I mean? I've seen that before. So if you're talking like the textbook, like traditional, holds open the door, like does all that. Well, let me ask you a question. What does the cookie cutter liberal man look like to you? So I can choose between the two.
It's not. Yeah, you mean as far as like their
because I know what a cookie cutter conservative man looks like to me.
Well, I would say like more men today are a little more androgynous, a little like weak, like you were explaining, like you're dating, like you're like, what are you? Like, what is this?
Like in their princess.
Yeah, and they're also like sort of like faux LARPing feminists, where they're just like, you know, everything's you whatever you want, and there's no real leadership there because they're so afraid of like violating the feminist doctrine or whatever. I think that kind of liberal mindset is really open, and let's call it broadness versus narrowness. That's the best way I could put it. If you find a man is liberal, he's open, he's broad, he's open to things. It could go any way. A traditional man, even the fake LARPing conservative you're talking about, there's many of them, they're still going to advocate for something a little more narrow. And I think the thing we're pointing at is that when it comes down to it, when the woman wakes up and she realizes there's a future, and she has to choose, she's going to choose the future that's downstream from a tradition rather than downstream from what, 100-year-old Enlightenment shit show, right? Like liberalism. It's like, it's not paying off for the women, like at all. Like the whole entire structure is like collapsing, and they're realizing a little too late, many of them, that, oh shit, I gotta latch onto something now, and unfortunately, a lot of them, it is too late because the man that they're actually looking for is already married. Why? Because the woman they're looking for was younger and willing and understood that they're going to be mothers in this situation. So they have to, like Jay said, you have to start being a traditionalist. You have to start examining these things earlier than men have to. Is that a double standard? No, it's just the difference between men. Men have a longer time to find the traditional woman. Women have less time to find the traditional man.
But that's all like made up. Like those are all made up rules.
No, it's not.
You can find somebody. I've seen people who have, not I've seen personally, but you hear of people who have these marriages and their spouse dies, unfortunately. And then later on in life, like at 67, they find someone else and they find love. Like they find love with that other person.
That's not what's in question. Like one instance where like spouses die and they have to find, you're going to find another partner for the rest of your life. We're talking about these key moments for women specifically in their years of fertility, high fertility, between 20, 35, maybe 40. And they really do. That ticking, that clock is real. That's a real thing. And the person that wants to act on that clock, the man, he's going to be more lean toward a traditional Christian view. And he's going to be looking for women who are more committed early on to the future they're living into, not as some sort of last minute desperate cling to a floaty device. Like, you know what I mean? Like when we were asking her, it's Jay asked her, oh, okay, so you're going to finally find the traditional man, and then you're going to be a traditionalist, like at like 45, when like, let's say nothing works out. I'm not saying it will, but it's like, if it didn't work out your whole career, and you started to realize at like 40 that you're like, oh wait, maybe I should pursue being a mother. You'll start to think, oh, well, maybe
that wouldn't happen.
Well, I'm just saying that happens all the time.
Wait, what do you mean? What would not happen?
I don't think at 40 I would start to have a revelation of like, wait, I should have been a mom. No.
You don't think that happens?
No.
I have.
Wait, are you saying?
Not for me. Not for me.
Are you saying you know with certainty you will have family and children?
If I'm at my prime right now for fertility.
Well, you're not, but okay.
Well, at least then
Closer.
10 years.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Why would I at 40 want to suddenly change my life and have a kid? I think that's silly. I
thought you were coming at it from the angle of I will definitely have kids by then, so it's not even a concern.
No.
I thought that's what you meant.
No,
okay.
no. I was just saying no, I wouldn't have kids.
Here, I need to let the chat come through.
Clover98 donated $200. Shut up gingerly in seat 5.
What is
The tweaker in seat 3 and the rest of the panel wanna chat as well.
Yo, Clover, thank you for the TTS. I appreciate it. Thank you. The tweaker in seat 3. Do you want to respond to the tweaker allegations?
What is
I love. Was he maybe?
Have you
I'm
ever
hoping,
tweaked?
No,
Have you
I'm
ever tweaked?
hoping.
No tweaking?
No tweaking.
Okay. All right. Zero
Hoping
tweaking.
he's saying it because of the.
She's just a baker.
The gender swap thing. That's what
Oh,
my fingers are crossed. That's what
Okay.
it's about.
We have
Yeah, I'm just a baker.
We have Jake Burnt. Jay, we need you to start more shit. Speak up. We need the fire you bring to make this interesting. Also, stay on the come up from Ruslan to whatever to Joe Rogan. Next, ICXC. Continue spreading the Christ. W. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate your message there to Jay. Oh, by the way, guys, I've lowered the TTS. We're doing a $69 TTS. If you guys want to get a message in now that it's lowered a little bit, I'm going to continue on with the show notes here. Let's see, Charlie, you also wrote. Yeah, we already talked about the double standard thing. You want to talk about men's mental health and the unaliving rate being a result of the rules men have put in place.
Yeah, obviously with like my military service, I've seen people, and you also hear things obviously because we have the internet, is that I've seen people in my life that I knew personally take their own lives. And there were a lot of moments where not just me, but other soldiers would be like, hey, is everything okay? And he'd kind of just be clammed up and be like, yeah, everything's fine. But you could tell things weren't okay. And honestly, when I got the email, like the mass email for our battalion that, hey, he passed away, before I knew, because the subject line was like unaliving, basically, I honestly thought of him immediately.
Okay.
And it goes to my
I get it. Somebody unalived themselves.
Yeah, and so...
Can we get to the actual
yes.
Content of the conversation
Yes.
here? You said it's the result of rules men
Yes.
have. So let's discuss that.
So
men's fault, suicide. Oh shit. Fuck,
not
that's my bad.
necessarily like
Men's fault, unaliving. Like
not necessarily like
the
any
patriarchy?
Any men that are alive right now, because these rules were made before any men that are alive on this earth are alive, obviously. But saying that.
You said being a result of the rules men
like,
have put in place.
A lot of traditional men think like be a man, like, suffer in silence, like, don't like stonewall, like don't communicate your feelings, like, don't cry, things like that. And
Well, I have a question for you though. So
Yeah.
if the the incidence rate of unaliving has gone up, do you think masculinity has also like gone up too? Or have we seen men become more feminine in the past like 50, 60 years?
we've seen a lot more men that are okay with being feminine.
Right, but so like...
But that's not
rates
correlation
of
equals
femininity,
causation.
rates of femininity in men increasing, but unaliving rate
Okay,
increasing.
can you show me
But, well, you're saying
Yeah.
like, oh, it's this... Which, by the way, the traditional or toxic masculinity that you're referring to has been on the decline. So that which you're pointing to is the cause of the increase in men's unaliving rate. It seems like that cause has been on the decrease.
No, I definitely see the need for masculinity. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, masculinity's toxic in and of itself. I'm saying there are certain aspects of masculinity in which there is toxicity, like stonewalling, not communicating your feelings, not seeking therapy. These are all masculine things. I've worked only in masculine roles, and I see this time and time again. And it's an expectation that men are given from a very young age. And then sometimes like in June, you see like Men's Mental Health Month or something like that. And it's like, that seems to be like the only month where men seem to
Can I ask you a question? If someone unalives themselves and they're a man, do you agree that they're responding or reacting to an emotion?
Like, what do you mean?
Are they reacting to like an emotion?
I mean, I'm sure that before somebody unalives themselves, there's a series of emotions that they go through. Emotions like, I think the world would be better off without me. Nobody would miss me. Like things like that. Like, I'm sure there's a series of
thoughts and emotions
that happen.
Speak to, you said being a result of the rules men have put in place.
Yes.
Saying the rules are that you're not allowed to talk about your feelings or cry. And
how many times?
She's drawing out some sort of narrative that men being pent up and not crying with their therapist on the couch results. in some sort of like a rubber band effect where it's like builds up and then
yeah, like where it builds up and it continues until to the point where they reach a breaking point. I mean,
but how is it the fact that like Brian said, if masculinity at its peak was before all of this stuff and there was less self-deletions, why is there more now with the increase of being emotional and more feminine?
Because back then the statistics weren't as accurate as they are right now today in these times.
So you're saying the ability just to track it is
it's getting better and more accurate, yes.
But even from the point of time where we started tracking it, it's trending upwards.
Currently,
because I'm just curious. I actually don't know.
No.
Is it per capita that it's trending up, or is it just like total number? Because there's also like more people.
I'm pretty
on the
sure.
planet.
I think it's the per capita. Yeah.
I actually don't think it's about emotion at all. I think the strongest link, and I can't prove it. I'm just speculating here, is that men are. Because of modernity, because of egalitarianism, men are not expected to fulfill the duties of men. And to be drawn into work, to be drawn into labor, to be drawn into all of these masculine activities, it even starts early on with children, boys. The public school system is literally crafted to shut down masculine expression. And so, like, what Brian's pointing to is pretty true. It's like men are being feminized, if anything. And if you're going to try to draw a correlation between men and self-deletion, the trend would show a stronger correlate with emasculating men rather than some sort of toxic masculinity.
But then another study would need to be conducted saying that because men are being feminized, suicide rates are going up. You can't just say that one is because of the other.
No, I would. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't draw that strict. But I think it's more likely men are depressed because they're not being used fully in society, that they're not being drawn into their duties and into positions where they're used. Like, men respond really well to, you dude, go do this. Just go, it's like we're just like these kind of roaming beasts who just need to be put to work. And I think I would include a variable of technology, which is kind of blameless, but removing men from positions where they're constantly active and drawn into some type of role, a needed role. I mean, think about you're facing a society as a 25-year-old, and you're looking for your wife, and you're living in a society that literally says women don't need men. Literally, the narrative is women don't need men. If a man his ontology is to be needed and wanted, can you imagine living in a society where the overall loudspeaker that you hear from childhood to now is, you're not needed?
Can I offer a joining hypothesis? Because I really echo a lot of what Jim is saying, but I also understand a fair bit what you're saying. There's really, really interesting studies on emotional expression in kids. Mm-hmm. So there's two ways that kids and people tend to express emotions. One is externalizing and one is internalizing. And I'm sure you're not surprised to find out boys tend to externalize more, girls tend to internalize more. The issue is that the way that we parent an externalizing child, so if your child gets overwhelmed and stressed, so they start throwing blocks and like kicking shit, basically, they're way more likely to be punished and sent to their room. Whereas an internalizing child, it's very easy to comfort. They're crying, you pick them up, you're like, hey, it's okay, Sophie, go back to your play. And so in many ways, what we do as society, in part because of our expectations of what boys are, but also because we very much fear and resent male anger, is that we take the boy in the moment where he needs co-regulation and he needs parenting and he needs support, and we tell him, go to your room, nobody wants to fucking see it, deal it with yourself. And so we have a whole bunch of boys that I would agree are increasingly being reduced out of purposelessness. They've been told that their proclivities, like wanting to do like play violence, is bad, and having externalizing emotions is bad, but we never actually teach them how to externalize in like a healthy way, which is why most men, if they find things that help their mental health when they've been having severe issues, it's usually through like fitness and boxing, which is externalizing ways of managing your emotions. And so I think there's kind of a duality where I think when we talk from like a feminist lens, we're like, men just need to express their feelings more. And I'm like, well, even when they do, A, lots of women don't like it, and B, we don't like it because they'll externalize a lot of the time. They'll be sent to their room, they'll be told that they're bad, and we don't give them an off-ramp. And then on top of that, really neutral things about masculinity, like violence and roughhousing and all these sorts of things are also increasingly criminalized. And by criminalized, I mean this in like a pejorative way, not in like a legal way, obviously. And so I think what we're doing is we're setting up this catch-22 where there isn't really a direction that men can be, and the way that they often naturally want to express is bad and harmful. And then especially on the left, we just basically say, you've had the mic for too long, so shut the fuck up. We're not interested in you. I mean, Michelle Obama literally told men to sit up and shut down and shut up. And it's just like, none of this is ever going to be
ironic for a man to say that.
Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it. She does have very strong arms. So my alternative hypothesis would be, I don't know if it's fair to say that it's expectations that men have put on men. I think it's expectations that came out of necessity. I think there's a lot of reasons why patriarchies emerge over and over. Were on men that all of us societally reinforce. Moms, dads, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. I mean, absolutely. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I've personally seen time and time again where a guy will vent about his frustrations, about what's going on in his life, and his friend just basically tells him, man up, here's a beer, basically. And that's not enough. Sometimes that's not enough. It really is.
It's enough for me tonight.
You know what I'm trying to say, though, is that you're not ever, there's no one size fits all, but I'm saying that I do agree that men need to be heard. Men need to be listened to. I do agree with that. I'm not saying that, I'm saying that there's just, for too long, men have been told that they just need to take it.
I think that's good. I think they should take it. I think you should say, man up, stop being a little bitch. I mean, I do that as a father all the time.
Wonder why they kill each other, or kill themselves, or unalive themselves.
No, they don't. They don't mostly do that, though.
I'm just saying that you can't say like, don't talk to anybody, keep it, internalize it, keep it within yourself.
How could you make the link though of teaching men to essentially overcome their emotions, overcome their perceived tribulations by being stronger and stronger, and then you're trying to make a link to, if you teach men to overcome things, that results in them deleting themselves. I don't understand how you're making this jump.
Well, let's just say men and women. Women are a lot more social. Women talk to each other a lot more. Men are more independent. They don't talk to each other, yet you don't see women killing themselves, unaliving themselves.
They're not as good at it.
Unaliving themselves left and right.
Men are better at it.
What?
It's like a force.
They succeed. They can follow through with it. Women fail at it. They attempt it, but they fail more than men. Why is that? In the attempts, in the comparative analysis of attempts,
honestly,
why is the man so successful at it? Like the women try, but they
also
don't do
does
it.
therapy work? Like in general.
Therapy?
Yes.
Therapy
like in
absolutely
general,
works.
does therapy work?
I mean,
Robustly, but I will give you a caveat. Therapy robustly works, by and large. There's a couple of caveats. Therapy is extremely ineffective with incels. Extremely. Incels actually seek therapy more than the general population, but the efficacy rate for them is about 10%.
I'm not even talking about incels. I'm just speaking in general. Like,
I'm telling you, at data level,
there's certain things
unquestionably
like
it works.
grief counseling, or like if you're specifically trying to address maybe something specific, I guess I could see the application of therapy. But a man just going to see another man or a woman and just, here's my problems.
Well, that's not
therapy
exactly
doesn't necessarily mean you have a problem.
Wait, hold on, just to be clear, talk therapy is like the most popular form of therapy that there is.
But
Brian,
you're describing a talk therapy that isn't even like, most men, for example, tend to prefer CBT versus like
CBT has some merit to it, but like just talk therapy,
talk therapy is CBT. CBT is the most common form of therapy, unquestionably. There's a new fourth wave of therapy that is getting a little bit more popular. That's a little bit more emotion focused exclusively. Women tend to like that more, but CBT is very practical.
Who here is currently in therapy?
Amazing.
Okay.
Who here's ever professionally offered therapy?
It depends on the therapist, I would say.
And how many therapists have you had?
Like 3.
How many therapists have you had? 2. If it's not too much to share, what issues are you guys specifically working through in therapy?
So the thing about therapy is a lot of people think there's a stigma like, oh, he or she is in therapy. And there's that stigma that comes with it. But therapy doesn't, just because you do therapy doesn't necessarily mean that the's something
so you're
wrong
just
with
giving
you.
somebody like $200 an hour.
It's not $200.
Yeah, but he asked you.
Can you answer my question though? What specifically are you working on in therapy?
Sometimes I talk about things in my life that made me upset, for example.
Why can't you talk to a pillow?
Here, and
Because
what's your,
I'd rather
are you
talk-
specific? Because I know people are.
Yeah.
Are you specifically working through something in particular?
Yeah, childhood trauma.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I guess the question is, though, sometimes you go this therapy stuff. Has it helped you talking about it?
Honestly, it has to be the right therapist. I currently have one that I stopped seeing because I agree with you. It's just like talking to a wall, and she was like, yeah.
And first off, I'm very sorry to hear that you went through traumatic things when you were a child. I think a lot of people go through that. Have you found that, and this is my experience sometimes with talking about anything that is troubling, I find that talking about it just makes me more upset. It doesn't help at all. It sort of, what's the word for it? It just sort of recycles the feelings, and sometimes I just, if it's something like temporary that I'm upset about, talking about it and focusing on it just makes me more upset about said thing. And if I'm given a couple days to just not talk about it, I tend to just move on past the thing that was troubling, and I'm good. Now, I can understand perhaps with something that's like a bit more deep-seated and like, you're not going to get over, I'm talking about more of a minor thing, but even things that in the moment are troubling to me. If I just wait a week, I'm over it.
So when I'm in therapy, we practice something where with trauma, they want you to be, to feel what you felt when you had that trauma, to overcome the idea of like, I don't want to think about it, hush, like it's under the rug, because you're not really working through it if you're just not talking about it and you're just putting it under the rug or hiding it. Talking through it and having that emotional reaction is actually helping you as a person. It helped me. It has to be the right therapist. Like, again, if the therapist is just nodding her head or his or her head, just saying yes, 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 and not actually asking questions, engaging, trying to understand my perspective, or even interjecting and saying, hey, like, what you just said is not correct, like that's cognitive behavioral therapy, then there's no, it's not.
Can I ask you a more of like an empirical question? How do you measure whether or not you've sort of worked your way through something? Let's say like, here's a problem. In between these two things is therapy, and here's you've made your way through. What's the metric for you've made your way through the problem?
There's never a way, I made a way through my problem. I will always live with that. It's unfortunate, but it's the way I am able to react to it, handle it, and talk about it.
Do you want to know the empirical metrics that we use in the science to evaluate? So there's a couple of metrics that are going to be used. One of the most important ones is days off work. So one of the most important metrics for the efficacy of therapy is to see how often that person has to take off work for mental health related issues. So this is one of the most robust evidences for support for therapy, is that people who have gone through therapy miss work less often. Another really good measure of therapy efficacy would be things like relationship flourishing. So if they prior to therapy struggled in relationships, can't maintain them very well, and post-therapy have relationship flourishing, that's oftentimes used, and you see this robustly. Like when I'm saying robustly, I mean millions, maybe billions of data points, right? So this is an extremely established phenomenon that by and large therapy works. There are bad therapists, and there is a pathologizing of normal living that I would totally grant, where people are like, I'm really sad, I need to go to therapy. I'm like, you could probably just talk to a friend. Like you probably don't need to. But there are things like trauma, for example, that have very neurobiological underlyings, that have very, very well-researched protocols for addressing these things. And the thing that she's describing, where essentially you're calling the emotion and the memory forward and reconsolidating it, is based on hippocampal data. We know that when you pull a memory forward and you reform it, every time you re-experience that memory, you're recoding it with like emotional colors. And so the goal of like PTSD therapy would be reduction of nightmares, reduction of days off, and reduction of flashbacks. And it doesn't always work. There are some people that it is not effective on, and there are other ways. But for example, prolonged exposure is what it sounds like you're talking about, is extremely effective on average by and large. However, there is a caveat here, again, which is that overall, we said that therapy is slightly less effective for men, and I would argue that's because because we approach therapy almost exclusively from a more feminine approach. And there can be therapies, and there are therapies that focus on more mechanical movement. For example, teaching men to externalize, having therapy that's focused outdoors and with movement, talking about like project-related processing. These things do exist and are beginning to emerge because I think men have been underserved by therapy.
Well, it's like like you said. You said that you'd way rather just not talk about it, wait out a week. I personally want to talk about it. Well, I can't let it sit within.
There's some variance here. I think you made some good points, and I think that when I'm talking about therapy, I'm not talking about it so much from like trauma stuff, more so like vaguely sad. Like I'm vaguely unhappy. There's not like a specific traumatic experience I'm trying to work through. It's more so just like I'm vaguely upset or sad about something, or I just like, or perhaps the problem's been solved, but I'm just going to be perpetually in therapy.
Yeah.
That's kind of confusing to me too.
Mild to moderate depression and anxiety, by and large, particularly when it's state, which means like you're feeling sad, it's not like a diagnosis, can be solved by community. If you just immerse that person into a community that supports them, most of these things go away because most people are sad because they're lonely.
Sure. Final thing on the therapy thing, just in response to you, you said you want to talk about things and stuff. Sorry, you want to talk about things?
Yeah, like I got a therapist after that 1.5 year breakup because I just couldn't put it on my friends to listen to me 24/7.
Sure.
Like, because I'd be so anxious, so depressed. Like, it was.
But do you feel like if I can make it from a relationship realm, I don't feel the need to, like, for example, if I'm dating a girl and she does something that's annoying or something, I don't feel the need to, like, in every instance, if somebody's like said something that's like whatever, kind of annoying, or I don't feel the need to constantly litigate every single minor thing. I think part of being in a relationship is giving the other person grace and like letting like minor things
unless they
slide.
put the toilet paper the wrong way.
Oh yeah, of course. Then you've got to.
Then it's over.
But I think that like a component of relationships is giving the other person grace to like maybe, especially this is especially the case for women. I think like if we say something that offends you, maybe let a couple things slide. I don't know. I've had girls who are like every fucking thing.
I don't think I was really necessarily saying. I wasn't saying that.
Oh, you were
I was
talking
just
about
saying
that.
like.
Okay.
I have a bad day. I had a bad day at work or something really shitty happened. Like, I'd rather just tell somebody about it, talk about it for a second, and I'm more likely to get over it. My brain works on just festering on it. So I feel like that's kind of like where we're different.
We're going to move on. We have a chat here from Blawfest. Speaking of which, guys, TTS is $70. Oh, I forgot to change it. I'll just read it then. Women attempt unaliving more times than men. There are more men who statistically unalive themselves in total. Men are just better at it and less desperate for the attention women see comes from it. I'm going to need to change the threshold on those, but yes. Thank you, Blawfest, for the message. Thank you. Guys, TTS has been lowered. $69 TTS if you want to get it in. $69 TTS. I'm going to finish up with the pre-show notes, then we're going to get into some of the questionnaire stuff. Let's see. We had, final thing for you, Charlie, your final note here. You disagree with the host and others that have been on the show when it comes to the male loneliness epidemic. You think that exists because women are largely waking up to the tricks guys pull, and that's just the free market doing its thing by weeding out weak men.
I do.
What tricks are guys pulling and that women are waking up to?
I mean, just in general, gaslighting.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
Gaslighting is kind of like if I said like...
I'm gaslighting you right now. Yeah, I do know.
Okay, well...
Sorry, what is gaslighting?
Like, you don't know what gaslighting is because you're fucking crazy.
No, what is gaslighting though?
I mean... I don't have like a definitive definition.
You don't even know. I think it's just a buzzword women like to throw out.
It's not that. It's definitely I can define it as like if I'm defining it as a verb, where it's like it's as if I said you did something, or you saw like a text that I sent or something,
And then you're saying, like, I saw you send this text. And I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Even though you saw it, I'm now making you question whether you actually saw it or not. That's just like something
it's crazy
like
making. It's from a movie. This guy like tries to make his wife go crazy by like moving everything like slightly to the left. It's the gaslighting comes from, it's not a psychological like psychotherapy word. People weaponize it like that, but it's not from psychology.
I realize it's a phenomenon. But
I guess what I'm trying to say is that there is an influx of a lot of men who want, as I said earlier in the podcast, someone who wants like a traditional woman, but they aren't willing to be actually traditional men. And, you know, seeing as how, you know, like, would you guys say you guys are free market? Like you guys say free market's the best, like capitalism's not perfect, but it's the best system
I've
we've
never
got.
spoken on my economic.
I'm just saying that a lot of conservative leaning men will say that I support free market.
Yeah, I don't think you should like dump toxic sludge into rivers and stuff in the government.
But then what I was getting at is that like, well, a lot of women say that these guys are really low quality, so let me hold on and like wait longer to see a guy that does come along who is a better quality man. And that leads to a lot of the weaker men who aren't as traditional and aren't really high quality. It leaves them without anybody to go with them, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, I guess that's what I was getting at, is that...
Are you saying left-leaning liberals or men who aren't leaning traditional are more depressed, or what do you...
No, I haven't said that.
I was just wondering, like, who's the lonely people here? What's the demographic of the lonely men here?
A lot of men that say there is a male loneliness epidemic tends to be harsh right wing, not like just like conservative. I'm not thinking.
Oh,
like
you're
normal,
saying the opposite.
Not like normal, like traditional conservatives. I'm talking people who go off the deep end, and they say that there's.
In fairness, if you actually look at incel research, it's extremely politically diverse. It's also like racially politically diverse. Yeah, it's like I think it's a right wing talking point because the left.
Incels.
Well, the left is so angry at men. Like the left and left speak. Like I'm a left wing person. I advocate for men's stuff all the time, and as a result of that, I'm a pariah in a lot of left spaces, right? The left really doesn't want to be honest with itself about like plights and issues that men have, but like even incel data, you have like there's like communists all the way to like fascists within the incel ideology by and large, from what this is like Costello's research at least.
I had no idea.
People expect it to be right wing, but it actually isn't.
How do you determine someone's involuntarily celibate versus?
This is like
how do you even know?
Can women be involuntarily?
Like, how do you even determine someone? Is it a self-ID thing, or?
Yeah, I think the men who self-ID is that are essentially they're trying to get pussy and they can't. They cannot do it, but they'll also like they would never like approach a grandma and like get pussy, which they probably could if they.
Grandma.
Oh, and to answer your question, Brian, there are like women.
It was in response to the grandma pussy comment.
There are like women who fall under involuntary celibates, but in buzzword spaces,
suffragettes.
They're called femcels. Is kind of like what they call them.
It's impossible. A woman can't be involuntarily celibate.
Well, she could be really, really, really ugly, right? And then it's like most men won't want to fuck her. But most incels, for example, would never fuck a grandma. But there's a lot of grandmas that probably would be down for some young dick and would be pretty open to how ugly a dude would look. But most guys would be like, ew, right? So it's like, but also the incel phenomena, the femcels do steal a lot of valor from incels, which have a very different problem, by and large.
Get it, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, hold on, let me let this chat come through. Or actually, wait, I'll address
the incels are going to be so mad.
Now, where are you getting this information? You mentioned the science earlier.
Which information?
The
like
incel
which part?
Science. He's asking about the incel
William
science.
Costello is probably one of the most like foremost researchers on incel stuff. He's the first researcher who's actually tried to approach incel groups honestly. Most research on incels is like, do they hate women? Yes, they do. And it's like, well, shocker. He's the first one who's like befriended, worked with incel groups and studied them, like where they are in their like forums and stuff like that.
Like Jane Goodall.
Jane
Goodall, but for incels.
Yes. I'll let him know.
I'll let these chats come through. Thank you, Blawfest.
Blawfest donated $200.
Thank you, man.
I'm a high-quality, hard-working, respectful and traditional man. I love my wife and my girlfriend so much I don't think I have it in my heart to cheat on them.
All right. Thank you, Blawfest, for the big $200 TTS. Really appreciate it, man. We have your friend Intel Wild coming in to talk some shit, Kyla, so incoming.
Oh, my best buddy.
Thank you, Bluffest. Appreciate it, man. If you guys want $69 TTS,
Intel Wild donated
streamlabs.com/whatever.
$69. Sweet Jesus, not so bright. Please cover up that stomach. We can see
Damn,
the
what the
jelly
fuck?
rolls
Chill out.
bursting out.
Chill
You
out.
know that
Intel
this
Wild,
dude's
be
fat.
nice.
You know that this guy is some like fat motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Intel
I'm
Wild.
definitely heavier than I like I said, I'm at the end of a bulk. I am definitely heavier.
That's been out.
Mine is a little bit extra. I just don't care.
Wow.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I guess see me in 2 months, see if the bulk pays, the cutting pays
so
off.
to you though, you think that there's like femcels exist? Women can be involuntarily celibate.
I think so. I mean, not necessarily in a buzzword sense, yes. Like a woman who's like a misandrist, hates men. I could say that, yeah, that's a femcel. Like someone who just hates men with like, you know, I could see that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I haven't really put much thought into it because I don't think about femcels.
Just curious though, do you think like guys who are mega players who have smashed like 200, 300 women, do you think they're like the pinnacle of feminism, or do you think they probably have like some misogynistic tendencies, or they also maybe have like some views on women that are not particularly like well received by feminists?
I could see it, yeah. I
Like
could see that.
mega players probably don't have like super high opinions
I agree.
of women.
I can see that, yeah.
Versus like the average guy. They're probably, I would say like mega players probably lean more misogynistic than like your average guy who has like an average body count. So this idea that like we're linking like one's ability to get laid with misogyny is kind of interesting, but I genuinely don't see how like, I suppose a particular woman could be involuntarily celibate. Like she's just like 800 pounds and like even like she's just bad looking. Mm-hmm. But like if you look at like these incel men, like probably a lot of them are below average looking, I would say. But I think below, like if you look at like if you look at a quote unquote like a male incel, his female equivalent looks wise, she can fuck 3 dudes in a day.
Isn't the only metric for this whole terminology just sex, like just the act of sex? Like that's the ultimate.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's the definition, right? It's like
can you get sex?
Yeah. So like, what if it's the case that both men and women are slowly rejecting this sort of like lingering sexual liberation crop dust that we're in, and maybe the celibate thing is actually could be a good thing. What if it's a pushback and people are like, well, maybe I just want to get to know someone, and with technology and all of this promiscuity, it's really hard to navigate.
That'd be a vol cell.
Maybe they just want to like, maybe they just want to like, that's the thing is like, that's why I'm like involuntary, voluntary. It seems to be a bit ambiguous given that there's a lot of other variables at play.
Well, I think it would just strictly be like, this is somebody who's not like waiting until marriage, and they are desirous.
They're trying to.
They're desirous of at least having a singular sexual encounter, and they can't. Like they cannot get a singular sexual encounter.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm wondering. Maybe they should rearrange their priority to for marriage or something instead. Yeah. Maybe it'll change things.
We have Intel Wild here. Oh boy, here it is. Intel Wild. There it is. Thank you, Intel.
Intel Wild donated $69. 5 feet 10 inches, 170. Nice try, crazy lady. WJ. W Jimbob.
Is that what's he talking? Is that me?
5'10",
No, him.
179.
He's not a fat.
That's him. That's him.
Oh,
he's not a fatty.
I see.
He's trim. That's a good. Congrats, Intel Wild. Good job. I'm proud of you. Really quick question for the panel, starting with you, Kelly. Equality or chivalry? If you had to pick one.
Equality.
Equality. Okay.
Absolutely one, equality, but I also don't believe that those are mutually exclusive.
Sure.
Equality.
Chivalry.
Equality.
Chivalry.
Chivalry?
Sorry.
There you go. No, that's fine. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, wait, how about this? Democracy or
crazy
abortion?
Same thing.
So, would you rather have a democracy or access to abortion? Starting with Kelly.
Wouldn't access to democracy give you access to abortion?
Yeah, but in this world, you can only have one. So.
In this, yeah. So let's assume it's like a Republican conservative democracy.
It's Narnia.
Democracy.
So you pick democracy? Okay.
Democracy.
I'm confused. Sorry.
Oh, it's just if you had to choose one, so would you rather have democracy in a country but no abortion rights whatsoever, or it could be like totalitarian, authoritarian, monarchy, whatever it is. No democracy, you can't vote anymore, but your right to abortion is preserved.
Oh, democracy.
Okay.
Democracy.
Okay, all right, that was not bad. All right, we got a chat here from Jake Burnitz.
Jake Burnitz donated $69. It's past Jay's bedtime and he's lost so many brain cells he's falling asleep. Not so you Erudite, you tell Jay not to give an entire history lesson, but every time you speak you give an endless yap with an essay.
So we'll get into. I want to try to bring in a topic so we can get Jay in
pumped up.
I got a topic coming up here for Jay.
Ask him
really
just
quick,
to define a word. He'll go.
I want to read
forever.
one of your notes, and then we'll come back to some of your notes a little bit later.
Yeah.
You said. Here, I'll just do a simple one really quick. In a relationship, sleeping in different rooms or beds is okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm on board. I'm actually on board with this.
Okay.
I'm on board with this.
I think a lot of people could probably get behind different rooms because it's not like you can't go to each other's room, but you have your own space and you have, it's just your own independent space separate from each other. Beds, I guess, kind of goes with that too. But yeah, I think that's okay.
Anybody have thoughts on this? Like, okay with having separate beds, separate rooms?
I think it's healthy to have space in a relationship, but I like to cuddle, so I guess.
You can still go over, spend the night in their room. It's
It
just
could
you
be
have your
funner.
separate space.
Have a little stay the night.
Yeah, come sleep over. Yeah.
I just want my own
Hold on
closet.
one sec, guys. Okay, we're good. All right. What about you? Separate beds, separate rooms.
I don't want to yuck on your yum. In general, I think I'm very concerned for the health of relationship if they can't share a bedroom together. I think
you're concerned.
Yeah, I think there are situations like like if one person has a syndrome or like their legs, like restless leg syndrome and stuff.
Like
that
he's gonna kung fu the chick and.
Yeah, like she can't sleep beside him because he's literally like vibrating while he's asleep. Not murder, just like he's like
with his legs.
With his legs, sure.
Well,
yeah.
even snoring.
But by and large,
I guess the question is
concerns me when I see that.
Wouldn't there always be some reason for separate? Like, I can't imagine. We're just gonna arbitrarily. If they're otherwise fine sleeping together, we're just going to arbitrarily. There would always be a reason for the separate beds thing, right?
I just think a lot of reasons that I hear are not very compelling to me, unless
what about
it's like a
sleep?
medical.
Like, oh man, it's hard for me to sleep in the same room as somebody.
Again, it would depend on like what that is. So like if they're just like, I just don't like sleeping near anyone, I'd be like, well, it's kind of weird, but I guess do your thing. If they're just like, I just need my own space.
Wait, was this the topic that was going to get Jay fired up?
No.
Okay.
I wanted to do one of her notes, then we'll get to hopefully we'll get to that
Jay
topic.
has big feelings about this topic.
So what's your reason for wanting it?
Mainly, I think just to have your own room and your own space and all your own stuff, and it's just kind of like yours is yours, yours is yours.
Sure. What about you?
I'm down to have like a guest bedroom, but for the most part, like I just want my own closet, maybe separate bathrooms, but bed I'm sharing.
What about you?
Own your own bedroom, I would say. Yeah.
You're fine with it?
Yeah, I like the idea of having your own self-expression and you don't have to like compromise so much, and then you can just, go to each other's rooms after. Doesn't matter.
Sure. Jimbob?
I would say same bed. Try to keep that. Not to say like you can't have like a day bed in like a studio where you just like pass out because you're doing stuff. But I kind of look at it from even though it's unlikely, I look at it from a protective lens where like I want access to be able to defend my family and my wife. So I want to be closer if something occurs.
That makes sense. Jay, what about you?
I'm married late in life, so I was really used to not having like somebody in my personal space every single night. But then when I got married, it took me about a year or two. I got really used to it, so I like it now. And then like when we, like sometimes I do snore, like not every night, but maybe once every month or so. Sometimes like you can have, if somebody's sick or something like that, somebody goes in the other room. But like I think typically you're gonna want somebody.
Yeah. And I'm not. I'm okay with sharing a room or a bed. I'm just saying it's okay. I could see why you would, and I kind of could go either way. I think. Yeah. But yeah.
I'm kind of big on the separate. I like the separate beds, separate room.
I just like the separate messes.
Yeah.
Separate messes.
I feel like that'll avoid a fight. You make your room messy, I make my room messy. No one.
Yeah, I think separate rooms is good.
Are you messy? Because usually girls are clean. Like the dudes are messy.
I mean, like my closet's a disaster from getting dressed today, and I don't plan on cleaning it up tonight or maybe tomorrow. So it's like that type of stuff. But no, I feel like men are very messy. If you're the girl cleaning and you're cleaning up after a man every time, I mean, obviously everyone has their own situation, but yeah.
Okay. Rock and roll. All right, let me get into the questionnaire here, which hopefully we'll be able to get Jay into on some of the stuff. Let's see. Here, why don't we go Kyla's notes to see if there's anything there. You did like little squiggly signs, which I guess is like maybe.
Like, meh, depending on how we phrase it. Yeah.
So a man dating a transgender woman is straight, to which you're
He's like more gay than a guy not dating a transgender, but it's more straight than a guy dating a man,
Okay, so it's a spectrum, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if they have titties, it's obviously more femme than if they have a penis and chest hair.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
obviously.
I think that probably grant that, but you wouldn't say that it would be straight.
It'd be straighter.
Straighter.
Yeah.
Okay. But it wouldn't be, for example, like a man dating a transgender woman. They would not be in a heterosexual relationship.
They'd probably use that label. I'd be fine with that. I don't really care.
But would it be, from your perspective, a heterosexual relationship?
Mostly.
Hold on. Mostly?
Yeah, because she's in most ways super femme. She's presenting femme, but there's obviously, in a lot of cases, there's no chance for pregnancy. There's oftentimes not a vagina going on, right? So it's not quite heterosexual.
Hold on, but so we're talking about the binary, though, because...
I'm treating these things obviously spectrumal, right?
Well, there's not a sex, I'll go ahead and grant that there's a gender spectrum, but there's not a sex spectrum. Like it's binary.
Sure, but I think
male,
when you're
female.
talking about like heterosexuality to homosexuality, you're talking about being gay or straight. And so in that sense, I would say
Which is sex. It's sex, not gender.
It's heterosexuality pertains to sex, not gender.
But I guess I'm rejecting your binary approach to sexuality.
But it's literally in the word itself. Heterosexuality.
That's not how we like define things, though, right?
It's same sex, opposite sex relationship.
Postmodernists.
Is this the science that you're talking about?
Are you a science denier?
No, I'm not a science denier. I don't think anyone says that sexuality and homosexuality is this like binary thing in the way that we'd say like sex is. Because sex is binary for a number of reasons. It's not just genitalia, it's a whole number of factions.
Sure.
Whereas heterosexuality and homosexuality is much less of a biological concept. It's much more of like a social concept of how we label relationships, which is why it's more spectrumal.
Between what?
Between sexes.
Between genders a lot of time, right?
No.
Yes.
Between
obviously.
sexes.
That's maybe how you define it. That's just not how I do.
Okay, the word itself is a social construct, but the behavior that's observed is wouldn't that be objective?
Yeah, that's why it would be spectrumal, right? Like if you're having sex with somebody and you're like sucking on their titty, but also like they have a penis, it's obviously less straight than.
It's her titty, but his penis? Are you splitting
No, it's her titty and her penis.
At the torso?
It's her titty and her penis.
Wait, you think there is such a thing as her penis?
Mm-hmm.
How's that? Is that binary or?
Your guys'
is that
favorite.
a binary?
What is a gender? Well, it's.
Well, you're the one making the claim.
Yeah, well, I don't think that like sex is just genitalia.
Okay,
right?
do you think there's a difference between sex and gender?
Yes.
Okay, can a female be a trans woman?
Can a female, like a sex woman?
If gender and sex are different, can a female be a trans woman?
No, because the whole point of trans is that you're transitioning to the opposite gender.
Oh, binary. You mean transitioning to a different sex?
Nope, performing as the opposite gender.
Okay, well, no. If it's different,
you don't suddenly become
dude.
like XY.
You
when
just
you take
reduce it to
testosterone, right?
sex. If
No.
it's impossible for a female,
Well, you have reduced it to that, but I have not, right? So if you want to gauge in my world,
what's
you
the
can.
transition? What's the transition then?
The transition is the gender performance.
From what to what?
Woman to man. In this
Which
case,
is what? Which is what?
Which is what?
A transgender. In that case, a woman to man would be a transgender man.
So you see how
doing
silly
that.
this is.
It's over.
Like you're insane.
I get it. You guys don't like
You're
trans
insane.
shit. I'm
no,
sorry.
you're actually insane.
Okay.
Like you're an insane person.
You guys already acknowledge that gender is spectral, so
I didn't say that.
you're
No,
already
you said
infringing my
that.
norms.
We're just asking you position.
Oh, you guys don't think gender and sex are different?
No.
That was just me, I guess.
Oh, okay.
No, I think I think they're informed from a binary. That's why this question is absolutely
It's downstream from a binary, but
this
it's not.
question
a binary.
destroys the entire paradigm, because if premise one is sex and gender are not the same, and transgender is this transition of genders, it's not a transition of sex, then a female, which is sex, could be a trans woman. But you said they can't be because of?
But they're not really transitioning anywhere. Right? Like,
yeah, that's our point. There is no transition happening.
It's to my point, too.
Right.
If you want to hear my definition, right? Typically, gender is downstream of sex. This is obviously true. When you're born
When is
with
it
a certain,
atypical?
There's multiple situations where it's atypical. There's lots of women that are born with an XY condition, but their testes
sex.
essentially
Can
never
I
drop.
identify
It's
as
not.
with
It's
that?
literally not sex, and it's arguable about whether or not they're a man or woman because their testes don't drop. So they express.
So
they have a
sex.
vagina. They have tits.
So
but
physical.
They have a vagina, they have tits, they
So
go
biological.
through female puberty. The only thing that you catch them in is they don't have a period because their testes
Can I
are
identify as
dropped.
that? Can I identify
Well,
as that?
there's a massive question of which sex that person
The
is.
thing you just described, can I identify as having that phenomenon?
What's a chair? Define a chair for me.
The chair is
Wait,
This is what you're doing. You're doing.
You don't
low-key-
answer
you're doing-
questions.
Do you think
I
that-
answer questions, Jim?
No, you don't.
With
all
questions.
the time.
No. With questions.
No,
With questions.
I answer your questions
You're
the
a
entire
sophist. You're a
conversation.
sophist.
The issue
You
is that
close
when
your
you
eyes
find
and you do
answers
like
that
this
you
because
don't
you're
like,
You're a
having,
sophist.
you just insist
You
that I
just
don't answer
got
questions.
completely
You
obliterated.
have still
Definition of
not
a
answered my
sophist.
question about objectivism
You're
versus
because you're a
absolutism. You've
sophist.
run
You're a
away from it
sophist.
the entire time. You still
Because
not
you're
answered my
not
questions
worthy
about
of answering because you don't know anything about the
you're not
subject
worthy of
matter.
answering
You're not.
either, so I get to use the same fail-safe.
You claim that you know the
No,
top,
you're not
the
worthy to
topics,
talk to
and you
about
don't
this.
know
You
one
don't know
book in
anything
the
about the
topic.
gender spectrum.
You
No,
don't
you
know
don't.
one book in the topic.
You're not
You
worthy
got
to talk
exposed
to.
as a fraud.
I'm sorry,
That's
Jay.
why.
You're not worthy for me to talk to on this topic.
You don't
I just
know
can't.
the subject.
Does it have to do with sofas?
No.
Chairs and sofas.
So this is the problem with it, and this is why it's such a defeater, is that if there's two different things you're talking about, every time you point to some sort of obscure deformity or some weird atypical biological expression that happens between genes, or the
Every time you point to medical science,
hold on
yes.
a second. You're actually pointing to something that has nothing to do with gender, because gender, you said,
You were talking about sex.
No, we're talking about sex and gender.
Yeah, which is why I said it's downstream,
You're
but it's
talking
not
to
one-to-one.
a child.
Sex
You
is
can't have
categorized
a
by a number of
conversation.
things. It's your chromosomes,
Can I be
your
anti-gender
physical
no matter what my
expression,
sex is?
the gametes that you produce,
Listen to
and
this question.
Listen to my question.
and the androgenic
Kyla, focus.
hormones
You
that you
spouting
create.
out science terms doesn't get
I gotta
you
ask you a
anywhere.
question.
Because
That just
you don't
tells
know
me
the
you
subject
don't know
matter.
what these words
Kyla,
mean.
Kyla,
That's all we're
Kyla,
learning right
focus
now.
for a second.
I know
What's a
what-
gamete? Do you know what a gamete
Focus
is?
for a second.
What's a gamete?
You spouting out terms
Jimbob,
and asking
what's a
for
gamete?
definitions.
Forget it. It's
Jimbob,
a biological
what's a
term.
gamete?
I'm
So-
asking
What's
you
a
question.
gamete?
I'm
You
asking
can't
you
have a
question.
conversation
Jay,
because
what's a
all she
gamete?
does is ask for definitions of words.
Gay,
I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good
help me
word.
understand your
What's a gamete?
position. Can you help me understand your position?
I would love to, but you guys keep interrupting
Do
me
you
and won't
think
engage
that
with me.
words are purely subjective, like definitions? Are they just subjective?
No, they tend to be arrived to by like social concession. However, scientific words typically are operationally defined.
How
so
do you,
they are.
how do you come? So how do you know that? You claim these things, right? You asserted that. How do you know that to be the case?
Are you just going to go down some
I wanna know how you know
epistemic
these
claim?
things.
Oh, I think, therefore I am. That's
Can you
how
tell
I
me
know.
how you know that? You just spit stuff out, but how do you know that? And what constitutes that knowledge?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay.
So you're just going to cuss, but you don't know.
No, I'll answer you as well. How do we know? Okay, what was the statement? How do I know that
You literally just machine gun bullshit nonstop. How do you know any of those things? What's your justification for
right?
those
What's
claims?
your epistemic system?
Epistemic justification, what is it?
Typically, I observe things. There's not like epistemic systems that you subscribe to. The same way that we all know
You
things.
observed all
How
the-
do you know that
you
your
observed
microphone exists
all the things
in
that
this
you
world?
stated you
How do you know
observed.
that your microphone exists?
All the things you
How do you
stated
know that your
observed?
microphone
That's
exists?
a tu-quoque.
I'm just curious how you, Jay, know that your microphone exists, or does it not?
So your answer to my question is to ask me a question.
Yeah, that's called Socratic engagement. engagement. Have you never? Or
It's just
Socrates
dodging,
not a
dodging.
legitimate
It's called
philosopher?
dodging.
It's called dodging.
Also, Socrates
Was a dodger?
not a real philosopher.
Was he a dodger?
He's not answered most of
Did
my
he-
questions.
does he answer
What's
questions?
a gamete? What's
The question
objectivism
was-
versus absolutism? What is
I just
Agrippa's
wanna
trilemma?
understand your
How do you
position.
solve Agrippa's trilemma?
I want to understand your position about when
No, you
say,
don't.
When you say words are defined this way and this way, and
They
this,
tend to be
this
arrived
thing,
to at a
this-
social collection, as well
Okay.
as in
How do-
science, it's
how do you know
operationally
that?
defined. Because that's the norm that we all live in, which you live in.
That's
and
a fallacy.
You would of course
That's a
grant me.
fallacy.
It's, oh
so
my
because
God.
we all,
Fallacy.
because we all,
Got her.
you said because
Got her.
everybody says that or believes that, it's true. That's a fallacy.
No, that's not at all what I said. I said that we tend to arrive in terms that are like denotative by operational definition
using the
and
terms-
quantitative. These,
How does this
do you
justify
not know
your
what these
claim?
words mean? I'm engaging at your level. Connotatively, we typically arrive to by like some sort of social
You tell me
agreement.
what we do, and I want to know how
This
you
is
know
true.
that it's
Do you
true.
disagree
So
that we come
anything
to
that
the
happens
arrival
that
of what
we
words
do,
mean by some level of social agreement?
does
How
it
do we
get you
come to words then in your
justification?
mind? How do we come
so
to
when
words?
you get pinned, you dodge by asking a question.
I have
because
answered
you can't
your
make
question
any, no, you haven't.
every single time, and then I respond
Your
with a question
answers
that
are
you don't like
gibberish.
because you
No,
don't
they're
want to engage
nonsense
in Agrippa's
answers.
trilemma because you know that you get stuck
Why
in
are
the
you bringing
same
up
position.
something about? I'm asking your position.
Because what you're
asking me
doing is an
questions.
epistemic walk down of self-justifying the why.
I just want to know your position.
I have answered it 6 times.
Where's the justification? You just asserted things.
Typically, do you want me to answer it again?
We said we observe it and we all have that.
We
norm.
do stuff. We
Yeah,
agree on
Wait,
things.
That's an
society-
appeal to society, which is a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy
is.
to say that the way that we come to connotations is by
What is
broadly
the appeal to
social
masses
collection.
fallacy?
It's not appeal to masses when you're talking about the social collection of words. This isn't appeal to masses. You're
You said
misusing
the
a fallacy
masses do
again.
it this way?
No, I said that society arrives at these
That's
terms.
the masses.
How do
That's
connotative
appeal
words?
to- that's an appeal
How
to
do
the masses.
connotative words get defined in your
That's an
worldview?
appeal to masses.
How do words get
oops,
defined?
you got caught.
You're never going to answer a question.
Because your questions
You're
are
such a
gibberish
s-
nonsense
you're just
when
a
you get
small
caught.
man. Are you going to answer a
that's
question?
all she has.
Are-
Well, you're a
all
bulk-
I've had is
you're a
multiple
bulked
answers to
up
your
girl.
questions. I've
I
had
might be a
5
small
reasons as
man,
to how you
but
find
you're
sex.
bulked up
I've
according
outlined
to
the
your own
difference
terms.
between sex and gender,
Are
and
you
I've
still
also
bulked? What's the
outlined
difference?
how you arrive at definitions.
Yeah.
I've
Are you
said
still
it multiple
bulking?
times.
What's the difference?
and
Are you
don't
still
like it.
bulking? You're bulking?
What's the difference, though?
Oh, you're just going for now. Are you fat, joke?
Kyla,
Good
Kyla,
job.
look,
You said it.
we asked you a
Yeah,
very,
I am bulking.
we-
Well, no, I ended bulking like 4 days ago now.
It's a very simple question. Can a someone, regardless of their sex, be any gender?
Oh, now we want to talk about real
She
things
doesn't
again.
know. You're talking to a mentally insane person.
Which is
who
crazy
can't
because
even carry
despite
on a
that,
conversation.
you can't answer a single fucking question.
I don't
that
owe
I've
you an
asked
answer to
all
your
night.
dumbass question.
I don't owe you an answer to anything either. That's what
Then
fucking
you
debate
can't
is.
debate,
we
dummy.
both agree to engage back and forth. This
have
is
a
not the
proposal.
W that you think it is.
I have
you
a
look
proposal.
embarrassing.
Hold on,
You
Kyle,
look embarrassing.
You're a
Both of you guys,
meltdown.
wait, just wait a second. I got a little proposal here.
'Kay.
Maybe we can make some headway with it, some ground here. And I don't know if I'm using this term correctly. What if we did this? So it seems like both of you strongly disagree. What if instead of like kind of hold on, instead of like a constant like back and forth, you ask a question, he answers a question, asks a
Fight.
question. What if I give each of you like you ask 10 questions, you respond to them without asking a question back, and then once he's asked his 10 questions, you then can ask him 10 questions to which he has to respond to without like asking a question. Is that like an internal?
10 is a lot. That's gonna. Do you want to do like 5 just so that we
could do
don't have to-
less. We could do less,
Yeah,
but
let's
that
do, like,
might
5.
be more productive. Is that
Sure.
But I'm
agreeable?
only going to answer her questions relevant to our topic.
Amazing. So he doesn't have to answer the previous questions that he dodged.
That's how
I'm not going
I
to
refuse, just so it's
answer
clear,
irrelevant questions.
If that's the caveat he's going to add to it, I refuse.
That's what a
those
debate
grounds.
would be. Why would you bring in irrelevant
A
questions?
debate is where we
that's her
both
whole
engage
thing.
with one
Her
another.
whole thing
He
is to
still
bring in
hasn't answered
irrelevant
my questions.
questions.
Why would he
Hey,
not agree
ladies,
to that?
did he ever answer the question absolutism versus objectivism at any point?
They don't know.
It doesn't
Did he-
matter.
did he answer that question?
It's irrelevant what anyone
Well,
else
Charlie
thinks
says
about
no.
whether.
Do you guys know?
I don't owe you that answer.
This is how debates work. All you're doing right now is admitting to me that you're being
topic
bad
is
faith.
not on. That's not today's topic. That was yesterday's topic, dummy.
First of all, we explicitly talked about that today. We talked about.
How about it has to be
you brought it up.
relevant to the topic?
No, I reject that because the questions I
because
would
you
like to
can't
get
do it.
answered.
Right, exactly.
No, the questions
She
I would
doesn't-
like to get
she
answered
can't-
are the questions I've
The
been
only
trying to get
thing you
answered the
can
entire
do
time.
is talk about totally irrelevant other topics than what we're debating. That's the the only thing you do.
That's
it's a
not
destiny
true.
tactic, and it's pure garbage.
That is true. That's a crazy statement.
No, it's not.
Aging is
It's-
rough for you, isn't it?
Oh, so here we go.
That's not an add-on.
Are you bulking up still? Are you bulking up still?
First of all, he
I've
looks
just ended bulking.
in his 30s.
He does not.
He looks. He's
He's a handsome guy, but the reality is like he's terrified of
He's
aging.
married.
He's like
I'm
obvious.
what?
Hey, he's
Terrified of what?
Aging.
Asians?
Aging.
Do you have something against Asians?
And Asians.
How
He's
am I
fucking-
I'm
he
terrified.
told me before, by the way, he was like, if there's any Asians there, I literally can't be there.
Are
I
there
have
any
trauma.
Asian people here?
She's lying. It's a total lie.
I actually made sure there wouldn't be any here today.
So can I
I
ask,
really appreciate that. For
This
Jay's
this
sake.
kind of
That's very nice
exploded,
of
but
you.
I didn't get a
Are you
clear
being
answer.
serious?
About the Asian thing?
Yeah.
That you're afraid of Asians? No, I don't think you're afraid of Asians.
Did I say that to you?
No, I literally just turned to Charlie and I said, just so you know, it's
Are
a
you
joke.
Asian?
God, I wish. No.
Aging. You're talking
Oh,
about aging. She was talking about aging.
Yeah.
That was me. I made a joke. I made a funny. So no to the 10 questions.
Okay.
10
Well,
questions.
definitely 10 questions. That would be
Okay.
a
Well,
nightmare.
3.
I'm not answering any of her gibberish that's not relevant to the topic because her whole shtick is to bring in things not relevant.
Sure.
Then I'll just move it on. But I do want to say that's not pussy.
Hold on.
You were talking about male pussy. You were talking about male vaginas.
Yeah,
that's not
insane.
It ain't a vagina.
It's a wound.
It's not a vagina.
You're
it's
insane.
not pussy. Okay, it's not pussy.
It's a
I'll just
literal
say that.
wound.
What's
it's not
not
pussy.
pussy?
Huh?
What?
When you were describing the things like, well, if a man has
Oh, like a mangina? Like if he gets
if
the
a man
vaginoplasty?
has like titties and
That's
the
nothing.
makeup and the wig
No.
and the vagina, and I was like, it's not a vagina.
It's not. Don't call it a vagina.
Like a vaginoplasty vagina isn't a vagina.
No.
Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm
No,
understanding
you were saying how a biological male, when they change their gender from man to woman, and they get the surgery.
Some of them do.
That's a sexual
not
distinction.
It's
by
not
the way.
pussy.
What is it?
It's
a wound.
hole, I guess it's not. That's not pussy.
No, it's a
not-
literal wound.
It's not a vagina.
It's a surgery wound.
It ain't a vagina, okay, Kyla?
Okay.
Please show some respect to vaginas.
I know you are very passionate about vaginas. I don't mean to step on your feminism today.
Speaking
I'm
of
so
which,
sorry, Brian.
I saw your disagreement.
Here, I could prove it's not a vagina if you think it is. If I got the same exact surgery done right here on my cheek, is that a vagina?
Yeah, you'd have a vagina on your
Jimbob,
cheek.
you got a
Really?
pussy on
Yeah,
your
every
face,
single
bro.
person who would look at you would be like, why does that dude got a vagina on his face?
It's a real
That's
vagina.
crazy. Yeah, everyone
But
would look
you
at
think
that and
that's a
think,
real
That's a real vagina.
well, it's not like a cis woman's vagina.
What?
In every way, if you
A cis woman's vagina as opposed to what
well,
other
because
kind
you're
of
saying
vagina?
real vagina,
Are you
so
on
I'm assuming you
meds?
mean
Are you?
cis.
Are you on meds? Because you
I'm
literally
not.
don't seem like a sane person.
Wait, hold on.
Cool.
Are you saying that this is really misogynistic? Are you saying that instead of women having mouths, they should have vaginas there instead so they can't speak?
Oh,
I think that's what you're getting
It
to. And
depends.
it's, as the sole feminist here at the table, you're kind of being.
can they
a
utilize
misog-
queefs effectively to form words?
I will grant it. I'll allow it.
Okay, then I'm okay with this world.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Because you're basically saying
and ship
something
it,
that's an
boys.
imposter is identical to the thing itself.
Like your knowledge of philosophy.
And yours apparently.
It's not
Do
pussy.
you want
You mean how you couldn't name anything?
Do you want to?
in the subject
Well, now
matter?
that we're back to this topic, do you want to define objectivism versus absolutism? Since you brought it back there
Oh my
yourself.
God, look at this poor girl in her sunburn. Holy shit, what happened to you?
Driving up.
One drive, one-way
Guys,
drive.
Don't look.
You should have turned
Oh my
around.
goodness.
No, actually, he was driving up here.
I wondered why you-
Me. I was like, bro.
Skin
Guys,
cancer in
come on,
like 2
don't
weeks.
put your attention to it.
Okay, Kyla, the rest of your notes here. You did a little squiggly line to you agree men are more privileged in society than women. That's like an iffy maybe one for you.
I think
Why is
women
that?
are more privileged in a number of areas, and men are more privileged in a number of areas.
In totality.
Oh,
or is
God.
it hard to say?
In totality, I genuinely I don't know. I haven't done the cost analysis in my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to bite on that one, Jay, or not so much?
He doesn't want to talk about male privilege. That's so antithetical to everything he cares about.
What?
How do you know?
Oh, sorry. Are you really passionate about?
Well, how do you know?
I'm just assuming based on your worldview.
On what?
Your worldview.
How do you know what that is?
Well, if like you're pro patriarchy and all these sorts of things, I imagine that you wouldn't want to say something that like male privilege, like men have more privilege, because then you're like acknowledging something
was
that
her
sounds
position?
negative, but also you wouldn't want to say that females have more privilege, because that would also.
Men are-
Just
Wow.
answer the question. Good God.
Men are
I
more
did answer the
privileged
question.
No, you didn't.
in
Again.
society.
If you can't keep up with this at this point, Jay, that says a lot more about you than it does about me, right? Like if you think I'm a child and I'm all these like bad things, and yet you also can't understand what I'm saying, that's your issue.
No, it's literal gibberish. Like what you say.
I am not speaking gibberish. I'm speaking coherently.
It's not coherent. You think a vagina is a gash on a face?
I get that you don't like what I'm saying.
No, it's just total insanity. It's like talking to a person on this, like a bum in the street. It's like the type of like schizo gibberish that they say. It's equivalent to what you say.
You're saying she's homeless?
It's equivalent. Mentally, the equivalence.
Of being homeless? What is that? What are you even saying?
Yeah, like mental illness.
A person on the street. Like it's the same level of understanding of subjectivity that words are defined according to you, and you can make them into.
In other words, there's no truth.
It's relativism is not.
There's no standard for truth from you. Anything can be crafted.
Relativism is the opposite of absolutism. Objectivism is the opposite.
Kyla, do we create truth or discover it?
I'm an objectivist.
Do we create truth?
And a relativist.
Look,
you can exist in both of these paradigms.
No,
that's a contradiction.
That's total insanity. Like you said, God's a relativist. When you said God's a relativist, remember that? Remember that
This
joke?
is why.
The Notebook.
Nobody cares about your notebook.
Sorry.
When you said God is a relativist.
This is why I don't suspect that he knows anything about philosophy.
She drew something.
She draws a meme. She draws a meme.
That's what homeless people do. They scribble on things.
If you guys want me to... I'll just wait.
I mean, to be fair,
God, our cocks are so
Jay's
hard.
correct.
Scribbles.
I did see you speaking with some.
Can I make a T-shirt of that?
You were hanging out with some homeless people.
Ryan, why are you telling people that?
Sorry.
And you're Asian too. Don't tell Jay though.
What you just said is absurd because if you hold both of those true, which one's the true one between the two?
Objectivism and relativism.
Yeah, which one's true?
These two things are not mutually exclusive concepts.
And how is that?
Okay.
Draw another fucking
We can finally
scribble.
go into it. You should, just so it's clear, with
No,
a
I want
Phil
you to
degree,
tell me.
Yeah, I will.
I'm not giving you the lecture like you wanted me to do
yesterday. With a Phil degree, you should know the answer to this.
I want you to tell me because you don't know.
Okay, objectivism is rooted in something like Platonic forms. It believes that there is a true sense of a concept like justice, and that this is a universal, essentially, idea or construct that exists. Whereas relativism is way more interested in things like looking at the situation around something to gauge whether or not it's essentially saying you don't have to apply all law equally to every person because there's always so much more complicated going on to find things. So a good example of absolutism is Kant. He believes that basically all law should be applied equally to everyone. This is not the same as objectivism in any way, shape, or form because objectivism just believes that there is a true concept of like justice. You said you were going to let me say this. Subjectivism basically rejects that. It's like Derrida that says there is no such thing as a true anything. There's no such thing as justice. There's no such thing as any of this. And this is where like postmodernist theory comes in. I am an objectivist and a relativist. What are you?
You don't understand Kant because you couldn't tell me one of his books.
Oh, whoa, buddy. Can you engage with the ideas yet?
Can you tell me what his ethic is?
He's an absolutist. Are you asking like
what's
his golden
the name
ethic?
of his ethical system?
I don't know the name of his ethical system. He's an absolutist.
But you just talked about Kant's ethics.
Do you disagree that Kant is not an
system
is he not an absolutist?
You don't know what his system is.
God.
Just say no, you don't. It's simple. Just say I don't know.
I literally just said that I don't know what it's called.
Right,
but is he not an
Kantianism.
absolutist?
You know Kantianism. It's called deontological ethics.
Wait,
it's deontological.
Oh, right, it's deontology. Do you disagree that he's an absolutist?
What's the
Do you disagree that you're never going to
phenomena
answer a question? You're just going to run forever.
I'm showing that you don't know. You reference things that you don't understand.
I will just keep asking you this question. Is Kant an absolutist? Is Kant an absolutist?
Kant he believes in idealism.
Is he an absolutist?
He believes that everything is in the mind. And so in that sense, no.
So he's not an absolutist. You heard it here, guys.
More of a solipsist.
Not an absolutist. Great.
He believes in a...
What about Plato? Is he an objectivist?
Let me finish. He believes in a duty-based ethic that he thinks you can ontologize to all people. He thinks you can universalize it. But he doesn't believe that it's absolute and it's objective. That's called the phenomenal noumenal distinction.
I didn't say objective, and I didn't say he's an objectivist. I said he's an absolutist, which thank you, I guess, for agreeing with me in a really long,
in your definition, you said absolute was universal?
Absolutism is a universal application of law.
Kant doesn't believe that. Thank you.
Yes, he does.
No,
That's why he creates the
Kant
paradigm
doesn't believe that there's
He's
any
got the
universals.
categorical imperative, which is essentially lying. He thinks lying is the only
That's
universal
not the categorical imperative. It's
apply to.
deontological ethics that you can universalize every ethical situation.
That's not refuting anything about the categorical imperative.
It shows that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you what it means.
You're allowed to not know certain words, but you can still engage with the ideas. This is why, for example, you know what you would never do?
You don't know the basics.
You would never talk to me about psychology because you know you'd get fucking
now she has to go to
obliterated.
the discipline
No,
that
I'm
she
just being
came,
mean to you
that she
now.
isn't here to debate because she doesn't know the discipline she's trying to debate. Why are you talking about Kant? You don't know any of his works. You don't know the basics.
Jesus Christ.
Name
You're
one
right.
of Kant's books.
Knowing books is what
Name
makes you
one of his.
evil.
Name one writing. That would be simple. Just one.
I've already told you I don't know the title of any of these things.
Did you
I
read
don't even
them?
know the title of William Costello's articles that I'm citing. I have no idea. I don't memorize titles of
Did you read
things.
any of Kant's books?
I did. I read one of them.
You said 3 earlier. Now, which one?
I don't remember.
Was it 3 or 1?
I think I read one.
But you said 3 earlier.
Maybe I was wrong.
Oops.
Maybe I've only
Or
read
you
one.
lied.
No.
You just lie about what you think you know because you're on a performative debate setting and you totally failed.
Which is crazy because you'd think that if I was such a liar and such a stupid head, you could
Well, you
just
got
answer
shown.
my questions.
You
So
just got shown up that you don't know. Do you want me to help you out?
Don't know the difference between
Do you want me to
these
help you out?
words. You
Do you
don't
want me to
know
help
the
you
difference
out?
between these words.
You don't understand the
You
context
think a dunk
of the
for
words.
me is not knowing
You
titles
came
of
to
books.
debate
But-
topics that
yeah.
you don't know anything about.
Remember when we talked about Heidegger last time and we agreed
came
that
to debate
chatter is a
topics?
silly thing to do?
Come on.
Remember when we talked
Can you
about
name
that
one of Heidegger's
and
books?
you agreed to it?
Name a Heidegger book.
I can't. I don't
Because
memorize
you've never
book
read
titles.
any of this shit.
That's not
why.
true.
You're a
There's-
liar.
I'm sorry,
Because
bro.
you're lying and you got busted lying.
The issue
Name one Heidegger book.
Busted.
Careful, I'll call you out
come
again.
on,
Name one
I'll call
Heidegger
you
book.
out again.
I'm joking. Come on.
Again,
Name one
Jay,
Heidegger book.
Jay, this is fallacious and
Please
you know
name
it.
one Heidegger book to
I
show
don't
that you've
need
read
to.
Heidegger.
I don't need to.
Because
I don't
you
need
haven't.
To.
Have
No.
you read him?
Memorizing book
Have
titles.
you read him at all?
Memorizing book
Have you
titles
read him?
is not evidence
Have
of
you read
knowing
him?
a book. Can you define
Have you read
absolutism
Heidegger?
versus objectivism?
Have you read
You
Heidegger?
said yesterday that they were
Have you read
synonymous.
Heidegger?
Why did you? Yes,
Why
I
are you
read
lying?
Heidegger.
Name one book.
I can't. I've already
You're
told you I
lying.
don't memorize titles. No. Can you name the difference between
Being in
objectivism
Time
and
is a Heidegger
absolutism?
book.
Because yesterday you said that they
Being
were
in Time.
synonymous.
Being in Time is a Heidegger book.
Last time you said that
Is this a
objectivism
filibuster?
and absolutism is synonymous, which is false, and you know that that's false.
The
Can you
words
define the difference between
can
these two
mean
words?
the same thing.
You were
depending
not
upon
using
the
them in an equivocating way. Don't even fucking try.
That's not equivocation, you idiot.
Jay,
Don't you dare
don't
try
you
it.
dare. Don't you dare.
Give it a try.
Can you name one philosophy book?
What's the difference?
Name one.
I
Just
already
one that
gave
you've
you
read.
one.
Just
Jay,
one. That you've
Plato's
read.
Republic.
That
Plato's
you've read.
Republic.
Just one that you've read.
I've read parts of Thus Speaks Zarathustra.
And you couldn't-
5 Dialogues is also a name of a book. Just because I don't know the specific letter names doesn't mean that I haven't read the
But
5
the
dialogues.
dialogues.
I could walk you through
You
through
still-
multiple
but
of the
you've never
dialogues.
named
The
one.
first dialogue is broadly about arate, which is this idea of like purpose of things. So he goes into lions and how their purpose is to like kill, and how forks the purpose is to help you eat. And so the question of the first dialogue is essentially, what is the purpose of humans?
And what
Because
was
they're
that
somewhere
dialogue?
between demons and God. So what is their purpose? Because
the
it's
most
certainly not to
famous
be happy.
dialogue of Plato.
That's the first one. The
It's
fifth
called-
one, for example, goes into friendship and friendships of virtue. And he talks about the 3 types of friendship. And he asks the question, how do you achieve friendships of virtue and what are their values?
This is why men's
Just so it's
deletion
clear,
is high.
all of this proves that I've read these books. He's just mad because I don't know the
doesn't prove
title
it.
of the
No, it
dialogue.
doesn't.
I'm sorry
It
if I'm
doesn't.
able to cite
We
you
have no idea
multiple
what you're
portions
talking
of what
about.
the book is about. This proves that I have engaged with the philosophy. You are squirming
prove that you
so
read the
hard
book.
because you realize that you don't know the difference between these 2 words, which massively
I've
calls into
answered your
question
question
your
many
validity.
times.
You have not even
I've
once
answered it
answered the
many
question
times.
of the difference between absolutism and objectivism. Not once have you answered it. You
What
said
you
they were
don't
synonymous,
understand
and
is
they
that
are not.
those are words that can be used in different systems based on the intentionality
Moral
and the
objectivism
context.
and moral absolutism are defined
Now you're
very clearly within
equivocating
the
because you
systems.
said just the words, and those words depend on the systems that they're using and the philosophers that use them.
No, you said that
That's
they were
your answer.
synonymous. You said
This
that
is
they
what
were
you do throughout debates when you ask people to explain, and they start to explain, and you just go, nope. Because in
yelp.
your mind, that's actually an argument.
Did you hear what he said, though?
This is like the unironic Darvo thing.
No, but
where
did
you're
you
like,
hear what he
you
said?
do what I do, meanie.
If I- she-
just,
Did you hear what he
just define
she
the
doesn't.
difference
Did you hear
between
what
these
he
2 words.
said,
What's
though?
the difference? What's the difference, Jay?
What?
What's the difference between absolutism and objectivism? I don't know why you're running from this question so much.
It's fine. It's easy to ask this question, and I can answer it based on the philosophers that are in question. So we can talk about Randian objectivism.
That was
We
not
can
going to
talk
answer
about-
it.
He's telling
I'm
you that the
words
word
themselves depend on the context and the philosophers.
Nope, there is
Who owns the word?
clearly
Who
agreed on ideas of what
owns the word?
objectivism.
Oh, who agreed on it?
Broadly, the philosophical body of academic.
So
thought.
you agree then?
There are schools of
Broadly?
objectivism. Schools you can search these things.
Thank you for
and
making
they
my
come up
point.
in-
You just made the
There's schools
point.
of them. You made my point.
You just
Thank
made
you.
the point.
That's
Thank
not
you.
your point.
That's literally what he just
I'm
argued.
telling you my point, you idiot.
No, you're not.
You just made
You're
my
just
point.
Running.
You're so
just
dumb.
running by obfuscating.
Look,
You're like,
you made my
to tell
point.
you about objectivism, I actually have to go back 30 years to Ayn Rand objectivism, which actually isn't
I'm
in the
telling you
school of
that the
objectivism.
word is
Ayn
used
Rand
by-
isn't
You just proved his point.
You proved my point, you idiot.
No, I did not.
You just literally said what his point was.
No.
Literally, you mouthed it.
Nope.
You mouthed his
Nope.
point.
What do you mean? No, I'm telling you, you did.
What's the
I
difference?
agree with what you said, dummy.
So you agree that there's a difference between absolutism and objectivism, that they are not synonymous terms. And yesterday, when you implied that they were synonymous terms to get a sick dunk on me, you were fucking lying. Or
No,
retarded,
I said
I
the
guess.
same thing yesterday, that the words
you said
are
that they were
used by
synonymous.
different philosophers and different systems, and it depends upon which one.
So you just won't
So
answer.
I said earlier that I could say that I'm individually a subjectivist.
Let's try the next one. What's a gripper's trilemma?
So just not gonna.
Well, you won't answer that one, so let's
He's
go to the next
answering
one.
you. He's answering the question.
What's a gamete?
The grippas, the gametes.
What's a
Guys,
gamete?
I got to read a couple
Well, if you're going to talk
chats
about
here. I
sex, you
gotta-
should probably know what a gamete
I
is,
got to
right?
read a couple chats. So
I
hold
didn't
on.
argue with him.
Hold
on.
on. Put your
His
swords
underscore
away
she
for just a
underscore Craig
second.
underscore or donated $69. Her debate style feels eerily similar to a roid rage. I'd always wondered what small dick energy would look like on a biological female.
We don't use those
I guess
terms.
now we know.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, really quick, some shout outs for Venmo Cash App contributions. David, thank you for the 22. Lindsay, thank you for the 20. Chad, thank you for the 10. That's on Cash App. Laura, thank you for the 3 on Cash App. And then Laura, thank you for the 25 on Cash App. Do appreciate it. If you guys want, we're doing $69 TTS if you want to get them in. We have, let's see, Kenny here with a message. Thank you, Kenny. Appreciate it.
Kennis Tax donated $69.
Thank you, man.
Share 2's entire dialogue. Yap, yap, yap. Use a bunch of terminology I don't fully
Destiny.
understand.
Yep.
Yap, yap. Fake giggle.
That's
Literally,
regarded
you're a
as
clone.
Destiny.
Question
Yeah.
with question. Yap, yap.
If anything, I guess thank you. We're pretty different, but yeah, we
No, you're
ideologically
not. You
agree a lot
mimic
in a lot
every
of
one of his movements all the way down to
As
his
somebody who
facial
worked with
tics.
him, as somebody who worked with him for a year and a
And
half,
you thought that he was
I-
actually a good debater.
there's
That's
another
why
one
you
coming
mimicked
in.
him.
Oh my God.
Not so bright. Would you beg Destiny if he asked you to? Your hubby Nick could watch.
What the
cool
fuck?
face emoji.
Intel wild.
At this point,
Intel is wild.
Intel should pay me for all these sex fantasies he's having of me.
Wow, that's wild. We also have, I can't even say the name.
Massive Panisa Same Baby donated $69.
What?
Puppy Lady. Oops, sorry. I meant Butch Lady. Piece of shit. Poop emoji.
What the fuck? Okay. All right. Thank you for that. We have Wrath coming in here in just a minute. Here, I'll just read JJ. Take Destiny. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. Thank you.
Roth donated $69.
Yep.
Whatever podcast helped me with my laundry. Every time there is a Spurgfist, I know it's time to start, change over, fold, hang, match socks, clean the lint filter. Thank you,
Thank you,
Brian.
Wrath. Thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it. Kyla, next note here. You say it's sort of wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down for sex. You also, Kelly, you also agree with that if the girlfriend or wife regularly turns him down for sex, wrong for him to dump them in that. Why is that? Here, why don't we start with Kelly, then we'll go to Kyla.
I think the pressure of having to engage in sexual activity shouldn't rely so much on the destiny of a relationship. Like, I feel it's not fair, essentially.
What?
Like, if a woman just doesn't want to have sex all the time, but she's still like having sex, like it's not like all the time, and the guy is not feeling satisfied and is putting pressure and it's putting the whole relationship in jeopardy because of that one sole aspect, I think it's very shallow.
Okay, very shallow.
There's so much more to a relationship than sex. So much more.
Would you yourself be in an asexual relationship?
No.
Well, that's very
Why
rather
are you
shallow
asking
and-
that? Why are you asking that?
Well, you're saying that, so, I mean, I agree with you that there's more to a relationship than just sex, absolutely. But it's just kind of interesting, you yourself, well, I guess it's not a...
What priority, I guess, would be a good question. Like, if we all agree that a relationship is composed of various aspects, if sex, I would say most people argue that it's a fairly important, depending on their age, aspect. So what level of importance on like 1 to 10 is regular sex?
I would say like the top 3, but it shouldn't determine the destiny of a relationship. I don't think it's fair.
I have a follow-up question. If a girlfriend of yours came to you and said, I'm dating this guy, things are otherwise pretty good, but I want to have sex and he's not giving me sex, and she was contemplating breaking up with him, would you...
Oh, like definitely say that's not okay. Like you should have a conversation with him.
Consistent.
You should be at least having a conversation, mention it, and then if you were able to work through it and try to...
What does working through it look like, though, when one person, whether man or woman, wants to have a higher frequency of sex in a relationship and the other doesn't?
But finding a compromise, maybe perhaps the person is working so much and they don't have time to just be home and having sex all the time. And maybe the other one is not, they're stay at home or,
If a guy was dating a woman and he stopped paying for dates, and she wanted him to pay for dates, would that be sufficient justification for her to dump him?
If that's her top 3 and she doesn't like it, then that's her. If it's free will, yes, she can.
Well, but so you indicated it was wrong for a man to dump his girlfriend if she regularly turns him down for sex. Let me change it a little bit. Let's say it's a dead bedroom and they're not having sex at all. And it's on her part, right? He wants to keep having sex, but she's not about it. Justified to break up or end the relationship.
I would say, especially even for marriage, you're supposed to really work through things. It's till death do us apart. And to just really break something without working through it and trying to find a compromise or a middle ground, or maybe there's a reason why they're depressed, they're not really focusing in their sexual activity. There's so many things to talk through, then it's not just surface level black and white.
Well, sure, I guess there could be problems, but what if those problems are attempted to have been worked through and she still just doesn't want to have sex?
Then that's a problem. Yeah, that would indicate I would just end the relationship then.
But you would say it would be wrong to end the relationship for that reason?
I think I came from the perspective of, like, I've been in relationships before where I felt pressured to engage in sexual activity and I just didn't feel comfortable. And that was enough for them to be like, this is not going to go anywhere. And I felt pressured to give that to them to keep them around. And I don't think that's right. I think at the end of the day, like, a woman should be able to say no when she doesn't want to. And there's so much more to a relationship than just feeling ultimately drawn to sex. Like that.
Yeah, I agree with you that a woman should say no, and that should be 100% respected. But I don't think I would fault the man who entered into this relationship with the expectation that it would be a component of the relationship would be that it would be a sexual relationship, and then she's kind of walked this back. I don't think there's anything wrong with him him ending the relationship for solely that reason.
Now, question, you mentioned, let's say it's a dead bed. They're not having sex at all. Did this happen since the start, or did it just happen towards the end?
I'd say it's usually a more progressive thing, so it's maybe the sex life was better, then it became worse, and then it became non-existent.
So to me, it sounds like they got into a relationship they were sexually compatible. Now something is happening within their relationship, within themselves or the relationship, that's causing this to happen.
What if the guy's not doing anything and it's just on her? It's just her part.
What do you mean?
I don't know. She just doesn't she's not into sex anymore. He's otherwise treating her just the same.
Is that like a common occurrence for a person that's sexually active at the beginning to just suddenly be like, no? I don't think that's very common. I mean, I'm sure there's scenarios. I'm sure there's like not a never in that. Maybe there's a scenario in a case, but that's like an exception, I would say. And commonly, like there could be a relationship is through waves. You could be going through a financial instability, a job loss, a death of a family, and like you're not thinking about sex all the time. And
sure,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like, if, for example, like, your girlfriend is sick, like, let her recover. Like, you don't need to be pressing for, I think you can give somebody grace in moments of, even if you're horny, like, okay, she's, like, feeling really terrible. We don't need to have sex right now. But if it's, like, if we're looking at a consistent pattern where she's otherwise okay, but she's not having sex as frequently as he would like, I don't see what would actually be wrong with him breaking up with his girlfriend.
To me, it's situational. If they are working, they talked about it, try to work through it, and it didn't work out, then it makes sense to break it off. If it's just there was no conversation and they just abruptly ended things, I don't think that's fair.
Okay. And then Kyla, your position on this?
It would basically be like, it depends on why she's withholding sex, right? So if it's like to spite him, I think that's a pretty good reason to end your relationship. Like, that's a terrible relationship. If she just had, vaginal birth and she's in a fair bit of pain and needs time to heal, maybe even a fair bit of time, I think good partners are like patient for that. So it really depends on like what her reason is and what level of steps she's taken to like rectify that issue so that they can come back, because partners need to have sex with each other. It's a really important part of relationship.
Right. What is, maybe this is a bit of a dicey conversation. What is the Christian perspective on this? So you guys are married. The wife doesn't want to have sex anymore.
I don't know what that is.
Like, do you believe in spousal rape? That would be like the question.
Essay. Let's try that.
No, I mean, I think that's the case, generally speaking, that Christians have a pretty good sex life. And if that were to occur and it was a problem, that's something that could be talked about independently with a priest. But then there's other aspects, like if someone's like sick, you mentioned, like let's say it's a terminal illness, I'm actually not sure what the pathway would be for expectation of sex, given that the person's not temporarily ill. Like, does it suddenly bring into question, do you have sick sex? Do you have like I don't know how that would work, honestly. I don't know the answer to that question for every single situation. Jay?
I mean, there's the notion of the marital debt, which is the idea that in the marital relationship, both parties are expected to sacrifice and engage in things that the other party might not necessarily want, and that's expected when you go into the marital relationship. So there's going to be times when that happens with both partners, but I think that it's irrational, it's unreasonable to have the expectation that people should be always having sex, even in situations where it's like damaging or something like that. So no, there's all things within reason, and so yeah.
Okay. Next thing, a woman's past should not matter, to which Sophia, you agree, and then Kelly, you agree.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question? I'm pretty sure I'm just genuinely curious because I don't know the Eastern Orthodox answer to this. Do you guys believe that like spousal SA can exist? Like, can a wife, for like, and assuming it's not medical, right? It's like other reasons. Can a wife say no to sex? And then the man still have sex with her anyways? Like, is that legitimate, or would that be viewed as bad? I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, she can do that, and the expectation is that the reasons are rational, that there's good foundation for that.
What if she's just like, I'm really not feeling it? Like,
if
she just
she
won't.
persists in that can become a case for there no longer being a marriage, for dissolving the marriage.
But he wouldn't be allowed to like have sex with her anyways, despite what she said.
You can't violate people's will in that way.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Woman's past should not matter. You agreed. Why is that?
I agree with it on both parts. Like, you just put women, but I think like women and men's past should not matter. Yeah. The past is the past. Can't do anything about it.
Sure.
What about the consequences, though? Like,
what consequences?
Of the past. You don't think that matters?
Or like, what consequences?
like people's actions, like who they've been with, if they've had kids with other people, like nope, nothing in the past matters?
I mean, if we're talking about kids, like obviously the kids are going to be a part of the picture. I guess I'm confused. Like I'm just talking about like body count,
Like body
people
count,
you've
okay.
been with, like things you might have done that you wouldn't do now.
How would you determine that that doesn't have a consequence on you, let alone someone else?
You wouldn't, but I wouldn't judge somebody based on what they've done in the past.
Well, what if I had AIDS or something?
That doesn't, okay. Yes. Okay. Cool.
So consequences matter.
Does matter.
And then your answer, why a woman's passion not matter?
I also
Bring
agree
out
that it should be
AIDS.
women and men. I just think anyone's past is their past.
Sure.
If you're focusing, obviously, no, I think you should definitely take into account, like, if it's a huge mistake they did. But I don't think if they're working through it and they're trying to change, what's there to keep bringing it up?
Three question, a couple questions for the both of you. So within the context of body count, right? Because I could give a bunch of examples, but when it comes to body count, to you, Sophia, would you date a guy who previously had sex with men?
Yeah. I mean, if they're bi.
You wouldn't have, yeah, sure, he's bi. You wouldn't have any issue with it.
No.
There wouldn't be some component of a man who just had, I'm not going to say it, but just had carnal knowledge of a man a week before meeting you.
That's sexuality. That would be that they're bi and they chose to be with a man, and now a week later they're choosing to be with a woman. I don't feel like
you wouldn't make any, like, so you would date a guy who
I would date a bi man.
Okay, fair. And then Kelly, would you date your old school and traditional? Would you date a guy who previously slept with men?
So I feel like the old school traditional, like it's being like labeled.
Okay,
entirely
forget
me.
that. That was just some banter.
No, I got you. But I would say yes, I'm open-minded towards sexuality.
Okay, so you would date a guy who gets
Had sex?
Has
had sex? I have.
It's not sex. Pee-pee in the poo-poo.
Wait, you've had sex with
No,
gay
no.
men?
No, bisexual men.
Bisexual. So
they're also gay.
So
The gay to me seems like they just only like men.
How about this?
Bisexual is like indicating.
would
all
you,
gender.
past doesn't matter, would you date a guy who cheated?
I did.
Sure you did, but is it your preference? Like, would you prefer to date a guy who has no history of infidelity, or a guy who has cheated on every single girlfriend he's been with?
No, I wouldn't want to be with the cheater.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, no, I can agree with like the cheater thing and all of that. I guess when I'm looking and answering that question, I'm not thinking that deeply into it. I was like
Okay,
thinking about
sure.
the rest of your questions.
Okay, but just to be clear, you guys would date a guy who gets fucked in the ass.
A bisexual man.
Just say, I want you to repeat after me. I will date. And
I don't think it's that crazy.
S the D of a guy.
I think it's crazy.
Well, no, you guys soften what it is. You try to make it like it's a sexuality.
guys-
It's not even sex.
All right.
It's
I'm
not
getting
sex.
into this.
Or you just like sodomy?
It's
or whatever?
literally not sex.
But you're saying gay sex is not
No,
sex.
it's not sex.
Is oral
Why?
sex not sex?
Not really.
So penetration is
What
not
is
sex
it?
of any kind.
It's like some type of sodomy or mutual masturbation.
Even if they reach orgasm, it's still not sex.
If I reach orgasm from banging a
You
refrigerator,
guys heard it
is
here.
sex?
If you want to be
It's
pure and stay a
masturbation?
virgin, just
If
fuck
I-
in the ass.
if I-
then you're
Sexual
safe. No
activity?
sex.
Can I
has
have
been
sex
had.
with a tree?
I disagree with Jimbob on
If
this
you're
one.
Wait,
masturbating,
can
yeah.
I? That's what I just said. Is masturbation sex? No.
It's sexual activity.
No, look, we're talking about intercourse,
Clinton.
what's
I
considered
did not
sex
have
between
sex
two
with that
people.
woman.
Okay? This is where the definition, you guys run with the definition and then soften what it actually is. And then it's a way of basically, you're basically making it ambiguous. Like you're making it like, oh, it's just this thing that they do. For instance, Kyla, are you like in favor of homosexuality?
What do you mean? Like, do I personally?
Well, because you say you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. Like,
Okay,
do I
cool.
think it's fine for other people to choose to be gay? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think a marriage between two dudes can be consummated with sodomy?
like in a spiritual sense.
Yeah, in like a meaningful sacramental way.
Like at a spiritual level, I'm not sure if that would be viewed like legitimate. I'm not sure my theology on that specifically right now. Because I'm not sure if I'm convinced that at a Christian level that like two men can be like unified spiritually.
Why wouldn't you know that if you call yourself a Christian? I don't understand.
If you want to get into like the theology of it, there's like an important thing of understanding like what the key words were when they're talking about it and what they actually mean. We can like get into the Greek.
So
I don't want to get into a Greek apologetics.
I have to move it on from this, but. So going to Kelly, going to Sophia, if past doesn't matter, we're speaking about body count. Like, should men not care about body count, basically? Like your body count?
If they want to focus on it, that's on them. I think it's shallow.
It's shallow. What about you?
Are we asking for people's body counts like when we're dating them? Like, are you going on a date and being like, what's your body count before I...
Yes, we are.
You are.
First, not even, before, on the dating app, first message. What's your body count? You strumpet.
No, I don't care. I don't think it should matter.
So if past doesn't matter, what's your body count?
I've never actually counted.
We have time. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Do I have to?
Yes, you must.
Okay. 2 million.
I see that. You give off fucked a nation vibes.
Thank you.
The entire nation of Qatar.
Yeah, something like that. It's maybe like half of Norway, you know? So, do you want to give us the real answer, though?
I don't think past not mattering should be the reason that she outs herself to the whole world.
Hold on, let's let her answer. It seems like she might answer, so go
I'm just saying I'm not going to answer.
I mean, I don't really... I'd rather not.
Do you want to do a range? It's like you could say between 200 and 300. Do you want to do that?
If we can all do it, then yes. Not just me.
I think all the women here will do that.
If they all do it, yeah. Why do I have to be the only one?
So why don't you go first?
Do you want to do a poll and see if all the women will actually do that?
Yeah. I think men should be included.
I kind of believe they will, so.
I think I heard Sophia say that she wouldn't do it.
I feel like, I don't know, that might have
I feel like you're trying to make her do it.
You know what consent is?
Oh my God. Do you know what consent is? I didn't consent for you to wear that necklace today.
It's free will.
You are necklace graping me right now. Okay, so anyways, graping me with, anyways, whatever. Do you want to do it or no?
If we pull it.
Okay, I'll ask somebody else. Body count? Going this way?
I refuse.
Do you want to do a range?
Nope.
Like 1 to, you don't have to get the exact number, but it's 10 to 20, something like that?
No.
Okay, what about you, Sophia?
I already said I wasn't going to.
Do you want to do a range? Is it over 10? Over
2. The 2 people I've dated.
Okay, sure. I believe it. What about you?
I would, but I prefer not to. I would for the show.
Do it. Wait. You're Lexi.
Sticking with
you're
the
a homie. You're the homie. You're a big fan of the show. You gotta.
I know.
You gotta be the.
But going into it, that was the one question I didn't want to answer. Just more out of respect for people I date. I just don't know if I want. I'll tell them, but I just don't know if I want it.
Do you want to do a range? No. Okay. Kyla?
I'm just going to stick with the girlies at this point. Yeah, no.
Oh my God, fucking solidarity. What about you?
I feel like...
Be a fucking legend. Be a legend.
So I am voluntarily celibate, so I've been with like 10 to 15 max.
Guys, W's in the chat for 10 to 15.
I say the W is the opposite. I think it's progress that this show has progressively produced women who have acquired some level of maybe shame. Or maybe they don't want people to. Maybe it's the case that it actually does matter, that maybe there's a reason you don't want people to know that it's not just personal. I understand that aspect, but there is something about it that kind of has a sense of a devaluing for yourself. And this, I think this still applies to men. It's not in the same way, but I think it's a good thing for women to stop celebrating their body count or stop like even feeling like they should share it.
Let's test this. If I asked you off show later, would you tell me what your body count is?
Would you be comfortable letting me know?
I'd rather not know.
Would you
Into-
let me
into
know
the mic.
privately?
I probably would, yeah.
Okay, so Charlie
I
would.
just genuinely think it's none of anyone's business. Like I said, past shouldn't matter, which
How
means
about-
the number
okay.
shouldn't matter.
Gotcha. Would you share with me your body count privately off afterwards?
Would you share with me privately
No.
the body count?
Okay, so
Wait.
I don't know if it's shame that's doing this necessarily, right? Like
Well, I would
sometimes
say
it's
it
shame.
more is because of shame. Mine isn't insanely high, but I would say it 100% comes from a place of shame. I just think, I mean, for me, with my religious beliefs, I think anything outside of marriage is shameful.
Wait, are you
so-
Christian?
I'm Christian, yeah.
When you say you're religious, are you waiting until marriage?
That's something I'm trying to figure out. I kind of want to after the whole celibacy thing with the Muslim guy. I'm kind of like, well, maybe I should. But
How long have you been celibate?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half, okay.
Years. Yeah.
Question though, if you were asked on a date privately, not on this podcast, if a guy genuinely asked you because he wanted to know what your body count is, would you then give the answer?
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what? I was thinking of a different question.
If you were on a date with a guy, you're not on a podcast, he's just asking you privately, would you give him the answer?
Oh, no.
You wouldn't?
No, I just said that I don't think it matters.
Right, but it matters to him.
Then I don't know what to tell him.
So let's say he's the perfect guy, but you don't know. I mean, I guess you could like try to suss it out by being like, well, what would be too high of a body count for you? Perfect guy, but in order for this courtship to progress, he wants to know, and he's going to want an answer. Would you tell the perfect guy your body count? And it could go either way. It could be like, he's like, that's acceptable, or it's not acceptable. So would you tell him then?
No.
Wait, you would lose out. So you'd lose out on the perfect guy, and he might be totally fine with your body count, but you don't know until after you tell it to him. You lose out on the perfect guy because you wouldn't want to reveal how many sexual
what
partners.
makes him so perfect? Like, why is he forcing me to tell him something?
I don't know. What's the perfect guy to you? Whatever that is, that's how perfect he is.
Also, if it didn't matter, you would actually say it. For instance, like, does it matter what type of like meals you like necessarily? Just like
What does that have to do with people?
What's your favorite meal?
What does that have to do with body
I'm
count?
giving you an example of something that doesn't actually matter. What's your favorite meal?
I don't think it matters.
High value traditional men don't ask those types of questions from the jump.
Well, no, I wouldn't want to.
Actually,
I wouldn't want to ask that.
No, they don't.
I'm not.
They don't, Brian.
Yes, actually, I think a high-value traditional guy, this would be a perfectly acceptable metric by which he could make a determination as to whether he'd want to date.
Are you dating anybody?
How would that be relevant?
I would grant you not off the jump, but eventually they're going to.
Are you single, Brian?
Yeah, how would that be relevant to the argument at hand?
It's relevant because you're saying that this is a good metric, but if you're single, I'm saying like I'm not going to go to some homeless person for a class in real estate.
Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm pro. It's none of my business. That's
So,
it.
okay, you're pro-choice.
That's it. That's the end. That's my argument.
So, okay.
It's none of my business.
I'll ask a different way. Are you fine with other women getting abortions?
It is none of my business. That is
What?
my
Is
that is
that
my
actually
answer.
your
I'm telling
position?
you that is my answer, and it's not changing. It is none of my business what other people
how about
do.
this? Do you, if there was a vote that the government, that it was a vote to the populace, the entire populace, yes, abortion should be legal, no, abortion should be outright banned. Do you say yes, abortion legal, or no, ban abortion?
Legal, because it's none of my business.
Okay, so you're pro-choice, but you have that opinion on it, right?
It's none of my business. Yes.
Is there any position that you have, is there any topic that you have any position on?
Yeah, I think gay people should be allowed to marry. I think sex between, by saying that, for example, to go back, saying that sex between two men, for example, isn't actually sex, you're basically saying is rape.
Fact.
Is rape is
Oh my God,
if a
bro,
man
it's
rapes.
essay.
No,
Stop,
sorry,
guys,
sorry.
stop.
No, that's not
Essay.
true.
If a man essays another
Hold on,
man,
I'll stick it to the specific topic we're having though. So, do you have any political leanings whatsoever?
I do. I'm left leaning.
You're left leaning. Okay, what do you think
But
about
I-
the war in Ukraine? Like, is it bad?
I'm truthfully not informed on the war in Ukraine.
Okay, is
so
war bad?
it depends if it's an objective evil like the Nazis in World War II.
It's none of your business.
I would say
war.
that war is justified.
She's given multiple opinions throughout this entire conversation.
Which means it is her business.
No, you can have
That's
the
a
opinion that
contradiction.
she wants to like basically abstain from an opinion on one thing, right? Like you're
It's a
allowed to do
it's a
that.
performative contradiction
It's not
that he
a
just.
performative
Yeah, it is. To
contradiction.
vote on something is to say it is your business because you're participating in a
She's
way that it
essentially
makes it
saying
your
it's
business.
free will. She would probably prefer it to be between the doctor and the woman. But she's
If
not
it
really
wasn't
interested
her,
in telling other
if it
people what
really
to do with their
wasn't
body.
any of your business, you actually wouldn't vote at all on it.
I would do my civic duty and vote.
So it is your business.
No.
What are you
no,
talking about?
it's between a woman and her doctor.
Who's
But you're
your
voting
women
on
or
it.
their them?
Like a woman and her doctor.
No, a stranger? Is that her business?
A woman and her
Is
doctor.
your vote is your
I'm
vote
giving you the answer.
Is your vote influencing another woman? Her business?
If my side wins, then yes. I suppose.
So it is your business. There's no way escaping this.
I'm just trying to say that, like, if somebody has an abortion, they shouldn't have to tell anybody or justify it.
Look, the point I was trying to make, the point I was trying to get at is you're trying to say, well, Brian, are you currently in a relationship? Because who are you to speak on this? So in any case, you're pro-choice, right? So you're in favor of abortion. So
You can frame it that way, yes.
Sure, I'll just go ahead and frame it that way. Have you had an abortion?
No.
Okay, so why are you allowed to make a determination on whether abortion should be legal or not, despite you never having had an abortion? In that same way, that was a rhetorical question. In that same way, my relationship, my personal relationship status would have no bearing on my ability to make a determination as to like what would be perhaps good conduct on someone else's behalf.
No traditional woman will ever wear her body count on her sleeve.
Would a traditional, so?
I'm saying that you guys seem to like, you guys want traditional women. No traditional woman will ever tell you her body count on the first date. That's maybe like third or fifth date, but the first date,
Well, I mean,
you're tripping.
if we take it to the ultimate, I mean, a traditional woman would be a virgin. Like if we look at the ultimate manifestation of like a traditional woman, she would be a virgin. Her body count would be 0. I don't see why she'd be.
Well, there's also traditional women that fuck up according to their own worldview, right?
Yeah, I think you can still be a traditional woman and not be a virgin. But this idea that a traditional woman would not share her body count is dubious.
I disagree.
Why? Okay, why?
Because why should somebody have to say that on the first date? That's not
Nobody
real.
said that on the first date.
Yeah,
That's what
just
she's
No,
been
you
saying.
said the first date.
I'll
You
take
said the
position.
first date. You guys
I'll
have been
take the
saying the
position.
first date
Yeah, I think it's totally fine to ask. It's fine to ask before the first date.
before.
Yeah, if you're messaging or something, you can ask that before.
You know what? I agree with you on that. That way I can unmatch you quick as fuck the moment you ask that.
If you were a woman who also was like, yeah, I think body count matters, I don't think most women are going to have an issue with that question being asked.
I'd be
I
pretty
think
weirded
most
out.
people
What's your
have an
body
issue with
count?
that.
So it does matter.
They have an issue with it because it's a
Asking the
reflection.
question? Yeah.
It's a reflection of your own promiscuity.
Well, what's your body count, Brian?
How would that matter?
Because I'm asking
I want to
you.
hear from the
Let's
guys.
say it's 1,000. Why would it matter?
Give me a real body count. You asked for her real one?
If it was 1,000 or if it was 0, why would it matter?
Exactly.
No, I'm saying why would it matter as it pertains to my argument?
It doesn't.
Do you think? Okay. Do you think murdering somebody is bad?
Body count doesn't
Do you
matter.
think murder is bad?
That's crazy.
Yes.
Have you ever murdered somebody?
No.
Oh, so why are you allowed to have an opinion on murder if you haven't murdered somebody?
Because it's bad.
Look, if body count, look, it's really simple. If body count didn't matter, and someone, you're texting someone for a potential date, and they also thought it didn't matter, but their position was because it doesn't matter, I could ask it. It's either or. So why wouldn't you just answer it?
Well,
then?
she already conceded that you could ask it by third or fifth date.
No,
Like,
but she said
that's
I would
explicitly what she said.
unmatch, right?
It'd be really weird
If
if
it
on
doesn't-
Tinder, within like the first 2 hours
Kyla,
of talking to
it's
somebody,
her
they ask your
position.
body count.
It's her position.
Yeah,
Hold on
she
a
said
second.
it would be weird.
I know you're talking for her. That's weird. So
Not really. You two
would
have
you
been
like to?
you
Would
two
you
have been
like
You wanna
to
speak
puppet
for-
her?
Well,
You wanna
hold
speak for
on.
everybody?
Here,
Number
talk
one,
for everyone.
you said that I'm the exception because I'm the debater, so it's reasonable
You're
enough that when you're
exceptionally
attacking
annoying.
the
Shut
other
up for a
women,
second.
you also both
Shut
of you have
your
been
mouth
bandying
for a
back and forth
second.
together when you get stuck on a question. So it's
I'm-
completely reasonable that I
It's
can
her
answer and
position.
help her out with her answers
Okay.
when she's dealing with people
It
who
sounds
debate.
like you're saying on the early on, it's very aggressive, right? It's like personal, right? I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if it doesn't matter, like, it's almost like, how would it be different than saying, you know, what's your favorite color? That doesn't really matter either.
I can say that later on, as you get to know the person, it should be a conversation worth discussing.
So it does matter.
But on the very first date, or even before that, absolutely not.
Fine. But you are agreeing that it does matter because it actually warrants a type of conversation.
Not does matter. When I say does matter, I don't mean it does matter as in that's a make or break. I'm saying it does matter as in if that truly is something you care about, as I get to know you, I'm open to sitting down, having a need conversation and talking to you about it.
Is hookup culture good or bad?
It's bad.
It's bad. Okay. So why would a conversation which would tend to move a person away from wanting to date somebody who engaged in hookup culture, this would be a form of social shaming, why would it be viewed, if you're like, oh, yes, hookup culture bad, promiscuity bad, why would it be bad for a guy who's essentially saying, I don't want to date a woman who engaged in hookup culture or who is or was promiscuous?
You're basically saying something's bad, but you're saying there shouldn't be any consequences. Why shouldn't there be any consequences to something that's bad?
Like, I'm so sorry. Can you say that one more time?
If it's bad, if hookup culture is bad, and as Brian explained, if the consequence of something bad is that men want to know if you've been a part of something bad, right? To make they're basically going to make a choice. And maybe women will make the same choice with men. If it is in fact bad, if we agree hookup culture is trash, bad things would have consequences. But how would you even that basically means we're totally warranted and justified in digging in if you're participating in something bad. It seems reasonable.
And if I can piggyback off of what Jimbob said, unless you wanted to give a response to him.
I'll see what you have to say too.
So to piggyback off this, actually, the framing I would give is as follows. A guy who's interested in asking you these sort of screening questions, what's your body count, or other screening questions as it relates to your past, means that he's generally angling for long-term relationship, or he's not, don't take this word the wrong way, I'll just say he's marked you as a potential long-term prospect. So this should actually perhaps even be viewed, my framing of it would be, this is actually a flattering question, because a guy who just wants to fuck you probably doesn't care what your body count is. But a guy who's angling for long-term relationship probably is a little more invested in your past promiscuity. If he's inquiring as to your past, he's probably a little more invested in long-term relationship, and he's maybe more long-term,
No, it's okay.
Getting late here, so I'm kind of fumbling over my words a little bit, but he's more interested in a long-term relationship with you. So you can be offended by it, but I think the actual framing I would provide here is he's actually doesn't just want to fuck you if he's asking about your body count.
I disagree, and I would still unmatch him.
Even though he might be a higher value man by his concerns.
I don't care.
So I think having a guy who's willing to potentially lose a woman by having these sorts of important, at least in his view, important conversations, I actually think that that's high value conduct in and of itself. A guy who's just like, I really don't want to lose her. I'm not going to ask her any questions that might offend her, or I'm not going to make any, I'm not going to state anything that might offend her at risk of losing her, even though this thing is something that I want in a relationship, or this thing is something that I value. I think that would be high value behavior insofar as, I'm willing to lose the girl because this is a boundary and a preference and a standard that I want in a woman. And if she doesn't meet it, then I don't want her. But I'm willing, even if I otherwise would like the girl, but her refusal to answer the question would then preclude her from my romantic pursuit. Yeah. He's willing to pass up on a woman under these circumstances. I think that would be high value. A guy who's pressed for pussy and who's willing to sacrifice on his wants and desires in a relationship, I think that's low value behavior. Also, I don't like the high value, low value
metric.
Terminology. It's kind of cringe, but just for the sake of the convo, I'll use it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Saying that, you don't want to answer body count, that precludes you from being a long-term partner. I accept. Those terms are agreeable. That's it.
Okay.
What about other things in a person's past? Like do you think that, what if he had a background like addicted to gambling or something like that, would that matter?
Chopped, gone. We're not dating. Unless there's an unless. Is he actively like? Does he acknowledge this is a problem and I'm in like doing something about it?
So you're concerned with his past?
I mean,
but just not
gambling,
in body count.
Gambling, yes.
Is he obligated to tell you if he had a gambling problem and by when?
Probably when he starts when we start mingling our money together. Sure, that's when I have a problem with it. Is like when our money starts becoming like his
so
money starts
let me
becoming
ask
mine.
you, is it fair for you to match up with a guy and then you say, I'm sorry, this is out of nowhere, but do you have a gambling problem? Out of nowhere. You just asked that. Would it be fair for him to answer yes or no at that point?
I mean, he can answer, he can not. It's up to him. I see nothing wrong with.
But asking is justified?
Has he given me a reason to suspect that he has a gambling
No, you just know. No, you just kind of know for some reason you have in the back of your mind as a one of the things that you want to avoid. Yeah, it could be past-based thing. Like you're just like, I want to know if you have a gambling problem. And he's like, that's random. Is he like he's gonna be? You're putting him on the spot, right? Mm-hmm. But we're using this example because if you just swap the gambling and reverse it, and a man is asking. Essentially, a very similar question, actually. Do you have a gambling problem? Because promiscuity is a gamble in itself. So it's like, do you have a gambling problem with your vagina? Is what he's asking, right? And so if it's fair to ask the man if he has some sort of background problem that has consequences, they should be able to ask the same thing back.
I'm going to ask him if he likes it rough.
What the? Men don't want to marry the town bicycle. It's really that simple. Somebody sent this in to me to perhaps help me. This will help me better explain this a little bit. But so basically, when it comes to this, like these guys not asking you questions to potentially screen you out, essentially women are just. And I'm reading from his message he sent me. It's not a super chat, but it's really good, so I want to read it. Basically, women are just really used to dealing with thirsty, white knight simp men. They're going to placate you for even the chance of a breadcrumb of pussy. If they actually challenge you on anything or take a position you disagree with that reduces his chance of sleeping with you, like if you're some liberal chick and start talking about how you want open borders or want to give 10-year-olds puberty blockers or whatever retarded worldviews you have, if a guy wants to sleep with you, he's not going to challenge you on that. And that's for two primary reasons. They want to sleep with you and don't want to upset your worldview at the risk of losing out on the chance at pussy. And then there's just social ramifications for men who communicate these things. So basically, a guy who, it just goes back to my point of if the guy's actually willing to ask you a question that might offend you, it would point towards him being willing to lose you, which I think is probably would be considered, I hate this fucking term, high value.
It's a man with options.
Well, it's a man with conviction as well. It shows that he's stable in his convictions and his worldview and his morals and his ethics, which is, coincidentally, what women end up looking for once they figure out they want to settle down because, they're reaching that age and they realize that, their life's not going to actually turn out the way they thought it was when they were 22.
We have some chats coming through. Truly,
he is risen, donated $69. W Ortho Bros in the chat. Christos Anesti, Orthodox cross emoji, Orthodox cross emoji, hashtag fallacy.
That's referring to
I see.
Last night.
Oh,
like
right.
the dick sucking joke?
That'd be
Yikes.
fallacy.
Thank you. Truly appreciate it. We have Intel Wild here coming in.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Intel Wild donated $69. Not So Bright's new nickname is Brestini. She is the female version of the blue-haired, meth-jaw, Kuma Gremlin.
Yeah, he's like one of the best debaters in the world. So if you're comparing me to him, that's fine. There's tons of body behavior.
Is that objectively
mannerisms.
true that he's the best debater, or
definitely-
subjectively?
Yeah, he's definitely I would say most people agree he's like one of the best debaters in the world.
Is it subjective or is that objective?
$69.
Hold on one second.
Jimbob, I wish you would press them more on why people's desires matter. Tyler was really shocked yesterday at the idea someone could oppose individualism. A Christian humanist is insane. Deus vult.
Wild.
I agree.
It is wild.
But yeah, your guys' fans are a lot like you guys, where they're just, I think in Twitter Day, I unironically
you
had
said Paul's the
so many
postmodernist,
guys just be
so-
like, you did this fallacy and this fallacy. And I was like, these motherfuckers don't know what any of these words
which-
mean. Like,
because
Jay,
you're wrong.
Yeah. Probably don't know what a gamete is yet. You don't want to go there. Can you tell me a book that you've read on human sexuality that's scientific in any nature? Probably not.
Here, I'm going to move it on just for the sake
Didn't
of
think so.
time. Going to move it on for the sake of time.
Paul the postmodernist.
Right. Let's see. We're going to do these. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Go ahead.
Ideally, maybe 100,000, but I don't have a specific, like, it's not
Sure.
money.
Kyla? Tilt your mic down a little bit.
My future husband?
Well, your current husband, I guess.
I mean, for most of our relationship, he's made like pretty low money, but zero for a large portion of our relationship.
You're the breadwinner in your
By
relationship?
and large, I think for now he's going to be making about $4,000 a month with his new job. Now that our visa's through, he can get a job again.
Sure. And has that presented like any issues in your relationship, or otherwise pretty good?
No, we're pretty like good at talking things through.
Lexi, what about you?
I said 48,000, $4,000 a month.
48,000. Okay. What about you, Sophia?
I said 100.
100K. Okay.
I don't know. Like, I don't really think about that, if you want me to be honest.
Okay. So you would date a man or a woman who like worked at McDonald's?
I mean, no, like, it depends. How old are they? Like, how old? Seriously.
30, I guess.
Probably not.
Probably
My
not,
fiance, she makes a lot of money at the job she does now. She makes almost 200 a year, like 200,000 a year.
What'd she do?
I can't really get into it.
Oh, you don't need to give like the company she works for. Just, is she an attorney? Is she CP accountant? What
She
is
works with
She's an OF
in the
girl?
federal government. That's it. She
Okay.
works for the federal government. So that's it.
Is she the press secretary for Donald Trump?
I can't say. I'm not allowed to
All
say.
right. That's
Carolyn,
fine.
what are
That's
you
fine.
doing?
What about you?
I'd say either the same as me or more.
Okay. And question, I forgot this. So you're a singer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But do you have like while you're working on the singing stuff, do you have a regular job?
So freelance is what I do. So along with performances and studio writing, I do background vocals for myself, other artists. I get paid that for songwriting as well. I do teaching, piano, guitar, voice lessons, remote, in person.
Okay.
And then what else?
Okay. So
Yeah.
how much do you make currently?
Roughly like $5,000 a month.
So like 60,000 a year. I think that works out.
Actually,
to.
even more than that.
So you would want a guy who makes $60,000 a year or more. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you say, you said when you end up making. So when you hit it big, how much do you think you'll be making? The whole.
I wish like a lot, of course.
Couple
like
mil?
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about? Sorry, I just
No, you're
wanted to. What do you think about like AI music and that whole technology?
I've been asked about that frequently, actually, recently. I don't think it's so wrong. We do get inspiration from it. I don't use it. I'm not against it. I do think it's quite weird. I don't know how I feel
Little
about
weird.
it. Yeah.
Oh, they're coming for your job sooner, Jimbob, than the
Everyone's-
music.
Yeah. Doodles?
Doodles?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably.
Although they're also going for music. Well, they do, but wait. So, okay. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date, starting with you?
5'2", and I would date someone that's the same height as me.
Okay. Kyla, what about you?
I'm 5'7". My husband is 5'6.5".
Oh, okay. What about you, Lexi?
5'6" and 5'7".
Sophia, what about you?
I said same, 5'2" and 5'2".
All right. Okay.
At least 1 inch taller than me.
At least 1 inch taller than you, and you're 5'8".
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Just want to have it direct.
Say at least 5'10",
And you're how tall?
5'7".
Okay. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
A bear.
A bear. Okay. Kyla, what about you?
A man?
All right.
Man.
Lexi? Man?
I said bear.
Bear?
I don't understand. I never understood what that meant. I don't know the discourse about it. Like, what's the difference? Like, literally a man or a bear?
Yeah, literally.
Probably a man. He could probably help me
Okay.
get to where I'm going.
What about you?
I wrote neither.
If you had to pick, though.
I don't know. I feel like a bear is too much. A man.
Okay. So to those of you who, I think it was you picked bear, and then you picked bear. Why do you pick bear?
Because a guy can be more thought out about what he'd want to do to you. A bear's not going to torture you for hours, you know.
Well, they could eat you alive, but essentially you're saying the man could essay you, the bear would not essay you.
Yeah, it'd be fast and painless.
And then why do you pick
Because
bear?
I've had an experience that would make me not choose the man.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I've had like comments on my TikToks and stuff that made me deeply scared of going into the forest by myself.
Yeah, but like bears don't have smartphones, so they can't really comment.
They'd be wildly
I understand,
sexist
but
if they did.
They would say some crazy shit.
Grizzly bears, not good.
They'd say some crazy shit.
It's just based off experience.
Based off experience. Okay. I'm wondering if this changes anything. Would you rather be locked in a cage with a random man or a random bear? Like a cage the size of this table.
Honestly, from my experience, I'd rather not. I don't want to say it, but I'd rather not be here anymore than deal with what the man could do to me in the cage.
You'd unalive.
Yeah. I'd let the bear take me.
Do you think that like most men though, because this is like kind of a part of the issue is that like men do really bad violent stuff, right? But so do bears. But the issue is that like, when we hike, we pass random men on the trail all the time. Like most men are not seeking to do violence to women. There's a small predisposition of men that, to be fair, most men also hate that do violence to women. But I think most men are good. And when, like, if I was locked in a cage with a man, I'd be like, God, I hope he's not super awkward so we can have like at least interesting conversation.
I used the elevator situation, and someone went ahead and sent me. I'll probably just butcher the stats, but it was astronomically insane. How many elevator rides
with a bear?
No. That would occur daily between a man and a woman alone in an elevator.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so that's like it's an insane amount of rides, and then you measure it against the reported amount of attacks or essays or whatever it is, and it's extremely low. But that's why it's like where this is taking place suddenly changes everything, right? Because if you're in an elevator with a bear, like it's pretty high likely that the wrong move, you're done. Whereas the amount of times you're in an elevator with a man, it's not like the wrong move and you're done. It's like you're probably just gonna make it to your floor. So,
yeah. Did you want to continue with? I agree with everything you're saying on the whole bear thing.
I mean, there's a really interesting. Do you know how this talking point came around? Mm-hmm. So it was actually a red pill, like TikToker guy who would do street interviews.
Street interview, yeah.
Yeah. So he was interviewing a bunch of women, and most women answered a man, right? Because that's the reasonable answer. The issue is that when he clipped it together, he only selected the women that said a bear. And so then what happened is that like a lot of feminists felt the need to defend the girlies by being like, no, it's justified for the bear, even though it's like, no, it's not. Guys, we don't need to die on this hill. This is a stupid hill to die on. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Are you saying that women are easily influenced by propaganda?
I think everyone is easily influenced.
What about more so? You think more so than men?
The amount of men that are like, watch you guys know. I'm sorry. No,
wait.
Men can be propagandized too just as well as
we
women.
didn't ask if they both can be. I said, who do you think is more vulnerable to propaganda, women or men?
I genuinely don't think that there's an answer to this because the type of propaganda that sells to women is not the type of propaganda that would sell to men.
That's the content is irrelevant to whether or not one is
I'm saying
more
it's equal. It's just different things will be more effective with each party. I don't think women are more
You're like a professional non-answerer.
Yeah.
It's actually a skill, honestly. I got to hand it to you.
It's just an answer. I would say it is equal. It is equal between men and women.
When the waitress says, would you like, do you like cream in your coffee or not cream? Do you go into a big diatribe about the distinction between cream and not cream?
So we talked about this yesterday. The answer would be...
She did it again.
The answer would be milk.
This is like a parody.
The answer would be milk. And the second answer to what you're actually asking here is that the world is really fucking complicated. And
it's always complicated. That's your answer to everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You should write a book.
Is partial reserve banking simple or complicated?
Everything.
You mean fractional reserve?
Fractional reserve? Yeah.
Partial reserve banking is another thing that happens.
Things are complicated. Everything's complicated. Is that your reasoning?
No, but a lot of the topics that we end up talking about in social culture is complicated. That's why so many people
do you understand it?
On it. Do I understand what?
Anything you're saying.
What's the difference between fractional reserve and partial reserve? So there's a difference.
I'm sorry, we're not going into this right now. Do you want to?
You said it.
Do you want to answer what a gamete is?
You said it.
Do you want to? We talked about it. Do you want to answer what a gamete is?
What is it?
What about an Agrippa's dilemma?
So you can't answer.
Have you read any books on
difference?
the empiricism of sexuality and bimodality?
Fractional reserve and partial
Interesting. So you won't answer questions.
Because you don't know.
But I have to answer
So
questions.
you say stuff
Do you know
and
what a
you don't know
gamete
what it
is?
is.
Because I don't
Why
think
are you
do.
asking him about gametes?
Because I asked him like 30
wasn't talking
minutes ago.
about
And
gametes.
You said there's a
he
difference.
wouldn't
Wait,
answer
guys,
it.
holy
Whoa.
shit. Wait, oh my god, a TTS just came through. That's crazy.
The irony of women choosing the bear and then allowing men to participate in women's sports and acting as if strength isn't an issue is wild AF.
Timothy, thank you for the message. Thank you for the TTS. I really appreciate it. Final thing on the bear thing. Question for you. So you pick bear. If a white person was presented this scenario, but we changed it a little bit, and it was, instead of a man, would you rather come across a bear or a black person on a hike, and the person picks bear, the white person picks bear instead of the black person, would that be racist?
I think you're just making it racist.
How am I? Well, I'm not making it racist. It's simply just.
You're asking me if choosing a specific color versus a bear is gonna be racist.
Well, I don't think, for example, it would be.
I just said man.
For example, I don't think it would be racist for me to ask the following question: if you have a deep-seated hatred of a minority group, and then you inflict a crime on that minority group because they belong to that minority group, I don't think that would make me racist for asking that question. So it's not racist in and of itself. So, okay, look, would it be racist though?
No, because
into the mic.
No, because I'd still choose the bear because I said bear versus man. I'm based off my experiences. I choose the bear. I don't know.
Okay, well then I guess I'll just ask you the question: would you rather come across a black person in the woods on a hike or a bear?
A bear. Because I chose bear versus men.
Okay, all right. I mean, she bit the bullet on that one. So wow.
I'm not gonna change my answer because you put because you made it into a certain situation.
Is it because the bear would give you a black eye? Like it's.
Oh, she's into rough stuff. So I guess that's kind of a component of it.
We're talking about essay at this point. We're not talking about rough sex.
Does it change anything if woman or bear? Does that change your answer at all?
A woman or bear?
Yeah, you pick a woman or a bear.
Yeah, I'd pick a woman.
Okay. So in the black person one, though, it could be a woman or a man, but they're black.
I'd still pick the woman.
No, but
you don't know.
You don't know. It's just a person versus bear.
I'm going to choose bear if it's just a random person and
because
I don't know.
Because you could get a guy.
I'm not going to choose a man over a bear.
But you're not choosing a man. You're choosing a black person.
No, I'm not. I'm choosing the bear.
Can I? What about, wait, could I? Oh, sorry. Can I just follow up one more? Let's say you choose bear and it spawns in front of you and it becomes aggressive with you, but you get to spawn something new. Do you spawn an additional bear or a man? Because the bear is now attacking you. Do you spawn another bear or do you spawn a man?
Again, I'm just gonna choose
another
the
bear. Two bears. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna choose the bear. I'm not gonna make you just. Yeah.
Aurelius in the chat says, "Whoa, why'd Brian let a KKK member on the show? That's crazy, Sophia." That's
but do you see how you set me up for that? Do you see what I meant by saying the question was pretty racist because
I think your answer to it was racist.
This is actually a really good example of how men can be propagandized too well. Because if anyone watching this actually thought that was a reasonable dunk of you, then they're actually brain dead.
I think it's kind of a reasonable dunk. And here's why. Here's why.
It's not.
Here's why.
I disagree with her answer. It's not a super reasonable dunk because the black person could be a man, so she's gonna pick a bear still.
Well, for that reason, I guess it's less of a dunk. It's still a dunk though, because essentially racism bad. Yes.
Yeah.
Sexism.
I'm sure that's what she believes. Yeah.
No. But do you think racism is bad?
Yeah, by and large, not.
Okay. Do you think sexism is bad?
Yeah, by and large.
Okay, so in the scenario, if it would be racist to pick a bear over a black person, then it so too must also be sexist to pick a bear over a man. And you even acknowledged acknowledged that picking the bear over a man is kind of a shitty answer.
Sure, but it's not racist because she's like, well, it's specifically black people that I'm afraid of. It's because she's consistently not picking men,
Right,
whether
she's-
you put a different
sure,
race or
that's
creed
fair.
on it. So it's not. She's not being
I
racist.
never changed my answer when you changed the race.
But
I just
optically,
she's
I
being
picked the
sexist
bear.
consistently.
But optically, despite her reasoning for it, it's optically bad to pick bear over black person.
Sure, but that's just because you loaded the question. She's just being sexist, obviously,
Sure.
because she's
Okay,
picking the
fair
bear,
enough.
not the
What
man.
do you pick?
I mean, with that kind of context, I guess.
Right? It makes it
my
impossible to
family's
answer without you
interracial,
getting
so
put in
that
a bad
doesn't
spot.
really
Okay.
apply.
But do you think it would be racist for somebody to pick bear over black person?
Is there like a statistic on if I would get a guy or if I would get a woman?
It's 50-50.
50-50?
50-50 black
Then
guy, black
I guess you have better
woman.
chances choosing the black person by, it makes
You
you
might get a woman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But what if a white person's like, nah, I pick the bear? Is that racist? Would that be racist if they do make that selection?
If they didn't consider that option of you could get a woman, I guess so.
Okay, so then they would just be sexist then.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be racist, but they would just be sexist.
Yeah.
Okay. But what if it's like, again, if they do pick the bear and they're like, I don't care if it was a man or a woman, I just pick the bear over a black woman or a black man.
A little arrogant, I guess.
It's a little what?
Arrogant. I
Arrogant?
guess. Yeah. Like
What do you
I say that
It's
because
all good.
I don't know. I don't think that it's a very educational thing to say. If you choose just the bear and not know any of the other context, then I don't know. What's the question that you guys are asking me? I already answered.
I'm just saying if you pick bear, you're sexist. That's my position.
Okay.
If you pick bear over man, you're sexist.
Okay.
And you have some pretty shitty views on men.
So what was the follow-up question?
Did she say based?
I said based on what I've
Oh,
dealt
I thought
with.
you were based.
To
Yes,
just-
good.
To just answer
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
question
Go ahead.
without asking questions like that, what would be the statistic of getting a woman, 50-50? Then you could make an educated guess, or decision.
But why would you have chose the bear in the first place? I don't understand.
Because I've been raped before. I'm like, what else do you want?
But statistically, you're more likely to survive.
I've seen, I know, because we hear stories of men who drag women out to the desert and leave them there after torturing them
But out of a random selection of men.
I wouldn't have to live with that consequence.
But the consequence is more dangerous with a bear
But can I
on
ask-
average than with a random guy.
All right, let's bring promiscuity into it.
10 random dudes. How many do you think are psychopathic serial killers? 10 random dudes.
Would you date a woman that has been violated by a man like that, or would she be damaged goods? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's reasonable for a guy to not want to date a woman who has certain baggage or trauma from the past, but you want to answer his question?
Out of 10 random dudes, how many do you think on average would be a serial killer or psychopath?
Probably 2.
2 out of 10?
2 out of 10.
Are serial killers? So do you think 20%
Not
of the
serial killers, but
Well, but you-
Or psychopaths. You said or psychopaths.
Yeah.
Unless you mean.
But you said in your
Psychopaths.
example, okay, but you said in your example that a guy would not be preferable because he might torture, grape, etc. In the
A man's
case of the bear.
imagination is much wilder than a bear. A bear is just going to get
Okay.
it done.
But statistically, are you more likely to survive a random dude out of
But
all the
after
men
that,
dudes?
would I want to survive? if I was tortured for 10 hours plus, what
No.
would I want?
No,
What he means,
it's
what
the
he means is what's
hypothetical.
more likely to happen. Like if you run across a man, is it likely that he's going to do
Yeah.
the most awful thing that you're imagining, or is it likely that he'll just be like, "Yo, what's up? We're on the trail together," or like if you're in a problem, help you? Like what's the most likely thing that a man would do? That's what he's asking.
Well,
Sorry.
I guess I'd have to agree with you. I chose the wrong answer.
Yeah, I mean, it would be better for your long-term survival to choose a guy.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it's really hard for you to touch on this topic when you haven't dealt with what we've dealt with. You're just.
How would you know that though?
Have you been essayed? Exactly.
Wait,
No.
so are you saying men?
But what would that have to do with the statistics of whether or not a bear is more likely than a man to hurt you?
I'm saying from what you were just saying,
Mm-hmm.
it you're speaking from like someone who hasn't dealt with it. So you're speaking from someone who I spoke bare from what I've dealt with, and from that was my answer because of what I've dealt with.
Like PTSD.
Yeah, exactly. You're just making. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, but the point is that you're much more likely to survive on the basis of the objective stats rather than your subjective experience.
Is it 100% sure that nothing would happen to us, or are we just going?
No, you don't know.
No,
you don't know.
It's just
But
favorable.
like you also move through the world. Like I'm sure you guys aren't hermits. Like you go out and about, and maybe you go out at night, which there's a risk and a safety concern if you're going out drinking at bars, for example. I don't know if you guys do that.
No.
Okay, that's fine. But you move through the world in such a way that there's some risk involved.
I think just being a woman, there's always going to be a risk.
Correct.
Sure.
Well, it's good to know that one thing about the hypothetical is to know and admit that men are actually dangerous. Whether or not you're going to be assaulted or anything is different than whether it's descriptively true that men can do things to you. So, whereas it's always true for a bear, but to Jay's point, if my experience with a certain group of people was that I was, let's say, robbed multiple times. I think what Brian is asking in another hypothetical is, would it be racist based on my experience with that group of people to choose something other than that group of people's demographic, ethnicity category? Just even if the stats were actually in opposition to my choice.
Do you have anything to weigh in on this?
I mean, to Jim Bob's point here, it's just essentially, if it's racist, because I'll just ask a simple question. So you guys have had bad experiences with men. I don't doubt this at all. I don't doubt that absolutely there are men who are monsters, who commit heinous crimes, and they are terrible. And it's awful, absolutely awful that it happens. But would you then say, okay, well, if somebody has had a bad experience with X group, in your case men, does this then justify you having sort of this baseline fear or hatred or contempt of the entire group? Similar to, for example, let's say a white person was beat up by a group of black people. Would this then give them justification for the rest of their life to be continuously fearful of black people and have a bias against them and think negatively about them and so forth?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right. And then also, just to your point, you were saying how Jay here, you were claiming he didn't have this experience, but like, wouldn't this also then have to apply to somebody who's like anti-SA? So, who are you to have an anti-SA opinion, but you yourself have not been SA'd? It would have to apply both ways.
No, I'm just saying he was speaking for us, saying that we shouldn't feel a type of way or we should go at life a certain way when it's just
That's not what I was saying. But just because he himself hasn't had that experience doesn't preclude him from coming to a determination as to like a risk of a particular scenario or having an opinion on SA.
I didn't say he shouldn't have an opinion on SA. I was just saying that he shouldn't have an opinion on how we both feel about our situation.
But I was making the point that for your own survival, wouldn't you want to choose the more likely means of surviving a man versus a bear?
I can just say that I don't want to live if it happens to me again.
But
I don't want to go through life again if it happens to me again. So I choose bear. Point, like, period.
So you're not concerned with your survival?
At that point.
No. So it's a hypothetical, right? The hypothetical gives you the option that's most likely to result in your survival.
Not certain, like it's not a certainty thing. It's just you're making the call based on likelihood of of
I don't think
things
that-
not going bad.
Like
in your favor.
Whether I've been essayed or not has
not all
nothing to do
that.
with whether you're more likely to survive with a
But
guy.
if we're
It's like-
comparing to aggressors, so if you're comparing a man to a bear, like wouldn't they be equal in aggressive, demeanor?
Not the potential. I mean, a bear can do a lot of aggressive immediate harm.
Yeah.
A man can do harm, but we're talking about the likelihood,
Okay.
right? So the likelihood. I honestly look at this and I think bear, in my experience, I grew up in the mountains, and so my experience of bears is actually that they run. So I don't actually like the hypothetical because you can spook a bear pretty easily. Of course, bears of color attack more than other bears, but that's actually true.
Actually, I think polar bear is the most aggressive technically.
No, and I'm talking about aggressive, like if you're in proximity, the most amount of attacks are...
From black bears?
Yeah.
But it's proximity. I think polar bears are technically significantly more
Yeah,
aggressive.
they were more aggressive if
it's
you're
the,
nearby.
The white bear's not good.
The point is that it shows the inability to think objectively and to think hypothetically is the point. And so you would choose something that would be damaging to you on the basis of your own subjective experience. That's the point.
I guess we're just fear-based at some point,
Sure. Moving it on, really quick on this one. So this is for Sophia and Kelly. You would not date a police officer. Why is that?
It just doesn't align with what I do in life.
What do you mean?
I'm an artist. Like, why would I
okay.
date?
So you'd want to date a guy who's an artist,
that's a
basically.
creative, or at least somewhat
There's
close
some
to it.
creativeness that comes with law enforcement, I guess. I mean, what about a sketch artist? Would you date a sketch artist?
Sketch artist?
A police officer, but he's a sketch artist. He's like, here's the criminal, draws the criminal.
Still, no.
Wait a second. I actually have a good question. Is it an assumption that you... Oh, sorry. Is it an assumption that the person you're with should be like as creative as you, or like, what if it's the case they're more like, I don't even know how valid these terms are, like type A and stuff, but like more organized, stable, isn't really lofty about like dreams and art and all this stuff, but you are, and he loves that you are, but you don't actually connect on that level. I'm wondering why. That seems like you're making it like sort of a necessity that he's like creative and
No, I would, police officers to me, it just seems like out of pocket. Like all my friends, people who I associate, even family members, none of them are police officers. I just don't find like I would find any attraction towards them or anything in common.
What if he's Italian?
I do understand that like opposites attract. So
your answer to the question.
Oh, I just feel like they're strict. Like I smoke weed, I do OnlyFans. Like I don't really think we're gonna align.
Lack of alignment. Okay, fair enough. By the way, guys, we are getting towards the tail end of the show here. So we're gonna do a roast session, $30 TTS for the roast. $30 TTS. Do that, streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get one in. I'm going to let a few come in really quick, but then I do have a few more topics to touch on here. We have Solo Cleric. Thank you, man.
Solo Cleric 83 donated $50. I want to say, despite disagreeing with you ladies on a bunch of stuff, I do appreciate the recognition that not all men are violent monsters.
Yeah, Kyla, you're pretty reasonable, I'd say. So I was a little, but sometimes
Don't
I'm
tell
surprised.
That to Jay. Pluck yours. It'll be okay.
He
It'll
probably
be okay.
disagrees with me on that, but at least your position on the bear thing, you seem pretty.
I'm a pretty reasonable person.
Reasonable on that one, because we get some pretty crazy answers.
There's a lot of like reasonable people. I think, to give some level of like levity. I think when people like speak out of trauma, it does lead to like misinformed evaluations.
Sure.
The issue is that like I'm not super
violent.
interested in like shitting on people for like their trauma response. It's more like how do we live in a more adaptive, healthy way?
That's her. We have Christine here. Thank you, Christine.
Christine donated $69. The question is to show how stubborn and delusional we are. Stop making women look insane. I hate this question because you all fall for it because you want to be right, and we look stupid.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate that. We have Double Agent here coming in with another one. Then we have two more. Then we'll get back to some convo. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Double Agent donated $29.99.
Thank you, Double Agent.
Would you rather be alone with a bear in the woods or a mentally ill man pretending to be a woman in a restroom?
Before you guys answer that really quick, I want to do a shout out to the Crucible. They just sent over a raid. I guess Andrew was streaming. Hey, Andrew, I don't know if you're watching or if it was somebody else streaming on your account, but thank you so much for the raid. The Crucible, welcome the Crucible crew. We've got a great panel here tonight, guys. So thank you for the raid. The question was, would you rather be alone with a bear in the woods or a mentally ill man pretending to be a woman in the restroom? To those of you who picked bear, which do you pick? Bear in the woods or I guess it's a transgender woman?
He's mentally ill? Or she's mentally ill?
Sure.
I guess I would.
Pretending to be a woman, so they're not really trans.
Into the mic.
So they're not. So they're pretending to be a woman, so they're not technically trans. You just said it.
That's the same thing. They're all pretending.
Or they're
Isn't
just in.
that what
No,
that
I'm just
is?
saying
It's the
they're
same
just in a bathroom pretending to be a girl in a bathroom, and then you open the door and they're
I
not.
think we're talking about the same thing here.
They're obviously not. They're obviously like asking, like, is it like genuinely like a dude who just like put on a wig to like go be creepy with women, or is it just a transgender
the same thing.
woman?
It's the same thing.
No distinction.
No distinction.
Yeah, but the issue is that they're making this distinction.
What's the distinction?
Okay.
Well, they're making it, so you have
I
to
don't think
engage
we
with
have
them
to
on their
li-
distinction, or don't and force them. And then their answer would be, yeah, creepy men in the
There's
bathroom are
nothing up
weird.
there.
Again, I often look when I think I don't
I'm
know
gonna
why this
move
is
it
so
on,
exciting
but-
for you, Jay.
Thank you, Vector.
$30.
Appreciate it.
Since Chair 4's objective pleasure is pain, perhaps the best kind of friend with benefits she can get is a porcupine. However, maybe she would dump the porcupine too. Not rough enough.
Word. Thank you, Vector. Good to see you in the chat, Vector. What's up, man?
Realize a Network donated $30. Jay, please destroy this radical orthodoxy bullshit. She claims to read and to have faith, but yesterday it said in the 50s. It actually started in 1999 from a singular book by John Milbank, pure BS.
I don't know what the 50s thing that they're referencing. I also don't think we want to go into a apologetics religious debate.
Jay, do you want to do like a 20-second monologue super quick on this?
I didn't see the whole.
Oh, he just says, please destroy this radical orthodoxy BS. If you can give like a...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
okay.
what or where she came up with her religious views, but they seem to be just made up.
Made up.
What is it?
Good one.
She
She said Paul was a postmodernist, which is total nonsense.
Yeah, I know. That's a really fun one for you.
And so, where did you get up your religious views? What is it?
Radical
exactly?
orthodoxy.
And where's that from?
Radical Orthodoxy is a theological movement that's really interested in engaging with the ancient scriptures and the way that the ancients...
Blah, 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 blah.
And what is that?
Sorry.
Do you want me to answer or do you not want me to
That's
answer?
all I heard.
All right, we have a
Timothy
message coming.
Jeremiah donated $69. Transgender bear mauls woman hours before track meet, wins gold/sex record. Also noted as having the biggest set of nuts of all participants.
Okay. Thank you, Timothy Jeremiah. Appreciate your message here. Oh, boy. Okay, whoever sent this in, you're ridiculous, but I'll play it.
Rydolph Fatler donated $30.
That's crazy.
A question for the ladies. Would you rather blow Brian, lay with Jay, or give a joyful to Jimbob?
Those are joyful.
Oh, it changed it. Rim job to Jimbob.
Terrible.
The fuck? It changed it automatically. Okay.
Sons of Liberty donated $29.99. Chair 2's simp husband has a gun in his mouth at least twice per year. Insufferable.
What the fuck?
Jimbob, isn't it dangerous for people like this to associate with Christianity? They'll manipulate and change it.
You can't change
I'm
it.
simultaneously so powerful and so stupid that
They can't really change it because it's not Christianity. Whatever the hell she just
Jason
espoused.
Castle donated $30. Not so bright. Listen, dummy. Men can't be women and women can't be men. It's the same thing.
Yo, Jason Cassell, thank you for that. And then we have this one coming in, Doctrine. Then we'll get into a couple of questions.
Doctrine_matters donated
wrap this
$30.
pretty soon.
Jimbob, been enjoying your appearances and respect Jay's theological depth. Chair 1 is definition of don't judge a book by its cover. respectful, submissive, beautiful, homemaker. Hats off to you, miss.
There you go. All right, a little compliment for you there. Doctrine, appreciate it. Okay. This question is kind of crazy, but whatever. Okay, so this is possibly the dumbest question ever. Let's say you're having consensual sex with a woman, and the sex is great, right? And you guys have had sex a lot of times before, and it's missionary position. You're in missionary position,
Are
right?
we men in this case?
No, you're the woman. Well,
so we're having sex with women?
No,
like is it lesbian sex or?
No, there's a man and a woman.
Okay,
so you're
gotcha,
observing this happening.
Now there's a binary.
Okay. Missionary position though, and then the woman clearly revokes her consent. Clearly, she's like, "Stop! Oh my God, this is such a R-slurred question. At what? Because let's say the guy's on the down thrust. At what point is it like grape? Because like, how many thrusts until? Because like, you got to give the guy at least one thrust, because he's on the down thrust and it's gravity. So okay, and he's gonna stop, but it's just like, has he just graped you if you say stop, but it's like the middle of the down thrust and he completes the down thrust, but there's momentum too. There's gravity and momentum, and there's like 2 pumps, and then he pulls out. Were you graped?
No.
This is a retarded hypothetical. How many pumps until it's grape?
Why would he continue to pump at all?
No, but there's momentum. So like,
yeah, but you said 2 pumps. There's not momentum to make you go back up. Like, are you on a waterbed?
There could be like,
are you on a waterbed? So he's like, oh, I can't control myself. Sorry, I'm trying to get off, but my dick keeps falling in.
2 pumps, and then he pulls out.
She says stop. He goes, 1 more.
No, he doesn't do that. It's just like he's processing the whole thing, and it's like rapid fire. Like, it's me personally, I'm not into the Energizer Bunny, like the jackhammer sex. I don't like that. But some dudes are just like, boom, like the pumps per minute is really high. So like within the course of a second, it's like 3 pumps. So the woman says stop, and it's like 3 pumps. At what point is it like, is he a grapist if he 3 pumps and then he pulls out? He's like, oh my God, are you okay? What's going on?
It's only rape until. Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Fuck, why did I even ask the question?
It's only SA until after you vocalize that you don't want to do it anymore.
No, but so if we're looking chronologically, timeline. Okay. So you're engaging. He's jackhammering. He's fucking jackhammering, and it's missionary. So there's gravity and momentum. Pump, 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 pump. What the fuck is this question? So you say stop.
Yeah.
But he's already on the down thrust. He's on the down thrust. Like, you wouldn't expect the guy to just like
plank,
be able to fully stop the thrust mid thrust. At what point would it be like if he does the 1 thrust and he's like pulls out, oh my God, babe, are you okay? What's going on?
That's good.
But was that chronologically the thrust? He finishes he's halfway through.
Question.
He's halfway through the thrust. At what point is it SA?
Yeah, I'm curious everyone's answer.
No, this is a serious question because if it was in a courtroom and it went to the testimony of like, I was graped, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you would have to detail some of the stuff and you would have to demonstrate like, I said stop, there was 1 pump over the line.
What's
like
your answer?
1 or 2 over the line. What's my answer?
I'm assuming we're asking the panel.
I would argue that there's some ambiguity here, some leeway, because in the middle of it, you couldn't technically. I'm serious. Like,
I was laughing at the chat, but
you couldn't like. I don't see how you could say like after number 2, that's grape.
So when is it though?
I don't know that there's a hard answer.
It's like there has to be a duration of the act.
So then, how do you, in the court case, determine if it was or wasn't SA? Like, what's the line?
You just believe her, I guess.
That's your answer?
Yeah, she decides, I guess.
What the fuck?
Just kidding.
It was a legal pump.
It's illegal. Is it pumping a legal term?
Somebody in the chat says it was a legal pump.
I think that would be a scenario almost potentially impossible to deliberate on because of the.
So it would have to be persistent, like a persistent.
Yeah, you need like some type of regularity in time to induct it for anything, like to conclude anything. Like a pattern. Like, is a single second of a transgression long enough to be a pattern to recognize as like you did that? It's like almost asking like from.
So if he pumps like once and gets off, you'd be like, he's probably in the clear.
It's almost like if you had a split second, if you took the position that thoughts themselves could be immoral if you maintain them, like if a thought lasted for like milliseconds, did you have a bad thought? Like, you know what I mean? If you grabbed it for 2 seconds.
So like if he's pumping down, he hears no, and he's like, I'm just gonna stick it out a little bit longer so I can enjoy myself. Is that what you're saying is SA?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm not sure if how you determine it in that kind of situation.
And then you said persistent. So like if she's persistently saying no, you'd be like, that's obvious SA.
Like 3 no's to 3 pumps?
Is that your line?
Is it even? What if it's even? I don't know.
Well, why do you? So the first pump you don't have to stop, but the second and third you maybe should.
2.
Or?
I think the danger, the concern is that it can conceivably be a situation where a woman could turn it into a false grape. Mm-hmm. That's the point.
Yeah,
right?
but that's why I'm asking. Yeah. I think it's a good question. Like, at what point is it not a false allegation? It's a legitimate allegation. Yeah. Is it 3 no's? Is it 4?
The first no.
Yes.
Well, he said persistent no, so I was wondering if he meant like you need more than one to affirm that it is a true no or something like that.
People in the chat are saying once she says stop, you stop. I 100% agree with that. But in the scenario, there would be gravity and there would be momentum. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if a woman says stop mid-thrust, let's ignore like thrust 2 and 3. Mid-thrust, you have gravity and momentum going. What if the guy doesn't have the physical strength to literally essentially do plank. Like a reverse plank despite the existing momentum that has occurred?
No,
that guy shouldn't be having sex. That's a weak ass motherfucker.
We're missing something very simple here and clear, is that for communication to be verified, the one speaking needs a response from the person who you're speaking to.
She says no.
So then you'd have to know that you'd have to know that he heard you say no. That's a necessary component that we're missing. Now, only after she knows that he heard that, then from that point on, that's where you start counting seconds for thrusting, Brian.
And how do you tell if the guy, like the bad thought, right? The guy who hears the no, he processes it, but then he's like, I didn't really hear no. Like, how do you gauge if that's happening?
Be wrong.
We'd agree it'd be wrong.
It's
how do you gauge if that's happening for the woman?
It's going to be in the woman's hands to make sure, did you hear me? That's where the communication has to go both. It's like this. You know how easy it is to write someone an email and be like, I wrote you an email. But if you didn't get the response that they got the email, you can't really hold them to that you wrote them the email. You have to know they responded. Gotcha. That's why communication, you should always call people directly and hear their voice. Yeah. Similar like that.
So if she says no and he doesn't stop and she doesn't follow up, then it's never really SA.
It could not be, because there's no verification of communication. He could have thought that she said, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways to interpret sounds, you know, and so.
But also, she would conceivably be like pushing him off,
So that.
What if she freezes? What if she freezes? Like, she stops engaging? Because a lot of women will claim that they froze, right?
Yeah.
Which is why they didn't push away or verbalize anything again.
I mean, I think there should just be a kind of standard, if you could, like, if you knew, like, the ultimate parachute pull is like just like clawing at the guy, basically.
Maybe we can get the women to weigh in, though. If you were having sex with a guy and he was on top, whatever, and he was going to pound town, and the pumps per minute are really high. I want to say 100, 120 pumps per minute. Wow. That's 2 pumps a second. and you love this guy. This guy's great. The sex is consensual, whatever. But I don't know. Maybe you're like in physical pain, and you just say, "Oh, stop," and then like at 2 pumps happen. This is such a dumb question. I don't know. 2 pumps because of speed and momentum and gravity. Like, you would be like, would you feel like that'd be okay, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
2 pumps.
Yeah. I wouldn't consider that.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Yeah. 2 pumps, Kelly?
I wouldn't consider that a say.
You wouldn't consider it? Yeah.
I'd feel like if he like stops within the first 2 seconds, he's in the clear.
Okay, got it.
To me personally, in my head.
Because there's like processing time. What if he's like, you're processing too. But like, because chronologically though, like, couldn't you conceivably make a legal case of like, okay, chronologically you said stop.
I don't know if they're going to be going off of pump counts. I think they're right.
They'd have to call it something. There's got to be a metric.
Yeah, but they're probably going to be looking more at like his reaction immediately to it. Like, is it clear that he heard it, and did he aim to try to stop like in any human reasonable time?
He stops within like two seconds.
Right. Then I think most courts would probably feel fine with that, right? I think we've kind of already answered that. But like nobody in the court would be like, well, 1.5 pumps.
No, the question is like, you got to ask in reverse, you got to say, what's the longest amount of time that's permitted for it to be considered stopping?
I guess I would throw it back to you. I'm not really sure what longest.
Because if 2 is, everyone agrees 2 is.
I don't think anyone agreed 2 pumps specifically, right?
But that's like
about 2 seconds.
That's 2
response
seconds.
Time.
What about 7?
7 seconds?
I'm gonna let some chats come through here.
Alec Lewis,
hey, be nice to my girl, Sophia. Be nice to Sophia.
Sophia is literally an idiot and a 304.
Hey, be nice to Sophia.
Chair 2, I feel bad
she
for
admits
your
it. Okay,
husband.
that's all good then.
All right, good thing you're not married to me.
All right. We have Realizer for this.
Realizer Network donated $29.99.
Yeah, thank you, man.
To clarify, yesterday Not So Bright said yesterday that she thought radical orthodoxy started in the 50s. That's a lie. It started in 1999 via one book by a guy named John Milbank. It's Heresy W.J. Dyer.
Okay,
Sons of
thank you for
Liberty
that.
donated
Thank you, Sons of Liberty. Appreciate it.
$29.99. Hoping Trump suspends habeas corpus, finally round up and deport libs. America will heal overnight. This panel is full of degenerates. Never married women telling married men how relationships work.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that,
Jason
Sons
Castle
of Liberty. Yo,
donated
Jason, thank you, man.
Mr. Pump, how many pumps does it take to be called a grapest?
I think that's to you, Brian.
It depends on the pumps per minute.
Chor XD
It's hard to
donated $30. Chair 1, if you could snap your fingers and make all of your tattoos go away, would you do it? Knowing it might massively increase your chances of finding the man of your dreams.
Absolutely. I've thought about this a lot.
Do you still get tattoos done? Or So when's the last time you got a tattoo?
Last year, and
Okay.
it was in commemoration of someone who passed. But
When did you get the neck piece?
3 years ago.
3
I
years
think,
ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the first one you would remove if you had the time and the money and the ability to withstand the pain of the laser?
The visible ones, for sure.
Do you have any face tats? What does that say?
It says
Noodles.
yeah. No, this is imperial, and then it goes along with this one. It says forbidden fruit.
Do you have any red flags? Just curious. Like,
I have terrible bedhead. I don't know what.
is that a sex act or something? Your hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Okay. Like, do you have BPD or anything like that? Bipolar?
No.
Any BPDers at the table? Any BPD enjoyers? Or borderline personality disorder? Bipolar? Anybody?
Autistic. Spectrum disorder.
I love that for you. Okay, we have Jay Nico here. Thank you, man.
Nico04 donated $30. Jay, you need to stop punching down. Kyle is still coloring with crayons. Brian, what is this thing Kyla keeps holding over your head and threatening you with to keep you quiet?
You know what?
You
That's
simply
crazy.
grow?
She's like the Diddy of the
what did she do
of
to
the
you?
red pill. She's got some dirt on me. She's been blackmailing me all
You
night.
heard about that Mexican man? There's more to the story. Okay.
Yeah, no, she's got photographs videos in a safe behind a portrait of Bill Clinton. Okay, we have Billy Bob here. Wait, did I already do this one?
Billy Bob donated $30. Erudite is a pig, snake, and a dummy.
Well, guys, be
Jimbob,
nice.
we
Come on.
appreciate you sacrificing your brain
That's true,
cells
it
to
is
listen to her illogical statements and then have to remap your brain wiring to correct her. Christ is Lord.
Thank you.
Doctrine_matters donated $30. J. I am a Presbyterian, PCA, Protestant. Taking an intellectual/curious interest in EO with no interest to convert. Reading the early church fathers, ecumenical councils. Overall book rec on EO, Kant. Eric Vigilant donated $29.99. Hello ladies, JB, J, and Burrito Brian.
Burrito Brian.
Good panel today.
Thank you.
Erudite, good job on the debate with JB and J.
Credit to
JB and J,
Kyla.
good work, keep it up. Shout out VP, AB, and Man32.
No idea who these people are.
God bless you all.
Maybe they're
Super neutral.
A lot of letters.
Thank you, Eric.
Donated $30. Chair 3. Everything I said earlier to Chair 1 also applies to you. Hats off to you, miss. Chair 1 and 3, would you date a Christian man?
Yeah, I know, but
Please remove stay woke.
look at her sunburn, though. I mean, it's
Dude,
just
I know.
sunburns.
Redheads
It's crazy.
just burn sometimes.
It's crazy. Okay, probably one of the final things that we're going to touch on here. Charlie and Kelly, you guys circled the following, to which you agree. Men are more privileged in society than women. I simply ask, how, starting with Kelly?
And this is in general, right? Not just in the U.S. Because I know there was one that was like about the U.S.
Yeah, let's just stick to U.S. or Western countries, I guess.
For me, I think it just comes down to like we do have equality. It's just a lot to do with like the social pressure and the idea of like I'm a woman, like I'm in the music industry and I'm put into constant question if I'm good enough, and my male counterpoint can be doing what I'm doing or half as much, and they're being praised for what they're doing. And to me, it's difficult, it's frustrating. A lot of women have spoken about it. A lot of women also in the industry tend to be put into uncomfortable situations to be able to advance in their careers, whether it's sexually or just in general harassment.
Sure. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. So
casting couch. Yep.
Yeah.
But so.
You said casting couch?
Well, it's like in the Hollywood entertainment industry, there's the casting couch. Like, what was the guy?
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey. Yeah, he was like, I'll give you this really good role in a Tarantino flick if you do some, whatever. So that's definitely disgusting. Definitely happens also in the music industry. But I'm a bit, when it comes to privilege, right? So you say men are more privileged in society than women. At least as it relates to the music industry, Taylor Swift is one of the is the highest earning musical artist. There's plenty of women who end up being incredibly successful in the music industry. I kind of fail to see how men are more privileged in society as it relates to the music industry.
Taylor Swift even has a song called If I Was a Man, and she writes in the song that she has overcome a lot of obstacles as a woman. She's been questioned. She's been looked down upon just for simply being a woman. And in the chorus, she says, "But if I was a man, it wouldn't be the case."
She's the apex of the music industry. So I'm just.
Well, she's worked hard and she is successful and widely successful, but she's bringing up a lot of points about women still overcoming a lot of obstacles in these big industries, in this case being the music industry. There's a lot of double standards. There's a lot of questioning.
Where's the privilege, though?
Men don't have to really go through that.
Go through what?
Double standards, being questioned if they're good enough. No, I just said in big industries. Not just the music industry, in any industry. I feel like there's a lot of double standards for women that men don't have to overcome.
I would be willing to grant that women have unique experiences when it comes to moving through the business world or various industries, whether it's the music industry, entertainment industry, that are perhaps, again, unique to women. But it's kind of just... there's so many successful women in these industries.
Yeah.
You look at Taylor Swift. She is the apex of the music industry. She's the highest earning. She's incredibly successful. You look at other women. I actually think perhaps look, I'm not an expert in the music industry, but women are doing remarkably well in the music industry.
Yeah, they are.
So I just don't understand this, like...
But still, does that take away the fact that we have to overcome double standards? We have to work twice as hard as our male counterpoints. to be
I'm
taken
not sure if you have to
seriously?
work twice as hard as men.
What do you mean?
By working twice as hard? Or just like double standards?
Well, you said that you work twice as hard as a man in that industry. How do you know that or show that?
Well, a lot of the times we're objectified. We're taught to, you have to look a certain way, act a certain way. You have to be sexy. You have to, show skin to be able to sell. And I feel like, do men have to overcome that? Do they have to objectify themselves to be able to market themselves as an artist?
I mean, in entertainment, any person trying to come up in entertainment is going to get made fun of. They're going to get ridiculed. They're going to have to go through all the same struggles. So this doesn't prove privilege. That's what I don't understand. Where's the privilege here?
Privilege to me is the fact that you don't even have to go through what we have to go through.
But we go through the same ridicule, the same struggle to be successful, to be entertainers.
Not all.
I get jeered if I do bad at a performance.
But the examples I just gave, like sexual objectification, is that similar to what you guys are going through? Like, I don't think it's as much as women go through. Men have to go through.
So the only thing that proves privilege is that I'm not sexually objectified.
Well, that was one of the points that I gave. That's one of the points that I gave. I think you should say more of the music industry, not just like pop stars. Like, I get it. Like, a lot of us aren't at that caliber of Taylor Swift. Doesn't mean that just because we're not at that fan base, we're not going through the struggles that any person in that industry is going through. My idea of privilege is women, at the end of the day, they are being objectified. They're being told that they have to look a certain way, act a certain way. People in upper management, if you don't...
Should they try to look attractive in those positions?
Well, it's like sex sells. It's always like that. It's always like sex sells.
Well, no, but so you support that or you don't like that?
I support it if that's what you want. I'm not saying it's bad,
well, then it's not a
but
struggle.
I don't think it should be shoved down our throat so much as it is.
Did anybody force you to dress the way that you're dressed currently?
No.
And then, do you post like revealing photos on your Instagram or do anything like that?
I do. I don't find that being a wrong.
Yeah, but are you like forced to do that?
How are you objectified if you're supporting that?
When there's people pressuring you, that's different from free will. Like, if I'm just feeling myself and I'm posting myself in revealing clothes because I want to, it's not the same as if somebody was like a manager, hey, Kelly, I think you would sell more records if you were to show more skin.
But pressuring doesn't violate your free will. Your free will actually disproves that pressuring can have an effect. Like, pressuring can affect you, but your free will can actually overcome pressuring, right?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Like, you still have your free will to overcome pressuring, right? So you're saying there's a pressure in the industry that tells you to sell your sex, like sell your sexuality, show more skin. It's going to help you in the game, right?
A lot of times we don't have choices. There's a documentary that just came out for Karol G. She's probably like the Taylor Swift version of the Hispanic.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Hispanic community. Karol G.
Tylo?
Karol G. Karol G.
Wait,
Karol
really
G.
quick question. Are you signed to a record label or are you independent?
Independent.
So who is telling you to do the objectifying behaviors?
So I'm not saying it's me. I see it in the community. I have gone through that, but I'm talking as a world, like more of a world
You're
view.
talking the zeitgeist.
I have everyone
culture.
that at my network. I've heard it through the culture.
So
my
wait,
network.
what about this? So there's a documentary that demonstrates what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so she she mentioned that when she first started off, she signed over with a manager that she was 16 at the time. He was probably around 50. Mm-hmm. He said to her, if you want, I have so many plans for you to become a pop star, but in order for that to happen, you have to be with me. I'm sexually attracted to you. And
okay, well, that's a predator, but...
If that doesn't occur, then, your music industry is not going to happen.
Okay.
There's no yes or no to that.
I don't think we dispute that these things absolutely do happen, especially in the entertainment and music industry. But
wait, there's no yes or no to that? What do you mean by that?
I feel like if
who's guiding this 16-year-old?
She was alone. She moved alone to.
I'm not denying that's predatory, like that's disgusting. That's like someone literally seeking out a weaker person. But it brings into question, like, what is a 16-year-old doing in that scenario where, like, without, like, you're like, who's the guiding? Like, if this industry is so horrific, it seems like you would want more guidance and oversight with situations like that.
Of course. I mean, she was in a room alone. She could have told her parents. She decided not to. There's so many like gray areas, middle grounds. Some people just don't feel comfortable talking about that. She even said it in the documentary. She was like, I'm really uncomfortable even bringing this up because this could ruin numbers. And she doesn't want to risk it, you know?
But this thing also happens. There are plenty of especially boys who were like child actors who are victimized in just the same way in the entertainment industry. There's like countless and countless examples of men. And isn't there something going on with Justin Bieber right now? I don't know the details of it. Aren't they, look, I don't know. But wasn't he like, when he got into the industry, some stuff with Diddy? I don't know the details. But it doesn't seem like this is a uniquely female thing. But just to move it along a little bit, besides the music industry thing, you say men are more privileged in society than women. Anything else besides
No, I would say
that?
that's it.
Just the music stuff. Going to you, you say men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that?
When I circled yes, the first thing that came to mind is how when a male walks into a hospital and he's a patient, he's taken way more seriously than a woman. And I see that firsthand. That's it. That was my psyche behind it.
What do you mean? You're saying that's been your experience?
No, that I've seen that happen.
Oh, because you're a
and
paramedic.
So,
right.
EMT, but
or
yeah,
EMT,
I've seen that happen to where like a man will say like things that aren't normal with him, and then the doctors are gonna be like, let's do the full scan, let's do a head to toe on you. But like when a woman says something like that, it's kind of like a broken arm syndrome.
Hold on, just a couple clarifying questions here. You're EMS?
Yeah, I'm an EMT.
You're an EMT, and then have you seen this new, it's actually a decent show even though it's kind of woke, The Pit? Have you seen it?
I've never heard of it.
EMS though, and you drop people off at the emergency room?
Not with the job I currently do.
Where would you drop them off? Well, you said you were EMS, so you'd be transporting.
In my past, so there's two types of EMTs. There's non-emergency EMTs. They do like taking grandma to like dialysis. So like the non-emergency.
You were doing emergency, right?
In the past, yes. Currently at my job right now,
is that the emergency EMS thing? That's where you witnessed these men being taken more seriously than the women.
I don't think it's necessarily it's not overt, like, oh, you're a man, I'm taking you seriously.
Yeah, but that's where you witnessed it, right?
It's more like if a guy says this and this and this and this is wrong with me, a doctor's gonna be like, let's do the whole thing. Let's do the whole 9 yards, CAT scan.
But you said you witnessed it in your own field of occupation.
Yes, I have.
But when it comes to EMS, typically I guess if you're emergency transporting someone, because there's long wait lines in the emergency room, don't you typically just drop them?
No.
But how long do you stay with the doctor to make the determination that, like, you stay the entire course of the patient being there at the hospital? Like, isn't it you go in, 62-year-old male, ventricular defib, you give them a bit of details. The hospital takes, I guess. They take the patient, and then don't you go back to work?
Yes, by and large, yes, that's how it happens. But sometimes, the doctor and you will have like a sidebar conversation, and you're kind of seeing where the doctor's coming from. I've seen doctors that say, "Oh, she's definitely being a hypochondriac," and I'm like, I don't know if she is.
The doctor is consulting the emergency room doctor is consulting with a
if I can
EMS. Finish. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not saying consulting with, but sometimes we have sidebar conversations where I'm like, hey, what do you think it is? And we talk about it, because it's not violating HIPAA. It's two people talking about a patient. And sometimes the doctor will say whether they actually take it seriously or not. And that's just kind of the behind the scenes chats that happen.
Do you think there's a disparity between hypochondriac between men and women? The phenomenon?
What do you mean?
Is it more likely the case that women will think something's terribly wrong freak out about it and it turns out it's nothing, versus a man thinking something's terribly wrong and freaking out and nothing's wrong?
To be honest, in my experience, I've seen it pretty evenly divided amongst sexes, is that there's hypochondriacs on both sides, but I've noticed that men that are hypochondriacs are still taken more seriously than women that genuinely are hypochondriacs.
So then how would you determine that it was because they were a man then? Or are you just pointing out something you witnessed, but you're not sure?
You're never going to be able to like pinpoint and say this is why, because I'm not in someone's head, so I don't know what they're thinking.
Just to move things along a bit,
for sure.
but so men are more privileged in society than women. Are there any other examples you can provide besides you're alleging that men get taken more...
Alleging
that men get taken more seriously in the healthcare setting?
I mean, I could sit down and like, if I did like more research, I could like bring up studies and stuff,
anything
but
that just comes to
honestly,
mind.
I don't like, we obviously, because we have to move things along, I don't have that type of time right now.
Well, you don't have to go detailed, but give me like one or two things of like how men are more privileged in society.
I definitely think, well, it's slowly getting better now, but let's say crash test dummies, for a while they were just male dummies, and that actually matters when it comes to like...
they're not humans though, aren't they? Just unisex?
No, but like male torso, like male torso, and you can laugh, but that's actually like a real study, is that the points of impact are completely different when you hit something.
What about, how do they test someone who's trans?
Well, it depends. There's different stages.
Kyla?
What the fuck?
No, seriously.
I'm just
seriously though.
I mean, I guess the sexism of seatbelts, I guess. But like, how?
It's not necessarily the
How would a crash like materially be that different?
Well, it's not that it's necessarily like, oh, seatbelts are sexist. That's not necessarily what I'm getting
it's
at.
anthropometry, right? Like men typically have a wider shoulder girdle. In riding, for example, if you ride horses, like in general, male center of balance is significantly higher than women's. And so like when it comes to like a female test dummy, one thing you'd want to like...
More binary.
Not a binary man?
Yeah, I talked about two sexes. Good job. And it's bimodal, but nice try. Bimodal, sexist.
I don't know if this is compelling at all, but isn't it also the case that men are more likely to be involved in like catastrophic road accidents?
But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be testing road safety for seatbelts.
Sure, that's fair.
Not for exceptions, though.
Both sexes drive.
Yeah. Yes, both sexes drive, but like I often hear from feminists like, oh, well, the reason for why men pay more in car insurance is because they're more likely to get into accidents. So
fatal car accidents. Women actually get in more accidents on average. It's just all slow.
Awful. It's so terrible. Just okay.
What would be the justification of not making sure that seatbelts protect both types of typical anthropometries of the sexes?
Well, who's to say that
it's just not proof of male privilege?
Yeah. Well, also, who's to say that because the crash test dummy is male, that this wouldn't like that the people testing this and doing the study set out with the intention of solely testing it for men? Like. Yeah. They're like, okay, we're just going to do determination on impact, and we're just going to come to a conclusion that like using this test dummy, the damage that's caused to the man is going to be like, it's going to be pretty similar to the damage that would be caused to a woman.
I would just say, the scientist is failing the generalizable principle, and they probably shouldn't be doing that. And then the second question would be, why would they like default assume that the like male torso should be the one that's used, right? And in medical science, probably what you're saying, I don't even necessarily agree with the like privilege point, but to the medical science thing, there's just a really long history of typically testing and studying male bodies and finding results that don't generalize well.
Well, I actually have a gripe with this. I actually think it's evidence of female privilege that they don't find themselves in the bottom rung of society, that they need to allow their bodies to be medically experimented on. So this idea, yes, because if you look at medical experimentation, drugs, surgical procedures, these are overwhelmingly tested on men because men are more, I guess, either they're more willing. Hold on.
Mostly because college athletes is the most common medical testing group, and college athletes are disproportionately male.
I'm not sure if that's even true, but I'll go ahead and grant it.
Why.
I don't think it's evidence of male privilege that they're getting like various medicines pumped into them that could they're being medically tested on. I think that would point towards female privilege, that they don't find themselves in positions in life where they need to be paid a couple $100 to be pumped full of some like totally detrimental like experimental drug.
I don't know how it's male privilege to know what your symptoms of heart attack are, but not know what like a female's symptoms of heart
Aren't
attack are.
they fairly comparable?
They're not. This is actually a really big issue, is that when women have a heart attack, they often feel like they're having like gut indigestion, which is why a lot of females will be found dead on the toilet from a heart attack, whereas the common symptoms of like the pain radiating down the arm is significantly more common in males.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I'll even grant that there's differences between this, but that still doesn't address the medical experimentation point where why is it that...
It's not experimentation, right? Like science is serving the population. Figuring out how to help people with medical science is usually good for that individual.
Are you trained in medicine? Because you talk a lot about subjects that I don't think you're actually competent
I'm pretty good at reading literature. I have a decent
she
understanding
actually
of it.
was when she was mentioning the gut thing, and she was absolutely right.
I'm not
on that.
asking if she's right about that point. I'm saying, do you have any medical training?
You don't need training in any sort of area
to diagnose people's
I'm not
situations?
diagnosing
Yes, you
anyone.
are. You're
Nope.
talking about
Nope,
you're
I'm
talking about
a
heart
study.
attacks in men and women.
I'm not diagnosing you with a heart attack. I'm telling you about an empirical study that was done on heart attacks
What
between
empirical
men.
study?
I don't know the name of the study.
Really? Did you read a study?
Yep.
Okay. On heart attacks between men and women.
Yeah, this
But
is
you
like
have
an
no,
established phenomenon. I'm sure
training
you've
in
learned
the
this
subject
in
matter.
EMT school.
I don't. No, she's not going to help you.
Help me.
Because she's not. EMT has some medical training. But
Just get to your dunk.
Are you trained in medicine?
And
so you have a
no.
study that you claim you've read.
Are you disputing what I'm saying? Do you want to dispute what I'm saying?
I just want to know where you get this.
I'm not appealing to authority. I'm just citing a study.
Wait a minute. No, actually,
I'm not
if you
appealing
think
to my
that proves your
authority.
case, it would be an appeal to an authority. Does it prove your case?
I'm not medically trained, nor am I claiming to be.
Do you think the appeal proves your case?
It seems like you think it is because you're asking me.
Can you ever answer a question?
I have answered so many questions, Jay, that it's actually
This
insane.
question, not the other ones.
There's so many questions you
This
still
one.
won't answer from me.
Okay, so here we go.
This is your favorite talking point. I know.
This is a child.
You're
This is talking
horny.
to a 5-year-old child.
Again, if a 5-year-old child means somebody who answers your questions and then at some point rebuts with a Socratic question in return, then I guess
That's
sure.
not how rebuttals work. It's
can
just
rebut
dodging.
with questions.
It's dodging a simple
You can
question.
rebut with
You
questions,
have no
and I also
training.
answer your questions.
You don't know the papers. You don't. You just say that there's this paper that you read about heart attacks.
So are you telling me
Can you-
now that
I
this,
can tell you the
am I-
titles of books of
am I
papers that I've
incorrect?
read.
Am I incorrect
I just
about
want
this
to know
medical
your
finding?
sources.
I don't know the name of the study off the top of my
How do we
head.
know that you're saying anything?
Go ahead
accurate?
and Google it afterwards.
Just Google it.
Yeah, go and look for the
study you don't
That's
know?
your answer is Google. I don't know the name of the study or who did it,
You
but
can look
Google
up
the study.
Yeah, I don't know if you know how Google works. It's pretty sophisticated. You could probably
No,
put
I'm
in
pointing
study
out how
that looks at the
silly you
comparison.
are.
This is not a
You
good
just say
point, Jay.
things and there's nothing to back it up over and over and over. That means you're an empty suit. That's
Again,
the point.
So are you saying that there is not a study that shows
I
that
just
there's
want
a
to
variance?
know from
So you
you.
disagree with the study?
I want to know from
Do you
you.
disagree with the study?
I want to
Do you
know from you.
I've
Ans-
answered you.
Do you understand
a
that's
million
not
times.
what the Socratic method is?
Do you
it's
disagree
a dumb
with this
debate
video?
trick to avoid questions. And everyone can
disagree
see
with the
that.
study?
I don't even know what you're
Just
talking about.
engage with the idea.
I don't know what you're talking about. I
There
just
is a
don't
difference.
believe that there is a study.
I can remind you what we're talking about. There's
You've
a medical
never,
difference in the
you haven't
symptomology
cited
of heart
any
attacks
authors
between
or
males and
titles or
females.
studies. You just say that these things
Yeah,
exist.
I don't spend a
with
lot
no
of time
sources.
memorizing titles of studies, but that doesn't mean that I'm
Then
false
you're not
about
actually
the
competent in these matters. You would
That's
know the
not
sources.
true. No doctor
Can you
would
cite
be
any
like,
source?
I'm not actually
No
a doctor because I
training.
can't cite my sources.
No sources, just assertions.
Just dispute the evidence.
No
Am I
training,
wrong? Do you have evidence
No
counter to this?
sources, just assertions.
So heart attacks are not different symptomology
I just want to know your
between
sources.
males and females.
What's the source?
I don't know the name of the source, and this isn't a dunk.
So how do we know that there is one?
Again,
Because I said so.
So if I can reference somebody trained in medical science, have you heard about this phenomenon where there was understudied? Okay, so apparently in medical
so
science,
you
it
just
has been
cited a
studied.
person who's not actually a doctor.
Well, she's trained in
Does she
medical
have,
science. Or is the bar now
an EMT?
okay? So your bar
you're literally
for
just
credulity
finding a
goes up
person
and up
in the
and up.
room who's had some
An
medical
EMT.
exposure.
An EMT.
That's not a doctor.
I didn't say she was a doctor.
That's not an academic.
Is your
either.
line for credulity
You
of believing
claim that
anything
there's
only when
papers and you
doctors
can't
say
give a
things?
paper.
So are you telling me
You
that if
claim
doctors
this.
say
You
something, you
claim
believe
this.
it? So did you believe in
Every
doctors
time you
during,
ask
like,
me a question,
the cough
it's because
situation?
you can't answer your source.
I've again answered
There is
multiple
no
things.
source. What's the
Memorizing the title of a study.
You don't
is
know
not
any
evidence
titles
for
of anything.
I don't need to.
You don't need to.
No.
No titles of anything.
Yeah, because
you're a fraud.
I can
you
engage.
just exposed that you're a fraud.
I can engage with that. This is
No, you have no sources.
I feel really bad
No
for you because
knowledge of the subject.
you are going to think that this is some optical dunk, and you look so silly.
All of your
Nobody
citations
ever
are
looks
made
for citations of titles to prove whether or not a
No,
study
I
was
could
done.
give you books.
I didn't
can
come
tell you
prepped
the
for the
subject
medical
matter.
symptomology of heart attacks between
I
men
don't
and
care
women, But it's an established phenomenon that people know about. You can just look it up. Chat can do it for you if you want.
You don't know anything. You just say shit.
Jay,
and have no sources.
I know
It's
you're
bullshit.
tired. I know it's past your bedtime,
it's
old
bullshit.
man. You're
I'm
gonna
calling
be okay.
you out for being a fake
This
and a
is
bullshitter.
just fallacious, and you know this. This is not true.
What's the source?
It's going to take a super chat coming up to be like, okay, Jay,
just
shut the fuck
name
up.
one. You've not named one all night.
I've named Costello as a source for my source on incels. Do you question that one?
No, my questions. I
Ladies
don't care
and
about your
gentlemen,
incel paper.
Ladies and gentlemen.
My question.
Then you don't mind. So when I, okay,
Ladies
gotcha.
and gentlemen, I got to move it on a little bit. I'm going to let some chats come through. Oh my God. Okay, time. I'm going to let it come through, but it's a little pro. Come on, that's
Time
crazy.
donated 30
Disavow. I'm going to disavow
Therefore,
this.
Everything
It is a
that has
roast, though.
happened
So
to you is justified and for a reason. Get over yourself and put your tits away.
wow,
Be better.
that's fucked up. Thank you, Tim. $30 TTS. Streamlabs.com/whatever.
Giovanni J.
Appreciate
You
it.
donated $30.
Oh, it's Giovanni. Thank you.
Watching the woman try to discredit Jay because he couldn't distinguish two terms, while he tries to discredit her for not being able to name books. Two sides of the same fallacious gingerly coin.
Gingerly.
As soon as I talk
Christopher
about
Murphy
the
donated
terms,
$30.
she just
Great
interrupts.
show, Brian. J and
Thank you.
JB are
It is
badass.
true.
I'm glad you could get Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison to have her on the show.
Wait, who's?
He's calling me Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, I see. Okay. Here, let's finish up really quick, then we'll let the rest of the chats come through. Anything else when it comes to privilege or just the
I mean,
that
honestly,
thing?
I'm tired. I just want to pass the torch to someone else. I'm fucking tired.
Is it a privilege?
Terrible cop out.
I'm not
Do,
copping out.
do you
I
think
just-
women get tired faster than men?
Like it's-
That explains the
well,
gender pay gap.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. Like tired as in exhausted.
Yeah, like bodily, like they can't keep their energy up as long. Longer periods.
Wait,
I don't think so.
I have a comment on that. If you women, you see how lively all of us are, you know, on the male side here, you know, Jimbob, Jay's got a second wind here.
Yeah,
you guys are making a really good case for why the pay gap exists.
Yeah.
So I'd recommend, we got maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes left or something. I'd recommend for the final 20 minutes of the show, you guys, you know, chipper up a little bit. That way it doesn't
Wait,
have
so you guys think the pay gap
optically-
does exist?
No.
Oh.
Not
There's
an unjustified. Not an unjustified.
Freudian slip.
It does exist, but it doesn't exist.
Wait,
Well, it exists if
wait,
it supports my
wait,
worldview.
wait, wait,
Name a paper on it?
Oh
or
God!
Is it
Wait a
another
second.
made-up
Oh, no,
one?
Which confirmation bias do I fall for?
Kyla, I have to ask you because you're not your typical orthodox leftist, right? You're the more reasonable kind. Right?
According to you,
Do
I
you
suppose? I'm
do you
not
still
describing myself that way.
do you still argue the wage gap thing?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I just wondering.
It's just interesting that you do.
No. I think there's a disparity between pay between men and women, but there's a reason for it. That's
So you do
totally
think there's a
fine.
gender
$30
wage gap?
TTS.
Of course
Get it
there-
in.
yeah, why
$30
wouldn't there
TTS.
be?
Roast the entire panel. Roast me. Going to Kelly, you said to 16, women are oppressed in the United States. You agree with this statement? How are women oppressed in the United States?
Okay, so I know it says the United States, but I do want to just acknowledge if any woman in the world is oppressed, it's going to trickle down to
Trickle down
to
oppression.
the U.S. is going to trickle down to us women in the United States.
Wait,
if
question
there's-
for you. Do you know the I think it's the North Sentinelese Island? You know that island where it's like maybe like 100 to 300
No.
inhabitants? They're like an uncontacted or mostly uncontacted tribe. It's like a territory of India. It's this island where they live on an island.
Okay.
No technology. If the men were just oppressing the shit out of the women on that island, how would that have any fucking impact on us whatsoever?
It's social at the end of the day. Like
There's no communication out, no communication in.
to me, that's a very specific example.
I know,
I
I'm
see where
being
you're trying to go.
kind of annoying with
yeah,
it,
no,
but-
you're good. But I just feel like at the end of the day, if there's a woman out there that's being like raped and
my God, we're
I
talking
said
about
raped,
oppression,
but
Yeah, okay, rape is bad. It's terrible. But like oppression, like there's levels a little like not quite as
if
bad.
they're not being protected by the law for just basic human rights in any country, it doesn't make sense why the U.S.
Do men
Yeah.
have a duty to protect women?
Yes.
Do women have a duty to protect men?
No.
I want to ask. I want to ask this question to the panel. So you guys would probably
Who's
acknowledge.
privileged?
You guys would probably acknowledge that men have duties to society. You might even say they have duties to women. What duties do women have to society or to men? I'll just go ahead and pre-play this. Do women have any duties?
To society?
Raising children?
Yeah.
Nice.
Have the baby.
These two. W's in the chat.
Babies.
Like, what duties do women have? I don't know.
A
I don't really
homemaker.
think.
You
Okay,
know,
sure, children.
You're supposed to have a place to, make your husband feel at home. If he's going to be providing for you in that way.
What duties do women have? Sophia, do they have any duties?
Abiding by the
playing with your
law,
hair?
voting, following the civil.
Is voting a duty?
I would say, as a person of democracy, yeah, I would say voting is a duty.
Civic duty.
Civic duty.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'll move it on. But so, okay, you're saying women are oppressed in the USA. You were going to say in other countries. But can you explain to me in the USA, because that is the question.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How are women oppressed in the USA?
I think we tend to forget that the U.S. is composed of many different races. And I come from a Latin background. I was born in the U.S. My parents are from Costa Rica, so I'm first generation. I see a lot of Latin women, especially in the U.S., that go through a lot of within the community. It's brought from our countries into the U.S., and I acknowledge that. It's a lot of oppression, a lot of abuse, marital abuse, relationship abuse, a lot of domestic violence.
You're talking about like machismo?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything, how about this, like state down, government down, any oppression on that front?
For the government?
For women. Like, are women oppressed under law in any sort of way? Or
abortion is illegal in certain states,
Sure.
Which I think it's a human right.
It's a human right to end a human life.
Oh, well,
how'd you
abortion
get that?
debate here at the end. But I'm curious, though, because we're saying women are oppressed in the USA. Men can't get abortions. It's not clear to me if there's like a asymmetry in terms of anything there.
Well, here's a asymmetry. If a woman has the right to terminate a child, but if she decides to keep it, the man has to pay for it. So he has no say in whether she's going to have it or not. But if she does have it, he has to pay for it, right? Is that privilege? Who's privileged in that scenario?
It's a good question, Jimbob.
How about the crickets?
That is here. I'll play that shit for
Go
you.
ahead. There you go.
Say that one more time, actually.
If it's your human right to end the continued life of another human life that starts at conception, you get to do that, right? That's your right, which needs to be upheld and protected by men, right? You know, your rights are protected by men. So if you decide to have the child, a man who has no say in whether you have the child or not has to pay for the child. Who's privileged in that scenario?
I see where you're coming from. I don't think so. In these states, women don't even have the option to have an abortion. So
let's grant you have the freedom to have your liberated termination of your own child, okay? Totally free. You get to do it. It's paid for even, okay? You get to decide if you're going to do that or not. The man has no say in whether or not you can do that or not, but you have a say in the man paying for it if you decide to keep it.
At the end of the day, if you didn't use a condom and you wanted to have a kid,
wait, just to be clear.
I'm sorry,
just to be clear,
just take your no. It's just like those are the consequences to having unprotected sex.
So the consequences for a man for not wearing a condom, right, is that he has to pay for your child, but there's no consequences for you having sex without a condom.
Having a child. That's a huge burden.
Yeah. Do you think that people?
Life.
Do you think that people should face the consequences of their actions in a society? Is that better?
I've been saying yes to that.
Yes, but also you can abort your child.
I'm pro-choice. I think at the end of the day, like, take responsibility for your
Where's the baby's
actions, but I don't think you should be telling, like, if you don't want to have the child, don't have the child. If you do want to have the child,
who's not having a choice? Who's the one entity that's a human who doesn't have a choice in that scenario? If you believe so much in choice,
I don't think if don't think that's a child. It's too.
When did your life start?
I don't think.
When did your
I don't
life
think
begin?
The first trimester is a child.
I know you think that, but when did your life begin?
I'm sure during the first trimester, but
No,
to
when
me,
exactly? There's actually a moment where your unique DNA begins. There's a unique moment. Everybody at this table right now, there's no way we existed without this specific moment.
What's an ectopic pregnancy?
Shut up.
You don't know, do you?
Stop derailing. I'm talking to her. Don't save her.
It's super relevant to abortion.
Don't save her.
What's an ectopic
If
pregnancy?
you can, though, just try to
Ask
wrap
him
it,
that.
just because we can't linger too long.
You'll
on
notice a
the
lot of men with a lot of
abortion
opinions
combo.
on this don't know many things about pregnancy.
What? Ectopic? It's when it's implanted in the wrong position.
What do you do about that?
I don't know. It depends on the scenario.
Do you have to kill the baby or?
I'm not sure.
You have to. An ectopic pregnancy is always unviable.
Okay, so do you consider that an abortion or what?
I'm asking you because you said that you
this
have
is
to
a
kill it.
derailing. I'm asking, the question is, when does the life begin?
Well, I'm asking you, assuming when the
changing
life
the
begins.
subject. You're changing.
Well,
Dude,
when do you?
you're so bad
I'm
at
assuming
you're
you
like a
think
witch.
that life
You're
begins
like a word
when
witch.
fertilization has happened. So
You're
my
a
question
witch
would be,
with words.
with the
A
ectopic
witch.
pregnancy, do
You
you?
don't have spells, you have
Witches are
words.
cool.
Wait, Kyla. So if Jimbob were to grant that, like in that instance, yes, abortion is warranted, would you be okay with like all other abortions being banned?
I'm not pro-life. I'm not ubiquitously
Well, here.
pro-abortion.
So just really quick for the whole panel, sort of related to Jim Bob's question. Take a guy who has a one-night stand with a woman and she gets pregnant and she opts to keep the child. Should he be on the hook for child support?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not even listening. She's just looking at her nails.
No.
No.
It's a sticky question. No, if you didn't want it.
I got distracted. What was the question?
Okay, well, here, I want to kind of change the framing a little bit. Are men who don't want to pay child support, are they deadbeats?
Not necessarily. It really depends.
Okay.
I think men should have the same sexual reproductive rights that women do. So if you grant women the
Okay, so
ability
you're
to like
talking like
abort a fetus, you should probably
paper
give men a financial abortion, essentially, right?
Legal paternal surrender or paper
Yeah,
abortion.
something like that.
Do you think, though, how about this? Those of you who are pro-choice, if the woman's reason for wanting to get the abortion is simply she's just not ready and she's not financially capable of having a child, justified for the abortion, yes or no?
It depends on when.
When's your cutoff? Prior to your cutoff.
Legally, I think Canada has the best model, which is like leaving it up to like, I don't think that this should be criminal. It should be doctor and woman. Age of viability is probably somewhere like 15
what
weeks.
about
Not justified, you shouldn't have had sex.
you? Okay, what about you? Justified, okay.
Can you say the question one more time?
Yeah, so the woman gets pregnant, she's not ready, doesn't want to have the kid, not financially ready. Justified to get the abortion, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so, but then you put a man in that situation, he isn't financially ready to have the kid, he's not ready, whatever it is. Should he be on the hook for child support in the event that he does get a woman pregnant and she decides to keep it? Should he pay child support?
No.
No.
Like she said, well, like surrendering, like his legal, like.
Just to be clear, in all 50 states, regardless of the circumstances, as a man, if you have a child, you can be on the hook for child support. Well, you are on the hook for child support, whether she seeks it or not. That's another conversation.
I would still say he has to, yeah.
He has to, okay?
I'm going to say no after you put it that way.
Okay.
My answer was
Yeah. What about you? Okay. No. Well, it's just interesting to me because you were saying, well, the consequences for the guy when Jimbob was asking you about the child support situation. Well, you should have thought of that. Isn't this like, couldn't you? It's like a Bronze Age pro-life position. You should have just kept your legs closed.
No, you should just take in the precautions.
Right,
like closing your legs is the best precaution.
But couldn't you
literally
make that
safe
same
sex.
argument towards women?
Sorry, say it.
Couldn't you make that, okay, you should have thought of the consequences before, as a woman, you got pregnant.
It goes both ways. It's not just one way.
Right, but women can escape this by just getting an abortion.
Right.
Men have no escape route.
Well,
Absent,
I just agreed with
murdering
you.
the woman, but
I just agreed with you in your final question about if they can't afford it and they don't want the child, then no, they shouldn't be responsible for it.
Okay, but earlier you were saying, well, they should have thought of that before.
I still think they should have been taking the precautions.
Sure. All right, I won't linger on that.
And you shouldn't have taken the precautions?
Both ways should have both.
And what's the ultimate precaution?
Safe sex.
No.
Or not having sex.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's why I stick to anal sex.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
That's not
okay.
sex.
Is that Ryan Reynolds?
Apparently. Just can you clarify though? It was. Women are oppressed in the USA. Anything besides abortion?
We're pressed for time, so.
And we're good. Go ahead. Give us an example.
I feel I'm sure there's so many more. I'm tired.
You got it. Come on, just give me one. Give me one. How are women oppressed in the United States?
Like through the government. It has to be
No,
not just social.
No, not necessarily. But if
Well,
you
yeah.
had one that did pertain to the government, here, I'll give you an example. In certain jurisdictions, women can't be topless. I don't know if that's necessarily, well, okay, that relates more so to rights than I wouldn't categorize that as oppression, but it conceivably is a right that men have that women don't.
Okay, you
But
actually brought
I don't
up
even
an
think
idea.
women want to be walking around with their titties out, so.
So I think with the whole like covering your shoulders and not wearing certain things during school hours, I think that's something that feels very degrading towards little girls. And that's like very much implemented in schools. If a girl's showing like shoulders, they get sent home.
Okay, dress codes.
Yeah.
Dress codes.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, technically, I don't know actually how it works. Like, if a guy was wearing booty shorts, wouldn't he also be get in trouble with the dress code if he was wearing like booty shorts with his ass cheeks out?
Well, like in high school,
In
like
high
guys
school.
are told they can't wear certain shirts, certain color bandanas. I mean, is that oppression?
I don't know if it's oppression.
I think it's weird that people are already sexualizing a child and saying, hide your shoulders. It's like, what? It's a child.
If like a 12-year-old wanted to show up to school wearing a G-string and you said no, would that be you?
G-string versus a tank top, I think that's a bit.
Well, I'm using an
much.
extreme to kind of paint the picture here.
Of course, a G-string, like that's being naked almost. So I don't think that's the same as wearing a tank top. I think
Our tank top? Wait, shoulder? I don't even-
G-string
No, I know,
versus a
but-
tank top.
okay,
Tank top.
Sure, but I don't even think tank tops women are banned from wearing tank tops?
Yes, they get sent home.
She wouldn't be able to wear this to middle school, high
That's
school,
true.
or anywhere.
Really?
Like
It's been a
spaghetti
minute.
straps, you
It's been a
can't.
minute since.
It's like the
Okay, yeah, I heard about the spaghetti straps thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, is there anything actually important? Sorry.
I mean,
I think that's very important.
Oh, they can't wear.
You think that's oppression?
I think that's sexualizing children, which is weird. Number
Having a
one.
dress code is sexualizing.
Yeah, but why do they need to cover up their shoulders? It's just like, what if it's really hot outside?
what about school uniforms in like a classical school?
Yeah, sure.
But that's oppressive?
No, that's not.
What if the girl says, you know what, these uniforms, I think, what do you mean? How is it not?
Well, answer her
How's it
question.
not?
What's wrong with her shoulders being out?
What?
Her question. You guys didn't answer her
Well, I'm
question.
just saying there's codes, so it's like you could argue it from a distraction point of view. It doesn't have to be sexual.
What do you mean distracting? What's distracting about shoulders?
Skin is generally distracting. Showing skin is generally distraction. It's something else to look at for people.
So even for a child?
Yeah, I would say that's true for a child, even if they don't understand it.
Skin is distracting?
Yeah.
So like
More skin
your
showing.
arm skin is
Yeah, I would say the
distracting
more,
to you?
especially women's shoulders, depending on the culture. Women's shoulders and neck reveal is
I mean, in
something.
the same
That's a signal.
situations, like guys can't
Ankles.
typically go shirtless, right? Guys have to abide by the dress code. I can't go into my middle school class with my shirt off, right? It's not oppression.
It's just having standards and codes. It's just so.
Oh, well, I'm not arguing for the oppression thing. I just wanted you guys to engage with like what's the issue with shoulders, because it seems like you guys agree with that standard. So I'm trying to understand like
this was supposed to
why do
prove
you have an
that
issue with
women
your
are
shoulders?
oppressed,
Right.
and the example was because middle schools have dress codes that don't show skin. That's
It's
not
so
oppression.
much more than that. It's so much more than that. It's
We're
just
waiting.
Sure, I just wanted to understand your guys' aversion to shoulders, because it seemed like you guys agreed with
Honestly,
that
I don't
standard.
even care if a girl's wearing a tank top to.
You're like,
I
do away with
personally-
those rules.
I don't think I would really care, but I mean, some of these rules are probably like extremely outdated too.
Yeah, but it's like the reason.
I don't-
But
yeah,
like
I don't think
outdated
it's
for
oppression.
what? Like what are they? What do you think the past was trying to regulate about the woman or the
Well, I think the
girl?
past had much
Modesty.
stricter general rules when it came to dress.
Yeah, modesty.
It's
right?
about
Which
modesty.
is about sexuality.
Well, yeah, it's about
Yeah,
just.
but-
It's more than that. It's modesty is not just sexuality. It's not just sexuality.
But you're not showing a
modesty
humble
is,
heart
Modesty
by
is
Actually-
your
modesty
shoulders.
is even how like look. If
Wait.
you were fully dressed in a full thing, you would still not be a modest person.
Sure, yeah, you're talking about like humble heart, but when we're talking about dress code,
I
we're not
actually-
like worried about their humble heart. We're worried about their shoulders.
Look, it's not just shoulders. Look at the difference. Like you say, okay, we'll allow a tank top, right? And then they go, okay, what if I cut the loops off of the shoulders and now it's just like a tube top?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
this isn't the argument that I'm making. I'm trying to
So
understand.
you don't want to answer the question.
Well, it's
The point is, the
irrelevant to what we're talking about.
The point is, when you set a standard, even if it's you find it arbitrary about a tank top, what it's saying is that you
I'm
set
just trying
the-
to understand your reason to be averse to the tank top. That's all
Modesty.
I'm trying to understand. What's
Modesty.
immodest about shoulders?
Showing more of your skin for a woman is generally away from modesty.
So what's your ideal dress code?
For schools,
For
my
girls,
kids go to
for little
school
girls.
where they are fully covered. All the kids are fully covered.
To hear?
I think it's kind of trashy
yeah.
that like for both men and women to be, or boys and girls to be showing up in like tank tops. I think there's probably some leftover from like when people, and this applies societally, when people dressed a bit more generally, dressed
Formal.
up more formally. But for example, even when I was in like elementary school, sagging was the big thing. And this is specifically tends to be like a boy thing, the sagging of the pants. Is this like sexualizing male boys because you don't want them to sag their pants?
No.
Or is this just like kind of like, don't show your underwear? Like, is this sort of like just a formality of like present yourself in such a way that's
etiquette
becoming of...
I'm just trying to understand if you guys think
Etiquette.
that shoulder sharing is sexual or
No, it's not
demonstrating
necessarily.
I don't think it's, me personally, I don't know. If
No. It's
I
more.
think
It's a bigger argument about just standards, etiquette, presentation, formality. Like for instance, who works from home? You work from. You never notice like even if you're working from home, have you ever tried to like dress up even though you're not leaving? Like get yourself impeccable? Even though you're home, like you could actually just be in your sweatpants, right? But you actually get impeccable to work. Have you ever done that?
I try to mostly look good for my husband to some degree. So
Oh no,
there's a certain
not like
standard.
that. Like
I don't get ready. So you're asking, do I like try to dress up specifically for work to like put myself in the mentality
Yeah,
for work?
kinda,
I'm
yeah.
assuming is what you're meaning
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I think that's a decent environmental stimulus. That's
Yeah,
not
I would argue
particularly
that.
like what I do. But with children, right? I guess what we're trying to get to is you guys were like, yeah, tank tops are bad, and I was just trying to understand why you're concerned about tank tops, because she was using the line, it's sexualizing children. You guys were saying, well, no, it's not. It's about something else.
Yeah,
it
I
sounds
just
like it
laid
is
it out.
about sexualizing children.
It's not about sexualizing children. We just gave you a bunch of different ways of viewing that, but it has nothing to do with, by the way, what the topic is, which is whether or not that's oppressive to have standards of dress code in any place.
I'm not
Also,
engaging with
really
that
quick on that, Rachel Wilson says spaghetti straps aren't about showing shoulders. It was about bra showing. They don't want your young girls having their bras hanging out in school. And this is similar to the sagging thing, right? I think it's similar to the sagging thing. They don't want the underwear showing. That would include the bra. They don't want boys like sagging their pants. It just looks stupid.
What is so wrong about a bra? I'm confused.
It's considered underwear.
It's underwear.
But it like sometimes it will come off. It will fall. There's
And do
nothing
you fix
wrong
it?
with
Is this bad though?
What?
You guys, we all agreed that this would not be allowed in middle school. There's no
Would
bra
it?
showing.
I don't know.
Yeah, we all, no way.
My personal say
But
is
there's no bra
I'm
showing.
I'm fine with it.
But there's no bra showing.
Well, because
I'm
the
fine
entire
with
top
that. I
half
don't
is
really care.
exposed. So, I mean, it's still like this level of, it's not necessarily the most modest thing.
How
It's
is a
not
dress code oppression? That's what I don't understand. This is so.
Socially, I feel like that's bringing down, it's sexualizing women. And
How is modesty sexualizing them?
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
Well, explain yourself.
To have a modest dress code is the opposite of sexualizing them.
Oh, I just think at the end of the day, like women should be able to dress a certain way
These are children.
without.
They're not women.
These are
women-
children.
Well, I'm talking about in general. This is gonna go outside.
So if
This
the
is not
children
just-
want
it's
to-
not. It's in the workforce. It's in the not just in schools. This is like multiple.
You should be able to wear
situations.
whatever you want at any job you're at.
No, I think it should just be. You should be able to not feel uncomfortable to show shoulders. Like, I think that's just ridiculous. I think the way you dress doesn't identify what you're looking for, who you are. I think it's a form of self-expression.
I think it does.
It's a form of self-expression to me. I'm an artist, and that's a lot of the ways that we express ourselves is through
Wait,
our clothes.
didn't you have this big gripe and grievance about how like the music industry sexualizes women, but
And
here you are
did you forget
sexualizing
that I
yourself?
said that if I wanted to post myself revealing, it's free will. I wanted to do that.
Wait, so it's simultaneously, this is Schrodinger's feminism. You're simultaneously oppressed, but also this is like
It's
artistic
liberation.
liberation, creative expression.
For me, the biggest point I was trying to make about the middle school or elementary school or high school was because they're children, they're minors. It just doesn't, to me, it feels uncomfortable. That's why I brought it up as like it's a form of oppression.
But men shouldn't sag their pants, boys shouldn't sag their pants. I mean, there's dress codes that go both ways. I do have to move it on. To Charlie, you say women do not have equal rights to men in the United States. What rights do men have that women don't?
Honestly, I'm tired. I'm just gonna pass.
Suck it up. Suck it up. Come on, military here. Bro, this is why women should not be in the military then, because
tired.
Just suck it up. Suck it up.
You've
Come
never
on.
served a day in your life. So
You're
just
right.
Be quiet.
You're absolutely right. But like, come on, bro. You're gonna be like deployed. And, we've been talking for 7 hours, and I just can't. Look,
yeah, this podcast is analogous to military service.
It actually his point is that you should definitely
if
not.
she can't handle this, how are you going to be handled?
She's here as like a volunteer for your show. It's fair enough for her to opt out.
Are you like
whereas
the
in
whitest
military
knight ever?
service,
You should wear a cape to
This is
next
actually the
podcast.
final thing, by the way. This is like the
Yeah,
final
I'm the
thing I'd
final
like to
boss.
touch on.
I'm very
No,
spooky.
What's
This
the
is the
question again?
What's
This
the
is
right?
the final thing from the questionnaire. Then I'm just pretty much done with it. We'll do
what's
the chats. Then we're gonna wrap.
What's the question?
You agreed with the following statement: women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. What rights do men have that women don't?
I mean, we've already talked about it time and time again.
Well,
But the first thing that
then-
came to mind when I circled it was abortion.
But
we've
how would
already
this be?
Men don't have
How would this
abortions?
relate to equal rights? Because men don't have any reproductive rights. So how would this be like a differential or inequality, but in terms of a comparison between men and women?
I misunderstood the question.
Okay, so is it just abortion? There's nothing else.
I'm sure there's more.
Well, okay, what are the? Because we already talked about abortion. What are the other things that, when it comes to rights, that men have that women don't?
And just move on.
You didn't get drafted, did you, by chance?
No. Well,
What?
I think the draft isn't like that.
Isn't like what? Instance that's geared toward men and not women?
Yes.
It's not like that?
It's not. I mean,
Really?
No, I mean, I'm saying that I'm not in the draft
I know, because you're a woman.
because I enlisted.
I know. I know. But
As
you
an
can't
18-year-old.
but you can't be drafted, right?
No.
But men can, right?
I can't be drafted because I'm already in the military.
Do you know what a hypothetical
He's
is?
asking a hypothetical question.
Oh,
Hypothetical question.
If you didn't
no.
enlist, you couldn't be drafted, right?
correct.
Don't rescue
Okay,
your boyfriend,
so-
Jay. He can do this.
Are you privileged as a woman to not having been entered into the draft if it came to
I'm
that?
honestly against the draft.
It's fine, but how it is right now, would you say it's a privilege toward women to not be drafted?
I think it should be both or none. Truth, that's just my opinion.
So,
is that if there is a draft, I think it should apply
But wait,
to both.
I need you
if
to
there
answer
isn't, it
my
should be
question.
none.
I need you to answer my question. What rights do men have that women don't, besides the abortion conversation?
I'm so tired. I don't want to answer the question.
There isn't, but I'm willing to hear you out. Do you need a shot? You want an energy drink? Because this is literally the final thing I want to talk about, and I'll get this wrapped up.
Can you just take it for me, please?
Wait,
No, you got
the equal rights.
The question he's asking.
You can't,
I just don't want to do it. I'm tired.
If she has a position on it, I'll hear it, but I just want to hear your position first.
I don't know. I'm fucking tired. Like, I'm telling you.
Just, do you want...
Brian, no means no.
One more pump.
No is a complete sentence. No, period. Not no,
So there's
but.
no
Is
rights
this like a
then.
me
There's just
too?
not
Is
any.
this-
It just doesn't exist then. There's no rights that you can point to.
She's trying to like me too me, like a conversational. She's accusing me of a conversational grape.
That's not
because-
true. I'm just saying, Brian, I'm not feeling it right now in this moment.
I mean, that's a real like easy cowardice way to just be like you here.
Do men get hangry? Or do
If you're
women-
willing to make the concession that there are no rights that men have that women don't, I'll happily move it on. But you have to make that concession. Otherwise, the time we've spent having the meta conversation over, I don't want to talk about this. You could have just thrown out like one or two things when it comes to rights.
I mean, I just don't want to.
You don't. What do you mean you don't? I'm confused.
You can't think of one?
As of right now, I'm tired and I don't want.
So if I give you like 2 minutes to recharge and like come back to you in 2 minutes and give you time to think about it, can we come back to it in 2 minutes?
We can just move on.
Or I'm giving you time to think about it, so you have a moment to gather.
I just
want to
move on.
Then just concede that there is no right that men have that women don't.
Sure, if that makes you feel better.
Yeah, is it your position now though?
If that makes you feel better,
It's
then
not.
yes.
It's not whether it makes me feel better or not.
I just said if it makes you feel happy, then yes.
It neither makes me feel unhappy or happy. Just, do you want to provide one example?
No.
Just to be clear, so
I
if
just
your
said
goal,
no.
if your goal is like, let's get out of here sooner, I think it'd be easier for you to just answer the question.
Lord,
Give me
Brian,
one.
why are you doing
give
this?
Give me just one. That's it. Just one. The feminism is just, it's not working.
No,
You're like,
when did
fuck.
I ever call myself a feminist,
You're a
once in
feminist.
this entire thing?
You're a
when did I
feminist.
say the word feminist?
Are you against the patriarchy?
Bro, I barely know what the fuck that means. Like, come on, man.
Oh my God, bro.
Just move on.
Are you against like males predominating in leadership?
Like, what do you mean, I guess? Like, in government?
Yes. Are you against males predominating in leadership positions in government and
If you get
corporations
elected,
and the military?
you get elected. Like, if you get
Elected?
elected, sorry,
The fuck
if
is
you
that?
get elected,
Is
you
that
get
a sex
elected.
act?
Oh my god.
Elected.
Okay. If you get elected, you get elected. Who cares?
Give me one, please. Give me one. One right that men
One
have that
so that
women
you
don't.
can pwn
Yes.
me, like so you can pwn me. Like, do you just want that clickbait? Like, you can pwn me. I don't care.
Tell you what, I'll even do this. I won't even debate you on it. I won't even debate you. I won't even try to pwn you.
God.
I just want to hear it, and then I promise I'll move on. What is a right that men have that women don't? I will not even argue with it, even if I disagree.
I mean, I don't even know off the top of my head. Brian?
So there's not one.
Checkmate. All right.
I don't know
guess
what to
that's a
say.
checkmate.
Like, I don't.
Okay. Okay. Final thing from the questionnaire here, Kyle. I want to have a 30-second debate with you. You disagree. Your disagreement with the show is
Meat.
what?
Oh, I thought you were going to bring up the meat.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry.
it's that.
Okay.
But what? Why? What's your disagreement there? Big labia matter.
I must have just thought it would be a funny, whimsical
you're-
moment between us.
You're in your notes. Do I need to pull it up? What did you write?
I think I
Kyla, come
half
on, help
wrote
me
it
out.
and then
Oh
I
my
got
God, it's
distracted
like
by
backwards.
the Uber thing.
Okay, meaty vaginas are gross, is what you wrote. That is deeply offensive to me.
I know.
I'm very deeply offended.
I know.
I want you to look into one of these cameras and apologize to all the women with Audis, which is something like 50% of women. I want you to apologize for your disgusting and sexist and misogynistic remarks.
It's been 7.5 hours and Brian has beaten me down to believe that meaty lives matter too.
All right. Hashtag big labia matter. All right. All labia can't matter until big labia matter. All right. Thank you. All right. Guys, final call, $30 TTS. We're going to let these come through, then we're going to get this wrapped up. Did you want to speak on anything? I know you had a lot of notes, but I don't know if we'll get to be able to do everything.
It's okay. Well, one thing I thought would be interesting, or one of the prompts I had, was that I think corn is one of the most detrimental aspects of our society, and I feel like that's kind of an interesting
Okay.
take. But I might be too late to get into all that.
Yeah, corn
So
bad.
that's
I think
okay.
we can agree on that.
We can agree.
Okay, I'll let the chats
Double
come through.
Agent donated $29.99.
Thank you, Double Agent.
This goes out to chair number 2, the notorious GED. If you could be a man for 24 hours, what would you do differently than you can now? How much time have you spent reading poetics?
Oh, this is for you.
Me. Okay. What would I do if I was a man for 24 hours? Probably windmill. I'd probably try to windmill first.
Do the helicopter? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, couldn't you?
Felix donated $30. With the glasses, Jay is basically an orthodox stuffy. Doofy. Brian, buy a projector and use Jimbob's massive forehead to project your losing solitaire games onto.
Wow.
Trollo.
Oh, thank you, Felix. Appreciate
You lose
that.
at solitaire?
Seth Marshall
Sometimes
donated
I do.
$30.
Tough.
Brian, thanks for being a trooper last week, my dude.
I'm still sick.
You could have called
I'm still
it in,
sick.
but you
Thank you,
didn't.
Seth.
I look forward to this show every week, as do most of us in the chat. Big tubs, bro.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
WJ
it.
Bob
Thank you, thank you.
WJ.
Here, let's see.
Schnico04 donated $30.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Brian, can we get a commitment from you for Kyla's future debates? Can we please get a shot clockwork her paddle?
What?
Also, if Chair 1 is traditional, why have you not pulled up her first 3 Insta photos?
Are you traditional? I don't know if... Did you say
I
you're...
never claimed to be
Yeah, I don't know
traditional,
if you...
but
Yeah.
I do like
Oh, is he talking
scantily
about-
clad types of photos, but nothing that's exposing anything.
Sure.
Do you think he was talking about you?
Otis Driftwood donated $30.
Yo, thank you, Otis. Appreciate it, man.
Good show. WJB,
Oh, whoa, these came in a
WJ, how
while
many
ago.
pumps
Sorry
does
for the
it
delay,
take
guys.
to get to
$30
the center
TTS.
of the lawsuit? You work twice as hard at a quarter of a job. No crying.
What the fuck? Yo, Otis, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. We have Z-Man here. Oh.
Man32 donated $30. Good work, Jim, Bob, and Jay. You both need some ginger chews for this one. Any pumps after 2 seconds would be a travel, and if it's within 2 seconds, it's a pump fake. God bless, Christos Voskries.
Yo, Z-Man, thank you, man.
Doctrine_matters donated $30. JB/J. A Wilson asks often, what is the duty of women? There seems to be a gag reflex to this question from women and men in the church. Panel, do you have any duty as a woman to society/home/church?
Any duties? Or we actually talked about this. Yeah. Thank you, man.
Reap What You So donated $30.
Thank you, Reap.
Chair 5, of course they take men more seriously when they speak. Men are more logical and direct than women. They aren't going to spout off with a bunch of BS like you have been all night.
Real.
Faux show. Faux show. Okay, we got Doctrine. Here you go.
Doctrine_matters donated $30. J. Would you mind answering my last TTS regarding a good primer or overall systematic on EO? I will read and remember the tile of it. I appreciate the EO's catechesis for new members as an anchor.
I would say just read Pomazanski's Orthodox Dogmatics.
All right, thank you, Doctrine. Oh, no, serious. Oh, this is below the threshold. Boom again, thank you. No, boobs on the dummy for science. Thank you for that. We got one shot here.
One Shotter 17 donated $30. Sup J and JB, glad to see you both together on a panel. I'm wondering what is it like to debate a literal nonsense Muppet 2 days in a row.
Muppet?
My brain cells are victims of a fallacy-induced genocide.
That's crazy.
Yo, Jason Castle donated $30.
Thank you, Jason.
Chair 5, couldn't an argument be made that men in general will not go to the doctor for every ache and pain? Studies show female to male for hypochondria is 10 to 1. I was
wondering about that.
Is it really? Is hypochondria 10 to 1?
Well, there's your answer.
There it is. Wow, that would explain it.
Not based off one YouTube comment.
O.J. Simpson
It's definitely factual.
Must be true.
Must be true.
Myocardial infarction often present differently between sexes. I don't even like the chick, but she's right, and doesn't need a source for common knowledge. Chill out, young blood.
All right, OJ, appreciate it. Thank you. I just watched a documentary on you. That was cool. Thank you, man.
Based Thor donated $30. Women out here making face lips bigger and coochie lips smaller. What a time to be alive. Big labia matters. Somebody call the ambulance for chair 2. It's impressive how much she prattles
per minute. Prattle, ppm.
Rachel Wilson donated $30. Tyler,
Thank you, Rachel.
People wouldn't find you so annoying if you didn't try to act like a subject matter expert every time you open your mouth. Have some humility.
Wow.
There's nothing more I can say than all the times I've said I'm not
Realizer
an expert on
Network
things.
donated $29.99.
A new one.
Erudite hasn't read anything but Wikipedia and Destiny streams. She's out of her league. She's no Christian.
YouTube said it. It's gotta be
J5 is a
true.
trans
It's
kicked
an
out of
accurate
military by
assessment.
Trump.
It's not.
Thank God
Wait, what?
W Eastern and Greek Orthodox. Jason Castle donated $30. Wow, Chair 6, you are a disgusting.
Wow.
It's too bad we can't deport you.
Damn, that's crazy.
The USA does not need more child murders.
Love you.
Chinaman donated
Damn, y'all crazy
$29.99. Ectopic pregnancy is not an abortion. Even if this is granted, this would be an exception to the generality of abortions. Completely bad faith.
Agreed.
Wait, did I?
They're always making the rule from the exception, aren't they? Every time.
Jason Castle donated $30. Hey, Chair 6, the argument can be reversed and someone could ask, why do you want to sexualize your 12 by allowing her to dress in a tank top? Young boys, especially at that age, sexualize everything.
Thank you, Jason.
Jacob Joseph donated $30.
Thank you, Jacob.
Chair 5, the Department of Education operates no schools and educates no children. The fact that you thought it did is the very reason why it must be abolished.
Real.
Below the Threshold, Desert Joe hung up about the tank tops, spending 30 minutes arguing. Thank you, man.
Justin Martins donated $30. Chair 6, if you're showing more skin, even if it's for yourself, you're creating an expectation in your industry for other women as well due to natural competition.
I would disagree with that.
She disagrees. Argument defeated. I disagree.
Do we have time for me to answer him fully?
If you want, yeah.
Donated $30.
Actually, never
Orthodox
mind.
saint, would you recommend to Brestiny to actually read and contrast her radical orthodoxy modern intellectual theology? Since the word orthodoxy needs to be defined in her view.
Quick thing on this.
I don't think she's going to read any book.
That
It's
you
a waste
recommend?
of time. No, I don't think she reads books.
Lulu donated $30.
Thank you, Lulu.
6-5, what did you come on this podcast for? You are so lame.
Whatever.
Giovanni JD donated
Thank you,
$30.
Giovanni.
JB brought up abortion but didn't know how to respond to Reddit rebuttals.
They got some smoke for
We
you,
all just saw his brain malfunction
Jimbob.
in real time when ectopic was brought up.
No.
Please never claim Sicily
What?
again.
No, I was confused that you would bring that up, given that is an exception to the general rule we were arguing.
Wasn't using it as an evidence for anything. It's
What were
very
you
interesting,
doing?
your guys' reaction.
Why'd you bring it up then?
if it wasn't
Why'd you bring it up?
I was curious if you knew what it was and how you
Why?
handle
Do you
it.
know what
to
99
to
times
derail.
99 is? 9,801.
So you derail by your own admission.
Why aren't we talking about
See,
numbers?
it's very interesting
She just
to
said
watch
she brings up
how the
irrelevant
men
points.
react when people make
You
little
literally just said
criticisms
you
of
bring up
them
irrelevant
versus
points.
every woman on
you
this
just
panel
admitted
just,
to
like,
bad
rolling
faith.
with the
You
punches.
just admitted
you
to
just
bad faith.
admitted that you bring up bad faith points.
No, I genuinely asked if you knew what an ectopic pregnancy
To
was
change the
and how you would
subject.
handle it.
To what?
I
To
was
change
curious.
the subject.
Why? We're in the middle of a discussion, right? And I was
Yeah.
in the middle of making a point,
She
and
was
you just
derailing.
admitted to derailing on purpose, right?
Because I was
This is
curious
why
if you
you're
were
not
opposed
good
to
at
even
debating.
those
Yeah,
types of
you're-
This is why
abortions.
you're not
Yeah,
good.
you're sick.
Good
You're
job,
never going to
Jay.
be a successful debater.
Jay, it's really
I'm telling you
interesting
why and
because
how.
when
You
How does your
succeeded
husband
this.
tolerate you?
If you guys are such good
It
debate
won't last
lords,
long.
Unbelievable.
It won't last long.
if you guys notice the difference of
Sick
reaction
woman.
to these men when they're talking to women that they feel like they can actually manage in a debate versus
Blah,
a woman
blah,
that they
blah,
feel
blah, blah.
overwhelmed
That's
by
all
in
I
a
hear,
debate,
yapping.
they have to do this
She
behavior.
literally just
and when they
admitted that
talk
you
with
changed
me.
the
But when they've
subject.
talked with every other
Yeah,
woman on
because
this
they
panel,
don't act like
they've
you.
just engaged in
Yeah, because Because they don't act like you.
No, it's because you
You're
feel
the common
confident when you're
denominator.
debating people who are
You're
not
the
trained in
common
debate,
denominator.
and you feel
You're
unconfident when
assumed.
you're debating me. So you
I've
have to do
talked
this
reasonably
behavior.
with every single one of these. You're the only loudmouth babbler.
Because you're assumed.
Oh shit!
You're
Shut your mouth.
I thought I was a debater.
No, you're a babbler.
Only in your
But
head.
you said that you got to treat me different on this panel very initially.
We
because
give you
I'm a
back your
debater. In fact, you
energy,
said that
your bad faith.
Brian said that there was an
You
exceptional
admitted
rule
that
for
you
me.
admitted your bad faith.
So see, again, when
Again, here's
Liar.
when
meta.
these men
Yep.
are
This
confronted,
podcast is evidence.
You're such a nonsense
of,
machine.
of female oppression.
That's
female
true.
oppression and women not having rights.
especially of
I
white
say
women.
again, like I said yesterday, she is the best example of why feminism is a disaster. So keep debating and arguing.
Jay's a really good
Keep
example
debating and arguing.
as why older men have to bully women to try to get their way because you're increasingly less salient to
Nobody
to young
bullied you.
women.
You made a fool of yourself.
Your behavior this entire time has been nothing but childish.
Asking you
The reality
questions?
is that when you engage with people that you feel like you can dunk on by just granting their norms, you'll just talk to them in good
you
faith,
act like
you
an
have with all of
expert
the
and you're a
women.
retard.
However, when you
You
engage
act
with
like an
somebody,
expert
as admittedly
and you
by
can't
you,
tell you the- you
that
can't
you
tell the
won't, that you
basics.
can't debate against,
You're
you
not
just
an
default
expert
to
in
being
all of
bad
these
faith.
fields,
Part
and when
of
you
being
talk to an
bad
actual
faith
expert, they
is
make
not
you look
granting me
dumb.
norms that you and I both agree on as a tactical
I don't debate
advantage
that way,
to try
dummy.
to win in a debate.
I don't debate
You're
that way.
definitionally being bad faith with me in all
Not
ways
granting you
because
things
By
is
not
bad
granting
faith?
you the
yes,
debate, it's
if
bad
you
faith.
agree
Yes,
on a
she
norm,
says yes.
Wait, if you agree on a norm that you
She
both
says
adhere
yes.
to, such as
Don't grant me my positions. That's bad faith.
Guys.
Nope. If you agree on a norm
Oh
with
my
me and you
God,
won't grant
look,
it to me
it's
for
a-
the sheer
it's a
purpose
chat
of a
that's
debate,
coming
you're
through.
being
We should all
bad
be
faith.
quiet.
These 304s arguing against showing shoulders and bras but yet want to play victims while showing off shoulders and wear no bras. Make it make sense. Get
That's
the
just
kitten
double
out with
standard.
That
Yep.
bullshit.
Thank
Rar
you.
alert.
I can't see your name, but
Jason
thank you,
Castle
Dees.
donated $30. Chef 5 don't use the you didn't serve BS on Brian. You're a pog and anyone could do a bog
What's a
job.
pog?
A pogue is basically like
Pogue?
in military sense. It's like when they're like, oh, you're just like HR. You're not a real soldier. But it's like a lot of people will say that to even jobs like mine where I've fired cannons. And it's like, okay, like it's like they basically say that to anybody that's not infantry.
Okay.
It's like, whatever.
Sure.
Desert Joe donated $30. Wow, you are so hung up about
seen
tank
this
tops
one.
for 12-year-olds. Spending 30 minutes arguing school dress codes. This convo proves women are not oppressed in the US. Stop victimizing yourselves. Bloody Boy donated $30. NSC, I've never heard anyone who talks as much as you but really says nothing. Your words hold no weight. We know you're not bulking, you're just a hippo. WJ.
What the fuck?
WJB.
That's crazy. Thank you, bloody boy.
You know
I
you're
guess.
really smart when you go for low hanging fruit.
Are you saying you're low-hanging fruit?
I'm saying making fat jokes about me since I'm saying fat jokes are obviously low hanging
Arms
fruit.
right against fetus. Any prego could cause fatality. Constitutional right.
Second Amendment, bared arms right against fetus. Thank you, Jesse,
Big
for
Pumps
the
Matter
message.
donated $29.99.
Big pumps matter? What the fuck?
Brian, I'm getting a group session together and seeing if you want to join.
Oh, is this
if
like a
so, you
World of
need
Warcraft
a gear
thing?
score of at least 7. Have a decent
That's interesting.
PPM and send your achievements for the Mythic Aid.
Demon Slayer, I cannot pull up your message, but I can't pull up your message, bro, but it has. I can't. I shouldn't even say. Okay, sorry. Demon Slayer, I can't pull it up. I'm sorry. YouTube TOS.
Jason Castle donated $30. Chef 5 Bog, personnel other than Grund.
Which I am.
The job of a POG is to support the infantry, the war fighters,
Oh,
which I am.
shit.
You're right. Artillery, so not important for war.
Jason Cassell.
Oh, boo artillery.
I don't know.
Good talk. We have Lulu.
Lulu donated $30.
Thank you, Lulu.
We all watched Chair to derail the conversation with a random question when nobody was talking to her. Now she's just refusing to admit she did it lol.
Why are your glasses on? Why are your
Jay,
glasses
I've got a question for you. What's your favorite movie? Favorite film?
The Godfather.
Godfather. Okay.
Yeah. Trilogy.
Got it. What's your top 3?
Movies?
Yeah.
Godfather, Lord of the Rings, and probably the original Star Wars.
Original Star Wars. Okay.
Only.
Got it. Oh, we got a chat here from Z-Man.
Man
Guys,
32
last call. We're going to get this
donated
wrapped. Last call if you want to get one in.
Destiny, you
Final
said
call
low-hanging
on
fruit.
chats.
Like you know the least bit about fruit.
Fruit.
Good one. I've never seen an apple in my life.
You spent $30 to say that.
Wait, related to fruits, has anybody here not had like kind of basic fruits? Like, has anybody here never had a strawberry or a pineapple, peach, mango? I've encountered in the recent years, I've encountered some women that haven't had certain fruits. And I get this warm feeling inside, and I'm like, I want to introduce you. I want to be your gateway to some fucking bomb mango. Like, that just makes me happy if a girl's never had. It's not that I'm happy that she hasn't had it, but it makes me happy that I can hook her up. I'll put her on some game. Oh, you've never had strawberries before? Check this shit out.
I'm gonna put
Boom.
you on that strawberry game.
It's like makes me feel happy to like.
That's very wholesome.
It is kind of
like
just
that.
a little wholesome thing here at the end of the show. I have encountered recently though some women who's like, I'm like, you've never had a strawberry, son? What? You've never had a peach? Really? Do you know what you've been missing out on? And I'm like, I can assist you on this. Jimbob.
Wait, how many people have you met that haven't had a basic fruit?
I've met 2 girls who have not had like certain, no mango, hasn't had like the stone fruits, so like apricot, peach, nectarine, hasn't had any of those, never had a watermelon. Huh? Really I looked there, I was like, never had a watermelon.
Wow.
That's crazy. So I hooked that shit up. Whoa, voice crack. I hooked it up. I fucking hooked it up. I was like, I bombarded them with.
They put you in the friend zone right after that.
No,
right?
I bombarded them with fruit.
Wow.
It was crazy, son. I'm like, you're only eating fruits, and here's a fucking smoothie. How about them apples?
And they're like, I've never tried an apple before.
I think they've all had apples.
Oh, that's like the
apples are some
normie.
basic. That's some
Super
basic shit.
Jason Castle donated $30. Not so bright. Why do you feel the need to comment on everything, even when no one is talking to you? Do the world a favor and STFU sometimes. You might like it. I know we all will.
All right, there it is, folks. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we wrap? Final thought. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Mary, can you crack the door? It's getting a little stuffy in here. Crack the door. Okay, I'd like to end the show by saying if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you, Sophia, a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely tonight, right now, on the Whatever podcast?
For what?
Your soul.
No.
Okay, I tried. So, all right, GG, well played. Hold on.
Well played.
Well played. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Quick little shout out here. Can you pull up the Twitch really quick? Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, really quick, just open up a Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. There it is. Guys, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Amazon Prime. Link it to your Twitch. Stroking out here. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub. Also join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Buy some merch, shop.whatever.com. If you enjoyed the stream, also kindly like the video. Oh, Venmo, Cash App, Whatever Pod. Let me do a couple shout outs. David, thank for the 22. Chad, thank for the 10. Laura, thank for the 3. Laura, thank for the 25. Ashley, thank for the 10 on Cash App and Venmo. Appreciate that, guys. Like the video, please, on your way out here. And let me just double check. I do want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously supports the show by super chatting, donates, etc. We will be live again. We've got Andrew Wilson in town, so we're going to be doing some debates. I believe that starts Thursday. We got them lined up, so I believe Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday is the next dating talk, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. And I'm trying to think if there's anything we're forgetting. No, I think that's pretty much it. Let me just make sure no chats came through. I don't want to screw anybody over. Like the video, please. Yeah, that's it. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. And we will see you guys next time. Good night.